Hello everyone. What you're about to watch is a repost of a stream I did on Sunday, August 16th, 2026 with Adept Austin reacting to a video going over MauLer's Spider-Man Brand New Day video. Unfortunately, that stream was mired with tons of technical issues, the likes of which I have not experienced before. Hopefully those are all fixed now. I apologize for anyone who wanted to watch the VODs in the interim between those streams being unlisted and this video going up. Anyways, hope you enjoy. Thank you. Have a good day. 1, 2, 3. Okay,
Yeah,
there we go. Finally, dude. I don't know what's up with OBS, but it has done this more than one time. What time is it at your place? It is just past 16 o'clock. For everyone else, that's 4 o'clock p.m.
You know what your problem is?
What's up?
You're not on Linux.
You're on Linux. I knew you were gonna say that. Oh man, but yeah, like for some reason it's in OBS hasn't updated. But oh, you know what? I updated my computer a couple times before this stream.
You updated
Maybe it was
Windows?
that.
Oh no.
Yeah. So yeah, OBS has been doing that, and it's really freaking annoying. Anyway.
All right. Gruff needs your likes and subscribes to recover from this defeat.
This slight against my character. Anyways, I was just giving my opinions on the new Spider-Man movie. It sucks. I hate it. I didn't like it when I saw it in the theater. I didn't have much expectations for it, except to hate it. And there's a difference between knowing you're gonna hate it and then actually hating it. Thank you, Gruff, for having put the time adapted to me and then warning me for having used OBS. Hard year, it can bug. Yeah, it can bug. It can bug. It be bugging. But
to give you an idea of how much he hated it, I had to keep telling him to shut up because he was like, "What? That's a like shut up! I'm trying to watch the movie."
What's funny is this is the first time I'm hearing this. I didn't realize you were saying that in the theater.
Bro, the other people with us, you were just hearing me tell you shut up.
I had no idea. Hey, Steven, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Oh, Rabbit, good to see you. Hope you have a good stream. Thank you. I hope you have a good day.
Yes, Rabbit is a proper citizen. I did not see Steven's chat.
Steven, what you doing? We're gonna be watching a video about Spider-Man Brand New Day. So I guess spoilers.
Put that, wait, you need to put that on your overlay somewhere.
Yeah, let me do that. Here, entertain the chat while I focus all of my brain power on that.
Okay, anyways, so the water is fine. You all need to jump onto Linux, okay? It's perfect. There is nothing wrong with it. In fact, there is no way for you to avoid it. It is drawing you. You need to all go to Linux right now. I'm kidding, of course, but I think that you should try out Kubuntu or Bazite. So many good things. I should, you can hit me up. We should do, it would be really funny to do a switching to Linux stream with you.
That sounds,
that'd be very
like the most scuffed thing known to man.
It would be so scuffed. It would be insane.
Dude.
Capture cards play. I guess that's how I'll say it. Capture cards play with Linux. Whether they play well or not, that's another matter.
Oh, Cat Lover redeemed squats, so I got to do squats. I don't know what's going on with my knee, so if I like hurt my knee, blame Cat Lover, kill him. Anyways.
All right, if he hurts his knee, then I'll just do the stream by myself, and it'll be fine. All right, do I have to do squats?
Weight that is 30 pounds.
He has a 30-pound weight. What?
Yeah. So
all
Adept.
Right. Chat, let us know whether I have to do squats. For
the Frenchmen in chat, please convert that to kilograms.
30? Okay, hold on. Right.
1, 2.
Let's say 30.
3,
let's see.
4.
I'm gonna guess
5,
right now. I'm gonna say it's like a
6,
9.9.
7.
Let's see.
8.
Let's see. I'm guessing 9.9.
9.
Oh wait.
10.
I might be going the wrong direction actually.
All right. 10 squats with 30 pounds.
13.6. Sorry, I was going the wrong direction with my conversion.
13.6 kilograms. I love you so much. Thank you, cat lover. I love you too. I've already seen the Spider-Man Brand New Day. Good. We're going to be talking about it. I haven't seen, but could care less. That is the correct opinion, Steven.
I still didn't get an answer whether I have to do any of the redeems.
You knew MJ died. What movie are you talking about? MJ didn't die.
We should fill the chat with fake spoilers.
Yeah. You need to what's the word? Gaslight all of our viewers.
Bro, wasn't it crazy when Spider-Man's brother showed up and took his inheritance?
Wasn't it crazy when Miles Morales came and they made us think he was going to be the hero, but then he killed Scorpion and he's like a villain now? Let's see.
Dude, when Morbius showed up and more was all over there, dude, it was crazy.
Thank you for the squats. I don't know if the cute voices will arrive today. 5 strikes, my friend. What?
What are the strikes?
I don't know. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Anyway, I didn't like the film. I hated it to the point where unknowingly I hated it so much that Depth was telling me to shut up. And every time I've thought about it, it gets worse in my head. And then, to give you all context to the video we're going to be reacting to today, because we are reacting to a video. MauLer released a 40-minute video going over just a bunch of the problems, a very comprehensive list of all the problems in Brand New Day, and it was a very, very what's the word? Cathartic video for me. I was like, yes, there's even more stuff that I didn't realize was wrong.
Yes, but there's also stuff I disagree with.
Yeah, there's stuff I disagree with too. There's some stuff that I think is a little bit reaching. We'll go over that when we get to it. I love the part where Eddie Brock Jr. went to church and prayed for the death of Spider-Man. Me too, that was Kino. I like the part where Jesus came and he flipped over all the tables in the temple.
Yeah, I like the part where Jesus shot webs from his wrist.
Oh, that was sick.
Anyways, we're not reacting to the MauLer video though. We're reacting to what's the guy's name?
Good luck pronouncing it. It's
Anthony
Gramuglia.
I'm just gonna imagine him as the amygdalas from Bloodborne.
You know what I said is an actual scene. Yeah, it's from the Spider-Man 3, the Raimi films, which I haven't seen in a long time. We need to watch those again. Even if it's only for the music in those movies was just so good.
Oh, I'm stupid. I was like, why am I not seeing any of these people's chats? And I'm like, oh yeah, Twitter or Twitch.
Hello, good to see you. Long time no see.
Hello, Draws, a true believer.
Am I gonna have to explain that joke every time you make it?
It's because he's on YouTube. You don't have to explain it. They just are. It's like a fact.
I wanted to know if it shows a lot in my writing that I'm French. Sometimes it doesn't come across as specifically French, but it does come across as maybe someone who where English is not their first language. But most of the time you're okay. The Sandman theme is goated. Hello. When he comes to life, that's the best. I believe in the power of friendship. Yes, exactly. Anyway, so Anthony Gramuglia, I'm just gonna call him Grogu. Anthony Grogu.
Just call him Anthony.
Anthony sounds weird because I'm not familiar with this person. Anthony made a video, like when I say video, he did like a stream going over this video that MauLer released. And you know what? I'm not gonna poison the well or anything. It's he has a bone. I don't think it's poisoning the well to say he has a bone to pick with MauLer. I get the very strong feeling he hates MauLer.
I mean, who could not hate MauLer?
I know, right?
He's truly the most detestable scum of the earth.
He's the alt-right pipeline to evil leftist communism. You know, he's part of like every evil faction you can think of. He's part of it. He's part of the Empire from Star Wars. He's part of the Borg from Star Trek. What else? He's part of the Necromorphs from Dead Space. He did that. That was him.
I'll be right back in like literally a couple seconds.
Don't poison, just dirty it. Sure. The cat lover. In any case, I apologize if I usually don't stay in the middle of. In any case, I apologize if I don't usually stay in streams with midnight hours. It can be hard. Oh, don't worry about it. Do not worry about it at all, cat lover. You are perfectly okay. Now, let's see. So I guess we should just jump right to it. Well, actually, before we do that, Adept, just briefly, what were your thoughts on the Home trilogy?
I love the Home trilogy.
Home trilogy was great.
It's good.
The final movie was definitely very divisive.
I don't care how I liked it.
It has a lot of issues.
So I'm not into I guess this world of like film critics and stuff like that. There was a lot of references in the video. Spoiler, I've watched the video.
Yeah, Adept finished the video. I couldn't finish it.
About like different sides and like people's reactions to the Home trilogy. And I have none of that background.
Yeah, I guess if it ever like needs to be, I can explain it. But long and short of it, it's a very divisive film. Some people hate it. Some people love it. Some people understand the nuance of the film. I don't know why. Nuance doesn't sell. Nuance doesn't get clicks. You have to either love things or hate things. There's no nuance. It's okay to hate Brand New Day, though. But anyway, that was a joke. You can laugh whenever you want. I guess we should just get to the video. There's not a lot of preamble to it. We're just going to be talking about it.
Come on.
Yeah, that's enough preamble.
Get on with it!
Get on with it! We're 20 minutes in. Let's get on with the video. I hate Andrew Garfield. Har har. Oh yeah, we had to talk with I had to talk with Steven off stream about how Andrew Garfield was not cast very well for Spider-Man. I think he's a phenomenal actor, though. He's a really good actor.
Good actor, yeah.
I feel like if you say he's a bad actor, you're tweaking. You're straight up tweaking. Let me see where to put this. I'll put it down.
I mean, have you seen some of his other movies?
Oh, like... dude, what is that one where he's like in a is it a Mormon community and there's like been a murder or something? I forget what the name of that show, but it was on Hulu. It was really good. To be fair, I only saw the first episode, but what I saw, I was very impressed by. Spider-Man Brand New Day was not the best, but it was nice.
I rank Spider-Man Brand New Day as I enjoyed the movie, but it's below all the movies in the Home trilogy.
Oh yeah, it's below all those movies. I haven't seen the Amazing Spider-Man films in such a long time, but I would actually have to think about if it's worse than those. And it's been even longer since I've seen the Raimi films. But I did not like Brand New Day. We will go over it as we watch the video, which I have up right now. And I see, Adept, you're in the watch together.
I am.
All right. Well, without further ado, let's finally watch this video. So this was MauLer's video, Spider-Man Brand New Day, an Unbridled Rage. Now, right off the bat, that's significant that he calls it an unbridled rage, because he's been going on this thing where he stopped calling things unbridled rages. He started coming out like an unbridled an unbridled cataclysm, an unbridled catastrophe. Like, he came up with different words, but this movie was so bad and it made him so angry. He was just like, I got to pull out Old Faithful. Unbridled rage. That's what it is. Afterwards, I liked it because I was with a friend in IMAX, just the two of us. Yeah, I like the theater-going experience. I just wish there were better movies. Yeah, we're gonna watch it. All right, let's go. And please let everyone know let us know if there's problems with the audio.
MauLer's review of Spider-Man Brand New Day is the worst review I have seen of a movie since Alex Meyer's Obsession review, but at least that one was short. It's hard to make a more baffling, wrong thing if you tried, but I doubt MauLer will get the treatment Myers got, because people just kind of expect MauLer to make these rambling, incoherent reviews anyway.
So there's a bit to unpack here. There already seems to be a predisposition to disliking things that are long, because that's the criticism everyone says. Oh, MauLer makes long videos, needlessly long, he rambles and all this stuff. When if you actually watch his videos, they're very concise in all the things that they cover. And here, this is a funny meme, funny in quotation marks. They did a stream on Jenny Nicholson, responding to Jenny Nicholson's, well, I didn't like the Joker. Here you see the time code is 11 hours and 44 minutes. Great episode, by the way. Says the Rambler. Well, I'm in stream. I'm not in a scripted video like MauLer.
I mean, that's a stream, isn't it?
No. Oh, well, yeah, that is a stream. But here's the thing. He's talking about two things here. He's talking about his scripted videos, and then he pulls up an image of a stream. So we're already off to a bad start. That's being disingenuous.
I mean, yes, but he does make long videos. Like, I'm pretty sure there's like an almost 6-hour video on what was that? The second Doctor Strange, the Multiverse of Madness.
Yeah, it's a good start.
But I have watched it, and it's a good start.
It's
but it's
abominable film.
Yeah, I did think it's funny because this video that MauLer or that is being reacted to is actually really short compared to his other line of work.
Yeah, it was hilarious. In the comments, he has a pinned comment where he says, what did he say? He said, forgive me long, for I have shorted.
Something like that.
It's hilarious.
Meanwhile, it's like a 45-minute video.
Yeah, it's a 40-minute video. And I was wondering, I was like, oh, he put out a video right after the movie came out, and it's shorter than the movie, and that's everyone's complaint. So is it a valid move? Is he a valid critic now? Is it vital? Critic? Anyway,
I don't know what you're talking about.
One other thing to point out about this stream, the Jenny Nicholson stream, is it's at 11 hours and 44 minutes. And people just be like, wow, y'all took a 30-minute video and stretched it out to 11 hours and 44 minutes. You guys just hate women. Never mind all the other people that they react to that are like 98% men all the time. But anyways, so it's funny because if you take they have a highlights channel, and they made a video where it's the Jenny Nicholson stream, but without Jenny Nicholson, and it's the thumbnail is her room, but without her in the frame, and it's like 7 or 8 hours long. So I was like, oh,
yeah,
it turns out
to get off topic.
It turns out that most of the stream didn't have anything to do with Jenny Nicholson at all. They just used her as like a launch pad for conversation, which is what the whole show is about.
That's usually what a good like reaction will do, because you don't want to rip off someone's like entire shtick.
Yeah, like it's good sporting.
Like we're about to do.
Yeah. Cat Lover says, pronounce this in French, please. All right, let me get my French accent. I'm Gruff, and I create great videos. Let me do another take just in case.
No.
Oh, hold on. Let's see. Je suis Gruff et fait de superbe video. Superbe video.
I want more.
Je suis Gruff et fait de superbe video.
Yes.
Anyways, not off to a good start with this guy. He's already being disingenuous, showing this stream that is not
fine. He has an opinion.
No. You don't understand. This is a infamous stream that is constantly used to like batter EFAP's reputation and MauLer's reputation. This is like it's an annoying thing.
For that. I'm
no,
here
no.
for the movie.
This is context. All right. Let's move on. Nothing French without omelette de fromage. I'll give you a vocal pronunciation afterwards. Okay.
Anyway, it's his brand at this point, which is why he is almost
Also, I mentioned earlier about poisoning the well. This part is scripted. This is not his stream. His stream is after this. This is a scripted intro, and he's already poisoning the well. Like, I don't want to get like, debate bro over this, but I guess it deserves to be said. Oh, thank you for the clip, Cat Lover. Thank you very much.
Boy.
exclusively talks about Disney films and nothing else. I don't even think
that's funny. He doesn't talk about just Disney films.
Disney owns a lot of things, so saying someone only talks about Disney films is like most of the media landscape.
And he doesn't just talk about Disney films. They talk about films that they're interested in, and of course, mainstream films, the most popular films, are going to be what most people are interested in.
I was listening to this video, so I didn't see this thing. When Obsession came out, he was complaining about me and Daredevil on EFAP. That's what that says.
Yeah.
Didn't he talk about Obsession? Doesn't he
MauLer?
love Obsession?
Who, MauLer?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm not caught up with
I'm gonna Google
EFAB.
it.
I don't know if you'll be able to find it, but sure. I don't know anything about his opinion on Obsession. I didn't really care for the film, but to be fair, I only saw it once. I have heard persuasive arguments for my problems that I had with the film, so I do want to watch it again one day. It's too bad that when I heard those arguments, I went to see if it was available in theaters again, and it was, but it was at like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock at night. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going there that late on a weekday. But yeah, like the whole EFAB crew, they react to stuff other than Disney. Like they famously had the director of The Descent on an EFAB movies to talk about The Descent, and they've talked about indie films. They've talked about lesser known films, or Underwater, a film that performed terribly because it came out right at the start of COVID. They talked about that film and got a lot of people interested in that film, which is great because that's a good film. I love that film. But again, poisoning the well, this guy.
I think he mentioned Obsession. At least Alex Myers tried reaching outside of his wheelhouse once in a while. MauLer seems comfortable just talking about Disney films for the rest of his career. But that facade of being this...
Also, what's wrong with talking about Disney films?
No, we should hate MauLer. Disney adult.
Oh, it's funny because the reason he talks about Disney films so much is because they're all part of properties that he once loved and adored, and now they're like corpses being paraded.
Articulate, sophisticated critic.
You guess. What's left?
I don't know.
The face is very funny. Is that my face or MauLer's face? Because he has a flumpy gas mask.
Both.
I can't tell the difference.
Falls apart in his Spider-Man review. Despite having a bootleg version of the film with subtitles attached that he could cross-reference, he constantly misunderstands the film to the point where he outright lies about it to make
I love that. Hold on.
it sound dumber than it really is.
I do agree. Like you were saying, it's a short video and it came out very shortly after Spider-Man came out. There were times where I think he was misunderstanding things. I think it was sort of a rushed video.
I'm not sure because you got to remember he's like full-time YouTube, so he does work all day on these things, like into the night.
And he's just wrong at some parts.
Like I'm willing to agree. I'm willing to agree he's wrong on some things, but I don't want to say that it's rushed because usually he gets like help from other people to do it as well, and he's very meticulous about these things. But like I want to focus on what he just said. He said, let me see if I can rewind it. Like, oh man, rewinding this is gonna be okay. We can do this. Like, listen to what he says about misunderstanding and lying. I know. Well, then why did you come to this stream?
Yeah. Him saying lying and misunderstanding, it's definitely sort of like
you want like having your cake and eating it too.
I don't think it's sort of like applying is it Occam's razor, where it's like
the simplest explanation is the most likely.
Yeah, and then I can't remember what the other razor is, but basically like assigning malice when just like ineptitude would do or something like that.
Yeah, well, I think he's it's funny because this is the scripted portion, and yet he's like fumbling over his words.
Disney
like, listen to what he says.
Rest of his career. But that facade of being this articulate, sophisticated critic falls apart in his Spider-Man review.
Also, like the facade of being a sophisticated, articulate reviewer. It's like, calm down, dude. He's just a guy.
There are times later on in this video where he says that MauLer's like repeating himself, but he's not. He's describing things differently and like, emphasizing a point.
Yeah. So
some people think that big string of long words is just like, word salad, but it
yeah, you get the
words have
sense.
Meaning.
Yeah, words have meaning. That's my catchphrase at this point, I swear. They say a bunch of words, and because they said a bunch of words, that makes it sound smarter. That's what this guy accuses MauLer of doing, but he does it himself. Like, we're seeing him do it right now. Anyways,
I don't think he's doing. I don't know. It's okay to be articulate.
It's okay. It's okay to attempt to be articulate, but I would hope that you're successful. Would it be embarrassing to put the subtitles in French because because alive in English I can follow, but a React is hard already, and I'm extremely tired. I can do it without, but it will make it easier for me there. Yeah, I don't see why not. Let me see if that's available. It might not be available.
Auto-generated.
Oh no, it's not available. Sorry.
If you VPN to France,
I don't.
Maybe it would auto generate there.
I'm not sure if I want to. I don't think it does that because I don't know. I don't think it translates. Anyway.
Oh yeah, true.
Listen to what he says here when I said about him just saying stuff and he's fumbling over his words in a scripted portion. This is what I was talking about.
Despite having a bootleg version of the film with subtitles attached that he could cross-reference, he constantly misunderstands the film to the point where he outright lies about it to make it sound dumber than it really is.
He misunderstands it to the point where he lies about it to make it sound worse than it actually is. Now, is it me or does that sound like a non sequitur?
I mean, he's trying to make a point, but I don't think if you misunderstand something that you explaining what you thought it meant is lying.
Yeah. Like, you're not lying, you're just ill-informed.
Yeah.
But
if someone says something to me and I misunderstand them and then I tell someone else what I understood, that's not a lie.
Yeah, and that's an important
it could be
part.
Untrue, but
yeah, and that's an important thing to catch on early because he pretty much relies on this axiom for the entire stream. He's like, oh, when MauLer gets something wrong or misunderstands something, that's not a mistake. He is actively lying to you. Weasley little liar, dude.
But if you've watched the film, you can tell. I wasn't even aware he made a review, by the way, until fans told me.
Let's see. Can we get the on with the tree? You're not lying, you're just wrong, lol.
Yeah.
He has a jab at me early on. And
Adept, you knew what you were signing on for.
I know. See, this is why
you're just rage baiting.
Before. We were planning to do this before, and you were like, it's too late. And I was thinking, no, we can do it. But I failed to realize that I could do it in that allotted amount of time.
You don't have all the autistic knowledge that I have. You don't have the autistic predisposal to the lore.
I internalized
to the retarded YouTube lore.
For the Holy Grail.
The vid, unnecessarily at that. This isn't unusual. MauLer.
It's funny, he talks about him referencing him. So I haven't gotten to where EFAP discovers Anthony yet. I imagine, though, when I do, just because I'm at the point where I trust the host's judgment on people, because they're fairly merciful and gracious. But when they like get mad at somebody, they're like, oh, they probably deserved it. Like if you, Adept, got mad at somebody, I would take your word because I trust you. It's kind of like that.
Dang, I'm gonna lead you astray now.
EFAP have made about 10 vids about me over the past, I don't know what, 2 years. So I decided to watch it on stream. I mean, it's only fair. I decided to use the format MauLer.
I'm only going to point this out once, but I freaking hate this Dutch angle he has with his webcam, bro. It's so freaking annoying. Why have you done this?
Yeah, I just noticed that. Like I said, I was listening to this video, so I've not seen, like...
It's so annoying.
That's so funny.
You can't have your... whatever.
They're popularized.
You should
just watching.
You should make your you should just make your model Dutch angle right now.
Oh, yeah? I could do that. Let me see here. How do I do it? I gotta remember how to rotate the free... You know what? I don't care.
No.
I could, but I don't care. Also, you can pause whenever you want to.
I know.
Let's see.
Get on with it.
Hold on, I want to read this chat. I'm never going to forget the moment MauLer straight up admitted he's never going to EFAP anything he or his friends, including the drinker, make because he can't be objective. That's fair. That's very fair. You have a conflict of interest. When you have a conflict of interest, you want to remove yourself from the situation. So
I
if
mean,
this,
that's true, but at the same time, it can go both
yeah,
it can go both ways, and people are going to assume it's going both ways depending on their view of you. Like on one hand, it could be like, oh, they're going easy because it's someone like their buddies made it. But on the other hand, you could have sort of like a coach's son situation where they're going harder on you because like they expect more from you. But no matter which way you accidentally go, people are going to assume you're going the opposite based on their view of you.
Yeah, I was about to say that too. Like, because you got to remember, we're going off of a random chatter in Anthony's stream saying this, so who knows? This probably isn't the full story. I bet you the full quote would be that MauLer he could be objective with his videos. He is when he talks about them, just in passing. But like he wouldn't want to, garner the, what's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
The way you look to other people. Appearance. He wouldn't want to put up the appearance that he's like going easy on his friends or going easy on himself, and that would happen just like you said, whether or not it was true.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyways, I didn't sign up to react to the chat.
It's a video, my brother in
Christ.
The
video. I listened to the video.
Anyway, pausing whenever I had a feeling. Now I know MauLer and company hate when you take you out of context. So despite how often he repeats himself and babbles and repeats himself, I'm gonna let all of his words play out. I don't want to be accused of cutting anything out of what he said. So be warned, there's spoilers immediately and a lot of foul language. I wouldn't want to censor him by changing anything he said at all, right?
All right, guys, you heard it here. He's not going to misunderstand, misconstrue, lie, or take anything out of context.
He never claimed he would not understand. He just said he wouldn't take anything out of context, all right?
Well, he says that with the understanding that he will work to understand everything MauLer's saying. So you heard it here, folks. He's going to try his darndest to understand everything in this video. So surely he will be successful in that endeavor. Fingers crossed.
Both of them do misunderstand certain things.
Spider-Man.
Let's adjust. Let's see what
We're having a watch together in a watch together.
Yeah, I told Adept about this. I wanted the title of this stream to be us reacting to a reaction of a reaction to a reaction of a movie. But the title, you can only fit 100 characters.
Blind? I have not seen this video. I know I mentioned in a bad way at least once. Probably will laugh when I see it because I think it's really funny. But let's see MauLer's perspective.
Brand New Day is a story about Jean Grey.
I wonder if I have to be careful about copyright.
I mean, do you really care?
I mean, they could just take the stream down.
I don't think they'll take the stream down.
Anyway.
If MauLer's video is up and Anthony's video is up, then our video should be fine, no?
No, I wish that's how it worked. I wish it made sense. We just have to make sure that our stream isn't above 3 hours. We're off to a great start because the time matters.
The video that we're reacting to is 2 hours and 55 minutes.
Yeah, it's basically 3 hours. It's like 5 minutes short of 3 hours. What are you talking about?
You're gonna have to put him at like 3x speed then.
No, we don't do that.
All right,
I don't do that. You do that because you're a freak.
Path trying to find her kid.
Spoilers, MauLer. Not everyone's seen the movie.
Well, let's make sure for people who didn't hear it, we get the context of the film of Jean Grey. Jean Grey is in this film, by the way.
Brand New Day is a story about Jean Grey, a telepath trying to find her kid.
Spoilers, MauLer. Not everyone's seen the movie. By the way, if you haven't seen Brand New Day, I mean, it's MauLer. You should know that going in, he's going to spoil everything.
That's the point.
Yeah, it's a. I wouldn't call it a review, but it's like a rant about the movie.
I mean,
anyway.
I guess technically MauLer didn't put spoilers at the beginning, but like he's saying, if you know MauLer, you know there's spoilers.
Well, it's a 40-minute video about a movie that just came out. Like, you would think, there's probably not going to be spoilers in this. Anyway.
So, That's your spoiler warning. Unfortunately, if you haven't gotten there, I've spoiled the whole thing. There you go.
Kidnapped sister. The DODC, or Department of Damage Control, captured her sister, and so Jean's plan is simple. She will mind control civilians, forcing them to drive tanks into DODC correctional facilities, killing countless innocents. She will set off explosives within the tank to cause extreme damage to the building, killing countless more innocents and releasing criminals. She will use her mind control during the panic to reach a particular member of the DODC that will eventually facilitate the release of Scorpion. She will then mind control Scorpion and have him attack a DODC data center in the hope that she can ultimately discover the location of her sister. She could have, instead, mind control...
Well, hold on. Before he gets on to what he thinks she should have done, chat, could you think of anything Jean could have done other than the plan that MauLer just laid forth?
Well, they're thinking about that. MauLer is obviously an idiot. That is not a tank. That is
it's a BTR. He's Welsh. He's Welsh. They don't know what weapons are, Adepts. They don't have
a defense budget.
They don't have knives.
Half of the country's GDP. No,
they don't have knives.
So this is something me and at the beginning, right after the movie, I was of the opinion that it's not bad to write idiots as characters. But the more I thought about it, the more I was like, yeah, it doesn't actually make sense for Jean Grey to do the thing, for her to do the plan as it kind of went through.
Well, I remember when you said that, I told you, we were messaging on Discord, and I said, you don't believe that? And I wish I would have elaborated on that, because I still think you don't actually believe that. It's not that it's not right to write characters that are idiots, but to make your main villain an idiot. To this extent.
I can see that point where it's I guess it depends what kind of media you're doing. See, that's actually something I've been thinking about. Time to go on our 11-hour tangent.
Exactly. Yeah.
Is that I was watching some old Disney shows, Disney Channel shows, right?
Yeah.
And in those shows, it's obviously melodramatic. It's almost it's not real, right?
Yeah.
So you're watching it and you're not expecting everyone to act super realistic because it's not it's obviously
exaggerated.
That's not the point.
Yeah.
And so when someone does something that maybe doesn't make completely sense in a real world scenario, it does make sense in the show. And so I think a lot of media recently has sort of lost that sort of ideal. If you're, watching a Shakespeare play, there's lots of things that happen that are not realistic, but it's oh, it's a play. And it's fits the genre, I guess. I don't know how to really describe it.
Yeah, there are some
conventions of certain storytelling types.
Yeah, certain compromises need to be made. You can't have the fourth wall in a play. It has to be removed so that you can see the people. They have to speak towards the audience generally so that the audience... It's certain compromises that were in your head, this is the deal. I'm going to watch you do this, and in order to make that experience worthy of something, you have to make some compromises in the performance, which actually elevate it, for the audience.
And even going back further in Greek tragedies and comedies,
right?
It's things that happen aren't necessarily because oh, this is realistic. It's no, it's because the story has a point to it, right? And it's illustrating a point. The point of the story is not necessarily to have a logical plot with a character arc, even though sometimes they do. It's to illustrate a point.
Well, I was actually going to push that further, because what you just said, touching on logic, I feel like this is a huge misunderstanding that people make with the concept of logic. They'll take a character that acts irrational and be like, oh, they're not acting logically. But there's two different versions of logic to be discussed here. I think a better word for what they're saying is what I just said, irrational. They're acting irrational. But take have you seen Predator, the first Predator?
I'm sure I have. I don't know. It's been a while.
Well, not to spoil it, but let's just say there's a character who goes through a traumatic experience and they kind of unravel, and in the end, it gets them in trouble. They act irrational, therefore they're acting illogical, right? Well, no. they're acting according to what their character is going through. They've just been through a traumatic experience. They're unraveling. Logically, that means that they would act irrational.
Yeah. So like Endgame, or not Endgame, Infinity War spoilers. What did you think about when Peter Quill essentially ruins the moment when they're trying to remove the gauntlet from Thanos?
I think that's informed by his character in Guardians 2, where he shoots his dad because he finds out he gave her cancer.
Yeah, that's family, right?
Yeah, so he, in that instance, his irrational actions are logical according to his character.
Yeah. I think that's a great sort of like
example,
epitome of what you're like trying to show.
Yeah, and what's it called? Well, I forgot what I was going to say, but it doesn't matter. Steven said, "Stupid people are a safety net." I agree. You have anything to say about that, Adept?
Stupid people are a safety net?
Yeah.
Like for bad writing?
Yeah. I will say,
if
not
the
universally.
Authentically stupid, then that's just how it is, you know. Like
I should catch myself. They are not universally a safety net, but they oftentimes are used that way.
This movie has much bigger problems than just Jean Grey being an idiot.
And Cat Lover says, "I remember at the beginning it made me make a lot of theories about mind control and prevent everything as possible, even weird things with it." Oh, okay. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff you could do with mind control. I would say I like the way they portray jumping to different people in this movie. I thought that was cool.
I thought it was interesting.
I meant like characters are played stupid to create the plot, and depending on the story, it's make or break. Yeah, like...
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah.
I know that I have not seen this movie, and I know Adept doesn't agree with this take, but just for the easy example, why didn't the family in A Quiet Place just live next to the waterfall? I'm not saying that's the correct take or not, because I haven't seen the film, but that's like the easy example people go to. It's like, oh, you could have just done this. Anyways, let's hear MauLer's theory on what Jean Grey should have done instead of all this, endangering innocent people and stuff.
A DODC data center.
Also, before I forget, holy crap, the people... I feel like we've transported from the MCU universe to like the Avatar Last Airbender universe, where like people are very, very they have a strong constitution.
Yeah, they're much more.
They get like thrown into the ground. Like here we have Scorpion getting tossed into the concrete and like it's breaking apart, and he's fine.
Yeah, the choreographers have kind of forgotten that, like, despite making a superhero movie, a lot of these people do not have enhanced durability, do not have any healing factor, do not have any superpowers at all.
They're people too!
Discover the location of her sister. She could have, instead, mind-controlled the director of the DODC by gradually jumping through the facility, gain his memory of what happened to her sister, while calling up any information she wants with his authority without endangering herself or anyone else whatsoever.
Anyways, get on with it!
Get on with it!
Especially when knowing they have zero defense.
So yeah, he clearly should have been able to, or Jean Grey should have just mind controlled to what's his name, Metzger, the head of the DOD, or the DODT, DODC. That's what it is.
DODC.
Should have just done that and not, get a bunch of innocent people killed. She's a terrible person for that. But let's hear what Anthony has to say to the contrary.
Well,
what is going on with the stream?
Whether or not the what do you mean what's going on with the stream?
For some reason on the stream it's showing the watch together as like a black screen.
Like
or discovering the truth.
Now it's fine, I guess. Okay.
Weird. But like all that aside, there's an old lady in this BTR. I have no idea how that old lady got in there. Did she mind control the old lady and then she stole the BTR? Or did like she mind control like actual military men and then when they died somehow, and so then she's like, "Oh, well, the old lady can drive." Like, I don't understand how this happened.
Well, there's a lot of that in the film. So
Anyways.
the way they explain it in the film is she's a janitor who worked at the place
that's
where this
right.
BTR is, and she just got in and left.
How does a BTR have or how does a janitor have access to a BTR?
Yeah, like guys, I don't know if y'all know this, but vehicles need keys.
I actually don't know if a BTR needs a key. Is anyone in the chat in the military? I'm gonna have to.
No, this old lady's the final boss. Yeah.
I'm gonna send a message
she's the
to our
mastermind.
military men.
How does Jean Grey even know how to drive a BTR? I'm convinced I wouldn't be able to drive a BTR.
I mean, it probably has like a steering wheel, right? No.
Yeah, but like, how do you turn it on? And there's got to be like a bunch of buttons in there too. Like, come on. But I beat here with an eagle, huh? Oh, beat her with an eagle? I don't know what that means, but good job. Yeah, there's a lot of stupid ways they try to explain away stuff in the movie that just doesn't work. Let's hear if Anthony has anything to say to the contrary, though. He's looking a bit smug. Let's see what he has to say.
You're poisoning the well.
Expectation for this. Hell, she could have done it while he was sleeping at home, and she could have dealt with him with none the wiser upon discovering the truth. Unfortunately, these preschool level thoughts would end the movie immediately, so we...
Okay, so a couple things right here. So first off, and again, you know, MauLer, you're one of those critics who has such an attention for detail. How do you know who dies? Yeah, bomb goes off.
We're both trying to.
We're both trying to.
This thing.
Let's let him keep going, because guys, remember what Napoleon Bonaparte said. Never stop your enemy when they're just when they're making mistakes. Just let them go. Don't stop them. Just let them go.
Truck hits a building. It's all well and good, but unless we have a body count, we can't assume anyone died. I'm not saying they didn't. They probably did, but property damage is not the same thing as a fatality, is it? First off, that's one big issue right there. But secondly,
that's an issue.
Let's take a look right here. Why can't Jean Grey just body hop into the...
Okay, he's changed the subject now. I'm going to go back. He says we can't assume anyone died right after he assumed people died. Like he himself.
Yeah.
Let me go back.
Unfortunately, these preschool level thoughts would end the movie immediately, so we...
Okay, so a couple things right here. So first off, and again, you know, MauLer, you're one of those critics who has such an attention for detail.
I love how he says, "Oh, you have an attention for detail. That means that you should have seen that you didn't actually see anyone die. So how can we say that people really died?" It's like,
I think he meant that sarcastically.
Like, I think he means it as like a backhanded remark against MauLer, because he freaking hates MauLer. He's like, he purports himself to have an eye for detail, but really he doesn't, like that sort of thing. Because like, you see a BTR, and it doesn't just crash through the building, by the way. Spider-Man webs the front of it, upends the back, and it crashes through a brick wall, and like the momentum carries it forward into this warehouse area within the building.
Isn't it a jail?
Like, oh yeah, I think it is a jail.
It's like the I don't know what you would call it, but it's like where all the it's a cell block. That's what it is.
Hello, neutral party here. Don't trust either. Oh, that's all well and good. Thank you for coming.
Exactly. Don't trust
Kirill
anybody.
Ivanov? What'd you say?
It says exactly. Don't trust anybody.
Don't trust anybody. But yeah, like, it's just so disingenuous.
Well, I mean, everything before this, that's what happened in the movie. They're literally like, it wasn't just a BTR for nothing. It was like shooting the main gun. It, like what? Like
we're not even talking about all the entire time. It was driving down the street, shooting cop cars. They were rolling cars, rolling civilian cars, like crashing into them, firing a 50 cal, which is being generous.
And hold on. Also, like, it literally, the movie makes a point to show, which it doesn't do it as much later on in the movie, which I wish it did, but it made a point to show Spider-Man saving people from dying.
It did that?
So, like, if Spider-Man did not do that, Jean Grey would be killing people.
I wish it did it more, because I think that even with those shots of Spider-Man like catching people or whatever he does in that scene, you still have like this BTR crashing into cars, rolling cars, shooting into buildings with a 50 cal. It is insane, guys. It is bad. Well, but Jean Grey's a good guy. She's just misunderstood.
Well, hold on. Let me get to my point, what he was saying. So,
how do you know who dies? Yeah, bomb goes off. Truck hits a building. It's all well and good. But unless we have a body count, we can't assume anyone.
So we can't assume anyone died because we don't have a body count.
Anyone died. I'm not saying they didn't.
I'm not saying they didn't.
They probably did.
They probably did. He assumes they died. So like,
you know, MauLer, you shouldn't be doing this thing that I'm doing.
But yeah, like,
you know,
I can't really understand somebody having the position that if we don't literally see dead bodies in a, I mean, teenager, I wouldn't say kids. Is this a PG-13 movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's PG-13. It's a teens movie, right? So, but like, I don't understand the position that we didn't see any dead corpses, and so that means nobody died in this PG-13 movie.
Well, hey, Adept, that guy, you remember in Terminator 2 when the floopy Terminator threw that guy out of the helicopter? He's probably fine.
Yeah,
we didn't see him die. He's probably okay. He just like fell off like onto the pavement, just like, oh, that was weird. Anyway, let me go get a sandwich.
I've watched a lot of kids movies recently, and it's actually remarkable to me how many times someone dies in those movies, but they expertly like get the point across in maybe a way that a younger kid wouldn't realize it, but older people would.
Yeah,
I think it's pretty. You know, it's a craft to like show someone dying without showing them dying. But now there's people who are like, well, we didn't see their body. We didn't see a body count, so they didn't die. Like, this cannot be a real stance.
I remember in what's it called? The Winter Soldier, in the beginning, Captain America kicks a guy in the spine and he falls off of a ship into the cold depths of the ocean. But we didn't see him die, so he's probably fine.
Yeah, that's a choreography issue.
Kidul says, if they aren't dead on screen, they aren't dead. Not saying they haven't died. Paradox. Yeah. Oh, Cat Lover redeemed.
Metal Gear Solid 3 joke there somewhere.
Cat Lover redeemed the cute voices. I'm Machiavellian. Like, I gotta read everything. Let me turn on the timer for 1 minute. I have to do the cute voice.
When you need to make sure the timer is only going when you would be speaking, not when...
It's like Avatar The Last Airbender when they mentioned Jet in Season 3 dying, and Sokka said, you know, it's never said, it's never stated, it was kind of... What did he say? It was kind of
unclear.
It was kind of unclear, you know?
It's like, no, we all know Jet died.
We all know Jet died. Small aside, but I thought it was really annoying when they put Jet in the menu of the Blu-ray. So it spoils that Jet is going to be in Season 2 of Avatar The Last Airbender. That. It's like, why did you do this? Why would you do this?
This is why you don't watch the Blu-rays. You just rip them and then play them on like Jellyfin or whatever.
I destroyed the old lady. Menus. Heck, got her folded. Frick the old lady.
All right.
But property damage is not the same thing as a fatality, is it? First off, that's one big issue right there. But secondly, let's take a look right.
Property damage isn't the same as a fatality. Correct.
That's true.
But it's still property damage.
Okay, I know, but like to me, it's just like a non sequitur. It's like, okay, that doesn't have anything to do with what we're talking about. To me, it's maybe worse than a non sequitur. It's trying to say that there was no death that happened in the scene. It was only property damage, when it's like, okay, cop cars were getting shot with weapons of war.
Yeah.
Buildings were being destroyed. Like, there's people in there.
Like, guys, I don't want to understate it. Oh, Catler's clipped me again with the cute voice.
Yes.
He's going to run the Gruff Donaar cute voice industrial complex, bro. Anyways, like, I don't want to understate how much damage this BTR is doing as it's driving through the streets of New York. If anyone has seen Jason Bourne, the movie, that part where the guy's
you say
like...
Jason Bourne, the movie?
Yeah, there's a movie called Jason Bourne. There's the Bourne...
Okay.
Identity, Born Supremacy, Born Ultimatum, and then Jason Bourne. That's the name of the movie.
There's a fourth one?
Yeah, it was. I remember watching it and I remember liking it, but that was before I was more critical in movies. Anyways, there's a part where a guy drives this like military grade 18-wheeler through a bunch of cars, and it's actually insane. It's doing that amount of damage. That's the amount of damage the BTR is doing. Oh
yeah, you're right.
We're going to actually each other until the Earth unravels. Yes, actually.
There's the Born Identity, the Born Supremacy, the Born Ultimatum, which I remembered all of those because those are probably the only good ones. And then there's the Born Legacy and Jason Bourne.
Wait, the Born Legacy and then Jason Bourne?
Yeah, there's 5 movies.
What? There's what?
All right, guys, we're cancel the stream. We're binge watching the Bourne series now. No,
that's crazy. Anyway, back to this stuff.
Right here, why can't Jean Grey just body hop into the director's brain? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well, for one, she just can't reach him. Halfway through the film, she does try to break.
We both try to pause at the same time.
She can't reach him. She literally walks into his office like at the halfway point of the movie, or like 3/4 or 3.
Talking about Spider-Man's?
No, Jean Grey. She literally walks into his office and he's like, can't reach him.
Well, but at that point she like broken into the facility.
But like my point is, it's harder to break into the facility than it is to just walk in as somebody else.
Well, like, how do I say this? She doesn't even have to reach him at DODC.
Yeah,
like she can literally just chill outside of DODC, figure out where he goes, where he lives, and then just body hop into him when he's not at the DODC.
Like he's in New York. Take control of the mind of the pizza guy when he's getting pizza delivered to his apartment because he lives in New York, and that's what they all do.
Yeah,
and
it's not really shown in the movie like that the DODC headquarters is somehow like hardened against telepathic attack or anything like that.
Adept.
It really doesn't make sense.
I've been hearing so many people say that
a lot of cope.
The security system we see that almost kills Spider-Man, that is what should have stopped anyone coming in that was being controlled by Jean Grey.
So I think he'll get to this in the video, so I don't want to go into it too deep right now. But like, so I've heard some people say that, and then other people will say, well, the DODC director said, Spider-Man, we need your help because you're the only one that can detect this person, right? We need your help with that. And then I've heard other people say, well, he was lying because they've studied Sarah Gray, and so they'll be able to detect it. And I'm not sure where I fall on that because I'm trying to figure out why would he lie.
I don't think that's a lie. I don't remember them having anything either. Like that. So, I think that's a jump.
So I'm trying to justify it. It's like, okay, why would he lie? And I can't really think of a reason why. So then I jump to, okay, is there anything else that justifies him, or justifies that they have technology to detect Jean, which I don't think they show in the movie. They understand the 33-foot rule. They understand a little bit about telepathy because they did run tests on Sarah Gray. But as far as I'm aware, they didn't show anything. Like the thing is, we have defenses against telepathy. Then why doesn't everybody have a Magneto helmet?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. I can see reasons like why they would lie to Spider-Man. Player cards, close to your chest. He may not be able to be controlled by Jean Grey now, but if he can in the future, then you just gave him valuable information, that sort of thing. Or he could tell someone else unwittingly. But I just don't see this is a jump that's not supported by anything in the movie that they should have anything to protect themselves from Jean Grey at all. That's kind of the whole crux of their conflict, is that they are hilariously outmatched by her powers. Okay, we're back.
Oh no, it's going. It's going.
I
Oh,
think.
it's loading again.
Yeah, it's loading for me too. Da.
It's going again. Oh.
Okay, yeah, we're back. Anyway, so I guess we should just move on because we're just rambling at this point.
Yeah, we'll get to this later on.
Break into his office and get into his head, but
Doesn't need to break into his office.
Let me roll him back a little bit.
well, for one, she just can't reach him. Halfway through the film, she does try to break into his office and get into his head, but she just can't reach him at that point. It's a lot of guard.
So the film shows her not being able to reach him at that point, but it doesn't make sense that the film is showing that.
Yeah.
It doesn't justify that. That'd be like me watching like a Sonic movie and be like, oh yeah, Sonic can just fly without the Chaos Emeralds. I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense. Like, oh well, it happened in the movie. I'm like, okay, well that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Like, it's one of those things where like people, you died again. Yeah, we're back. Hopefully you see us that we're back, but it's annoying. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to call the internet company again. I've tried it twice now. Anyway, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, don't believe your lying eyes. Go by what the movie wants you to think.
Guards, she's got the right person to get in, you know.
Also, like, again, he's sneakily bypassed the whole like premise of MauLer's argument. It's like, why can't she just body hop into people until she eventually gets to Metzger? He's like, oh well, she can't do that. Later in the film, she's in his office and there's guards in between him and her, so she can't get to him. It's like, that's not what he's asking.
She doesn't need to physically be there.
She doesn't need to physically be there.
That's the whole point of her powers.
It's crazy. And there's like this saying, I forget, or not a saying, it's like some kind of, I don't know what it is, but like everyone is within 7 points of contact within everyone, or from everyone else.
Yes, everyone's within 6 degrees of everyone else. So like,
Yeah.
I know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows.
Like, I know someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows someone who knows like Pierce Brosnan or somebody, right? Like,
Yeah,
but
I know
this would be, yeah, it's crazy. It would be like less than that because all these people work in the same like department.
But once again, she does not have to get to his office in any way, shape, or form. He has to go home.
And not only that, they have what's it called? She gains all of their knowledge when she jumps into them.
She doesn't gain it immediately, but she can get it.
I'm not sure that there's a distinction of that in the film.
Portrays it. Well,
regardless of if that's the case or not, she has access.
She has access to it. Yeah.
So like, even if she
we have a first class citizen chat with Kirill. With all these response videos, I missed the feature MauLer had in his Dark Souls 2 video where the statement was written down while he was responding to it. I don't watch MauLer videos, so do you understand that?
Yeah, so he would like have text on screen, like the argument in full, so that anyone watching, like physically watching, not just listening, they could read the text to sort of get a better understanding if they missed it the first go around. And it was
Doesn't
just
MauLer
clearer.
like Dark Souls 2?
No, he freaking hates it.
Okay, I was about to say.
He did
Dark
a
Souls
9-hour
2
series
is,
on it. You should watch it.
Why would I need a 9-hour series to affirm my correct opinion?
It's cathartic.
Oh, true.
I'm dying of fatigue, my friend. I'm not going to staying a long time. Really sorry. Oh, do not worry about it at all, Cat Lover. I thank you for coming by at all.
Yes, even though you're a second-class citizen, we respect you. You do not have any responsibility to listen to us yap.
He's saying that because you're on Twitch, not because of any other reason.
And because you're French.
No. It's okay. Take care. Yeah, take care, Cat Lover. Let's keep moving on because we're not even 5 minutes into this 3-hour long video.
For another, they're never off guard. And secondly,
they're never off guard. They have no defenses.
That's a simple
I have my fists up. I can block your telepathic
if she's not even sure if the information lies with the director.
She doesn't have to be sure the information is there. She just controls his head and be like, is there information here? No. Okay, moving on.
To To give everyone the complete context, Jean Grey and her sister Sarah Grey are in a park mind controlling people for practice or fun. It's not clear. Department of Damage Control comes and kidnaps her sister. Some undisclosed amount of time later, Jean Grey receives a telepathic message from her sister that says VMAX. That's all she knows. So she thinks, oh, VMAX must be really important. I have to find out what VMAX is. And that's what she
to
is
find
like.
my sister.
To find my sister, right? That's why she's like looking for information with damage control to find out what VMAX is, because she thinks it will lead her to her sister. When really, she could be looking for both. She doesn't have to look for one or the other. She could be looking for both.
She's not actually after VMAX. She's after her sister.
Yeah, that's her main objective.
Only lead is VMAX. But if she finds, in Master's head where Sarah is, and like, okay, forget VMAX, I know where my sister is now.
It's kind of laughable to say that VMAX is her only lead when she has like basically categorized access to all the minds and knowledge and info that Damage Control has at their fingertips. Like, she could just look at all their memories, like all of them.
We'll get to something interesting later.
She could just
computers and hacking.
She could just take a day, sit in her favorite chair and like start mind jumping until she gets to Damage Control and just like cycle through people and just go through all their memories until she finds something. Anyway.
Any of that happened. Also, and this is actually very important. After all this, we learned that she did hack multiple computers that Yelena pointed out, and she hacked them with the intention of looking for a code called VMAX. She went for the least resistance possible first.
I do not agree.
Let him finish this point.
Okay.
Didn't find what she was looking for because VMAX isn't a code name for anything. It's the last thing her sister saw before dying.
Well,
let him finish this point.
I just want to say, before I'll let him finish this point, I do not agree that hacking is the path of least resistance. If she just read people's minds and left no one the wiser, that is clearly the path of least resistance. Anyways.
Yeah.
And so went to more drastic measures to find answers. The problem is that MauLer is using his knowledge of the end of the film to dictate actions taken before the film starts. We know.
Yeah, so this is just incorrect. Like you were saying, talking about like hacking. I remember it was much later in the video, because at this point, 5 minutes in, I still had a soul. But I remember later on, maybe we'll get to it, and then I'll bring it up again. But I was literally just like raging about like, she is a telepath. Hacking is not how she gets information. Mind control is how she gets her information. So like, the fact that she's hacking, I mean, I can understand like, oh no, telepathically, mind controlling somebody and then using their position to hack into something to look up VMAX. Like, that makes a lot of sense, right? Control F, VMAX, nothing comes up. At that point, it's like, okay, well, I'm just gonna go do what I do now. That should be the next logical step. Like, and she does that to get information on Spider-Man. So that she knows she can do that she can jump into somebody's head and get info. And she doesn't even really control Spider-Man. So how, like, you know what I mean?
Did you say earlier that...
hold on, wait, let me move backwards. We know she did that with other people, but she didn't get information from Spider-Man from his head. That was like way later on with like Aunt May.
Yeah. Did you say earlier that it was logical for her to try hacking first?
Look, I'm saying that it's logical because
if she chose to hack first,
it's fine to like get to somebody with access to the database, Control F, VMAX. That can be that's a good way to get a lead, right? That makes logical sense to try first.
Bye, Raven. Thank you for watching.
That doesn't work. Thank you for watching. Now you move on, and it's like, okay, now let me just like mind control people because I can't Control F in the database. I can just figure out, okay, who would know about this? Who would know about this? Who would know about this?
Yeah, just cycle through. Take a day.
We have a first class citizen chat.
Hold on. Before one came in chronologically before that one. Steven asked, "Isn't this supposed to be Spider-Man? Why the heck is Titanic on the screen?" Some allegory or something that MauLer's doing that this guy paused on. We don't know yet. From Kirill, a complaint I haven't heard from anyone. I wish more characters had colorful outfits, as despite the amount of characters, we only have Spider-Man and the Hand. More MCU than movie issue, but still. Bro, I'm so angry at what they did to the Hand in this movie. Oh my god. Like, people don't remember, but like 10 years ago, the Hand were in Daredevil, and they like had a whole, like, there was world building for the Hand that they just completely do away with in this movie. To be fair,
there's also world building, I don't know if you've seen in the Defenders.
I haven't gotten to the Defenders yet.
Yeah, it's unfortunate what happened with the Defenders.
Oh, I can't wait. I've heard rumblings. But yeah, I've heard the Defenders is not great. But let's go ahead and move on. In terms
of colorful outfits, yeah, I want the purplest shorts on the Hulk next time I see him. I want him to be in an insane asylum where they have purple uniforms, and then he breaks out, and that's how he has the most purple shorts you've seen in your life.
Oh, that she did try hacking into computers. There you go.
For some reason.
Plus, this is very important.
Very important.
It's a very important thing. How does she even know the information is with the...
Why did he make a cut there?
I imagine maybe he, like, stammered or something. Maybe he read a chat that wasn't particularly
I don't know.
relevant. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt here.
It's an edited video, whatever.
Yeah.
Director. Do you think the
Hold on, what did you say?
This is very important. It's a very important thing. How does she even know the information is with the director?
Even if it's not, don't you think it's worth checking?
Yeah, like if you're investigating...
At no cost to yourself, you literally sit in your favorite chair, take a day, and look?
Yeah, like you don't have to know someone has information to go looking for it there. That's not... Because the point he's making is that MauLer is using his knowledge of the film to like criticize the film on things that could not have been known, but like you don't have to know where the information is to look for it in likely places. The director of the DODC is a great place to start when you're looking for information that the DODC probably has.
Like, do you think this guy knows about detectives and stuff? Do you think that would like blow his mind? I was like, wait a minute, you don't have information, but you look anyway? What?
The only way for me to make sense of this is that Anthony does not like MauLer, so he's looking for some way to knock MauLer down a peg.
He's looking for any foothold he can possibly find, and it's kind of embarrassing him a bit at how he's handling these arguments. But like, let's give the biggest benefit of a doubt possible to him. Let's say Jean Grey didn't know like who Metzger was. He didn't know. Let's say she didn't know there was a director of damage control
Which she
at
should
all.
have, considering she was mind controlling a bunch of damage control people, but still.
Well, yeah, that's where I'm going with this. Is like once she just has to mind control one person. Okay, who's who around here? Let me find the company like roster or whatever. Okay, this person does this. Interesting. They might know this person. Okay, this guy knows that person. This person knows that. And she just keeps on building her way up until she's like, okay, this Metzger guy, he's the director. Let me see what he knows. Average liberal debate, all talk, no research, IMO. Them darn liberals. This is the future the liberals want. But yeah, like, the biggest benefit of a doubt, like, she has no idea that even if she doesn't know what a director is, she would be able to gain this knowledge by just looking.
She gained enough knowledge to figure out which prison Scorpion was in.
Oh, do we want to talk about how the heck does does she break out Scorpion, or should we just wait until they bring it up?
We'll get to it. But what I'm saying is, like, she gained enough knowledge from mind controlling people to figure out where Scorpion was. I think it's probably easier to figure out who's the CEO of this company than it is find one single prisoner.
Yeah. Moving on.
Do you think the President of the United States knows every little tiny thing his technicians do?
No, but the president of the United States would have a cabinet that you would know if you delve into his mind, so you could delve into the cabinet's mind, which you can delve into, go down the ladder. Like, start somewhere. Come on, man.
He makes this point a couple times about, like, delegation and things like that. And, like, I think the point he really makes is, like, you should know that, MauLer, and Gene would know that. But honestly, like, Gene's a teenager. I'm not sure how much he knows about, like, corporate structure. But also, like you're saying, it's very easy to find someone if you assume that Gene knows the corporate structures and things like that. Okay, I'll start at the bottom, go up and up and up and up, find the director, and then figure out, okay, delegates. Ah, this guy knows.
And, like, even if she didn't know, she would find out. That's the point. She would, because the people that she's mind controlling, they know. And then she would know. Like, it's such a simple, I wouldn't even call it a jump. It's so logical. It's like, oh, if I take a step with my right foot, and then I take a step with my left foot, I'll be 2 steps from where I was standing before. It's weird. The missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. That sort of thing. Anyways, mind control our president. Good luck getting anything. This is a poor argument. Kirill, fair point, Steven. For some of these things, I prefer a wiki pulled up on the others tab just to check. Yeah, she could literally just, like, pull up a wiki. What is the Department of Damage Control? Because at this point, they're public. She could literally just Google them.
I'm pretty sure if you put on Google Maps DODC headquarters, it would show up.
I don't think, like, in their world, yeah. Anyways, moving on.
Probably not. So this information is delegated through computer systems first, so
It's delegated through computer systems, so no one knows. It's not in the conscious minds of any living human being. It's all in computers.
Went to those resources first.
That's why it's not in the mind of any human being, so it's only in the computers. That's why she went there. Sure, buddy, sure.
She's hacking a data center to access the files.
Wait, what happened? Go back.
Also,
it skipped for me.
Again, this notion that hacking top secret government databases is a lighter step than just reading someone's mind without them the wiser. Like, we can talk about
it's
more.
Not even really hacking. It's literally just logging in with the person's credentials and looking.
You would get their password. Like, the fact that he thinks that this is... but even then, that leaves a digital footprint. Someone would be like, hey, you logged in here. It's like, wait, no, I didn't. Like, just read the mind. It leaves no trace. A transcript of the movie itself is to not forget anything important. A transcript would help with that, yeah.
So this information is delegated through computer systems first, so she went to those resources first. She's hacking a data center to access the files. She's not going to waste her time going to the director, who might not know the specific information himself anyway.
Waste of time.
It's a waste of time to check.
Investigating is a waste of time.
It's a waste of time to check. Again,
it's like a...
favorite chair.
If you, like... Finding out that something is not there is not a waste of time.
Yeah.
Like, that's just literally how investigations work. You find things and you end up at dead ends until you find the through line.
You're checking off the possibilities. It's like in all the cop shows when, like, it's like when they're talking to, like, the spouse of someone who just died and they say, hey, I hate to ask, but I have to. Where were you at this time last night? Like, they're asking... Just to check off possibilities. It's the most basic form of investigation. Like, whenever you lose your keys and you know you had them in the house, like, if you go to, like, I don't know, go to, like, where would I never put my keys?
No. If I lose my keys, I can't look for them. I have to figure out where they are before looking at all.
Literally nothing has changed. It's just being floopy to... Oh, are we back? We might be back. I think we're back. You said you got YouTube? Yeah, I have a YouTube. You can find the link to it in the About section of my Twitch, I think. Twitch is a little bit weird because it varies from mobile to desktop, because Twitch is dying. Brother, YouTube is not doing much better. I have no idea why it's like this today. It's very, very strange. This is now the third time I have initiated a new YouTube stream. I haven't had to do this for like, what, 3 or 4 years? Or no, 3 years. Very weird. Anyway, we are back. I don't know where Adept is. I'm just gonna keep soldiering on. Let's go ahead and continue.
And look for information that way. The problem is, the data point she's looking for isn't in the computer systems.
That is... Again, so he's focused on VMAX. We went over this earlier. She got a telepathic message from Sarah that just said VMAX. The thing about VMAX is later on we find out VMAX isn't code for any official project or anything. It just happens to be the last words that her sister saw before she died. And it's implied that her sister's body entered into like a fight or flight situation and just sent out a last-ditch effort. It sent out a message to Jean Grey wherever she was, and that's what she got. VMAX, the last words that her sister saw. And if you're wondering what VMAX actually is, it's a label on an air vent. The label says Vent Max, but part of it is peeled off, and so it says VMAX. That's what VMAX is. And he's saying, oh, well, the whole problem is that Jean Grey doesn't know that VMAX isn't a thing. It's not going to be in the computer systems. Didn't he just say that it's not right to like take stuff that we know from the end of the film and use it incorrectly for motivations for characters at the beginning of the film when they don't know it? YouTube is back going over VMAX because he just said the problem with her looking for VMAX is that she's not going to find it because it's not a thing.
Yeah, which is like doesn't really matter whether she's looking for VMAX
she doesn't know that, and he just
looking
said
for her sister.
He just said, yeah, she doesn't only need to look for VMAX. She could look for both. And he just said, oh, you shouldn't be taking stuff we find out later in the movie and using it incorrectly at the beginning of the movie. It's just, man, it's awful.
Yeah,
anyway.
To only look for VMAX instead of also Sarah Gray, especially when you're hacking the computers, is also really stupid.
Yeah.
Like, whatever.
We're 6.5 minutes through this video, but trust me, guys, he repeats himself a lot. I will. He repeats himself a lot, so we are not going to be going at this pace the whole thing. Trust me.
She's looking for the word VMAX.
I haven't seen it, and he's butchering the heck out of his film with no valid bullet points, so he's just a waste of my time and of the world's oxygen.
Oh my goodness. Second class is in base.
Which means nothing. It's nonsense, ultimately. It's just a little vent label that's peeled off slightly. So
that's why she shouldn't be looking for VMAX, guys, because it doesn't mean anything.
Did he say she shouldn't be looking for VMAX?
Let me roll it back just to make sure.
First, she's hacking a data center to access the files. She's not going to waste her time going to the director, who might not know the specific information himself anyway, as far as she knows, when she can hack the system and look for information that way. The problem is, the data point she's looking for isn't in the computer systems. She's looking for the word VMAX, which means nothing. It's nonsense, ultimately. It's just a little vent label that's peeled off slightly.
So he's kind of made a non sequitur. I don't know what he's talking about here.
Well, the thing is, he's talking about, like, MauLer is saying, why would she go with the drive a BTR through New York City plan? Yeah. And he's saying, like, well, of course, that's the natural way that it should go because she couldn't find VMAX in the computer system, which to me, I would tell him, well, you just said she would go to the computer system because she doesn't know the director of the DODC would know, which, I mean, I'm just going to grant that's like, oh, yeah, that's a logical thing, which I don't think is logical, but let's just follow his line of reasoning. so she doesn't find VMAX by going through the computer system. The next logical thing would be to go to the director of the DODC. And then if that doesn't work, then now let's drive a BTR through New York City. Because apparently, like, you know, but then also, like, why would you do that? Because she's trying to break into DODC now to get to the director. So, like, let's say we're back to the problem of why are you breaking in to DODC when you can just mind jump through people to get to him?
Yeah, because like she's using the BTR and doing all that stuff to find out information. If in this other film she already has that information, or she knows that no one at DODC has that information, what would be the point in breaking in at that point? Anyway.
Then she goes back to the beginning and searches Control F Sarah Gray instead of VMAX.
So even right there, your logic doesn't really add anything. You're not looking at it correctly.
You're not looking at it correctly.
It's fine. Keep going. Let it keep going.
But most importantly of all, and this is the key thing here, if the movie ended that quickly, you wouldn't have an action set piece to watch.
I reject this meta-analysis. If your movie does not stand on its own, then you've written a poor plot. You've written a poor movie. Yes, I know it's okay to be like, well, we can't end the movie here because there's still more movie that needs to be had. People need their money's worth, but that's not a reason to write a bad script.
To his credit, I think that's the direction he's going. He says that, like, you know, that's the real reason why we did this, not for any like real logical reason that holds any weight art wise.
But it's still a bad reason.
Oh yeah, it's a terrible reasoning. I've heard people say this before. It was like why, like, when someone does a stupid decision to make an action set piece happen, someone will be like, why did they do this? It's out of character. They should know not to do this. They have every reason not to do this. Why do they do this? And someone will be like, well, they need an action set piece for the third act.
Yeah, it's a false dichotomy. It's like the choices are not they act rationally and we don't get a set piece versus they act sorry. They act in character and we don't get a set piece versus they act out of character and we get a set piece. Those are not the two options.
That's why I love Underwater so much, because every character in that film is a professional and they act like professionals and they still somehow make a movie out of it. It's crazy. Weird.
Yeah. So everybody watching right now, stop watching. Well, like and subscribe and then go watch Underwater. Stop watching right now.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
That's the real answer. There is explanation and context to explain why these are the measures she's taking. But that's it. Spider-Man has to go in and save people.
So Aquaman, basically, I did not watch Aquaman because I knew.
The DCEU never had a chance. Like the
Snyder needs to pay for what he's done.
The DCEU versus the MCU. I mean, I'm not saying the MCU is like the best thing ever. I mean, the original run of it was pretty good, but it's literally like Coughing Baby versus Atomic Bomb.
Versus Hydrogen Bomb.
Yeah.
It's a mystery.
Hello, I am under the water. Help! Come help! Glup 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 glup.
The problem is also that MauLer's critiques often function on the logic that characters must act logically.
No,
rationally.
This is what I was talking about earlier. He means the difference between rational and irrational. I freaking hate this argument. People keep wheeling it out, and it is I take this as a sign of, like, low intelligence that people wheel out this argument. This and some other arguments. I've been collecting a tally of, like, all these arguments I keep seeing that stupid people keep using. Anyways, I freaking...
We have a first class chatter. Coughing Baby versus Coughing Baby assembly line. Yes, exactly.
Oh, I forgot. I need to get YouTube on the screen because...
Oh, well, that's the only one we've had. Oh, well, the Texan's been saying some stuff. Also, 9 bread of D, trust us.
This is so weird. I trust you. Yes, a natural way. Could have been an espionage mission. Yeah, that would have been cool. Coughing Baby versus Coughing Baby assembly line.
But yeah, even saying like logical versus illogical and rational versus irrational, to me, it's just in character logic versus out of character logic.
How long is this video? It's 3 hours.
We're at
are
17-17. Let's go.
7-17.
Get on with it.
No one can just be a terrorist who blows buildings up. They have to be the most straightforward, not want to cause any harm.
No one is saying
Jean
that.
Grey is that she does want to cause harm. She's fucking pissed.
I hate this argument as well, where they're like, oh, well, she was angry.
Well, I don't think that's the point he's making right now, but he's actually making a point against his point later on. But Jean Grey at this moment is angry, and apparently she wants to cause harm. I don't think that's the truth. She wants to find her sister. It's
No, I think
in,
I'm convinced she wants to cause harm.
to DODC for sure.
Yeah. Well, so just an average woman. Oh, anyway. I think she takes glee
I think there's
in
lots
just
of men who want to cause harm.
I think Jean Grey takes glee in hurting people. You know, the whole like meme, hurt people, that sort of thing. Except
hurt people.
Yeah, you never heard that before?
I've heard it, but in Jean Grey's case, it's just hurt people. That's what she has in her brain.
Yeah, innocent people who have no. Oh, dude, it's not in this video, but you remember that guy in the movie who gets run over?
Yes.
There's been this like debate on Twitter.
You haven't watched this whole video. You don't know if it's in it or not.
Well, if it is, I'll tackle it right now. There's been a debate about how, like, that guy, when basically the way the story goes is Jean Grey hopped in his mind. She saw something, and she knew he deserved to get run over.
Is that for real? People are saying that?
Yes. I was about to call it post hoc, but it's not even post hoc. Post hoc is like when you find out something afterwards and you retroactively justify something. We don't find anything out about that guy. He's just dead.
Yeah, well,
it's
but
worse.
You didn't see his corpse. You don't know if he's dead.
Yeah, I know, Texan. It's infuriating. Anyways, she was mad, guys. Would Child Protective Services undo the movie? Yes. Because
I don't think I would trust Jean Grey's moral compass to judge people.
Oh, she's a terrible person. You saw, bro, he is dead. We didn't see anything. You saw the same movie we saw. Shut the up.
Hey, I would take crippled for life.
Oh my god, I'm livid. Not only my game crashed, this guy's still up on the vid. But yeah, Child Protective Services might actually have stopped this movie because apparently, we don't see it, but before the movie starts, apparently Jean Grey and Sarah Grey were with their mom, and
they were like abandoned by their mom.
Well, no, I think she died.
Did she? I'm pretty sure they were abandoned. No, because I'm pretty sure, like, it's a plot point that Sarah and Jean's mother didn't want them.
Oh, I don't remember.
Because she properly hates telepaths.
Who does? Oh, their mom. Okay.
I don't know if that's really the reason, but that's my that's my headcanon, because you should hate telepaths.
I think we should hate telepaths who abuse their power. That's the nuance I'm going to take.
So all of them.
I'm gonna. They could use it for good. Anyways, maybe they hopped into her mind and made her stand in front of an oncoming car.
Oh my God.
Maybe, you never know. Anyway,
maybe they just wanted an Xbox.
They just wanted an Xbox.
So she does want to hurt people. People are like, oh, well, she's sympathetic. Oh, well, she's the villain. I'm saying she's an angry teenager with powers that dehumanize the world, and she wants to fuck some shit up. So she's not going to be nice about it.
So I think that the movie wants us to believe that. The trouble is that the movie doesn't follow through with that. The movie kind of like, we'll get to it though. We'll get to it. Texan, that is the average K-drama plot and makes more sense than this guy.
That's the reality of it. Hey, listen.
I don't know how this contradicts what MauLer said. I guess he's trying to go like, oh, she wouldn't do any of this because she's irrational. She's not going to do any of that.
He's trying to say it's logical for her to go on this rampage instead of just going to the director of the DODC to find her sister.
And like,
Which to me, it's like, why would you not just go get the information and then kill everybody in the building?
and he's operating on a different paradigm that we're not even like gonna entertain. He's operating on the paradigm like, oh, Jean Grey, she should, like, he thinks MauLer is trying to say Jean Grey in character should not want to hurt people. She should try to find the stealthiest approach, and she should try to cause the least amount of damage possible. That's what he thinks MauLer is saying, when really what MauLer is saying is that this is the path of least resistance. It is the easiest, most efficient way to get what she wants, and she doesn't do it. And there's no good reason why she doesn't do it. She's not shown to be blinded by rage. She's not shown to be like a Wanda type character where she's just an imbecile having a woman moment. Like, it's not good. Anyways, this guy is not operating on the same like plane of thought that we are, and I don't mean that like he's stupid. I would never say that. I think he's got the wrong idea of what MauLer is proposing.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Someone's an asshole. They're gonna fuck some shit up. If you're a pissed off teenager and you're angry at the government and you have the power to enact your rage against them, that's what happens. Also, how do we define innocent civilian?
Oh God. Okay, we're gonna
not involved.
Yeah, we're gonna tackle that in a little bit. But like, let's say Jean Grey was.
Let's tackle it now.
Well, hold on. I have a question. Let's say Jean Grey was like overcome with rage. I don't think she would go about it in this way. I feel like Jean Grey overcome with rage is what we see at the end of the movie. Not saying that she should have that power in the beginning, but she's like, I don't have, my only goal is to like kill, cause damage, and like she wouldn't be conducting schemes and trying to like get to specific places. Like if she was just angry, she just wants to mess stuff up like this guy says, she wouldn't do what she did in the film.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about what defines innocent civilians. Innocent definition.
Here we go.
That's question 2. Is
what?
the grandmother driving a tank innocent? Probably. Are most people who are hurt innocent? I'd say probably 2 to some extent.
2?
It's like the question.
No, he's saying as well.
Oh yeah, okay.
You know,
Real
if you're a
quick.
janitor on
Innocent adjective. We got free from legal guilt or fault, free from guilt or sin, especially through lack of knowledge of evil, blameless, harmless in effect or intention. Let's see here. Lacking or reflecting a lack of sophistication, guile, or self-consciousness. So, like, basically non-sapient.
Well, I think that's trying to like describe naive.
Yeah. So, I mean, we don't know if like any animals are killed. I would venture to say they are by Jean's actions. If like there's a dog in a car that crashes, it's dead. So they're innocent. Guy
Whatever.
on his commute, he doesn't know anything about what's going on. He hasn't done anything illegal. The rats died exactly.
Just let him finish his point, and then we can rip it apart.
the Death Star when Luke Skywalker blows. Are most people who are hurt innocent? I'd say probably 2 to some extent. It's like the question of if you're a janitor on the Death Star when Luke Skywalker blows it up, you know? It's that old joke. I think it's a good thing, actually, to write characters who are not always the most logical, because it makes...
Yes, irrational characters are okay.
Yes, I agree. But I also don't want to, like, just jump over that Luke Skywalker comparison. That's wartime. That's, like, people don't like to talk about it, but there is going to be collateral. I mean, we have the Geneva Conventions in real life to prevent that sort of thing as best we can. But it's war. Stuff is going to happen. I don't feel like that's an apt comparison at all. Anyway,
makes the movie more interesting. If the characters in Fargo acted intelligently and wisely, the movie would be over in 5 seconds. It never gets started.
The same argument that no one is making. He's arguing against the argument that no one is making.
More like Geneva's suggestions. Heyo! Exactly. Like, he's arguing for irrational characters which no one is arguing against. We're saying that they're acting illogically, which he takes as irrational, which is incorrect.
Because the characters are morons who think they're intelligent. Jean is a scared kid who, despite her dehumanization perspective of humanity, that she is so detached from humanity because she can hop in people's brains and control them.
Never been this bad. Okay, we're back, I think.
I don't know if we're back. It's still loading on my end.
Okay, we're back. Yeah, we're back.
It's back.
I don't know what's going on there. It's so weird.
Her plan ultimately is...
Oh yeah, what I was saying before, he's just going on and on and on about stuff that MauLer is going to address, but he's just like doing it. And I know that might be, you know, funny for me to say, but like he's ran quite ahead of this. He's ran away from the argument that MauLer has put forth. He's like going on and on and on.
He's made up a straw man to attack.
Oh yeah, someone needs to defeat that straw man. There's this funny joke on EFET where they're like, he's like, the guy's like wailing on a straw man. He's like, hey, you good, buddy? And he's like holding straw in his hands, like, you're already defeated. Okay.
Use the Hulk to break into damage control, break into damage control facility, and then jump into and breed the director's brain. So again, the problem is all of that's pretty basic.
That's basic.
Let's set some super chats.
Hold on. Let me make sure I'm not misunderstanding him.
Use the Hulk, hone in on Peter for a while to keep him from interfering with her plan. Her plan ultimately is
to mind control the Hulk so that he can read the director's mind. So we have arrived all the way back to the conclusion of what MauLer proposed in the first place. Just read the director's mind. What do you even say to that, man?
Well, if her plan was to ultimately mind control the Hulk, why did she break Scorpion out of jail?
Well, no, he says that ultimately the plan is to mind control the Hulk in order to mind control Metzger.
Well, yeah, but then why did she break Scorpion out of jail?
Oh, it was to find computer records to try and find more information about VMAX. I blank on that part of the film as well, but apparently that's what it was. I hated the movie, that's it. This guy can't convince me. He's not doing a good job. A lot of people forget that... Go on.
I wish he did a better job, because I did like the movie, but it has lots of flaws.
Like, a lot of people forget that when you do stuff like this, you're supposed to, like, be convincing a different party. This feels like he's talking to people who already agree with him, because he always has this, am I right, fellas, like, type of attitude.
Yeah, sort of a preaching to the choir type thing.
Like, you got to put forth arguments. He kind of puts forth arguments. He makes an attempt.
Convincing arguments.
Yeah, he puts out like the idea of an argument, but he doesn't like fill it up with the minutia that would actually make it function as an argument.
Yeah, he has the idea of an argument, like the idea of a plan.
Yeah,
he has the concepts of an argument.
Yes, it's like LaCroix. It's like the concept of the flavor of fruit.
Okay.
Use the Hulk to break into damage control, break into damage control facility, and then jump into and breed the director's brain. So again, the problem is all of that's pretty basic, I think.
It's so basic that
super chats play real quick. It's a bunch of comments.
Oh, the super chats. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh,
yeah,
God.
He pauses the super chats. I honestly don't really feel like listening to the super chats. They're all pretty trash. But if you want to, we can.
Wasn't there 4 failed plans? Tank, Helicopter, Hulk, Punisher? Worse, there were 4 failed plans before all that. that all that happens after the 4 failed plans.
Yeah,
so
she like attacked DODC 4 times before the first thing where you see the BTR.
Well, no, the BTR is the 4th attempt we end up finding out.
The 4th one? Okay.
And throughout all of that, she couldn't think, man, what if I just like mind hop to like different people until I find Metzger?
These buildings if I just like use my powers.
She was gonna use an old lady janitor as a kamikaze suicide bomber.
She did.
Like she attempted that.
She just didn't end up, as far as I know, killing
She's
the
horrible.
janitor lady.
And we'll get to the other stuff later on. I guess you can listen to these. Maybe we'll read it out. I don't know.
A bunch of coming down.
At Bobaracus 9583 super chatted $2.94. I forgot how much his voice sounds like text to speech.
It's just
right. Very
terrible.
dry. Very, very dry.
I find MauLer's voice to be entertaining because he has like a inflection. He's done voice acting before.
I may have a skewed view of any sort of delivery. I listen to City Nerd, who has like the driest, like nerdiest voice ever.
Yeah, he always talks like this, and he always has this inflection, and he says things like this all the time. Whereas MauLer, he's like, he'll be talking like this and get really into his insults and his grammar.
I can understand people not liking his voice. That's definitely a valid position.
Yeah, it's like, I know I can't fault anyone for like not liking a voice. Am I the only one? I don't know. I find it like unsporting to like say out loud or in any online space like that's like public and unprompted to be like, I hate this guy's voice. Like, there are times
it's ad hominem, right?
There are times,
I hate your voice, I hate the look of your face, like
there are times when I have said it, but it's in the context of this guy is grating, like his arguments are grating and his voice on top of everything else. Because there are times where someone is like clearly not conscious of how they sound. They don't work to make themselves sound better. But I think you could tell the differences between someone criticizes someone for that kind of thing versus I just hate this person, so I'm just gonna insult them in any way I can.
Sure.
Anyways.
At Kanasha37 super chatted $5. I'm not kidding, but does he just repeat the same scenes over and over again?
Dude, they haven't like barely gone in the video.
Yes. It's
well, the
Nick Wolf.
I think they're talking about like his editing style.
When they don't.
My writing in here is that BND was much better than
Zero Ojolono 00 super chatted $2. I heard the writers of BND are co-writing Doomsday.
God.
I did not know that. Hopefully they're co-writing. Actually, never mind. I was trying to think of any small portion that would be good for them to co-write. There's not anything. The writing is the weakest part of this movie.
It's the worst part, I feel. Shoot, what was I gonna say?
Kirill, MauLer, CinemaSins doing a Snape impression. Anthony, if Squidward was a video essayist.
Dude, I freaking hate CinemaSins.
Kirill, I want one for me. I have a nasally voice. I've come to accept.
Would you describe your voice as nasally?
I feel like my recorded voice is nasally. I don't know.
Possibly. CinemaSins doing a Snape impression. I feel like that would be more nasally.
Like the sound of his voice.
Yeah. I'm imagining CinemaSins doing a Snape I have not seen Lord of the Rings. Oh my god. Harry Potter. I've not seen Harry Potter, by the way. I've just seen the memes where Snape sounds. Wait, I'm so stupid. I was thinking of the other guy, he who shall not be named.
Oh, Voldemort.
Voldemort, yeah. Snape. Okay, CinemaSins doing a Snape impression.
You don't look. I've watched the movies. I think that's hilarious. So I agree with it.
All right. I like his voice. I'll just leave it at that. I hate CinemaSins' voice. Actually, no, I don't.
Duality of man.
I don't hate CinemaSins' voice. I hate his points. He is like, he's not a good.
I think
video
the point
maker.
of CinemaSins is to be a joke.
CinemaSins.
CinemaSins.
Oh, you wish. See, it's like video game.
Don't soil my brain. Watch the video.
All right.
Hopefully, because the writing in BND was much better than a lot of the other MCU projects. But yeah, no,
Hold on. That I will say is actually true because there's some trash. He said that the writing in Brand New Day was better than a lot of MCU projects, and unfortunately, that is true.
Yeah, if anything, that speaks to how bad writing in the MCU has gotten. It used to be that when you watched like Phase 1 of the MCU, the worst experience you could have would be like, oh, that was okay. Nowadays,
yeah, like
if you
Thor: The Dark World was like, that was not great, whatever.
Like nowadays, it would be like, oh, that was like the worst movie ever made.
Yeah.
Like
nowadays,
Multiverse
they just
of
assassinate
Madness.
The character of your favorite characters.
Oh, so terrible. Remember when you know what? Never mind. Let's just go.
It's all well and good. So let me pause.
Oh yeah, the fact that these guys are going to be writing Doomsday. I wasn't going to watch Doomsday.
Co-writing.
I barely watched Spider-Man. I don't care. Like, I'm just not going to watch it. I'm done with the MCU forever.
Supers again, real quick. So yeah, the problem here is that, well, you know, like, what are we trying to do here? You know?
I don't know. I'm not
so
doing anything.
The big issue here is that MauLer is doing his thing where he tries to solve the movie.
This is another annoying point where I feel like yeah, I'm trying not to come off as like a white knight for MauLer. MauLer doesn't need my help to defend himself. But like, it's really annoying to see people who are like very reductive about MauLer as a reviewer. I find MauLer to be very talented at cutting through all the fluff and getting to the stuff that matters most, like the building blocks of the story. And he catches patterns very well. He's very good at catching patterns and motifs.
If there was ever a criticism I would give for MauLer is that a lot of the times he points out a problem in the movie, and it's not his thing, but like it would be nice if he would like offer solutions. Like
he
I don't know if you've
does
seen
do
the channel.
that.
I don't know if you've seen. There's a channel that's literally just called this channel or like the Endgame video. It's just this person literally made an entire channel just to upload a 2-hour video essay about Endgame. But
That's amazing.
It has like 1 million views. It's great. But they offer like solutions to the problems that they point out in the movie. And so when people say, "Oh, you're just trying to solve the movie," I'm like, "No, I'm trying." Like, there are like storytelling is full of problems to be solved. That's literally how that's how you write a script. You write it and you're like, "Oh, that's not good. Let me fix it." You know?
Right. And MauLer does do this in other videos. This guy says he's watched other MauLer videos, but he can't remember that for some reason. I just imagine it wasn't. I can't remember if there's like a little bit of it here in this video or not. But I imagine if there isn't, it's probably because he got this out of the door really quick, and he just wanted to focus on the.
I don't think
the criticisms first.
Rage video generally.
Yeah, it is a rant.
He doesn't offer solutions. He's just like, I hate this.
Yeah, and to be honest, I don't think the MCU is salvageable anymore. I don't know what you would be saving.
You could save it.
But who would you be saving? I guess Spider-Man?
Spider-Man. We'll save Spider-Man.
Spider-Man! Anyway.
And Thor. You can save Thor. And Hulk.
Please save Hulk. Please save Hulk. He needs your help. Anyway.
If you solve the movie, you're smarter than it. You crack the code.
And here's where he's like assigning motive. It's like, oh, he's like, MauLer's really, he's like an egomaniac. He needs to be smarter than the movie.
Boss. But the problem is that's really stupid.
Oh, dude. Wait, what? The full movie's on
YouTube?
Oh, no. That's Bubby.
No.
Never mind.
Bubby, I did share a vocoded to the Spider-Man 2 pizza theme version, but that got taken down. That was really funny.
I love how he's like, this is what MauLer is doing. This is what I say MauLer is doing, and what I say MauLer is doing is very stupid. I am very smart.
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding at best, a straw man at worst.
I think he's like, again, he's actively trying to find any foothold he can use to defame MauLer, and is just like, just stop, dude, stop. I got nary an idea what y'all talking about. That's okay.
Yeah, all you have
Thank
to
you
know
for
is
coming
that
by.
Brand New Day has weak writing.
Weak is one way to put it.
Frankly, it's a dumb idea. It's very boring to solve the movie.
It's boring to solve the movie. Okay.
It's just, I mean,
all I have to say is I wasn't bored. Now what?
It just sounds like this is a complaint against movie criticism. Because, like, if I point out, hey, this is not good, the writing is in fact bad, this is how it could be better, then I've solved the movie, and you're saying that's a bad thing, a dumb idea.
You know that they have, like, script doctors in Hollywood, right? They have people to, like, go over scripts and be like, oh, you made a mistake here, and here, and here, fix that, and you're golden. Like, that's a job that people go to school for, and they learn, and they teach other people how to do it. And, you know, as people go on in their career, they get better at it, and the writers who see these mistakes pointed out to them, they get better at their jobs, and it's like a whole thing, but apparently it's boring. Which, again, all I have to say is, well, I wasn't bored. Now what do we do? They should do that with this guy, obviously. Kill him, like Palpatine. Kill him now.
Like that. Because what you only end up doing is you pretty much just end up just writing a different script. Usually a lot less tension.
Wow.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Imagine writing a better script.
Imagine when you get rid of the mistakes and you put in a different story without those mistakes. Oh my god, it's different. That's weird. How did that happen?
Well, but I digress.
We have to make her a tight.
He says there's a lot less tension in that script, and once again, it's a false dichotomy. It's
Yeah.
not, oh, I can write a logical script with no tension versus an illogical script with tension. You can write a good script, and that will have real tension as opposed to fake tension.
Real, actual, genuine, bona fide tension. Also, I realized there's another problem we're gonna have to contend with in this video. I remember watching this video and realizing how he's mistaking what MauLer's saying, because he would pause him and then play and like forget what he was saying before. And we have spoken for like over an hour and a half almost on this video, and
It's been paused on this one frame, yeah.
yeah.
Well, to be fair, it's also some of it was super chats that we skipped.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm going by my stream timing.
You pretty much just end up just writing a different script.
If you can't write a script that doesn't have your retarded mistakes in it, but also retains tension, you probably shouldn't be writing scripts until you've solved that issue. Also, movies don't retain their tension with your mistakes in it. In fact, they have no tension because of those mistakes.
Yeah, if you're watching a movie, and usually the first time you watch a movie, you're not, in general, like if it's a halfway decent movie, you're not going to notice the flaws in it, in the writing.
Yeah,
but if like
it's movie magic.
On a second watch, then they'll become more obvious. If it's really bad on the first watch, you'll notice the flaws, and then as soon as you realize the problems with it, then all the tension is gone.
Spider-Man brand new script.
If only.
Script. Usually a lot less tension in the script as well, but I digress.
We have to make her a titanically retarded, aggressively
That's why I said Titanic.
shit mole. Anyway,
Hey!
There we go. Hell yeah, got my mention only a minute and a half in.
That's why we're really here.
I actually didn't know who this person was.
Me neither.
I barely watched MauLer, and I saw this video, and I was like, he was mentioned? I don't remember that.
I'm still catching up on EFAP. I'm in the 260s right now. I have not gotten to this guy yet. I am not looking forward to it, because holy crap. But yeah, that's why we're really here. He said earlier he didn't even know he wasn't even gonna watch the video. He didn't know the video existed until someone told him that he was in it. He was like, oh, let's react to it. Now it's like, oh, the motive is kind of like starting to come into focus. This is why you're like this. You just hate him because he doesn't like you. And
it's okay to be a hater.
From the quality of his arguments, it's not unbelievable why MauLer would not like this guy.
But once again,
there we go.
I restate, it's okay to be a hater.
It is okay to be a hater, yes.
There we go. MauLer, I am glad to be the parasite that itches under your skin so badly you gotta keep reaching to scratch.
This guy's
By the
so
way,
smug.
I want to point out here, I was never.
It is kind of strange to have a like quarter-second image and then be like, "Oh yeah, I'm under your skin."
Yeah, and it was like very like there's a guy. You probably know who I'm talking about. I may have told you about him, Adept, but there's like a guy who hates me in a Discord server somewhere.
It's me.
No. And every now and then he'll tag me and be like, "I'm going to like beat you up one day," that sort of thing. And every time he does that, I like taunt him and was like, "Dude, I live in your head rent free. You're obsessed with me." There was one time
send him Bully McGuire gifts.
I should. There was one time he was even like stalking what games I was playing to like make fun of the games I was playing or make fun of me.
Oh, that's gonna be rough.
He was
rough trying to make fun of games you play. You play Peak.
He was purity testing me because one time he saw me playing James Bond and was like, "Oh, he's playing James Bond. That obviously means he has terrible taste." Meanwhile, I freaking hate that game.
You're watching, yeah. You're literally hating the game as you play it.
I'm broadcasting how much I hate it.
That's so funny.
What's funny is that he has to go to my profile to see what I'm playing because I don't have my activity on. Yeah, it's not public, and but which means he sees that on my profile I say that I'm a VTuber and I have a YouTube and Twitch, which means he saw that, but he didn't look at what I was saying about it. And it's just like, okay, dude, all right. Anyways, all that to say, there is like certain times when you could be like, haha, yeah, I annoy you, don't I? This isn't one of those times. You were a half a second gag. That's it. Calm down. Also, you have not proven yourself to be something else than what MauLer has said you are.
There's a lot of Twitter users that annoy me.
EFAP will crowd stomp the argument, forget and move on, and will dismiss it while arguing to not do it for days. Hope MauLer and Ant kiss.
It didn't say and, it says Ant.
Ant. Will crowd stomp the argument, forget and move on. Ant will dismiss it while arguing to not do it for days. Hope MauLer and Ant kiss. I disagree on the EFAP thing because they every now and then that will happen, but then again they'll see that it's happened. They'll go back and listen to it again, and be like, "Oh, that was our bad. Sorry, guys." I will say every now and again it happens, maybe like once or twice. Like we're talking like in a month or a year. It's very rare for it to happen because they're very meticulous about it. I don't want to boss these guys up, but like, you know, they're careful not to do that. Plus, their chat is always holding them accountable.
I'm not online enough to understand this chat.
Anyway.
Going to cover this video? Seriously?
Hold on, what's he saying?
By the way, I want to point out here, I was never going to cover this video, seriously, until I heard I was in it. That's the only reason I even wanted to watch it. Because the prospect of watching MauLer is the same as gargling nails. Without any milk.
He's so proud of himself.
I like the gargling nails without milk.
Oh, no. He's like saying, I wasn't even gonna watch this video until I heard I was in it. It's like, he's so proud of himself. Why would you be proud of that? That's like neutral. He's still talking, yes, unfortunately.
I feel like having that that like meme from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood come up, like, oh, there we go.
Okay.
Anyway, and by the way, that clip is from a video they covered 2 years ago on EFAP, which is very funny to me that I'm still occupying that little piece of brain matter in your brain.
That's usually how like editing works. You have like one clip that you reuse.
Yeah, it's like
that's kind of what MauLer does. Some people like it, some people don't. He'll like literally use the same like video edits in like every single one of his videos. Like that one guy from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, like what the F, Tywin Lannister. Ha! Like, it's not opinion, it's a fact, that kind of thing. Those memes. It's because they're memes. He has them on hand, and I don't understand why he would go to the trouble to get another clip when he could just go to the EFAB that they did. Because I don't know if they cover this guy constantly or not. But even if they did, if maybe it was like a relevant clip where he was talking about Spider-Man or Marvel, I don't know. Like, this guy has been so disingenuous thus far. I struggle to take anything he says at face value.
Rent free. Shame. Love it. Real estate, by the way, in that brain, very empty. Not much in there.
Oh my god, dude, move on.
Surprisingly less occupation in your brain than I originally thought there would be. What are you gonna do?
Attempts to stop her. In response, Jean mind controls MJ and tricks Peter into thinking they can be together again, only to reveal the truth and threaten to kill MJ if he gets in the way. All of that instead of simply telling Spider-Man, the bona fide hero of New York, that she is trying to find her kidnapped sister, which
First of all, let me read this chat. Would talk in the same inflection if given the chance. Why not put on some theatrics while arguing, VTuber? Well, I'm just being me. I'm not... I do, when I'm playing games...
No, you need to be acting!
I need to be acting! Need to be acting! I will henceforth defend MauLer's honor till my last breath! Anyway. Dies. No, I'm just being me. I find this stuff interesting, which is why I'm just talking about it. I think for me it would be what's it called? Tiring if I was constantly having to do kayfabe. But I guess it's
how you say that?
Kayfabe, yeah, it's a wrestling term where they let the acting character. But yeah. I'm pretty casual kayfabe. Every now and then I'll reference, I live on a spaceship. I'm a space bounty hunter, that sort of thing. But yeah. Anyways, to reference what this guy just said. So, do we have any trepidation at the idea that Jean should have asked Spider-Man for help? I don't think so.
She seems to know who Spider-Man is, so
he's been around for a long time now.
Well, yeah, but I guess the thinking would be she doesn't know who Spider-Man is, so she wouldn't know to ask for help. But she seems to know who he is, so then she should ask for help.
And I feel like if she didn't know who Peter or who Spider-Man was, that would be a flaw of the film.
Yeah, because literally every single person she mind controls would know who Spider-Man is.
Well, she should know him beyond that, before mind controlling anyone. But even if she didn't, even if she didn't, she would.
She lives under a rock, never heard of Spider-Man before. The first person she mind controls would know who Spider-Man is. So she should know who Spider-Man is either way.
Yeah. And let's just hear Anthony's argument for why that's wrong.
Because he's working with damage control.
Does she know that the first time?
The first time,
the first time he stops her.
Well, the first
because she's destroying the city.
Kirill asks, she might not trust him considering the government connections. It's the funny thing. The first time they meet, he doesn't have any connections to the government at all. In fact, it was damage control in No Way Home that stole all of his stuff. They stole all of his Stark tech. They stole a lot of stuff because he was deemed not worthy of having it because of the controversy about his identity being revealed. So from Jean's perspective, well, actually, no, that's a tricky one because we don't know how much residue there is with the spell from Doctor Strange. It's very flumpy how that spell works. Do they still remember the relationship Spider-Man had with damage control, or is that gone because it had something to do with Peter? We don't know. It's never explained. But anyway, regardless, in the beginning of the movie when they meet, there is no connection. He's just defending people of New York City because he doesn't know if He doesn't have any reason to believe that they're villainous. He's just, being a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. But she antagonizes him anyway. When really, on that rooftop, when they first meet each other, or whatever, she should be like, oh shoot, or no, not even to the rooftop, in the building, she'd be like, oh shoot, there's a bomb, disarm it, take it away, I have something I need to tell you, please listen to me, something like that. Something. But no, there's nothing. She like actively acts villainous. She kills several innocent people. She turns a grandma janitor into a suicide bomber. Like she could have asked. She could have asked Spider-Man for help, but she didn't. And she doesn't decide to do it afterwards. But then Damage Control gets to Spider-Man like, oh, you need to help us stop this Jean Grey person. Or they don't use that name, but whatever. And obviously, from what Spider-Man has seen, he's going to come to the obvious conclusion, yeah, I need to help you stop her. Look what she's done. And
it's also like, there's a difference between being on friendly terms with the government, like the government people in the country you live in, versus like working for them.
Yeah,
I will say that's another flaw, or not. It's another weak point in this movie, is that Spider-Man is just like a government lapdog in terms of like he has no distrust in the government. He gets all his orders from the Wolf and Damage Control. He doesn't really act like Spider-Man in this movie. Like he doesn't have any personal.
The only agency
most of the time.
Yeah,
the
most of the agency he displays in the film is, I'm gonna choose to follow these orders that were given to me. That's the most agency he shows. It is agency, but technically. But yeah, like is it not a condemnation of Jean that she saw Spider-Man come to the clear conclusion that she's a threat when you see what she's done and she's like, no, he's a threat because he thinks I'm evil, even though anyone in their right mind would think that I'm evil.
Okay, no, hold on. Let's actually pause for a second. Spider-Man is the main character of this movie. It's a Spider-Man movie.
Right.
So, right. Maybe let's give it to him. Maybe, his connections to the government makes her distrust Spider-Man. Why does she not enlist the help of the Punisher? Why does she not enlist the help of the Hulk? They're not working with the government. In fact, the Hulk is way more powerful than
they have
Spider-Man.
history. They have history of not trusting the government.
Yeah, right? And so why does she not enlist their help?
Why doesn't she enlist the help of I don't know.
I don't know.
I haven't kept up with the MCU. I don't know if she knows like go to Black Widow or anyone.
I don't know.
But the whole thing is like, again, favorite chair, take a day, mind control a random person until you find Spider-Man and try. Like, just try.
Just a heads up, in like 20 minutes, I'm going to have to walk my dog.
No problem.
How's that hard to understand?
We just went through all these like different considerations, and this guy's like, dude, how is it so hard to understand?
It's a really stupid thing to say.
It's really stupid.
Peter, at that point, has met with Damage Control, is actively seeing her as a threat.
She is.
Whose fault is that? And she is a threat, yes.
Is actively opposing her efforts forward. So
he doesn't know what her efforts are for. She could fix that.
So, yeah, she's going to interpret that as him working for Damage Control, and she tries to essentially emotionally blackmail him into...
Because she's a retard.
Just let him speak.
Not following her. So he's out of the way. Because she...
Also, that is a huge jump. Like, oh, I'm not going to convince Spider-Man. What I'll do instead is I'm going to go after the people he loves, rape his past girlfriend, and that will stop him.
No, hold on. Let's take, for example, his thing here. She wants to blackmail him. She wants to keep him from following her, okay?
Oh, hold on. Hulk was retired. Punisher is severely difficult to ask for anything at all.
I mean, that's true, but why didn't she ask?
It's literally just try. That's it. We're not asking
We're not
for
asking
her to
them
succeed.
actually do it.
We're asking just to try, because it's such a small, like, it's a leap to go, I'm not going to try this very simple thing. Instead, I'm going to take a very large leap to blackmailing Spider-Man with the lives of his loved ones, and also like sexually violating them. I'm not sure I would go as far as calling it rape, but it is definitely a violation what she does.
It's definitely sexual assault. Anyways, like I was saying, so let's go with that. She, whatever reason, her goal now is to keep, which in the movie is true. Her goal is to keep Spider-Man from following her, keep him from getting involved. Why is the only thing she does is blackmail him? Why doesn't she just destroy everything in his apartment?
That's true.
She sees all this like gadgets and stuff that, like, oh, this is his base of operations. This is how he sustains his crime fighting career. Like,
why not? She's a tech whiz. Why doesn't she plant a Trojan or send him on
said she's a tech whiz.
I mean, she has to be to hack these government
She's not
systems.
hacking. She's using the login credentials of the people she's mind controlling.
How did she do that with Scorpion?
Don't worry about it.
She has to be.
So,
but anyway.
then, like, the only argument I can see against that is like, oh, she wants him to not get in her way, but she still wants him to be able to be a hero, which is in stark contrast to the whole point of her blackmailing him, thinking that she can't be trusted to be a hero.
Also, I guess it should be said, back to the Hulk thing, Hulk has connections. There are still people from the MCU that Hulk knows that could help her.
Spider-Man isn't one of them.
Apparently not.
They never spoke to each
perceives
other.
him as a threat. Now,
That's dumb.
she does not know that Peter would help her if she told him. However, that's still a stupid thing to say as a critique, because
Oh wait, he's gonna say because he's giving us
it
a
actually
reason.
goes in the face of what we know about the characters there. Again, this is the problem with
Never mind,
someone
he
like this
didn't
trying to
substantiate
critique
it.
movies.
He was saying, oh, it goes against what we know about the character, but then he didn't say what we know about the character. What do we know about the character that goes against that criticism? Also, Steven said, this whole thing has me wanting Doctor Strange to wipe my memory. Lol, I can't take it. It makes the movie so confusing and it sucks. Oh.
He's trying to outsmart the film rather than engage with the film. And as a result,
This
We
is
spoke
him
about this.
engaging
Don't
with the
pause it.
film.
sounds like a jackass. Essentially.
Wow, okay.
Which would come.
He has this thing where he like laughs at his own jokes constantly, and it's really annoying.
It's okay to be confident in yourself. It's okay to laugh at your own joke.
It comes off as like
See,
what's the word? See, that's the word I'm looking for. It doesn't come off as genuine. That came off as genuine. This doesn't. He's just like, oh, I'm funny. Like,
the Bible says David encouraged himself.
yes.
Consequently end the fucking movie. Why in the world?
Also, yes, it should not be understated. These things that we're asking, why didn't Jean do this? Why didn't Jean do that? All of these things have insane ramifications of ending the movie right then and there. It deserves to be discussed. It begs the question, why didn't she do this? Because it ends the movie as we know it.
Yeah,
It
you haven't
deserves.
seen the whole movie, but I'm pretty sure, or the whole video, but I'm pretty sure later on he starts saying that MauLer is nitpicking, which is obviously not what's happening here at this point.
Yeah. Man, I miss Tywin. I miss
sounds like a
Charles Dance.
jackass.
He's still alive, but
Essentially.
no one uses him.
Which would
MauLer does.
consequently end the
Yes.
fucking movie.
MauLer has used Charles Dance more than all of Hollywood. I freaking love it. If they ever remade the Star Wars prequels, I would love Charles Dance to play Count Dooku. Oh, it would be Kino.
Oh, that would be cool, yeah.
movie. Why in the world does she opt to torture a hero instead of enlisting him to find her sister? Well,
Because she perceives him as a threat.
That's retarded.
This is not complicated stuff. This is like the most basic fucking
It's
writing
retarded
technique
that
in
she
the
thinks
world.
that.
She sees him as a threat. She treats him as a
Like I said, assuming that is some form, like that is a valid thought, that it makes sense for that to happen. She can also at least try to go ask the Hulk, at least try to go ask the Punisher, and those are just the people that are in the movie. You know, like there's more than like she could go ask Daredevil. She could go ask like however many heroes that are in New York all the time. You know.
I just realized she wouldn't have, if there was any worry that Spider-Man wouldn't believe her, she doesn't have to come out and say, oh, I'm the one that's doing all this, I'm the villain. She could just come out, like she could control someone random, you know, that would still be wrong, but
And
baby
then
steps.
say, hey, damage control took my sister, can you help me?
Yeah, I just realized it's back to back bad critics / reactors. Oh, I like MauLer. I don't like this guy, Anthony, the little I've known him.
I won't make a character judgment.
Well, I'm not making a character judgment. I just don't like his critique. His critiques are poor.
threat, as an obstacle for her goals. Because he is in fact an obstacle to her goals.
She is an obstacle to her goals because of her.
He doesn't have to be.
Fault.
It's her fault, yeah.
How
we
is
have to have a conversation about accountability.
Don't bring it up.
Okay.
because her soul is as black as a befouled fucking bin bag. Gina.
How are you
Flat delivery, guys. Flat delivery.
How are you this bad at watching movies?
Oh my god.
The reason is
it's funny because
I want to hear
Jean
his
Grey-
reasoning
well, hold
to be
on.
mad about this.
well, yeah, like he's making. All MauLer said is that he put forth a thesis that Jean Grey is a morally reprehensible person. He hasn't even set forth his arguments, and he's already like getting upset at MauLer for even saying this.
Okay,
Like,
you say that, but you're also getting mad at him, and he hasn't put forth his arguments.
it's because I deduced that there is no argument to be had.
I'm sure that's what he thought. It's the same.
Like I think it's
Anthony.
fair. I think it's I can become Anthony, the Fowler of MauLer. Because like when you see someone
Fowler
do
of
something
logic.
dumb, you shouldn't say like, I'm not even gonna come with an analogy. I think you get it. You're just being facetious.
I'm being I don't know what the word I was trying to think of, but the word that came to my brain was anti-Semitic, which is absolutely not what I was trying to do. Antagonistic, that's the word I was thinking of. Oh man.
I think I'll be
right.
anti-Semitic today. Anyway, let's move on.
Right.
he's
Clip
getting
that.
in the
Clip
way
that.
No.
of her objectives and
Well,
works.
let's rewind it back.
How are you this bad at watching movies?
Yeah, it's like
Can we pause?
Jean Grey is morally reprehensible. Pause. How are you so bad at watching movies?
I enjoy the piano in the background of this video. It's calming.
It's all right.
The reason is he's getting in the way of her objectives and works with the enemy.
Oh, he's conflating
This isn't
the two.
complicated.
He's conflating all the arguments he made about how she could more easily enact her plan, how her current plan is terrible, and he's conflating that with MauLer calling her morally reprehensible. These are two different things, my guy. He's stumbling over himself because MauLer has to be wrong on absolutely everything, and he has to be wrong about it immediately. Stop
True.
it. Stop it.
This isn't like
Get some help.
particularly deep storytelling. It's effective storytelling, but it's not super difficult.
It could be, though. The good version of this movie could have been. It could have been great.
It's pretty basic.
Hold on. Sorry, this Fishnewt 1331. And to her credit, he is a threat. He can resist her powers. So I'm not talking.
That's...
Sorry that somebody has a fighting chance against you makes them a threat.
Dude, this is terrible, guys. Someone can resist the Mind Raper? What are we gonna do? Guys!
That's like... whatever.
I was sitting in the bath for 3 hours now. It's been fun. Oh, it's been fun having you here, Krill. Thank you for coming by.
We could entertain your
yes,
rub-a-dub-dub in the tub.
I'm glad we could be your entertainment.
Actually, it's not complicated, buddy.
Eventually decides to mind control Bruce Banner. This leads to the release of the Hulk, the destruction of another building, and the almost death of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, she mind controls the Punisher to break open a security system in the hopes of finally discovering the location of her sister by confronting the director of the DODC. Again, something she could have done day one without harming a single additional person. Spider-Man neutralizes her. She is captured and eventually becomes all-powerful, holding countless innocents hostage.
I feel we're skipping a few steps in this story.
I mean, he's definitely
here,
skipping stuff.
He is, but he's doing it. This is a very methodical thing. He's covering... It's like if you looked at the movie as a timeline, and you're like, oh, color the parts where Jean Grey is a horrible person in red on the timeline, and he's only covering the red parts on the timeline. Like, that's what he's doing. It's
even though he's skipping things, he's not cutting out context.
Yeah, it's a broad overview of the topic, which is the morality of Jean Grey, which is it's horrible. I keep using the word reprehensible because I gotta find a new word, but to borrow a bit from Anthony, it's pretty simple, buddy. I don't know why you can't get it.
She finds out where her sister is. The thing she's trying to figure out, where her sister's located, by hacking the computers, which are more likely to have the answer than a guy.
Why?
That is...
Who put the answer in the computer? Probably a guy who was working for the director.
Yeah, I mean... like I said, like, he's saying it's more likely, and let's, once again, say that's true. You check the more likely option, it doesn't work, you go to the next most likely option. That's how investigations work.
Like, even, and again, his own logic is working against him here. I thought that Jean Grey was just a teenager who didn't know these things. Like, let's just keep playing the video, it's so bad.
You know.
We're about where you stopped now, right?
No, I made it to, like, I think an hour and 17 minutes in. We're only 17 minutes in.
Oh, that was
so...
me who stopped at 17 minutes.
Wait, you stopped at 17 minutes?
I finished the rest of it, but like the first time I watched it. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, I don't think that's the problem with this whole thing. It's so bizarre. Why are you under the impression
Bizarre. JoJo's.
Oh my god.
The director of an organization will know all the information that organization has on hand.
Doesn't need to.
And not the computer systems that he manages.
Let's also be real. You're not gonna find any computer in the DODC and it has everything. You're just not.
Yeah.
And
like databases are important and for storing information, but they don't have everything.
What's the word? I think it starts with a C. It's like when things are separate from each other and
they're
compartmentalization.
Compartmentalized.
Yeah. Like I've worked in, say, like in the financial sector, you have banks and you have front-facing tellers who are not in the fraud department. The fraud department is like a whole other thing, and HR department is a whole other thing, and security is a whole other, like, these are compartmentalized. They're not going to be all in the same place. So, but you know who can probably access all of it? The director. And even if he can't, he knows who can. Oh,
yeah.
It's terrible.
Like, do you think the director of an organization walks in on everyone and says, "Hey, what are you guys doing, this team?" You know,
no, but he can. He absolutely can.
Well, not only that, but the people who do that are under him. So you
Yes.
can like you can and this is all besides the point. Like she can literally mind jump to each and every single person
Like I feel
until
like
she finds the right person.
I feel
It
like
doesn't have to
someone
be the director.
I feel like someone who's worked in like fast food can make this assumption. Like when I worked in fast food, when we were running out of something, I would talk to my manager, who would talk to his GM, and the GM would be like, "Oh yeah, we're making a run to this other location, and they're gonna bring the supplies from that location." And like they have like a system, and that system is not like top secret. It's made clear to like even people working the register. Like if someone like if a customer came and be like, "Hey, can I get this?" And like, "Oh, sorry, man, we're out, but we might have some." You know, keep in mind, I wouldn't tell them we're gonna have some later. I want them to leave. but if they really were pressing me, I'd be like, "Listen, we'll have some in maybe an hour, maybe." You know, it's not whatever.
I think
Hold on.
You know, I think working in an office.
Pause. Why isn't it pausing? There we go.
Just pause.
For some reason, it was like repeating for me. Anyway, look at this comment. MauLer is proof that smart people are too logical to empathize and speculate about the possible motivations of non-logical people. Again, I feel like
that's like anti intellectualism.
Yeah. I mean, that is definitely a phenomenon. I think that's something that Christopher Nolan suffers from. Not specifically not being able to empathize with other people, but like not being able to empathize how people can believe in the fantastical when it came to the Odyssey. That's a whole other conversation. But anyway, that's just, you are basing this opinion off of, first of all, you're doing it through this guy, Anthony, who is embarrassingly misinterpreting everything that MauLer has to say, because everything MauLer has to say, somehow it goes to like the Glursk universe, and then it comes back out of the portal completely distorted. The Glursk universe, you know, the place where Wumbo came from, and it comes to this guy, and he hears something completely different, and he regurgitates that to this chatter, who for some reason he's not able to bypass the Glursk universe, and he just, I don't know. I hate this subset of people who just for some reason aren't able to hear both sides, because we're listening to both sides. We're hearing MauLer's video and we're hearing this guy, and they can't come to their own conclusion.
It's I mean, if you think about it, like it says smart people are too logical to emphasize and speculate about possible motivations of non-logical people. I would posit that a smarter person would be logical, but also be able to empathize. Like that person would be smarter than this smart person who's too logical, right?
Yeah.
So I feel like maybe, I mean, let's be honest, this is a random chatter in a random video who's just dunking on a guy he doesn't like. He didn't think about it. It's not that deep. But like taking the words at face value, it's like, come on. Someone who's more logical, more intelligent would not have this problem.
Again,
that's why they're more intelligent. Words
mean things. Also, lol at non-logical. Also,
right,
MauLer is proof of this.
I'm gonna go walk that doggy, and I'll be back.
All right, come back in whenever you want.
All right.
All right, fellas. He's leaving as we speak. So, I'm gonna keep going. If any of y'all want to tag along, feel free.
I think working in an office complex for even a few minutes would tell you the heads of the companies don't know what's going on in every...
That is true. There are bureaucracies that are inept, or they're simply compartmentalized, like I said earlier, and they don't know what's going on with everything else. But they don't need to be. They know where to find that information. They know what extension to call. Like, they have the power to find that information, or at the very least request it. This is such a reductive just view on how bureaucracies work. It's bordering on naive. I'm not going to call it naive. I'll take that back. I'm not going to call it naive. I just think, again, he's trying to find every foothold he possibly can to defame this argument that Maul is making. It's terrible.
Single team at every single moment, at every single time, especially how individual project flows are going. They know overhead stuff, but it's not.
Where does that overhead stuff come from, Anthony? Does the computer just tell them what's going on? Or are people responsible for reporting on those things? People that work for the director. I almost said the Emperor.
Likely that they would know off the top of the head. Now, ultimately, he does know where the sister is. He does know. But Jean wouldn't know that.
Oh my god, she doesn't. The whole film is predicated that she believes that he knows where she is. That's her whole motivation. Oh my god.
You know, that's the thing. If you're a teenager, you're not going to know the director was directly accountable for this one person's disappearance.
But, oh my god, he keeps going back and forth like, oh, you know, this isn't how things work, but it is how it worked in this movie. But she's not going to know that. But the director is in charge, so he would know where to find this information. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm kind of coming unraveled myself. I'm going to try and pull myself together because this guy's arguments are... They're hurting me.
A good example of that, look at ICE right now. The head of ICE does not know where every single apprehended citizen is that they snatch off the streets.
But it is probably within their power to find out, right?
Mainly because they shuffle them around. They can't even locate their own prisoners in their databases because they only keep...
Okay, that's a different problem altogether. I'm not going to touch this with a 1,000-foot pole. I like to keep my streams politics-free, have fun for everybody, that sort of thing. But this is... The problem that he's describing is a problem of... What's the word I'm looking for? Ineptitude? It's a clerical error. There is not a clerical error in this movie. Again, non sequitur. You're talking about something different that isn't what...
track of it. So, yeah. The computer would be the first... If you're going to hack something, find answers,
the computer, yeah.
You hack the computers. You don't hack...
Again, she didn't have to hack anything. She could just mentally ask.
The people.
Take a day, pick a favorite chair.
That's not really reliable information. So it's like very...
Wait, what's not reliable information? Hold on, what did you say?
So, yeah. The computer would be the first... If you're going to hack something, find answers, you hack the computers. You don't hack the people. That's not really reliable information.
The memory of the people is not reliable information. That's not even a question that is broached in the movie. You can have a whole movie simply based on the reliability of human memory. That is not a question broached in the film. So that's like a whole can of worms. But even if that were true, again, take a day, pick your favorite chair, go down the catalog or just down the rows of people working at damage control and cross-reference. Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Like, just speaking on time, how much time does it take to find someone who has the codes you need, and then you have to find a way to inconspicuously find a computer that has access to the info you need, and then that person has to put in their password, but then that leaves a digital trail. Why don't you just go down the rows of computers, of people, like what's the word I'm looking for? The office spaces. Just go down the different like rows of people and find out what they know. That's it. That's all you have to do. And it could be done super easy. No one's gonna think anything of it. No one will know.
It's like very bizarre, and this is what you're harping on, because anyone with a brain can tell you the head of an organization probably isn't the first source of information you want to go to if you want
But there's no harm in
data
trying.
points. You go to the computers because that's where it's filed, you know? The problem also is that she's looking in the wrong place. She's
Also, a very mundane obstacle for Jean would be having to figure out how to navigate damage control's system. Because let me tell you, any system in any bureaucracy ever is not human friendly. Oh my god. You will find, like, it is engineered for efficiency. It does not look good. It will look cluttered. It might straight up look like DOS. That's the level of stuff we're talking about. You got to know hotkeys. You got to know tags. You got to know metadata. Like, there are some things, like, it'll be a very... She will find this plan that he's proposing. She will execute it perfectly and be stumped by the very mundane obstacle of, oh crap, where's the search bar? Something as simple as that.
She's looking for VMAX when VMAX means nothing. That's why she can't get the information she's looking for. She's looking for the wrong data point.
Again, she could look for VMAX and her sister. She doesn't need to look for one at a time. It's not like a video game where you can only have one active quest.
That's the problem. That's the big issue. So the fact that she's going into this film not knowing everything is actually a crucial plot point.
It's a crucial plot point that she doesn't... It's okay for her not to know anything, not know everything from the beginning. I take issue with not taking very obvious steps to learn more. That's what I take issue with.
He doesn't know everything. That's, like, the point. It's amazing, despite acting so intelligent, how little you seem to know about the characters you're talking about.
Oh my god. And he keeps doing this thing where he's, like, talking down to MauLer, and I'll be aware of myself. I may have said some things or come across as very hostile towards this guy, but I'm not going out of my way to insult his intelligence. I'm not acting super smug. If anything, I'm just flailing in agony at the terrible arguments he's putting forth. I'm not going for ad hominem to, you know, come after this guy. Again, it shows, like, a lack of integrity, a lack of worthwhile, well-built arguments, or, like, you just insult people. And to a degree, you know, no, I'll just stop there.
Rather, you want to emphasize Jean as this insurmountable evil person. When
you realize that she kind of is, right? Like, who's to say what... Like, at the end of the film, she creates a 1 kilometer wide radius where she controls everyone in that radius, and they all stand still, like, imprisoned in their own bodies. It's actually quite horrible when you think about it. Who's to say she can't just do that again? What if she gets mad again? Oh, she's mad. She decided to, you know, they didn't take the pickles off her Whopper when she went to Burger King. Now she's gonna put the cook in a mind prison. Who's to say she can't do that again?
she is really a character in a story that acts according to her motivations.
That is not... That is a false dichotomy. Let me go back just to make this clear.
I want to emphasize Jean as this insurmountable evil person, when she is really a character in a story that acts according to her motivations.
So he's saying that no, she's not an insurmountable evil. She's in character. My brother in Christ, you can be in character and be insurmountable evil. You can be both. They're not mutually exclusive. Do you think Sauron was in character when he tried to enslave all of Middle-earth? You know, you can only be evil or in character. You can't be both.
And
again, guys, words mean things. Please remember the words that you are using. Please remember the definitions that apply to these words. Because what you may think you're saying may not be what you are actually saying.
Acts accordingly to the anger she feels that her sister's been taken. All of this is basic storytelling.
So she's not insurmountable evil. She's in character, acting according to the anger that she feels.
The more you wash her.
That's crazy. Okay, we're back. Wow, that was quick.
I told you.
Why the... Bro, people pretend that...
Look,
technology is not magic.
Technology is not science. It is magic. I'm tired of people pretending it's not. There's a reason why when I look at the computer, it works. Because I have the magical technology aura.
Let me see something. Hold on. What's going on? That was weird. The no soliciting sign wasn't on. I have a request if they're open soon. Oh, so we aren't reacting to requested videos. We're just doing this one video today, and trust me, we have quite enough material. But I appreciate the thought, though. I appreciate it.
Let me tell you, this man cannot stop jabbering, and this man I'm talking about is Gruff. We've made 20 minutes into this video.
Listen.
3 hours.
I'm a yapper. That's what I do. I yap.
I'm sorry, I can't protect you, citizenry.
Anyways.
I have acquired snacks.
Are you ready to go?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Let me make sure everything's good. Okay. So weird. I don't know why it's this way. Anyway, let's go.
It's not particularly complicated. It's just the story.
Hostage.
Oh yeah, he made this weird thing where he's like MauLer is trying to make Jean Grey to be some kind of insurmountable evil, but actually
she's not insurmountable. She's just evil.
Well, she might be insurmountable. Like, other than, you know, getting shot from outside of a kilometer, she's pretty powerful. But let's just say very, very evil, because I'm pretty sure that's what he means. He doesn't mean insurmountable literally. He means very, very evil. So he says MauLer is saying that Jean Grey is very evil, but she's just in character. She's acting according to the anger she feels, which is in character.
Yeah, her character's evil.
Yeah, it's like, that's not, you haven't disproven what MauLer said. That's what, oh, it's terrible.
We're not saying she shouldn't be evil. We're saying she is evil.
I think the film disagrees.
To be fair, I wasn't watching. I can't remember this whole video. Maybe that's not what MauLer was saying. I just got here.
Oh, I don't think that, yeah, MauLer wasn't saying that at all. It's what he thinks MauLer's saying, because he can't comprehend what MauLer's actually saying for some reason. Or no, he can, he probably just has beef with him. Anyway.
I love beef.
Beef
Steak is delicious.
Surely killing several more. To then mind...
Here's the problem with all this, MauLer. Where are the bodies?
Oh my god. I'm not.
Where are the bodies?
Oh.
You know? Like, where
We've already discussed this.
The
We've
bodies?
already discussed this.
Also, something else you pointed out that's wrong, too, I forgot to mention. You said before that the Hulk is transformed by Jean Grey. That's partially true. It's also partially not true. The Professor Hulk persona comes out, but Jean Grey's meddling causes the Savage Hulk to come out as well. That's not intentional, but it does happen. Because one key element of this film...
It's not intentional, but it's a direct result of her actions, which is what MauLer said.
She didn't mean to do it, though. She can't have accountability if that's not what she meant to do, right? Surely you can't assign accountability completely on cause and effect.
Oh my god.
Film is that your actions can have
One thing that ends up happening with a lot of these types of people that you react to, people who are very disingenuous, is you start to like get a feeling like, oh, you're like a bad guy.
Well, I don't think he's disingenuous. I think that's just literally how he thinks.
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
But he's not disingenuous, is what I mean.
Maybe. Well, no, I think he is being disingenuous, but he's also like, even if he was Like, if he was fully aware of what he's saying and he knows it's wrong, he's just doing it to get one up on MauLer somehow in his mind. He's still saying
disingenuous.
He's still saying terrible. Disingenuous is like being bad faith. Like, you're knowingly not sending your best. Like,
it's meant to deceive. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So even if he was like out to deceive, he's a bad guy. And even if he was not being disingenuous, he's saying terrible things.
I see. Anyways.
Intended side effects. Like, say, Peter Parker creating but it does happen. Because one key element of this film is that your actions can have unintended side effects.
He's about to move on to Peter Parker and the chip, but he just made a meta argument, which drives me insane. It's like, well, she's not evil because she did something that had bad side effects, because that's what the movie's about.
Yeah, which means she's evil.
Yeah. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing.
Well, that's not intentional. But
Wait, hold on. Actually, I do want to say, at least Jean Grey did give us the Hulk back. I'm so excited Professor Hulk is dead. That was the greatest mistake of Endgame.
I don't think it was.
I hate Professor Hulk so much.
Why? Why do you hate Professor Hulk?
Because all the development to get to Professor Hulk was done off screen, when that could literally be an entire Hulk movie.
Well, yeah, that's the issue. Not that Professor Hulk exists.
Yes, it is.
No, that's a separate issue. It's like, if Professor Hulk was like a badly written character,
he is a badly written character.
Well, no, it's just unsatisfactory. Which I don't. When I say badly written, I mean like it's the building blocks aren't there. Whereas in Endgame or in Infinity War, he has like Hulk come out and he says, "No, what do you mean no?" And then the next time you see him, he's like, "Oh, I figured out how to channel both Bruce and the Hulk." And it's like, there's something there, fine. Whereas if that was just not there and he just appeared, that would be bad. I mean, I would not like Professor Hulk. Well, even then,
I feel like Professor Hulk made more sense coming from Ragnarok than it does coming from Infinity War.
What? Do you remember what happened in Ragnarok?
Vaguely, but I do remember that Hulk was in control, essentially, right?
Yeah, for like 6 years.
Yeah, I know, but before that, Banner was in control, right?
Kinda?
Yeah, that's what this whole thing is like. That's my secret captain, I'm always angry, right? That's where he was before, but he was walking around as Banner, and now he's walking around as Hulk. And then I could see, okay, we had one of the other, and now we mix them together to Professor Hulk. But in Infinity War, we have no Hulk. Hulk does not want to come out, and now so the Hulk is like essentially not gone, but like he's essentially like secluded himself.
He's suppressed, right?
He's suppressed.
He's suppressing himself,
essentially. Anyways, getting off topic.
Do you know about the deleted scene for that scene?
If it was a deleted scene, it doesn't count.
No. Like, I'm not saying it counts. I'm not saying it counts towards the writing.
Okay.
But there was a deleted scene where he's like having an argument in Infinity War when he's in the Hulkbuster. He's just like, he's like, I can't remember what he says, but he's like, you need me and I sure need you or something, and they like come to some kind of agreement and end the fight as Hulk. That would have been much more believable going from that to Professor Hulk than what they did.
It would have been fine to have that in Endgame. That would have been nice, but instead you start the movie and he's completed his arc.
I'm not a fan of the 5-year gap. Like, nothing happened in that 5-year gap, nothing at all.
You need to watch the channel made for the I'm gonna find it again.
Fringy did a video on Infinity or on Endgame, and it was pretty good.
Yeah, I know he did, but I'll send you the link to that other one.
yeah. Anyways, let's go on to whatever this guy's saying.
One key element of this film is that your actions can have unintended side effects. Like, say, Peter Parker creating a universal inhibitor chip that will be used to suppress mutations in the MCU from here on out.
So are you saying that is Spider-Man's fault? Because I would agree with you.
Yes, that is bad. And Spider-Man should know better.
Which is the same, with that same logic, leads us to Jean Grey is bad and evil. So, like,
And
I don't
dude,
understand, like, because he seems to understand that that's bad for Peter to do, and it's evil for him to do that.
I think he
But
does
not assign that same level of
culpability.
accountability to Jean Grey.
And like, I don't know if there's a word for it.
Even
It's
though I'm
escaping me.
happy we have the Hulk back.
If there's a word for it, it's escaping me. But I don't know if there's a word for people like this where they start, like, they address what you're talking about, but then they just go off on like other stuff that like okay, that's we'll talk about that later. Can we focus on what we're talking about right now, please?
I think the technical term is Gruffulus Donaritus.
Oh, okay. Is that like that's from the scientific nomenclature?
Yes, it's from the Greek.
Oh, cool. Anyway,
Kind of a big deal. Maul, you kind of neglected that part.
He just didn't get to that part.
I wish we could see the time code for how far we are into MauLer's video, because holy crap, give him time. This is another thing that I'm not going to repeat.
This is a stream. He hasn't gotten to the part yet, so you can't fault him for making an argument about something he hasn't seen yet. He doesn't know whether it's coming up or not.
He said
but
that
he's not
MauLer
going to go back.
He said that MauLer neglected to mention that.
Because I know that, but like, you can't fault somebody for saying that when they haven't watched the whole video yet.
I can when you haven't seen the whole video.
He's definitely not going to go back on his word, though.
Oh yeah, he's not.
When it happens, like.
Also, I love MauLer's description. I thought it was bad.
But I digress. What are you going to do?
Control their hand into attacking Spider-Man to the point of having someone stab themselves through the belly just to hurt him. Spider-Man defeats them and reaches Jean, who then threatens to kill the entire city if Peter gets any closer.
So he's gonna point out that
Stop. No. Let him hang himself.
All right.
No, she threatens to kill the head guy with glass and all the damage control guys. She can kill the whole city, but she doesn't really. She focuses more on one dude. And again, this is the big
That makes it okay.
thing too with Spider-Man in general, with the MCU. Wait a second. Yeah, why the fuck would you think she threatened the entire city?
This is what I was gonna say before. He gets caught up on
the kilometer radius versus the entire city, which that's not.
I would say
obviously it's hyperbole on MauLer's point, but at the same time,
I wouldn't even say it's hyperbole. I think it's a genuine mistake on MauLer's part. I think he forgot that it was not the whole city, but yeah, it's immaterial to the argument that's being laid forth. It is like a background factor that doesn't address the principle of what he's talking about.
Yeah, that'd be like me running a factory and someone be like, your chemicals in your factory give everyone in the city cancer, and then be like, no, it only gives the workers cancer. Calm down. It's like it doesn't.
True. Me when I have to go work at the cancer factory. I hope I don't get cancer.
Bro, I'm in the cancer factory right now.
Oh no. How big is the cancer?
I don't know. This is a 16:9 screen.
Oh man. You like hold your hands apart. It's this big.
Are you fucking lying about seeing Brand?
Okay. Oh,
he gets on like, did you lie about watching the movie? Which nothing that's said in the movie makes me think that he's lying. But of course,
it's just a mistake, dude. Again, he's trying to find any foothold he possibly can. It's like, oh, you've made all these very specific critiques about this movie, very specific clips being used that are relevant to the information being provided. But you know what? I don't believe you when you say you saw the movie, MauLer. It's like, because you said the whole city instead of 1 kilometer. It's like, dude, calm down. It's a mistake. We're human. Believe it or not, MauLer is indeed human. He's just a very long human. He can make mistakes.
A new day.
A long human.
Oh, I love how he's like, oh my god, am I the first one to uncover this? Oh, dude.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it?
Oh my god, the smugness.
Yeah, why would you think she threatened the entire city? There's one of two things. Either MauLer didn't remember the basics of the film he just watched,
Occam's
which is
razor.
possible. It's possible. Or he didn't watch the goddamn movie. So what is it, MauLer?
Dude, he's so proud
Are
of
you
himself.
lying about seeing the movie you're criticizing, or were you just not paying attention? I think both are good options, considering you've missed some key details of the film discussion so far.
The key detail being, he said, the entire city instead of a 1 kilometer radius, which once again is immaterial to the argument.
This is the
But,
first thing.
it's a mistake. He made a mistake.
It's the first
Well,
thing you
this
could
is one
say
thing
that he
I'm
made a
saying,
mistake
like,
on.
I think MauLer rushed the video. I'm pretty clear.
Yeah, I
clear
think
on that from the front.
I think you. I don't know. I was about to say I agree with you, but I don't know. Rushing, because he gets some stuff wrong on other videos that I wouldn't say they were rushed because they came out way later.
I mean, maybe it's human to err, or
Yeah,
to err is human.
yeah.
I guess is the word.
Yeah.
Which is like I'm giving MauLer and this guy grace because like it's okay to make mistakes. It's just like there
Yeah.
are different levels of mistakes.
It's okay to make mistakes. It's not okay to knowingly make mistakes and just not care.
I mean, who knows? Maybe MauLer did make that mistake and didn't care.
Oh, maybe, yeah. Maybe.
But I digress.
I digress.
Let's find out from here whether you're lying or just bad at your job. Let's find out.
He's so
And mind you,
vindictive.
I'm not saying you can't
okay.
make a mistake. Critics make mistakes all the time.
I
But
love
that's
that. I
just
love the walk back. The walk back. It's like, he didn't see them. Well, I'm not saying he can't make mistakes, guys.
It's like there's no one for him to discuss with right now, but like it's the Mont Bailey fallacy where you make a thunderous claim and then when people come against you to be like that doesn't make any sense, you walk it back to like a pedestrian claim, right?
Yeah, yeah. 'Cause there was a tweet that this entire stream reminded me of. It was like I'm not making any claims, everyone, calm down, but it's a funny meme now where it's like leftists cannot engage in discourse because it says leftists pretend to not understand how anything works, thus making discourse impossible. I feel that for a lot of people.
I resemble that remark.
I resemble that remark? What?
You don't know that reference?
No.
It's I can't remember what the words actually is. It's supposed to be like I resent that remark, but I resemble that remark. It's like I forgore. It's a lame meme. Sorry.
I resemble a tweet.
pretty big mistake because the scene is focused on 3 people.
Is
right?
it that big?
It's focused on
It's-
3 people, right?
I mean, it's
focused
a how big is New York
it's on
City?
Peter Parker.
Oh,
it's
pretty
focused on Jean Grey.
It's at least 2
Let's see,
big.
New York City
Maybe 3 big.
is 1,223.59 kilometers squared. Oh, sorry, that's the area total. Land, it's 778.18 kilometers squared. So if you think about it, I'm not going to do the math, but it's at
So-
least 775 kilometers of a mistake squared.
So you're saying it's more than 5 big?
Yeah, it's at least 700 big.
Oh my goodness.
And Jean's got glass shards pressed up against Bill's face.
Is it worth noting that she absolutely is aware of? Do you think she is aware of what she's doing to the kilometer of the city?
Oh, she is.
She has to be, right?
I think she references it. I can't remember.
Yeah, me neither.
Right? She's gonna...
Well, no, she has to be because she stops it at will.
True.
That the threat is... That the threat is she's gonna ram the glass shards right in there. she's not going to kill the entire city. Peter
Also, it is worth noting that when she put everyone in their mind prisons, they were like operating vehicles, operating machinery, probably people working in kitchens and stuff. Like, there are for sure dead people because of what she did. People who were maimed or permanently handicapped.
That's true, because she didn't like stop time or anything. Like the vehicles were still moving, weren't they? And
yeah,
they
there's crashes and stuff. There's like a biker who gets hit by a car, or maybe he hits the car. Maybe
I forgot about that.
Yeah, I think he hits the car. He doesn't get hit by a car, which a New York cyclist probably would have happened anyways.
Peter doesn't really focus on the entire city. He focuses just on saving the bad guy because Peter's all about exercising empathy towards his villains. She's not going to kill him step against Bill's face, right? She's going to... The threat is she's going to ram the glass shards right in there. She's not going to kill the entire city. Peter doesn't really focus on the entire city. He focuses just on saving the bad guy because Peter's all about exercising empathy towards his villains.
Okay.
Across the entirety of the Spider-Man films in the MCU, Peter Parker has only killed one bad guy. And really, the bad guy killed himself, and that was Mysterio.
Then he didn't kill him.
I think maybe it was a slip of the tongue. I think he meant to say like only one of the villains has died.
It's one of those things where it's like, if it was a slip of the tongue, you can correct yourself, and they just fail to do so. But
well, you know, sometimes you say something wrong, but you don't realize you said it wrong.
Yeah, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But like, why is he going on this tangent? What does this have to do with? What does any of this have to do with what MauLer's saying?
Because MauLer made a mistake, and he said the entire city instead of 1 kilometer squared, or actually, it would be more than 1 kilometer squared because it's a 1 kilometer radius. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I made a mistake.
Oh, dude, Adept, why did you lie to me?
Bro, I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Did you not see the movie? Was that a clone that I was sitting next to in the theater? Dude, where did you go?
I paid that clone.
Your clone told me to shut up. It was mean to me.
His way to save everyone else, even Green Goblin. He wanted to kill Green Goblin, but he didn't. His ethics prevailed. And that's a key element of his character. His empathy, his understanding, his mercy, his sympathy.
Okay.
So, why MauLer would argue that this is bad in any way is bizarre, considering that's the character we're dealing with here.
He never said such a thing. He was...
Yeah, he doesn't argue that Spider-Man trying to save her is against his character. As far as I haven't heard that.
I had blacked out some of what he said. It's coming back to me now, and it's hurting me.
I'm sorry. I'm not.
I digress. Oh, he killed Ebony Maw. Well, did he kill Ebony Maw, or was that... He killed a lot of aliens. Actually, though, when the Russos write Spider-Man, he's more...
Aliens aren't people.
But you get the idea. Now, a quick editor's note, as some people have commented, some of Jean's dialogue can suggest she wants to kill more people than just Bill.
Really?
But that's not clear if it's damage control, the building, all the people at work there, or the kilometer people in her control.
It doesn't matter.
No, he's lying to us. He said 1 kilometer of people in her control. It's more than 1 kilometer.
Oh, he's lying, dude.
I'm gonna pull out the calculator.
Anthony, what? I was your top guy,
okay,
man.
So it's 1 kilometer. The area of a circle is what, 2 pi r? Is that correct?
Huh?
2 times. Wait, where's the rest of my calculator?
But yeah, like,
just get the science mode. Sorry.
Can we get to the point in film discourse where we can agree that murdering people is wrong? There are so many... Adept, I know you're not part of this space, and admittedly, I'm not either. I'm just like a listener. But like, there are so many people who fail at this very simple task of recognizing that murder is wrong, or that imprisonment is wrong, or that sexual harassment is wrong. It's so weird. Now, I'm not saying that's what this guy's saying. I think he understands that sexual harassment is wrong, and that the mind prisons are wrong. But like, he loves to play with the idea of like, yeah, we could just kill some people. We could just kill some people. It's fine.
Interesting.
Anyway.
However, none of that entails the entire city of New York, so I'm still right.
2 pi r is the circumference. Hold on.
I'm glad we put this to rest.
So pi squared, right? Because is that what it is? Pi r squared. Yeah, pi r squared, not round.
Because reasons.
9.869 square kilometers. I think this. I might be stupid. I haven't done math in a long time.
What was MauLer saying? He just said because reasons. What because reasons? We're just not going to know? I'm trying to remember what he was saying before. She controlled the whole city because reasons. Let's see. I'm at like 25 minutes. Let's remember that. Okay.
I digress. What are you going to do?
Control their hand into attacking Spider-Man to the point of having someone stab themselves through the belly just to hurt him. Spider-Man defeats them and reaches Jean, who then threatens to kill the entire city if Peter gets any closer.
Because reasons, I guess.
Oh,
if we are to think that, like, he's not leaving any pertinent information out here.
I lied to you again. It's actually it's literally pi square kilometers.
Why do you do this to me? Why are you lying to me? You're literally hurting me.
I need to repent.
Lying is violence.
For the kilometer people in her control. However, none of that entails the entire city of New York, so I'm still right in this sense.
He's just so,
Once again, 3.14 square kilometers versus the entire city. It doesn't really change the material of the argument.
I was like, he's like, I need to be right. I need every foothold possible.
Because reasons. Like, Jean Grey in this movie.
Well, her reasons for wanting to kill the director of damage control is because he killed her sister.
He's just not gonna...
what was the reason for her killing all the other people? Oh wait, he doesn't believe she killed anyone else.
Even though she clearly did. She had Punisher shoot 2 guys, remember that? What's it called?
I think he may have shot them in the leg, I can't remember.
Yeah, maybe you're right. But what's it called? MauLer's talking about she's controlling, you know, in his words, the whole city, whatever, for reasons. It's like she doesn't need to do that, but she does anyway. You know? That's what MauLer's saying, and he's talking about, well, she's angry at the directors. Oh my god.
Emotions justify your actions.
Exactly, yeah.
Jean Grey in this movie.
Well, her reasons for wanting to kill the director of damage control is because he killed her sister. The reason that you think it's for reasons is because you're saying she wants to do something she didn't actually want to do.
I'm completely lost. I think he's lost whatever MauLer was saying. He's just off in his own world now.
He's shadowboxing the straw man he made up.
Yo, that shadow box, that straw man got hands.
kind of a big deal.
Kind of a big deal.
So, chat, what do y'all think?
Calm down, bro.
Flying
with the ad hominem, you.
I mean, it's persistent. It is.
Look, I know, but that's immaterial to the argument.
I know. Like, I can comment on both. I think I've done a good job on commenting on his arguments, but also commenting on his attitude. I think his attitude is very toxic and very. It speaks to his character, should I say?
Would you call it toxic masculinity?
You know what? Maybe I will.
Not seeing it? Or do you think
again
he's
lying.
Just plain dumb?
I think he just made a mistake.
I've been editing out super chats, but this one brings up a good point. Oh, we should probably listen to this one then.
That's not a good point. I guarantee it.
Super chatted $2. He watched it on a Chinese dub bootleg.
Oh, I forgot about this point. So, from this point on in the stream, he goes on to believe that MauLer is operating off of a Chinese bootleg that was badly translated to English, and so he is operating off of a like incoherent version of the film, and thus his all of his criticisms are moot because he failed at the foundation. And I just don't see how you could say this because he's played the film in English, I'm pretty sure.
I don't know if he's played any of the audio from the film.
And regardless of that, we could see the subtitles in English, and they're perfectly fine.
Accurate.
And
hey, pause real quick. If anybody here works for DoorDash or for KFC, I would just like to let you know that you cannot order Baja Blast Zero on the app, so you need to fix that.
That's tragic. Yeah, I don't even understand where this chatter came up with this idea.
I mean, maybe he was making it as a joke, and then the guy took it seriously.
Let me listen to the wording again, because maybe, I don't know.
He's just plain dumb. Obsessed with one
At
detail.
Kanasha37 super chatted $2. He watched it on a Chinese dub bootleg.
It could go either way. Either he's being serious, or
I could definitely see that as like
and
a
dude,
sarcastic
look at
remark.
his face. It's lit up. It's like, oh, another foothold. Oh.
I'm wondering, like, I'm imagining if I was this person, like, think of the possibilities. So, like, if I said this as
an
a
audience
joke,
member of
an
Anthony.
audience member who said it as a joke, and then this guy takes it seriously, how would I feel?
I don't know, these type of people. A lot of people. There's like a whole lot of there are no bad methods, just bad targets. So if something bad happens to MauLer, they don't care.
I'm not going to hoist that onto Kasha37.
Kasha37, he knows what he did. Like, I see a lot of that, so I can't.
So you're going to be
obviously.
prejudiced to
I can't
Kasha?
say. You know what? I'm going to be prejudiced to Kasha.
It's over for you, Kasha.
Count your days. But obviously, I can't verify that. We can't read his mind like certain people in the story. But
you can't read their mind.
But like this guy, Anthony, it's up to him what he does with that super chat, and we see what he does with it. Let's see.
Did he now? That wouldn't shock me. That would make a lot of sense. If the Chinese dub bootleg changed lines from it, that'd be really distinct.
Chinese dub bootleg, like,
that would be hilarious. Dude, that could be your shtick. You just like criticize movies only after they've gone the 7 layers of ChatGPT translation, Google Translate, Claude Translate, some random schmuck off the road, like.
But like, do they not know that a huge market for Marvel and all of Disney stuff is China? I'm pretty sure they're going to go to.
But they're giving us this trash writing. Who says they're not going to give them trash translation?
You're not wrong. It's not an impossibility. Oh, again, a lot of assumptions being made. Lots of not taking things at not. What's the word I'm looking for? I was using it earlier. A lot of genuineness being displayed.
Was that the one that leaked? Oh man!
Are you telling me I could have watched this movie for free?
Maybe, I don't know.
Like, if you're watching bootlegs that change things from the language, right? And there's translation back and forth.
And he's just gonna go on. He's gonna rely on this like it's gospel. Like, MauLer watched the bootlegs Chinese dub that was translated badly back to English. Like, he's just gonna. This is it. This is the law now.
Why would the Chinese dub be translated to English?
I don't know. I don't know.
I guess if it's a bootleg, someone translated it.
But why would
back.
the Chinese need to bootleg? Like, they're calling it a Chinese bootleg, which makes it like, oh, the Chinese bootlegged it to China. But I think what he means is that it was a bootleg back to America or back to English-speaking countries.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, off topic, because I want to blow steam. I just hate when playable villains suck at video gaming. Like, if there's a playable character and they suck, and they're supposed to be like the main villain, that would be very unsatisfying. Yes, that would suck. I imagine so. Imagine you play Vader and he's just like, eh.
Yeah, I understand. Like, it probably, I don't know if this is a situation that he's talking about, but like when you unlock like Sephiroth, and then you play as him and it's like weak. I don't know if that's a real thing. I never played Final Fantasy.
Amateur hour. The problem becomes that you're not actually engaging with the theater-going experience.
That's his problem, Adept. He didn't engage with the theater-going experience.
I mean, we did, and we didn't like the movie, so like that invalidates his entire point.
Well, you liked the movie, but you can at least acknowledge its flaws.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
If, honestly, and I'm being genuine here, if you're a film critic...
Oh, look! Konacha 37, it's a joke! Oh! Konacha 37, I never doubted you!
No!
Oh, no, how embarrassing!
Ooh, that's rough, dude.
How embarrassing. You guys don't know, because we've already seen this portion, but holy, dude.
Wait. This is his edited super chat. Like, he said, I edited out all the super chats, but this one was important.
Yeah, he said this one makes a good point.
Oh, no.
Oh, dude, that's embarrassing.
That's rough.
Oh, Konacha, if you're out there, what do you think, bro?
Yeah, Konacha, can we get you on for an interview?
Yeah, bro.
That's man. This is worse than the literal. Like I sent you a link where it was like goalpost moves in real time. This is worse than that. That's
rough, buddy.
I can't. Maybe maybe he acknowledges it. Then I just don't remember that happening.
Well, even if he acknowledged it, why would he put in that edit where it's like, "This is a good point"? You're
right.
Oh, that's embarrassing, Anthony.
Ooh, that's rough.
Delete your channel. No. Don't delete your channel. Maybe I can make a career out of this. I don't know. Anyway.
That's rough. Insert avatar, that's rough, buddy.
That's rough, buddy. Also, this has come to be the worst film theory I've ever heard in my life so far. It's bad. Steven, I hate to tell you this. It gets worse. Not this video, just film theory in general. There's some bad takes out there.
Anyways, yeah, let's watch the rest of this video, understanding the context of this is a joke.
You should be overjoyed. People are going to the theaters right now because movies aren't exactly doing terrific.
Okay, I'm not gonna talk about this. I'm just gonna say it and move on. You should not be overjoyed if people are going to the movie theaters if the movies are trash, because that's just gonna encourage more bad movies.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Financial departments outside of for the last few years. So, big deal. Hey, there you go. Back to this.
Wait, Konacha changed his mind. He said, wait, he might have really did that.
Oh,
I assume that's another joke. No. Konacha's a Chad.
You know what?
He's making another joke.
He's lying to us. He told the truth the first time. Now he's lying because he's against Anthony now.
No, that's MauLer's alt.
He sacrificed $2 to gaslight this man.
Yeah, Anthony is under MauLer's skin. MauLer has an alt to watch Anthony's streams.
Anthony is
We
MauLer.
called him dead to rights. Anthony.
he turns off the stream.
His face? I don't know the lore.
He has, but it was years ago. He doesn't do it.
Okay.
Now.
So you're telling me he got plastic surgery and
yes, absolutely. This is he went to the cyberpunk gang in Star Wars, Boba Fett, and he had them rearrange his face and everything.
Yes.
The moral fortitude of a damp fucking ham. And so Peter allows her to explore his mind, meeting his memory of Aunt May. May tells Jean that it is your most important responsibility to remember you are special. You are beautiful, and people love you for you, not because you are special. This reassurance of Jean's beauty and incredible nature convinces her not not to end the life of the cruel bastard that tortured her sister to death, despite the hundreds of civilian corpses it took for her to get to this moment?
Again, not exactly an effective understanding of that scene either, MauLer.
That's what happened.
The whole point of that was to show her a family who loved her, because Jean was alone her entire life. In the film proper, Jean...
I mean, she wasn't alone her entire life. She had her sister with her. That's kind of like the point of why she's going after her. Now, I'm going to be honest. Even in the movie theater, I wasn't really sure what I was supposed to take away from that scene. Like, I was like, okay,
it was like word salad, dude.
Well, I was assuming, like, they're showing us what she's saying, but it's not, like, the whole thing. Like, there's some sort of, like, psychological, like, telepathy thing going on. Because it doesn't really make sense that she just, like, gets a few words from this random stranger she doesn't know, and that, like, changes her. So I'm like, I'm assuming she's just absorbing the lessons that Peter learned in the last movie or whatever. I don't know.
Well, that wasn't in the last movie.
I just don't understand. Well, I know that scene wasn't in the last movie, but like he learned the lessons in the last movie. So that's what I was just like assuming, but it didn't really make that much sense to me. So I can't really say whether or not he's right, because I was confused myself.
I was internally laughing at the scene because I was just like, holy crap, she's like drawing all this meaning from this conversation that was meant for Peter and not meant for her at all. Not to say that that can't have some weight to it. I'm pretty sure they've done that in other films.
Lincoln delivered a banger.
Oh.
He wasn't talking to me.
Oh, man. But like, not to say that that can't have any weight. I'm sure I've seen films... I know I've seen films where someone thinks they're talking to someone else, but what they say is so impactful to a person that is not the person they think they're talking to. I know I've seen that in film before. I just can't think of it off the top of my head. But like, what she says to Jean Grey is like, it's so boilerplate. Like, you deserve happiness. You deserve to live your life and live your truth, like that sort of thing. It's just like, it's a therapy speak part one. Like, it's very basic. I feel it didn't speak to anything of her character at all, because her whole character up to this point was evil, mind prison, terrible person, revenge guy. That was all she was. She didn't really have anything else. Girl, yeah. It's just I felt nothing except like, holy crap, this is what you're trying to do? Really? You're bringing back Aunt May for this?
Arena 3193 based.
Jean isn't sympathetic because she's not remorseful in the slightest, and the film or Peter doesn't hold her accountable for innocent people and MJ. Exactly. Base. What are you doing in this chat, bro? Get out of here. Get in my chat.
What are we doing watching this?
Oh, someone thought it was a good idea.
Like it wasn't my idea.
Yeah. Oh, we're not gonna finish this.
We will. He goes on like tangents later on.
Okay, Spider-Man exist as kind of foils to each other. They show where Peter could go if he had nothing to anchor him to reality, to humanity.
What do you think of that idea, that Jean is like a vision of what could have happened to Peter if he didn't have guidance? Or
I can see that was maybe one of the writers or the director's vision. I don't really care.
It's not in the movie. Like, that's an idea you could have, but it's not in the movie.
But, you know, like Death of the Author stuff, like someone can make something and then you can like see that in it.
I wouldn't classify that as Death of the Author, because Death of the Author would be like, the curtains are red, but the author says that they're blue, but they're clearly red.
That's not what the Death of the Author means.
Well, I'm talking about like the colloquial use of the term. I haven't read the full. I haven't read the colloquial use of the term. I'm not
sure that's the author. Let me know if I'm wrong, but it means like the author writes something, but other people took different meaning from it than what they intended.
Yeah, that's like a part of it. I haven't read the full essay, but that is a part of it. But like the way people colloquially use it, it's kind of evolved to where like the
Yeah,
author
but the
says
people
something.
you're talking about are your like movie critic Twitter idiots. More pain. Let's
yeah,
go.
pain.
Jean's powers already push her away from the rest of society. She
It's true. She's
dehumanizes
already
her.
telepath.
She sees people as pawns, not really as people, because of the nature
She
of her
sounds
ability.
like a terrible
and also
person.
because every interaction with any human being outside of her sister.
I love how he says all this while also disagreeing with MauLer that she's a horrible, reprehensible person. She's not
You don't
morally
understand.
reprehensible. She's acting in character.
You don't understand.
Also, she sees
If
people as
somebody-
pawns and less than human.
If somebody grows up with a troubled childhood, then the things they do later in life are justified.
You know, guys, Hitler wasn't morally reprehensible. He was he had
Shut
a
up.
bad childhood.
Be quiet.
He was just acting in character
has been
because his dad
purely
beat him.
antagonistic. The scene with Aunt May demonstrates to Jean, hey, this is what it feels like to be loved. This is normal human interaction. And that anchors her to her humanity. This is not me reading too much into the scene. It's what anchors Peter to humanity.
Maybe there is something to be said, like she felt the love that Peter felt.
I don't think that's what anchors Peter's humanity, though.
Yeah, I don't understand this idea. There's this lip service paid to like, oh, are you Spider-Man or are you Peter Parker? And he says, I'm both. There's lip service paid to this conflict he has, but I never detected it at all up until that point where he said that. I was like, oh, was I supposed to like detect some kind of conflict between the Spider-Man and Peter? Because I didn't at all. I just thought he was evolving or going the spider arc where he turns into a spider.
That would have been better.
That would have been better. But yeah, I don't get this idea of like, oh, this is what he's not Batman. This is what anchors Peter to his humanity. It's like, no, calm down.
Peter is literally
And
just
very-
like a good guy.
Yeah, he's like the most normal person in all of the MCU, maybe.
Like if you're looking at moral compass characters, you're looking at like Captain America, Spider-Man.
Pretty much, yeah. You know, I might have been hyperbolic when I said he's like the most normal person. I don't know. Even the most normal behaved people are pretty extraordinary in their own way.
You're just saying that because he's white.
Oh my
And you're-
god!
No, I'm kidding. All right.
And that anchors her to her humanity. This is not me reading too much into the scene.
It is.
It's what anchors Peter to humanity. And very importantly, this is spelled out during the fight with the hand.
It's not.
Jean tells Peter that he can be a spider or a man, he can't be both. And, you know, his response is basically, I'll do my own thing and be both.
This is like when people heard Yoda say that failure is the best teacher in TLJ, and they then took that to be like, oh, that's what the whole movie was about, even though there are a lot of scenes in that movie that go against that lesson, that theme. This is the same thing.
But the character said that was the theme.
It's been 8 years and we're still here.
And that culminates in his arc. His unified humanity is one core pure thing.
What even was Peter's arc in this film?
Peter's arc was going from where he was at the beginning to back where he was in No Way Home. If it was actually that or not. I think
It might be the internet connection. Oh, reconnection successful, apparently.
Oh, yeah.
What
good.
about YouTube?
It's
Let's
good on
check.
Twitch.
Okay, yeah, YouTube is
It's
good.
good on YouTube.
All right, back to the thing. Let's rewind it a little bit.
Can we please put him on like 2x speed?
Let's see how it works. 2 times speed.
Another example of a character who is further dehumanized and removed from his humanity. That his being a hero is a sentence, rather than necessarily a choice. Anyone with half a brain can watch all of that and go, oh, Jean is where Spidey would go, in theory, if she was,
Again,
if
the
totally
dismissive
untethered
remarks,
from
anyone with
his
half a
humanity. The scene
brain.
with Aunt May is that
now,
tether
dude.
that
I
anchors
think
Peter to
he's
humanity,
he's
even when
on
he's isolated on his own. The memory of Aunt May
misunderstanding
is his one
Punisher's
human tie, even when
remark is like,
with
this
Split
is a
and Jay,
sentence.
Ahmed, and off on his own,
He's
going
not talking
different
about being a
Jean
hero.
DeWolf,
Being the
who
hero
was
is not a
also neglected in the dimension
sentence.
so far.
It's him
The point
living
is that
in
all of these are basic
seclusion
elements of storytelling.
away
They are
from
so basic, in
everybody.
fact, that a child
Without
can tell
his
you what they mean.
family.
Somehow, though, this
Without
escapes
his
the
family.
ideological mind of
That's the
MauLer, who instead
sentence,
decides to frame Jean Grey in the
Oh,
most
boy,
uncharitable perspective
having more
by
trouble.
breaking his own rule. MauLer has always credited himself as someone who anchors his film opinions on what happens
Testing,
in the
1,
film.
2, 3.
The only person in the entire film who Jean maybe kills is the person she throws in front of a truck.
Testing,
Compare
1,
that
2,
then
3.
to the comics version of Jean, who kills 5 billion people because she feeds on a star. And before you go, well, that's Phoenix, that's Dark Phoenix, that's not Jean. Jean and the Phoenix are the same thing.
heck?
It's not like Venom,
I
where
am
it's like, oh,
so
the symbiote and
confused.
Eddie, the two separate entities come together. No, the Phoenix made Jean, and Jean made the Phoenix. They are
I'm
one and the same. They're the
playing
same
my
entity in the
stream
white hot
in
room.
YouTube.
They exist beyond space and time as one unified entity with
Wait a
different
minute.
aspects of themselves floating to the surface.
Isn't it
The Dark
behind?
Phoenix is not a separate person, it is just another aspect of Jean. Jean
the
did
heck?
that. Jean, if he was totally untethered from
Hold on.
and removed from his humanity, that
Okay, I was so confused. I feel like I was like slipping in and out of time for a second because I would play the my YouTube stream, which was back like tens of seconds, but my voice was in the present. And then I would look at my OBS monitor and it would be like, oh yeah, the Watch Together is playing. But then I went to my monitor and it wasn't playing. And then I pressed play and it stopped on OBS. And I'm like, what is going on? I think we're okay. Let me see. Yeah, YouTube is okay. Let's check Twitch. Twitch is probably okay, right?
Looks dead to me.
Yeah, it looks dead.
He's dead,
What
Jim.
the heck? What's it called? Twitch just turned off. Why did Twitch turn off? Brother. This is going to be a nightmare to cobble together.
Oh, no, wait. It's back.
Yeah, I turned it back on.
Mm.
Anyways, let's continue. Holy crap.
his being a hero is a sentence, rather than necessarily a character who was
rewind
further dehumanized and removed from his humanity. That his being a hero is a sentence, rather than necessarily a choice. Anyone with half a brain can watch all
I want to hear that in whole, like for the Punisher.
one core pure thing. He is both man and hero. He is both spider and man. That represents his duties as a hero and his duties as a human being, which he had been neglecting the whole time. And as we see the Punisher, we see another example of a character who is further dehumanized and removed from his humanity. That his being a hero is a sentence, rather than necessarily a choice.
Yeah, I don't agree with that at all. That he's like separated from his humanity. First of all, this movie has nothing to say on the what is humanity. Because Punisher is very human. He might be too human. Like, he is very in touch with his id.
His id?
Yeah, you know Carl Jung? The psychologist?
I mean, I know who that is, but like...
So the id, he came up with the idea of the id. The id is basically the part of your body that is like, it desires primal urges like violence and lust and things like that. The Punisher is very in touch with his id. He has an ideological position of he just wants to get rid of the scum in the streets. That's his position, but he very much probably enjoys what he does. But with that comes the, you know, his circumstance of my whole family is dead. I have no friends. I'm isolated. This freaking sucks. Like,
my id is getting stronger as I watch more of this video.
the id is taking
Anyone with half a
over.
brain can watch all of that and go, oh, Jean is where Spidey would go, in theory, if he was totally untethered from his humanity. The scene with Aunt May is that tether that anchors Peter to humanity, even when he's isolated on his own. The memory of Aunt May is his one human tie, even when he's not with MJ, not with Ned, and off on his own, with his only good friend being Jean the Wolf, who have noticed.
It seems like his tie to humanity is actually MJ, and despite him saying literally the opposite right here, is actually MJ and Ned, considering those are the people he's like stalking. He doesn't. I mean, he goes to Aunt May's grave, so that's also like a connection.
Yeah.
Maybe like he's just badly putting across the point that like human connection is important, and like which like of course that makes sense.
Yeah. It's
And
not
then like Jean is deprived of that, and so maybe you could logically think that Spider-Man, Peter could become like Jean somehow if he was deprived of human connection, but also like he's been deprived of human connection for 4 to 5 years at this point, but he's still like a moral compass.
Well, I just don't think the movie has anything to say at all about humanity. It just straight up doesn't. he's just come up with all of this on his own, which again, death of the author, sure, fine, fair, but like, it's none of it is spoken on in the movie. This is just stuff that he gathers value from in the movie. Like, you could say you gather value from stuff while conceding that it's not in the movie. It's not addressed in the movie.
I mean,
like
maybe the writers wanted to address it, but maybe they just didn't succeed.
They didn't.
Yeah.
Like, what's it called? There was another point I wanted to make, but I can't remember what it is. I also would like to.
Matter then.
I would like to point out. I would like to point out. Ubermensch 9240. MauLer's lack of empathy is terrifying, which is hilarious coming from that username. What if he's like German and he's like using the literal name? He's like, oh, I just like this Superman, yeah.
Again, oh, look at Alexandria.
Alexandre Desbins Brassard.
Brassard 9109. Again, I'm happy people liked this movie. I didn't. Cool. Anyways.
Like, all right. Neglected to even mention so. The point is that all of these are basic elements of storytelling. They are so basic, in fact, that a child can tell you what they mean. Somehow, though, this is escaped from the logical mind of MauLer, who instead decides,
I blame Brie Larson.
Oh my.
Yeah, some of y'all are all right.
In the most uncharitable perspective by breaking his own rule. MauLer has always credited himself as someone who anchors his film opinions on what happens in the film. The only
Steven is a first-class citizen.
Oh, the freaking chat. Let me see. Let's see if it works now.
This is hell. This is literally hell. We're still talking about this. This is Steven. LOL.
This is hell.
Truly,
it is pretty bad.
Citizen.
Yeah. Again, like, shoot. What did he say? He said. What did he just say? I'm sorry.
MauLer has always credited himself as
MauLer has always credited himself as the guy who bases what he says about what happened in the film. MauLer has also been very clear that like mistakes are possible. We are human. We err at times. Like, this dude's just so
let him make his
so
point.
uncharitable and so disingenuous. Let's go.
Someone who anchors his film opinions on what happens in the film. The only person in the entire film who Jean maybe kills is the person she
maybe kills
in front of a truck. Compare that, though.
Wasn't it a car?
To the comic version of Jean, who kills 5 billion people.
I don't care about the comics. We're not talking about the comics.
And before you go, well, that's Phoenix. That's Dark Phoenix. That's not Jean. Jean and the Phoenix are the same thing. It's not like Venom, where it's like, oh.
Please let him speak so we can end this. We're trying, bro. We're trying.
I don't think Jean and the Phoenix are the same thing. I think that.
I don't remember. It's been years since I read the comic.
They literally split the Phoenix up between different mutants, so like they can't be the same thing.
Well, they could do they do crazy stuff in the comics. It could be like aspects of it could literally be her id. They take away her id.
In the white hot room, they exist beyond space and time as one unified entity with different aspects of themselves floating to the surface. The Dark Phoenix is not a separate person, it is just another aspect of Jean. Jean did that. Jean killed 5 billion people in the comics. By comparison, Jean committed millions of dollars of property damage and maybe killed 1 person. That is the only death we can account for.
Again, this is all immaterial because that's not the same continuity. I don't even understand why he's bringing this up.
Hey, I'm not bad. That guy's a serial killer. I only killed 1 person.
Yeah, and you know what?
You can't hold that against me.
You know what? Agamemnon killed a baby, so who cares if I kill like an old man? It's fine.
Or on screen. Everything else is speculative, and if you speculate, MauLer, that goes against your objective perspective. It is your subjective opinion. Jean killed hundreds of people. It is my objective fact that there is no on-screen death in the movie. It is implied.
Did Bambi's mom die on screen?
Nope. Well,
Bambi's
actually,
mom
no.
was alive
We
and well.
found no. They do find her dead body later on.
But is she actually dead? Was there like blood?
I don't remember if there was blood, but there is an adult there. I think it's Bambi's dad or something. And
what did he say?
I don't.
He say she was dead?
It's been over like 20 years since I saw the movie, and I never saw it the whole way through. I think he said that she's dead.
There was actually I know a movie No, wait, never mind. I'm trying to remember. I've been watching some like kids movies recently, so I can't. There's a lot of movies that like like I said earlier, expertly like show somebody died without actually showing them die, right?
Yeah.
Anyways,
Ryan or
Get
Steven
blown up in clock-
says, it is my objective fact that this is pointless because it's all an opinion. Lol. That's
just
hilarious.
1 second. I'll be right back.
It is my objective opinion that I find this pointless. It is funny though, because MauLer, he does strive to be as accurate as he can and try to go off of what the film tells us, not what we feel about it, because sometimes what we feel is not exactly what is real. But like this guy, I don't know what problem he has with Molly. He just really hates him, and again, he's looking for any foothold he can possibly find to like try and dismantle his arguments, but he's doing doing a terrible job.
and caught them the damage, but we don't see it. We can assume maybe she did, and that's
We can... It's hilarious. It's like, we don't see anyone get blown up by the bomb. We can assume, but we didn't see. It's like, dude, no one knew the bomb was there, so there's probably going to be, like, people around it. Bambi's mom is never shown. The theory is Gaston has her on a wall or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. I think you are mistaken. I distinctly remember Bambi's mom being in the movie. You mean she's never shown to be killed? Is that what you mean? I'm pretty sure there's like a scene of Bambi crying over her dead body. Well, I'll defer to you because I haven't seen that movie in over 20 years. I haven't seen that movie since it was on VHS. Crazy.
one discussion. But by your own...
That's a discussion. It's a discussion on whether or not we can assume people died from the APC running through cars, shooting a 50 cal in the city, tumbling cars, breaking through a building, exploding from a C4 bomb. And again, all of this is immaterial to the real issue that we take with this. Why are we harping on did people die? It's because that makes Jean a terrible person, a villainous person. But let's say no one died. By some miracle, no one died. She still tried to kill all those people, or at the very least, through reckless endangerment, just complete apathy towards other people's welfare. She didn't care if they died. I'm just talking about the principle of it doesn't matter if people died or not. She still either through intentionality or not, she was okay with killing people. Bambi's mom is killed but is never shown. The scene is him calling her out, but the father or the guardian talks about death. Oh, okay.
metrics of film watching. Unless we see it explicitly in front of us, it didn't happen.
If any chatters are bothered by the 2x speed, just let us know.
What the heck? That was weird. Sorry, what did you say?
I was just saying, if any chatters are annoyed by the 2x speed, just let us know and we'll go back.
Dude, what do you think about that? That what he just said. It's like, if it's not shown in the movie, it didn't happen.
I mean, that's obviously stupid.
Like, I've never seen No Country.
There are tons of ways to insinuate something happened without actually stating it directly.
Yeah.
That's a pretty common tactic in all kinds of like literature and art.
Absolutely.
I can see like what his point is. Like, you can't add stuff into a movie, despite him continuously doing that. But in a vacuum, I can say, yeah, you can't just like I can't say, oh no, Jean Grey is actually completely justified because Spider-Man. You don't know this, but Spider-Man actually sent her a bunch of nasty tweets and text messages, and that's why she didn't want to ask him to help her, because she knew that he hated her.
He called her a mutie.
I don't know what that means. I'm not online enough to know what that means.
It's a slur for mutants.
Unless we see it explicitly in front of us, it didn't happen. So by your logic, not by my logic.
Wow. Sorry, I mean, that's probably out of context, but like saying
Also,
unless we see it explicitly happen in front of us, it didn't happen. Like, bro.
Oh my gosh.
Does he understand Inception at all? Like,
And what's it called? What he just said. He's saying that that's what MauLer's logic is.
which is not true.
It's not, and it's again so disingenuous.
Not by my logic, I think she killed more people than that. But by your logic of analysis, you can't say she killed anyone because we didn't actually see any bodies.
That is-
That
by
straw man
metric,
has
Molly, you're really
hands.
breaking your own rules more than you're following them. Yeah, she probably killed one person too. I mean, I remember the one person on the truck. There's probably someone else too who's like in a situation where, oh, she probably would die. But a couple of people is not the same as hundreds of people, and especially not the entirety of New York City, which is millions of people, which MauLer claims is the case when her power is extend beyond a kilometer around an island. Which, by the way, most of that kilometer was in fact water.
You think she like controls the fish?
Dude, those fish were freaking out.
Dude, for real.
So, what's you gonna do? Kill the fish? Kill a fairy? Oh, that's a Joker right there.
At Revenevin 300 super chatted $4.99. Remember, MauLer admitted that if he was in the Dark Knight, he would have instantly blown up one of the boats because not everyone would have died.
Yeah, exactly. There's no touch with humanity in that sense. The idea of that was that no one wants. So you're just playing the Joker's games, basically. Yeah, that tracks. That tracks. Anyway,
I can see
That is-
someone coming to that conclusion. That's
Yeah.
like game theory.
That's like,
But like
baffling
the whole
to
point
me.
of the movie is like, you know, they're coming to their humanity, right?
Yeah, like I don't want to appeal to the theme of the movie is that they're fighting for the spirit of Gotham, but that's one of those things. First of all, I don't take that chatter seriously because this entire chat, well, most of the chat is like predisposed to hate MauLer and take his word as like the worst possible version of his word possible. Usually because I've heard EFAP talk about like, what if you were in this crazy traumatic situation, what would you do? You know, kind of like a trolley problem things. And the one thing that they always say, they are very consistent on this, is like, listen, this is one of those things, because they've discussed it before, this is one of those things where I would like to say that I would do this, but in actuality, I have no idea. I might do this. They're
Yeah, when
very...
you're put under pressure, you don't know, like, you act differently.
Yeah. They're very consistent on that. Like, very consistent. Like, again, I'm in the 260s, and I've watched, like, let's see, 260, like, over
Chat,
5 years worth of
for those
EFAP.
of you who are here, look, just let me tell you, this man's phone, his OLED screen on his phone, had burn-in with the EFAP logo on it.
That was like
This
two
man
phones
is
ago.
addicted. This man has a problem.
This is
but if
before
there's anything you can say is that he knows the EFAP lore, at least up to episode 260.
I know the EFAP characters and lore, yes. What's it called? It's terribly written, terribly written. Can I just say, he genuinely made me hate this movie and not want to watch this regardless of the actual story. True. You should watch MauLer's video on it. It's a good video. I actually do recommend it. But yeah, like, I don't believe what this guy says. I don't believe what MauLer says, or sorry, what this chatter says about MauLer. But even if MauLer said that verbatim, it's a crazy, like, literally Gotham tier situation. Gotham is like the worst place you could be, and it's you versus not just a ship full of prisoners, but a ship full of prisoners from Gotham.
Yeah,
Like,
honestly,
brother.
like, the point that the Joker was trying to make doesn't make very much sense. Like, even if someone on the civilian ship pulled the trigger and killed all the criminals, it's like,
Yeah.
that doesn't really have the weight I think that Joker thinks it does, or the movie tries to say it does.
I don't think people are ready for the take that The Dark Knight is a flawed film.
Oh, it definitely is.
Anyway,
We're only 4 minutes in, and already we've had a lot of issues so far. Hopefully,
4 minutes. He's been spouting off all this nonsense.
Wait. So he's 4 minutes in, and it took him 30. Well, it's been edited. Never mind. I was gonna say it's been 33 minutes. What's our ratio? It's been 33 minutes, and we've been here for 4.5 hours.
I think we're doing pretty good. Well, to be fair,
we have
we've been
better
having
ratio,
to
right?
we've been having to he's contending with a tightly written script by MauLer that is addressing very specific things. We're having to contend with his insane ramblings that he conjures up out of the ether that we're just having to do all kinds of stuff with.
And technical issues.
And technical issues, that's right.
Anyways.
Lol, I don't know. Heath Ledger made good point as the Joker. Eternity. It's been an eternity. That's the ratio. It's been 84
golden ratio.
years. The golden ratio,
not
yes.
we'll see.
At the same time, the Punisher and Spider-Man ensure Jean escapes
Oh,
all
that's
forms of justice
him.
for the countless innocent people she pointlessly and often enthusiastically tortured and killed, allowing her to live.
Didn't Punisher try to shoot Jean in the head? Wasn't that a thing that he tried to do?
Hold on.
Yeah, and he didn't do it again.
In time, the Punisher and Spider-Man ensure Jean escapes all forms of justice for the countless innocent people she pointlessly and often enthusiastically tortured and killed, allowing her to live.
Didn't the Punisher try to shoot Jean in the head?
He would have been justified. She's a serial murderer, mind rapist.
The point he's trying to make is that Punisher did not, in fact, help her escape when he did. Like, he could have just shot her.
Oh yeah, what's it called? He's arguing that. So MauLer's saying that both the Punisher and Spider-Man helped her escape any and all culpability and accountability, which they did.
But what I would say fits Spider-Man's character to some degree, but does not fit the Punisher's character. Although I can agree, I can see the idea that, oh, he just shot Spider-Man and he would prioritize Spider-Man's life over Jean's.
I don't think it fits Spider-Man's character at all. Like, Jean is a terrible, terrible person. You know who was not as bad as Jean? Vulture. Vulture was not as bad as Jean, but he still sent his girlfriend's dad to jail.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, he also sent Green Goblin home scot-free. I mean,
well, no, the Green
I guess you
Goblin.
could assume that he's going to deal with the consequences of his actions. But
And also, the Green Goblin was like a plague on Osborn's mind. He killed the plague. The Green Goblin was defeated. Norman is fixed. He gets to go home and maybe face the consequences of his actions. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea was he could fix these people and give them a second chance. Whereas Jean Grey, it's like, oh, you let this person who is like perfectly fine with using her powers to get whatever she wants and has no problem killing people, you've let her go after you're like, you know what, maybe not kill this guy, even though he escaped and we don't know where he went.
That's correct, Steven. He does not have Harry.
Yeah, he does not have Harry. He has Ned and Michelle Jones. But man,
Continue the video.
yeah.
Wasn't that a thing that he tried to do?
The one thing is that he's talking about, oh, this Punisher trying to kill Jean. That contradicts the part where he helped her escape. It was like, no, these are like events that took place. He tried to kill her and then he let her escape. Those are like, it's like a timeline of events.
I seem to recall the Punisher firing a gun at Jean from a kilometer plus away. Honestly, that sniper shot is more unrealistic than anything else being done, but whatever. It's the
Are you
Punisher.
serious?
What?
You think a kilometer-long sniper shot is unrealistic for a superhero when normal humans do that?
And in Daredevil, it's one of the first things you learn about the Punisher once they've caught him is that he's like a sharpshooter. He's a...
Yeah, but it's unrealistic, bro. Don't you know?
I forget what he said. Is
It's
it a
like-
scout tactical? I don't remember. Anyway.
She gets away because she decides to stop. The Punisher realizes there's another solution that's non-violent, and he's happy about it.
No. He wanted to
So
save Spider-Man.
He just admitted, like, in his version of events, the Punisher tried to kill Jean, and then he let her go. But just seconds before, he was saying... MauLer said both Spider-Man and the Punisher let Jean go. He's like, Punisher tried to shoot Jean, if you remember, as if that was a contradiction, and now he's like saying the same thing. I'm going insane. I'm going
Punisher's whole
insane.
thing is he believes that every criminal only has one outcome. You gotta take him off the street permanently. There's no chance of rehabilitation. Peter Parker proved you can rehabilitate someone, give him a chance of redemption, and that
He didn't
I
prove
think
it,
broke the Punisher's
but-
philosophy in this concept for this one moment.
Also, call me insane. I think that if a criminal changes their mind, they should still face justice. Call me insane. It's called accountability. I think we should have it.
You're insane.
Bro,
There you go.
Steven is suffering.
the real criminal is damage control because they murdered and tortured an innocent teenage girl.
The real criminal is
We
damage
can have
control.
more than one criminal.
Yes.
It's okay.
But also, we're going to get into this later, but there's a conversation to be had about the entire Department of Damage Control. What are they culpable for? There's a conversation to be had there.
Yeah.
So the idea that the Punisher and Spider-Man both let Jean Grey go, it's a little different. Not sure about that. Also, and this is a really crucial thing, Jean Grey was keeping Peter Parker alive. If the Punisher killed Jean Grey, Spider-Man would have died. It is directly stated that Jean's psychic powers were one of the things keeping Peter Parker alive. If the Punisher killed Jean, Spider-Man would die.
That was the one thing I didn't understand. Why didn't Punisher just like, oh shoot, Peter's down. And he's down with that crazy telepath. Let me take the shot and then go save Peter. Why didn't he do that?
Well, yeah, that's like I was about to say. Like he could not have known that Jean was keeping him alive before he like got there, collected Peter, and took him to the hospital.
Also, how the heck does a telepath keep him alive?
Don't worry about it. So like he can't. This is something that Anthony was saying earlier, like criticizing MauLer for like supposedly taking something that happens later in the movie to justify or undermine. Doesn't really matter. Something that happened earlier in the movie, because like you're using what happened in the future to justify the past, so they couldn't have known. But like that's literally what's happening now.
Yes.
Punisher could not have known that A, Jean would do that, B, Jean could do that, or C, that she was doing it. Like it's impossible.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
that is a
whatever.
crucial element here that you're not considering here. And also, Jean's a teenager. She is a kid, essentially.
She's old enough to be
So
tried as
what
an
we're saying-
adult.
There was an episode of The Twilight Zone where like there was a kid controlling the whole world, and they didn't even know if they were the only humans left on Earth or if he had taken them to another place. That kid should be killed, and so should Jean Grey.
Here is that MauLer thinks they should shoot children. I'm not saying that he's saying that. I'm just saying that's he's upset. Anyway,
Based.
Live her life in peace. Spider-Man, brand new day is a tangled web
Kill
of
all
flaming
telepaths.
chimp shit.
We just got past the intro of MauLer's video. We're now in the video proper.
Frank Castle, the Punisher, begins the movie by shooting Spider-Man with a grenade launcher, something that can kill him considering a bullet can. Frank also decides to drop several tons of metal on an innocent civilian 3 times.
This is something that he got wrong. Yes,
So-
this is something that MauLer got wrong.
This is something I can see all the sides on. So basically,
No, MauLer's dead wrong here.
well, let's talk about it. We don't even have accountability in this multiverse. So MauLer is saying, oh, the Punisher let it happen when 3 large pieces of metal almost got dropped on top of MJ. He let that happen. And Anthony's about to come in and say, no, he didn't let that happen. That trap was set up for anyone, and they just happened to trip the wire. I'm somewhere in the middle where I don't believe Punisher is completely responsible for them tripping the wire. Like that's his fault that MJ almost got crushed by metal. But when we see him, when he's like revealed in that scene, he's like casually leaning on the railing, like, "Hey, bud, how's it going?" And it's like, are you gonna like stop this at all? I'm somewhere in the middle.
No, MauLer's wrong. Even if he was, like, I mean, the most he could do would be like, hey, watch out. Which, like, Spider-Man has spider sense. It's not going to change anything.
Yeah, I was more miffed in the scene. Like, why is Spider-Man, like, letting this... Just pick her up. Dude.
Anytime Spider-Man makes a mistake in this movie, I just choose to, like, an obvious, like, stupid mistake, I just choose to chalk it up to his stupid spider puberty.
Oh. Why was that even in this movie, man? All the time wasted on that stupid development that ended up not having any impact on the story whatsoever. They could have cut that entire thing out.
It does have impact on the story. He has natural webs now.
That's so stupid. Oh yeah, we just completely glossed over this. They'll talk about it later, so we'll talk about it later. But he has no money. Where does he get his money? It's the Gwen Stacy conundrum. I haven't seen that movie, so I can't speak to it. I know what you're referring to, though.
Those are traps that he set so no one can break in. He didn't like actively drop them. Those are traps. He also has landmines everywhere. So these are basic things getting wrong there, MauLer. If you set a trap, you're not choosing to drop it on a teenage girl. You're choosing to set it up so any...
Do you think Spider-Man would have prior knowledge of the traps? Because he obviously goes here.
So.
Well, he goes here because he knows that the Punisher is here, so he must know, right?
I don't know. Maybe they're new.
Maybe, I don't know.
Anyone who steps
I'm
in
mad
has
that I agree with Anthony.
fall on him. So he's not like up there setting up the wires and metal and dropping it. MJ stepped on the trap, triggered the trap, and it fell. It's meant to show he's paranoid. So again, did you actually watch this movie? I'm having doubts.
Because he is, at this point, akin to
Once
a
again,
particularly
he's
cowardly...
going over the. He's saying, I don't know if you actually watched the movie when the whole thing about him not watching the movie, watching like a fake bootleg, was a joke.
Yeah.
So, again, did you actually watch this movie? I'm having doubts.
Because he is, at this point, akin to a particularly cowardly, brain-vacuumed Mr. fucking Bean. Frank decides that when battling the Hulk, he will use flashbangs, explosives, guns, and his patented as though he has no
like
idea
that.
it will only make the fucking Hulk angrier. Frank then decides he'll go after Jean during this battle.
I'm trying to remember, like, it's a really weird fight where Frank throws a flashbang which distracts the Hulk enough to let Spider-Man, like, get free of his grip, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the most he contributes to the fight, other than just generally distracting the Hulk. He doesn't really do anything else except getting...
Yeah, honestly, like, I kind of disagree with MauLer here, because yes, obviously Frank cannot take the Hulk. It's just going to annoy him, make him angrier. But he can do more to distract the Hulk instead of going after Jean Grey, who can mind control him. And
I just think he should leave.
I mean, ideally, yeah, he would leave, but like, once again, it's a superhero movie, like meta logic, like they're not just gonna tell him to leave. He has to do something. Obviously, the thing they did was stupid, but the fact that he showed up to help Peter, realized that their Hulk was there, and then used the things he had at his disposal to distract the Hulk, perfectly fine.
Yeah, I think if they had some throwaway dialogue, is like, dude, I can't believe you like had the courage to go up against the Hulk. He's like, I didn't know it was the Hulk. Like, that would be funny dialogue, and they would like, you'd be like, listen, I'm gonna back out. You could take care of this, but like, obviously, like, do a strategic retreat. Some like concoct some sort of dialogue there, to where he like jumped in, but he didn't know what he was getting into.
Instead, they're like, you just don't want to admit you're afraid to fight the Hulk or something like that.
Oh, like, yeah, it was so stupid. Like, Frank is above that, you know? I feel bad for John Bernthal.
Like, to me, like, if he's like, you just want to admit you're afraid of the Hulk, to me, like, a more Frank Castle answer would be like, so what if I am? That's not going to stop me. Like,
I feel like he would, Frank, his dialogue was kind of handicapped in this movie. He's not allowed to swear. He's not allowed to use, like, graphic language.
Yeah.
Which
I understand. You know, they're trying to PG-13, right?
Well, they get one F-bomb. He almost used it, but they webbed him up. He could have just said, "Yeah, of freaking course I am." it's the effing Hulk or something. Like, oh
yeah. Oh,
remember,
yeah, Steven. He says, "Remember, this is the same company that's She-Hulk, so don't be surprised." That's true, but there's also so many Phase 1 and Phase 2 movies that had better dialogue.
People like to blame Joss Whedon for Marvel dialogue. Joss Whedon was really good with dialogue and character writing. Joss Whedon is a lot of things, but he's not bad at his job. He's not a great guy.
Trying to copy him,
and
then not understanding the nuances.
It's the imitators that don't know how to do it.
And anyway. I can like, I'm not sure the whole Joss Whedon's like line of work. I'm sure he made mistakes, but like,
oh yeah, he's not perfect, you know what I mean? But like he did make Buffy. He did make Buffy seasons 1 and 2, and I've heard Angel season 5 is pretty bad, or maybe it's season 4. I'm not sure.
True, Steven, an artist with shackles. Yes.
Yeah, Joss Whedon, he's not working anymore, and unfortunately, that's his own fault because he's a jerk. From what I hear, allegedly. But anyway.
Someone who can mind control him at a 33-foot distance, leading, retardedly, to him getting mind controlled. While mind controlled, Jean had him brutally wound 2 innocent security members trying to protect themselves from Jean and Frank.
Okay. The innocent damage control members.
Okay, here we go.
Let him speak.
Okay, well, you're full of shit if you're saying that those guys are innocent. Okay. Let's take a step back here. We establish here that the Department of Damage Control in the MCU is actively hunting mutants. They are knowingly hunting mutants. They have hunted mutants in Ms. Marvel, in Wonder Man, and now in this. These guys are not innocent. They are actively enacting, they snatch people off the street.
Is Wonder Man, is that a real thing?
I had not heard of Wonder Man before this video. I'd never watched Ms. Marvel because I value my life. But like, let's talk about this. They're rounding up mutants. The ones that we see rounded up in this movie were controlling people in the park with their minds. I think it's fine that they get rounded up. Also, I love how earlier he was talking about, dude, why should Gene control the Metzger? He's not gonna know everything that's going on. But somehow every single soldier and every single individual personnel in damage control knows everything that's going on in damage control, and they're all
yeah,
evil.
they all have culpability.
Okay, dude. Okay, they're all equally culpable. It's not like these guys, because like the guys who are even the janitor, like the guy who's like guarding the office. Why is he gonna know about what's going on with the mutants and stuff?
Yeah.
And even if he did, who's to say that they haven't given him a story? It was like, oh yeah, dude, these people were like controlling people and taking away their free will. And he's like, oh my god, I'm so glad I'm here with my gun and controlling and securing you guys. You guys are the real heroes. Like, there's a conversation to be had, but you know, this guy strikes me as the
sorry, go ahead.
This guy strikes me as the type of guy who hews to a certain I won't say political leaning, because I think that's too presumptuous, but I think he's very naive in morals. Or it could just be another case of he just wants to dunk on MauLer and he'll do whatever it takes.
If you're thinking of like the most evil thing ever, you think of like, Nazi Germany, right? Like, how high in the hierarchy do you have to be culpable? Like, where's the line there?
Like, were the Hitler
like,
youths, were they culpable?
If you're the janitor for the SS, are you like,
Were the dogs culpable?
Yes.
They were
probably German
masterminds.
shepherds.
Oh no.
Come on, this is not exactly.
Well, actually, and this guy doesn't get it. Yeah.
They're snatching civilians and throwing them in cells, knowingly torturing them to death.
Also, I don't think you were here for this, Adept, but he mentioned ICE, and so I think
do remember him mentioning that the other thing.
I think he has things about ICE that he's attributing to damage control as like an allegory.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, even in the chat, someone says damage control is the MCU ICE.
Which is actually a terrible, like,
if you really think about it, you don't want to make
a very good.
You don't want to make that allegory.
Analogy.
It's like you're saying the people in the MCU who are rounding up people that take away other people's free will are the same as ICE. I don't think you want to make that allegory, brother.
Yeah.
He tried to bring that as an example. Yes, he did.
At a certain point, what is innocent here? Innocent security guards working on the inner levels of ICE.
He just said it. He just said it. Yeah.
Oh, man. At a certain
Security
point,
guards are generally not like super high on the what's the word, like security pecking order in terms of like info security.
Yeah, they're not high on the totem
The less
pole.
they know, the better, kind of.
Yeah, they only know what they need to know.
Unless they're like literal like bodyguards specific to a person, generally they don't know that much.
Also, look at this. Oh no, the innocent PMC soldiers got shot. I don't know much about PMCs, but I would reckon that there are like reputable PMCs. Or if there were if there were no reputable PMCs, I'm pretty sure like actually I was gonna say if there were no reputable PMCs, they would get outlawed, but you know what? I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on.
when the evil organization, okay, this is like going, oh, Captain America killed multiple innocent members of Hydra.
He might have.
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember the movie specifically. I know specifically he was like killing people that were shooting him.
What's it called?
So like,
I don't remember if like everyone that he kills is like very culpable. I remember they had the Project Insight, which was the 3 helicarriers that are gonna like blow up the city. What if there's like a janitor on one of those helicarriers? He's just like, oh, I don't know, I'm just mopping these floors. Like,
yeah, right. Well, at that point, it's like similar to like the Death Star, where it's like, hey, man.
Yeah, there's gonna
you're literally on
unfortunately
a giant weapon.
Like it's an unfortunate fact of war. There's gonna be collateral. It doesn't make it okay. It doesn't make it right. It's just an unfortunate fact.
Yeah, but like look, like he's. So he compares damage control to ice, which is like I would not want to be making.
I do not want to invoke that allegory.
But then like he's comparing damage control to Hydra, which is like Hydra's literally trying to take over the world.
Yeah, they're like worse than Nazis.
They're
Even
like
the
super
Nazis were like,
One
hey,
might
yo,
call
wait a
them
minute.
the Uber Nazis.
Oh my god.
Anyways,
It's like those innocent Hydra people, they had dental insurance and everything. Okay, now, your perspective of innocent is subjective, obviously, but they're working at the inner levels of an organization that regularly...
innocence is vaguely subjective. There are objective levels of innocence.
I don't want to open a philosophical
disassembles the
debate on
people,
morality.
captures them, arrests them. They were going to kill Spider-Man.
They're the Team Rocket of the MCU, IMO. Who, Hydra?
No, maybe he's talking about Hydra. I just thought he was talking about damage control.
They've only shown up in like 2 movies and a couple TV shows. Hydra was only in 2, maybe 3 movies.
Damage control may be the Team Rocket of this phase.
No, that would be the TVA, I think.
What's the TVA again?
Oh,
That's like the time
God.
control thing, right?
It's like they
What
control
does it
all...
say? I literally no. All I'm asking is what does TVA stand for? I do not want the stupid lore.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
Spider-Man, when he was getting like checked out because he wouldn't take his mask off, they were going to shoot Spider-Man because he didn't take his mask off.
Yeah, that's retarded.
Yeah, that didn't make sense. That's just bad writing, but
Yeah.
whatever.
The innocent security guards. At a certain point,
The innocent security guard. Like, they're just stupid. Yeah, it's the is it TBA or TVA? Like television.
I'm
But I
pretty sure
can't
it's
remember.
TVA. I'm just gonna look up Marvel MCU or MCU TVA, and we'll get that.
come on, man. Anyway, back to this.
Also, the actions of those
Time
people...
Variance Authority.
God. They're the authority on time variance. Anyway, the actions of those people in that scene where they almost shoot Spider-Man because he won't take off his mask, that does not speak to the character of every single person employed by damage control.
No, you don't understand. It's okay to be prejudiced in this case.
Also, it's the Punisher. And Jean Grey's a terrorist,
At Donkey Monkey super chatted $3.53. Haven't seen the film, but MauLer's opinion feel like someone...
Did he say Jean Grey is a terrorist? He agrees with us.
I don't know. He's like aggressively like, actually, kind of like what Steven said. I don't know what this guy's rationale is.
half watched the film while playing a game.
It sounds like he didn't actually watch all of it. Or any of it.
At
Or even
Lydia
3 minutes.
_Williams
That's not
_purple
right.
_fairy super chatted $2. Obviously, he'd call Ice Analog innocent.
Yeah, he would actually. What am I talking about? He'd be one of the 20% that's
At Lupin the Maelstrom super chatted $5.
For anybody watching that's not familiar with MauLer, he's a leftist. Not like super far left, but like
I don't know what his politics are. I would say he's socially left, like socially very liberal. I don't know what
I
his
feel like you would
fiscal
be
stuff
safe
is
to
at all.
say MauLer is not all right.
Oh yeah, he's not alt-right, definitely. Not at all.
So for everyone watching that may be getting that assumption from this guy's portrayal of him, just to be
Also,
clear.
if anyone wonders why we're not responding to these super chats, I'm having trouble understanding them because it's so fast and I don't care about them.
That's why I'm not responding to them, because I don't care about them.
Yeah.
I like to think that Frank didn't know he was shooting Hulk until Peter said so. His reaction after is that of a man realizing he made a huge mistake.
Yeah, he's in deep shit. He did not realize he was in that much deep shit. He's the only
At
thing
S Han especially 04181 super chatted $5. The innocent Gestapo MauLer worried about.
I know, that poor Gestapo guy.
Jeez Louise, dude. So he's not all right, lol. He's not all right. He's very disturbed. He's very long.
The poor guy's not getting
At
genocided.
Wing of Shoe
Marvel's
super
difference.
chatted $2. Those Hydra agents were
No wonder this video was made and this guy existed. Yeah, like, people like this are why MauLer exists. Like, legitimately, like, actually, he says that the reason why he started making YouTube videos is because he hated what was on the market and he wanted stuff to be better, and so he made his own stuff, and I think he succeeded. I think he's made stuff better.
He's made a name for himself for sure.
Yeah.
2 weeks from retirement.
Oh man, 2 weeks.
At Lupin the Maelstrom super chatted $2. Frank, what? Thought that was Mr. Hyde or something.
Yeah, the thing also is the Punisher goes to damage control with enough.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Do you remember, I'm vague, I'm trying to remember it as we speak, but, Frank, he says, I thought that was Mr. Hyde or something.
Who?
Hulk. He says that about Hulk.
Who's Mr. Hyde?
Like Jekyll and Hyde.
I know, but like, was that just a joke he was making, or?
I guess. As if he doesn't know who the Hulk is. I don't know. Let me listen to it again.
$2. Frank, what? Thought that was Mr. Hyde or something.
Yeah, the thing also is the Punisher goes to damage control with.
Okay, we're just going to move on from that because I don't remember it. You don't remember it. I don't think he's going to talk about it, so.
weaponry to defend himself against normal people, not the Hulk. No one expected the Hulk to be there. What's he gonna do realistically? He can't like invent a new weapon on the spot. He has his guns and his flash grenades and bombs, and that's all he's got. He can't.
So he used the flash grenade. That works pretty well. But once he realizes that the Hulk is there, he can leave. In fact, he could help people who haven't escaped the building escape, because I don't know if the building's been evacuated yet.
I'm pretty sure either it's evacuated or everyone who was in the building is dead. But like, this is something that I half agree with Anthony and half agree with MauLer, because like, even though he's not equipped to fight the Hulk, he can't be the one to go after Jean Grey. So either he leaves or he distracts the Hulk. Those are the options that the writers have written themselves into a corner with. But instead, they took the escape valve of make them do something dumb.
But if they did that, the movie will be like 40 minutes.
Oh, Elf Hunter's here. We have to shut it down.
Dude, Elf, this movie's retarded. This movie is so retarded. Anyway, like, and the thing is, Punisher, he's not an idiot. He could distract the Hulk in like a smart way. Like, he has flashbangs. There's debris everywhere. He could like make the Hulk go somewhere, like a video game. Throw something to distract him. Do something.
Especially if Spider-Man is helping him distract him.
Well, yeah. Well, in this scenario, Spider-Man would be off to take care of Jean Grey.
I mean, yeah, but it's not like it's a mass. Like the building's tall. It's not wide. Like...
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, in the amount of time it would take for him to find Jean Grey and disable her with the inhibitor chip, Punisher would probably be fine. In fact, this movie sucks so bad. The writers did not need to write them into this corner. Like, Anthony is like, oh, well, in this situation, they can really only do this. Like, they're only in this situation because the writers wrote it this way. They could have written it a different way.
The point is, like, he's saying this is the only thing that could have happened, and I'm saying, no, that's not true. Spider-Man, without the Hulk against him, could find Jean Grey very quickly and subdue her. And I believe in the Punisher enough to be able to fight for his life long enough for that to happen. Like,
well, no, I'm not sure if Stevens is joking. I'd say this Spider-Man sucks because they can't do anything without Tony Stark. I can't tell if you're joking or not. Because
I think the Spider-Man's fine.
The last two movies, Spider-Man hasn't had any help from Tony, like, Stark technology at all. And even before that, I don't care if he has help from Stark technology, because when it counts, he works without it. And even when he doesn't, or even when he does have it, he still is a great character. But that's enough of that.
That's why I was so excited after watching No Way Home. I was like, oh my goodness, we're going to get Spider-Man without the Stark technology. And then he had the Stark technology.
Dude. You freaking
I wanted him to fly around in this
John Watts handed them a layup on a silver platter. It's like, now you just make classic Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
And they messed it up. Like, how do you do that? You have, like,
we'll get to that.
What, 60 years of comics and inspiration to draw from, and you couldn't make classic Spider-Man? Are you dumb? I don't even know I'm asking that. I've heard just enough about Anthony to know he's retarded. Your words, not mine. Let's go.
Can't do more than that. When Peter says, hey, go take care of Jean, I'll get the Hulk, it's because he can't handle the Hulk and they both know it, and they both decide it's a good idea. Like, even if you only watch the film on a cursory
He doesn't need to handle the Hulk, but we went over that.
level, no one knew the Hulk was going to be there with Jean. It's like, it's a surprise. It's one of those things, it's like a twist.
Meta argument.
You see, unlike you, MauLer, when you're writing this video, and I assume you actually watched the movie, not just, read a summary, even though you yanked a bunch of things wrong, actually. The Punisher did not read ahead in the script and go, yes, in this scene, I'll be fighting the Hulk, so let me bring my anti-Hulk gun.
Yeah, but it was more about the mentor stuff, and now he just sucks regarding of decision-making and further duties as Spider-Man, not so much as the tech. See, we're talking about this movie. This movie, yeah, I agree with all of what you just said, but this movie is 1 out of 4. There's 3 other movies where Peter's learning, and he's becoming a better person, and even when he makes mistakes, he makes it right in the end. So I'm going to have to disagree with you for the 3 out of the 4 movies in the MCU that are for Spider-Man.
Whatever. Give me a fucking break, man.
never acknowledges that.
Yes, in this scene, I'll be fighting the Hulk, so let me bring my anti-Hulk gun. Whatever. Give me a fucking break, man.
Again, meta argument. Like, this guy's full of it.
Never acknowledges this. Instead, a joke is made at the end of the scene. By the end of the movie, Frank, with the knowledge that Jean is mind controlling everyone in the city potentially to death and...
Not everyone. It's 1 kilometer. Also, there is no indication in this film that Jean can just crush someone's heart.
He said potentially to death. They don't know, but they have every reason to believe that she is evil and she will do it. Also, crush someone's heart. Like, she could just, like, turn off their brain, maybe. I don't know. They don't know.
With their minds. Now, can Jean have them all walk into the water? Sure, but we don't actually know if she can even do that much. She can...
Yeah, we don't.
freeze people in the
she
kilometers.
can mind control people. She can keep Spider-Man alive. I'm not sure how much of a stretch it is to, like, reverse that.
And, like, you see, it's kind of insane. You know, I haven't asked myself this yet. When she controls that 1 kilometer radius of New York, we see, like, the air shimmering. What is that? Is that, like, just for show, or is that, like, actually something tangible in the world?
No, it's something tangible because Punisher sees it.
You're right, he does. So yeah, I think once he sees that, all bets are off. She could, like, turn these people off and, like, they die.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that once she, like, realizes Sarah died and then goes, like, berserk, she is now the normal Jean Grey powers that we know, where it's, like, mind control, telekinesis, and all that.
OBS is having issues again. Let's see here. Okay, it's reconnecting.
Looks fine on YouTube.
Cool. Let's go.
But there's no actual indication that she can actually kill any of them, or even mind control all of them. She can mind control the hand guys, but that's about it. That's kind of the limitation that we see.
She can mind control the hand guys, and that's about it. Okay, all right.
Because she's doing the hand guys, she's doing the damage control guys. There's no indication that that's a limit. Those are just the people that are there.
Does he not know that, like,
he's paused everybody in that 3.14159 square kilometer reach.
OBS is down again. Come on, man.
YouTube's fine.
And it's back. All right. So, what the heck was that noise?
What noise?
I just had, like, a Windows pop-up noise, like, ba-dum. I don't know what it was.
Looks like on YouTube, it looks like... Oh, no, it's good.
It says OBS has crashed, but apparently it's good.
I think it was just the
It was my soul leaving me. I'm going to ignore this because this has happened before a long time ago, and it has happened to other people. It's a very strange thing where it says it's crashed, but it's still going. I'm just going to ignore it. I'm not going to press the OK button. Anyway. But, like, he says, oh, she's only affecting the hand and the damage control guys. Like, as if the people in the mainland who are frozen solid are not being affected. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You're making a lot of assumptions about a lot of stuff we don't really know yet, and that's a big problem.
Previously killed countless innocent...
I love how he's like, he says MauLer's making assumptions, but he's the one making assumptions.
Sees she and Spider-Man are locked in some form of mind battle, providing him the chance to shoot her, ending her reign of psychotic mind-raping murder, only for Spider-Man to take the bullet, and the Punisher eventually cries and apologizes. He was absolutely right. That spiritually spineless, soggy pillock, absolutely embarrassing and irreconcilable with the man who would have ripped Peter apart for
I absolutely agree with that, dude. If you watch Daredevil and the Punisher from the old Netflix Marvel film or TV shows, this guy is not the Punisher, dude. He would rip Spider-Man a new one. He would be upset.
Yeah, to be fair, apparently there's a lot of stuff that happened off screen which is dumb. It would have been a much better movie if they made his character arc. I mean, I'm not sure I would agree with it or that I would like it, but if they made his character arc him, like, softening up just a little bit, then they could have at least worked for that. But they didn't.
And I know that they've revived Punisher in Disney Plus. He has a Disney Plus show, so who knows what they're doing to him in that show. Poor John Bernthal.
standing in the way of ridding the world of a psychopathic, mass-murdering, mind-raping fiend. Peter Parker, despite having a full view, allows an innocent man to be hit by a car through mind control without pulling him back. Apparently he's distracted. He's a vacant moron, despite the entire event he was focusing on being Jean showing how cruel she can be by getting this innocent man killed. Motherfucker, you struggling with your reaction time there, Spider-Man? Speaking of the...
Yes, because they're talking about the kidnapping MJ. So yeah,
I would have liked the movie better if he attempted to pull the guy back, but at that point he was also struggling with the stupid spider puberty stuff. So like I can understand him failing to save him, but he didn't even try. And as far as I'm aware, the spider puberty stuff made him more hypersensitive to the world around him, not less.
I'm not sure what his spider senses were at. That sigh was so real. I feel you, Gruff. I don't know what his status in terms of senses were at that moment. I don't remember. However, that scene was it went viral and everyone was criticizing it before people had even seen the movie. Like most people, I would venture to say, including me. I had not seen it, but I did not say anything about it. I was like, all right, we're gonna watch this movie. But having seen the scene in full, it was so obvious he was gonna get run over. Like, what the heck was Peter doing? Like he like spreads his arms theatrically and walks back into the road in New York City. And
I mean, that's true, but also can we go back just a little bit? Like, look at the behind the scenes.
And the Punisher eventually cries and apologizes.
We just talked about how the driver is stupid.
Spineless, soggy
yeah, I was about to say, like,
the
driver had all the time in the world. They're obviously looking at their phone.
It's like a Final Destination death when like someone is the ambulance that's off camera, no one sees it coming.
Raping fiend.
Yeah,
Peter Parker,
like,
despite having a full view, allows an innocent man to be hit by a car through mind control without pulling him back. Apparently he's distracted. He's a vacant moron, despite the entire event he was focusing on being Jean showing how cruel she can be by getting this innocent man killed.
No.
Motherfucker, you struggling with...
Yeah. Now, I will say, I don't want to appeal to behind the scenes footage. Also, this
what happened.
This is what it looks like when it's from a different camera. I'm not saying that the out of frame ambulance is valid. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it looks different from this angle, whereas it looks different from another angle.
Do you think this guy's gonna get some sort of like stuntman award?
I don't know. Also, this is not the same shot that we see in the movie.
Oh no?
No, it's not. You could tell because in the movie, well, in this shot, and behind the scenes, he falls like in like the center right of the taxi or whatever this is. While in the actual movie, he's like in the far right of the. Sorry, I meant front left in this shot. In the movie, he's like far right in the front. So I completely buy that the driver would have driven
Your
into
reaction
him.
time there, Spider-Man? Speaking of the...
yes, because they're talking about the kidnapping MJ. So yeah, he's distracted. Like,
so this guy
He's been doing this for 4 years.
This guy gives a reason that is stupid and doesn't make any sense. The actual reason that I would buy is that his stupid spider puberty is messing with him.
I don't even buy that because even like for me with my regular human senses, I was like, oh, come on, man. Specifically the bus scene in Final Destination 1, yeah, you know which scene I'm talking about. Looks IRL, little some dude in a SM costume, a Spider-Man costume, in the typical day. Yeah, he's just standing there. It's hilarious. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something, but I forgot what it was. Let's move on.
That's great.
this isn't complicated. You know, it's like, this is baby shit. This is baby shit, MauLer. How do you not understand the basics of a plot, dude? If you threaten someone's loved one...
Oh, yeah.
And...
I remember what I was gonna say. Spider-Man has been... Like 4 years have passed since No Way Home.
5. 4. It's unclear. 4 or 5.
4 or 5 years. Like over half a decade since he started being Spider-Man in the first place. And he's fought Scorpion, Vulture, Green Goblin, Mysterio. Mysterio is like the ultimate. It was like he should not be distracted. Like, come on.
This is why
man.
I have to think that the only explanation is spider puberty.
They should have made it more obvious if that's the case.
Hunter,
What the heck is the spider puberty?
is a stupid plot device where, because he's focusing completely on being Spider-Man and 0% on being Peter Parker, that now his arachnid DNA is taking over his human DNA.
And so his senses become more acute, and ironically, his senses being more acute makes it harder for him to focus.
And he also has natural webs instead of web shooters now.
Yeah, isn't that cool? That's what you guys wanted. It's so cool, isn't it? Right, guys? Wow.
No, okay, first off, in that scene also, this is the first time anyone
So they're
has
just
acknowledged-
making stuff up? That's the funny thing. It's inspired by comics where there's an arc where Spider-Man turns into a giant spider, but then he turns back human, and after that point, he doesn't need the web shooters anymore. He could just make natural web. They're drawing from that, but they're just doing it terribly, and there's no reason for it to be in the film. Like, it serves no purpose. It literally serves no purpose.
I would also posit that just because it's in the comics doesn't mean it's good.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Just because it's in the comics have some terrible stuff in it, guys. Terrible
the punch
stuff.
dimension.
I'm pretty sure there's a guy named Aaron. Let me look this up. There's like a guy. Let me see. Spider-Man most hated villain.
Oh gosh.
What's his name? Oh, is it Aaron? I gotta remember. Oh, come on. No, it's not Spider Side.
In like 4 years. And it's Jean Grey threatening to go after MJ, the person who he loves. All of this catches you kind of off guard. Bit of a big thing.
Sure.
Also, this is after he had the inhibitor chip on him. He's like all disoriented from that too. He's been having effects that the whole film where his sense is so intense, he's not reacting to things.
Paul.
His powers are
That's his name. His name is Paul. And I don't know what Paul did, but apparently the entire fandom despises Paul. Everyone hates him. And, wait for it, MJ's boyfriend that is in this movie is theoretically named Paul.
Is that? I thought that was Flash.
No, it's a different guy. Paul Rudd? No, like a character in the MCU named Paul. Also, a message got retracted. I'm not sure what it was, but anyway. That's not me. I don't know if mods are doing anything, but whatever. Let's go.
That's another key factor at play here. You can't even swing correctly because you can't control his webs properly. So, a lot of this is really pathetic, honestly, of your critique. And it's not even that these are necessarily things you can't critique. I think Gene letting the guy get hit by a car, yeah, pretty extreme.
I missed whatever you were saying when I was looking at Paul, so I'm relying on Adept for anything I missed.
It's also the only thing that could be a death.
That's whatever.
Only thing.
He was basically saying the same thing that I was saying about the Spider
puberty. Point is, that's the closest MauLer has come to a meaningful critique, and it's 6.5 minutes in. And I'm not even saying that's a bad critique.
So
it's not.
That's worth discussing. But it's one thing 6.5 minutes into a video. I don't know. Seems like a bit of a...
So
don't pause it.
No. I want to say, we're 6.5 minutes in. He's gone for 46 minutes. We have conceded 2 things that he might be wrong on. Like, there was the whole city thing, and then there was Punisher. The traps thing. Okay, so 3 things. Maybe the spider puberty thing. 3 things. And he's been yapping for 45 minutes, not including the intro. 3 things.
It's a bad thing to make. You can point it out, a lot of people have. That's worth discussing. But it's one thing 6.5 minutes into a video. I don't know. Seems like a bit of a too little, too late kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Also, yeah, the Punisher would feel upset hurting Peter Parker because he likes Peter. You know, he treats Peter almost like a prodigal son kind of thing. It's not like Daredevil where it's another guy. Daredevil also, by the way, in the Daredevil season 2, he also gets in the way of Punisher's.
You have for 3 hours lol and counting.
At some point.
Yeah, brother.
Yeah, bro, it's been a long time.
But more importantly, Daredevil's disrespectful to Frank. Also, this is kind of important. The Punisher feels like he owes Peter Parker his life because Peter Parker saved his life in Staten Island. It's a recurring joke throughout the whole film. So that's Daredevil hurting someone who... Not Daredevil, sorry, not Punisher. It's Punisher hurting someone that he feels he owes a debt to. You know, because Peter Parker saved Punisher's life in Staten Island at some point. That'd be a recurring gag. So
I don't have a problem with Punisher feeling bad about, tagging Peter.
Yeah.
I don't think he would cry.
It's whatever. I don't care.
Yeah.
It's not... It's one of the lesser evils of this movie, I think.
Oh, yeah. This is, like, absolutely a nitpick.
All of this is really bizarre. The Punisher, historically, has conflicted with Peter in the comics, too. And even
don't care about the comics.
The Punisher respects Peter too much, at this point in the comics, to just shoot him in the head for the sake of it.
This point of the...
and he respects that. That's all really good writing. That's some good stuff, and it's compelling in the moment. Now, is it super comic accurate? Probably not. I think the Punisher's a little more jaded and cruel than that. But it's kind of baffling to see this discussion, where you're arguing that the Punisher should have shot this... What are we doing here, man? And again, the problem is...
Shoot Jean Grey, kill her!
Of all the antagonists Spider-Man is faced, Jean is probably the least overtly destructive. I think the Vulture is another contender, too. The Vulture is just a career criminal doing a job.
What did he just say?
Oh, yeah, I remember him saying this. He's saying
probably
that He's trying to say that Jean is the
overtly
least
destructive. I
like
think the whole reason antagonist
destructive.
Spider-Man is faced. Jean is probably
Out of all this, the ones that Spider-Man has faced, Spider-Man specifically, Jean is the least destructive.
Which I guess if he means physically, yeah, but like
If we're
she's a
going by
telepath.
like, if I don't know, if this was like a video game and it counted like how many kills you got and how much destruction you did, sure, but like if we're talking about just how evil she is very evil. I think she might like it. Who do you think is more evil, Green Goblin or Jean Grey?
I mean, Green Goblin's pretty evil, but he didn't like mind control people.
Like Green Goblin, he just wants power for power's sake. Jean
I don't
Grey,
really know that much about like the different versions of the Green Goblin.
well,
so-
no, I'm talking about the one in the MCU.
Isn't the only one that he fought in the MCU in No Way Home?
Yeah,
Yeah, he didn't really do anything to like. Honestly, he wasn't really that evil to like in a general sense. He was more like targeted towards Spider-Man.
well, yeah, because Spider-Man is his greatest threat. But he's like very clear about how, we have power. Why
we
should
should
they
take
take
it,
it?
you know?
Like you're weak. You should take power. Don't give it away. That sort of thing. He is very power hungry. Also, holy crap, Willem Dafoe put on such
I love Willem Dafoe.
great performance. Good God. Now that I think about it, though, yeah, you're right. He wasn't as, in terms of like tallied destruction and deaths. He was nowhere near as destructive as Jean Grey. But I'm more interested in how evil are they.
I mean, I could say Green Goblin's more evil than Jean Grey.
Probably he would probably do more damage because he would just like keep going because power is at the expense of everyone else. Whereas Jean Grey, I don't know yet if she's power hungry. I don't know yet because
She doesn't seem power hungry in this movie.
For as much as she's in the film, there's not much like after she gets past her vengeance to Metzger. What else is left? We don't really know anything about her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's hilarious. She's beat out by Green Goblin.
That's really it.
Yeah, well, there is Electro and Lizard.
No.
They kind of have similar goals.
No.
But yeah. So the only person who beats out Jean Grey is Spider-Man's classic arch enemy who killed his parental figure. And like probably had the biggest effect on Spider-Man ever. It's like, I don't know, when you're like in a competition for who's the most evil and Green Goblin is your only competition, like you're pretty evil. Also, let's remind everyone, she's a mind rapist.
Spider-Man. Sorry, I just saw Steven's chat.
Jean Grey is a mind rapist. Let's not forget that. Can the spider come out to play? Oh, so good. So good.
A job. If he can avoid killing, he will. Jean takes a little more revelry in property damage and causing harm to those she feels she doesn't like. But compared to Mysterio and Green Goblin, Jean is like not that bad. Mysterio was going to do a whole multinational terrorist attack, and Green Goblin almost caused a multi-universal incursion on top of killing his aunt. Yeah, no, there's no.
So
they weren't really responsible for that.
Cause the multi? Yeah.
No, that was Doctor Strange's fault.
I mean, technically, it was Peter's fault. But
no, it wasn't. Because what's it called?
Was it not Peter's fault for messing up the spell?
No, because Peter's like, oh, I know I'm asking a lot, but is there some way you could help me with this situation I'm facing with my identity coming loose or whatever, getting out there? He's like, you know what? There is something. Here we are in the temple. Well, here I go starting the spell. Nice knowing you, Peter Parker. He's like, wait, what? And so Doctor Strange starts the spell without explaining any of it to Peter. And Peter, like, of course, has to like lay on like caveats. Like, it is completely Doctor Strange's fault. Absolutely his fault.
I can see it as shared responsibility.
No, watch the movie again and think about that in particular. It is like 100% Strange's fault, especially for someone who used to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Like, holy dude. And like, especially because Spider-Man, Peter, he comes there specifically saying, this is affecting my family, my friends, the people who know me. Like, he knows that he has people he loves that might know that he's Spider-Man, including Happy, who worked with Tony Stark, which Doctor Strange knew for a very short time, but he did know him. It's not like Tony Stark was some guy that no one knew. It is completely Doctor Strange's fault.
I don't know. I don't think you're putting the right amount of culpability on Spider-Man, but whatever.
What should Peter have done differently?
Shut up.
And just let everyone forget about him?
Or maybe he should have actually gone to the college board before going to.
That was funny. I mean, well, no. Once again, that is a part where Doctor Strange says, you thought about tampering with the multiverse and everyone's minds before doing this. Whereas, again, Strange started the spell before he told Peter what it was going to do. Like, watch the scene again. It's not good for Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange.
It's not good for him. Like, it's not like he's not without blame, but it's not like not Peter's fault at all.
Like you're asking Peter to be responsible for something that he has no idea how to control, but Doctor Strange is the one who initiated it. He's the one who's well versed in it. It is completely his culpability. It's like when you get a captain on a speedboat and like a kid with no seatbelt, and he's like, "Come in the speedboat with no seatbelt, kid. Here we go." He's like, "Wait, what are we doing? I'm blind and deaf. I have no idea what's going on." And then you blame the kid when he yells at the captain and asks him to stop, and that somehow causes the boat to capsize or something.
I guess.
But yeah, that movie is not good for Doctor Strange's character. It's
definitely
kind of
not good for his character. Yeah.
Which is
why we got a trash movie after it, even though it was supposed to. Apparently, Multiverse of Madness was supposed to come before.
Yeah, it did. It did. Yeah.
And then it got delayed. Either way, it's bad.
Terrible film.
All right.
But yeah. It's often said that Doctor Strange was sacrificed to make that movie. But anyways, let's see what Chad is saying. He did it as a favor, but Peter didn't tell Strange much. He told him everything that he needed to know because Doctor Strange initiated the spell after he told. What the heck? Wait a minute. Hold on. Is Twitch not streaming?
Who cares?
I do. Yeah, I'm not going to mess with it because I think OBS is hanging on by a thread. Again, Strange is the one who initiates the spell after what Peter tells him. If Peter didn't somehow neglected to say something, it is still Strange's fault because he should have asked because he is the expert. He was the Sorcerer Supreme, guys. Remember, he was the Sorcerer Supreme, appointed by the last Sorcerer Supreme, who lived for like thousands of years. He should know. And he was an avid book reader. Anyway, because he asked Peter, like, why didn't he just ask the board for an appeal? Peter didn't think he could do that. He's like graduating high school. He talks about mid-spell. That's why he kept changing it over and over, because Peter was asking for changes. Yeah, he was asking for changes mid-spell because Doctor Strange started the spell before asking any questions, before going over the plan, before any of that.
This was right. Hold on, wait. I remember I specifically, like, in the scene at one point, Strange was like, okay, this is it. You cannot change it anymore. So at that point, Peter understands the severity of changing this spell. Strange has explained it to him, and then he still tries to change it one last time.
I'm trying to remember what he asks for at that point. I don't remember what he asks. He asks for... that's why he changes it. Because this is... I put the onus on Doctor Strange. Sorcerer Supreme, former Sorcerer Supreme. I don't...
Hey man, just because he has mushrooms, onions, and bell peppers doesn't mean he's that special. Oh, and olives.
Talking about Doctor Strange?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the criticism... the criticism is that he was not.
It was.
He was not
pizza
acting like a
joke.
sorcerer supreme. I know. Just pull the clip. I don't want to get copyright strike. We got to rewind it now. Nah.
No, I don't want it to be here any longer
yeah.
than I have to.
Also,
how
also,
he has, for
one last
them
thing.
and even any,
Doctor Strange could have just refused. That was always an option. But he chose to do it anyway.
That's great.
the movie, especially after understanding what it was that led to all this to turn out the way it did.
This idiot insect, Peter, when knowing Jean was just in his apartment,
Actually, it's an arachnid. I'm sorry.
threatening to
He
reach
did it
MJ,
as a
decides to
favor?
chase those
No. I'm talking about, like, just stop
jumps to the
adding
mind control.
more.
He believes he can
That's what I
trap
was
her
talking
with them if they
about.
are too far from another body to jump into, even though he knows she can exit them at will from having seen it happen twice already. An especially stupid move when he should be making a beeline to MJ or to his own apartment since
Well,
this part, yeah.
in this sense, we don't actually know that. The problem is, as far as Peter knows, Jean can be in the vicinity of the body she's hopping out of. You know, that's a factor too. She is, at this point, all
Yeah. The guy who let Scorpion escape was on the top of a roof.
Yeah, that was there was
And
no
at
one
this
around.
point, Spider-Man had no idea how far the distance was before this chase happened.
Yeah, he figured it
so-
out as the chase was going on.
Like, there is no reason for him to think there is a limited distance.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is just a terrible point from Anthony.
It's again, he keeps saying, oh, MauLer, you shouldn't try to solve the film with stuff you know about that the characters don't know about, but he keeps doing it himself.
all he knows is the hop takes 33 meters, at maximum.
He does not know that.
That's its reach. 33 feet, whatever. So, no, yeah, 33 feet, I think. No, 33 meters, I think it is. So, we don't actually know if Jean can hop back at will, or if she has to be within a certain vicinity of the person first. Peter does not know that, because he's...
So I think he's talking about, like, if Jean specifically has to be within a vicinity. If that's what he's saying, that's insane, because she would obviously not be in the vicinity by how fast she goes in this film, jumping from one mind to another.
never
Well, I
actually
think he's
seen Jean
trying to say, like, jumping out, like, completely leaving, which is also dumb.
Yeah. Pizza time.
yet. So, your own logic doesn't add up in that sense. He's trying...
And again, MauLer, his whole predication is that, if that's a word, if that's the correct usage of that word, is Peter doesn't know, so he should assume the worst. Which I think is a fine thing to do.
Hold on.
I am okay with him trying to learn, but he stole that guy's pizza. But yeah, I think I think at the very least we can all agree this movie needs some work.
He's trying to stop her from body hopping, and doesn't actually know if she can just automatically go back at will. Now, we know that from the end of the film, she can do that. But at this point, Peter doesn't know that. And so Peter's
We know that because he does that like twice before this. He does it with the guy on the roof and with Scorpion. We know that. We used to rewind and rewatch that scene as kids.
Oh, 30 feet. Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure if it was meters or feet. That makes more sense. Yeah, meters would be a long distance in that case. Yeah, there'd be no chance of him, Punisher being able to fight Jean that way. So 35 feet. 30 feet. We have no idea at this point if Peter Parker, or if Jean Grey, needs to be also within 33 feet of her final victim to go back into her head. We don't know that. So that right there is another issue.
he knows he is immune to Jean's mind control and can easily neutralize her. When reaching MJ, he simply assumes she couldn't possibly have been mind controlled in time. He believes everything.
I have to go.
All right. Well, thank you for sticking by as long as you did. You're a real trooper. Goodbye. All right, fellas. Well, it's just you and me. Now I can go on any tangent I want. I just want Jean to get hit by a taxi at this point. Oh, she's like actually terrible.
Believes everything she
So
believes
stop,
everything she says.
stop playing. Stop
Believes
playing.
everything- Believes everything she says. Again, he's a vacant.
That was so weird. Anyway, there he goes, a hero. I am okay with, I don't know. You know what? No, I'm not okay with Peter just assuming that MJ is not mind controlled. Although it would be very difficult to test if she really is mind controlled. Because you could ask, oh, what's something that only you would know, except she's being mind controlled, so Jean would know. Like, how do you test that? I would be okay if he was like suspicious of her. I think he should be, based off of Jean's power set that she's displayed multiple times in this film.
Spider-flavored watermelon fuck. Peter eventually meets Jean direct.
So here's the thing too I have a problem with right now. I'm basically debunking everything you say pretty effectively, very quickly.
I'm basically debunking everything you say pretty effectively, pretty quickly, and it's embarrassing.
Basic stuff.
It's basic stuff.
Saying he's vacant, though.
Like, he's so smug, dude.
What does that mean?
What does it mean when he says that he's vacant? It's an insult! You moron! It's an insult! That's all it is!
Because he didn't make the decision that you would have him make, and thus knowing where the plot's gonna go.
MauLer is making the argument that the decision he makes is out of character, that he should have had the knowledge to anticipate, or at least think of it as a possibility that Jean could be controlling MJ, unbeknownst to him.
With this kind of stuff, you have to ask yourself, how does Peter know the information he's responding to? He knows it through observation. He has never observed, for a fact, Jean being further from 33 feet going back into her own brain.
Oh my god, bro. He literally I think he sees a camera feed of, hold on, let me make sure I get this in full.
He knows it through observation. He has never observed, for a fact, Jean being further from 33 feet going back into her own brain. So as far as he's concerned,
he has never observed Jean Grey further than 33 feet going out of a mind-controlled person back into her own brain. Except the guy on the roof at the beginning of the movie with no one else but them on the roof. And also, what's it called? Scorpion, like, what do we even say at this point? Like, it's so self-evident that this guy is just, he's looking for any argument he could possibly grasp on to try and make MauLer's points look so bad that they're untenable. But it's embarrassing because you just watch the movie and it's just demonstrably false. Let's move on.
He's trapped Jean into this little confined space, for now at least. MJ's safe. That is his first priority. Stopping the threat from...
I want to put some dirt in his eye.
from leaping. That is, as far as he knows, the direct solution to the problem. Why would he think Jean is possessed if there's no reason for him to believe Jean can escape the body of someone who is being actively possessed?
He does have reason to believe that.
That's the big issue here. You're engaging with information.
Also, I love how he says that, like, he has to see that in order for him to know that that's possible. But he looks a little bit like Tobey Maguire here. That's funny. But he doesn't. She's an unknown factor. He should treat her like she's an unknown factor, but he doesn't. It's so frustrating. Just looked up the definition of untenable. Good word. It is a good word.
That you know because you've seen more of the film, but Peter does not know at this point.
I feel like his whole view of this situation, it's colored by his view on MauLer, and also the fact that this is a movie that you can watch beginning to end, and he's like so fixed on like, oh, you're viewing this as like, oh, you know this at the end, so you're going back to like retroactively say that this was unjustified, whereas no, we're going in the order of events that the movie occurred in. Like, oh, please.
It's not complicated to know that the character can...
And then he goes, it's not complicated. Like, he acts so smug and high and mighty. Like, dude, stop doing this. This is like the #1 way to get people to hate you. Is just act smug. Although there is like a subset of people that are just, they flock to this sort of thing, and the reason why escapes me. I think they like the idea of some guy, he just says it like it is, and he doesn't take guff from nobody. It's like, okay, all right, cool. But what does he say? What are the words coming out of his mouth? What do they mean? What are the definitions of what he says? What are the arguments he makes? How does he treat other people? Does he treat them like he wants to be treated? Like, I'm gonna stop here because, like, holy crap.
Only act based on information provided to them.
So much that, like, I want to talk about with this, all the things wrong here, but I'm gonna stop myself there.
That moment. It's very simple, actually.
Very simple, actually.
Her, at least a feet, even like he did to people earlier in the movie, leading to the Hulk sneaking up on Spider-Man.
How would I'm a little confused here, MauLer. You have to explain here. How would webbing Jean's feet stop the Hulk?
It wouldn't stop the Hulk. It would stop Jean. Because even if he has to contend with the Hulk, at least Jean is stuck. Please. Can you hold two ideas in your head, please?
Attacking him if the Hulk is already possessed. Makes no damn sense. That's not how it works. The Hulk's already been possessed and has been for a while, so none of that would really do anything. Plus, don't forget, Jean is not physically able to take on Peter. At this point, Jean's
Jeff Goldblum moment.
Body swap. So he does not know that Hulk is there.
Hold on, what do you say?
The Hulk's already been possessed and has been for a while, so none of that would really do anything. Plus, don't forget, Jean is not physically able to take on Peter. At this point, Jean's telekinetic abilities have not developed yet. All she can do is body swap. So he does not know that Hulk is there, and more importantly, his senses are all kerfuffled because of his mutation. He's suppressing them.
OMG, that is my face right now. It's like he's talking about, oh, well, he doesn't know that Hulk is there yet, so he doesn't know to expect him, as if the Hulk's footsteps wouldn't shake the entire floor. Guys, I've been in buildings where just a regular human walking around like makes the whole floor shift kind of up and down. Those kinds of buildings exist. I could go to one right now. Well, not right now. It's kind of late. But I know where to find them. And they're not unique. And this is the Hulk. This is why we learn reading comprehension in elementary school. Some people even learn it beyond elementary school.
Mutant gene. That's one factor. Also, though he knows something's coming because he can spider sense it, that does not always mean that he can respond fast enough, especially not the Hulk.
This is like, he has the extra spider sense to help him, but also a normal human would hear that and they would think of like the T-Rex from Jurassic Park when it's walking towards them and you see the water rumbling. That's the immediate thought that comes into my mind when I hear the Hulk stomping towards me. And even I, as a normal human being, would like, all right, have a good day, Jean. I would leave if she would let me. She doesn't rape my mind first.
Hulk moves like a fucking brick house, you know? He moves at he has a wall of force and he's going fast.
He moves like a brick house. There was absolutely no way I could have known he was coming.
Spider-Man probably can't outpace the Hulk at this point.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the characters to say whether or not Spider-Man could outpace the Hulk. I think it would be a stiff competition. Like if they had to run down a runway and like there were buildings, like let's say they had to run down Main Street on New York. I don't know what Main Street on New York looks like, but let's say they had to run down it, and you know, it's like whoever gets. Have you ever seen Hulk run? I have, but the thing is, Spider-Man can go pretty fast. People underestimate Spider-Man. Spider-Man is like ridiculously strong, like to the point where 2006 film is evidence. 2006 film I have not seen since 2006, but wow, 20 years. But that's the thing. I don't know if the current Hulk has the capabilities of 2006 Hulk, because 2006 Hulk can jump to such a ridiculous degree that he disappears into the sky. It's kind of insane. Irregardless of who's faster, you're going to try to get out of the situation. Yes! I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm glad you pointed that out, Elf Hunter, because I was about to get lost in the sauce on who would beat who. It doesn't actually matter. You would try to get away.
Especially if just caught on his spider senses, because sometimes Spidey can still get hit by things, even if his senses kick in and he kind of moves in some directions with it.
What? I repeat, the Hulk sneaks up on Spider-Man as though his footsteps aren't heavier than an Ozempic-deprived Boogie 2988. Peter then decides it's intelligence to have the Punisher deal with Jean.
Well, more than the Hulk. Come on.
Despite the fact
Oh, thank you, MauLer, for pointing out all that stuff.
that he doesn't want Frank to kill her, as is the Punisher's MO. On top of that, Peter warns of the 30...
Dude, that shot of him shooting that guy in the face with the shotgun, we kind of brushed past it because, you know, it's 2 times speed, but that is a grisly scene. Good Lord, I saw that on Netflix. I was like, oh my God, he just shot the face off of that guy.
3-foot distance, he
Ozempic deprived boogie, he says. Help me, help me, help me.
must keep from Jean as though they aren't...
Didn't we just...
The Punisher's MO. On top of that, Peter warns of the 33-foot distance he must keep from Jean as though they aren't...
Didn't we just describe this? This is the same thing we did a few minutes ago. This is the same thing. We covered this like 2 minutes in, right? Wait, 7:54 right now, right? Hang on.
Oh, he's doing this stupid thing where... Well, I'll show you.
Eruption of another building and the almost death of Spider-Man. Meanwhile, she mind controls the Punisher to break open a security system in the hopes of finally discovering the location of his 6-foot distance he must keep from Jean as though they are...
So he says like, well, we just talked about this. What the heck? He's like, why is he going over the scene again? It's like, because the intro was going over Jean Grey, easily the most morally disgusting character in this film, as a topic. Like, intro established Jean's character, intro is focused on Jean. We've moved on from Jean now. We're focused on Spider-Man. And Spider-Man shares scenes with Jean. For example, the attack on damage control. So obviously he has to go over that scene in regards to Spider-Man. But how are you, like, how do you think you could go toe-to-toe with, like, film critics when this is the level of literacy, the level of, like, understanding you're offering to this video, which is not hard to understand? In fact, I would wager that MauLer went to great lengths to write a script to this video that was easy for people to understand, because he often talks about that. It's an important thing to him.
In an office building replete with corners at every square meter, meaning she could easily mind control Frank and cause mayhem, only for Frank to then be mind controlled, causing...
Yes, how dare the teenager come up with a quick plan on the spot and it not be flawless?
He's been doing this for over half a decade. And also, the other guy in the room, Frank Castle, should know that this is a stupid plan, because he is military trained. I don't know if he's like if the other like Punisher material in the MCU, if he's like fought mutants and stuff, but he knows they exist. This is a universe with wizards and aliens and all kinds of crazy stuff. He should know. He should leave. His criticism is the same level as the journalist that couldn't pass the tutorial of Cuphead. Maybe you might be onto something there. But like, they both make the wrong decision here. That is the criticism, that they make the wrong decision. And then he says, well, it was in the moment, so they made the wrong decision in the moment. It's like, yes, thank you for restating the criticism to me. Honestly, the way Anthony thinks reveals things about his character. It really does, don't you think?
How dare people? I mean, again, Punisher is the tactical guy right there, but he's also overconfident and is just jumping in.
Oh, he has confidence and he's jumping in. He's overconfident. Great character. Thanks, guys. It's not like the Daredevil show and the Punisher show showed him to be like cold and calculating and very deft in combat and sticky situations. It's not like he had to fight his way out of a prison block full of people that wanted him dead, and he was able to do it with his bare hands because he's just that good. He's not overconfident, he's just that good. But no, it's because he's overconfident.
This is just babble. Like, yeah, the plan didn't work for those reasons that it doesn't work in the movie. Like, yeah, that's why it didn't work. Wasn't a good plan. It's not a critique, though. That's a built-in feature of the plan. It doesn't go right because the plan doesn't.
And he's saying like, oh, that's like the point. It was that it was a bad plan and it failed because it was bad. Our heroes, ladies and gentlemen.
Work. That's a key element of plans in movies. People make plans, something falls apart in the plan, they make a new plan as a result.
So that is, he's trying to talk about the trope where like a plan goes awry and they have to improvise and try and carry out the plan despite things going wrong. But like, this is not that. This is the plan being a bad plan on its face, and of course it goes wrong because it was a terrible plan. And this plan is derived from the minds of one of the smartest young heroes in the MCU, Spider-Man, and one of the most tactically adept people in the MCU, the Punisher. And yet, between the two of them, they couldn't come up with a good plan.
Common trope in films, because in real life, and this is shocking, I know, sometimes plans don't work.
And now he's appealing to real life when plans don't work. Okay, sure.
I know, shocking. Also, when you're fighting the Hulk, you're...
Shut up, dude. I know, shocking. Like, stop acting so smug.
Capacities to survive override common sense and strategy. Because you're fighting...
Y'all couldn't see it, but I just, like, my head, like, collapsed into my hands. Your survival instincts override your, like, critical thinking, or whatever he said. The Punisher is trained. Spider-Man has been doing this for over half a decade. And, like, I know that Spider-Man's senses are kind of wonky in this movie, but he still has heightened senses. And despite that, like, even before he was Spider-Man, well, actually, no, we don't know. We don't see him before Spider-Man. But he is a smart guy. He's not stupid. But no, this one instance where they're dealing with a telepath, like... This is just so disingenuous and reductive. I hate it so much. It's a bird. No, it's it's a bird. It's a plane. No, it's Captain Obvious Anthony and his superpower, poor criticism, and rage bait. Dude, I wish this was rage bait. At least then I could say, you got me, and we can all go home happy. Like, remember when he got me with that rage bait? But no, he's like, I don't even think he really believes this. He's just throwing out anything and seeing what sticks because he hates MauLer. It's something that drives me insane about people like this. They just have a bone to pick with people who are good at their jobs because they didn't like their favorite movie or something. It's not because they disagree with them ideologically or they disagree with their method or whatever. They disagree with them because, oh, you didn't like that thing that I liked and you criticized it heavily. I don't like you now. I'm going to go after you and I'm going to try and take down everything you put out now. Henceforth, methinks that rage bait. Henceforth, methinks that's rage bait / stupidity. Is there like a definition of rage bait I don't know about? Because rage bait is like when they're trying to bait you and make you rage because they're like trolling you. I don't think this is a troll. I think this is a... I'm not going to say it's genuine, but he's just, you know, trying to take MauLer down a peg because he just doesn't like him. I don't think it's rage bait. Or who knows, maybe he wants to get covered by EFAP. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's a EFAP bait.
Because you're fighting the Hulk. These are things a child could tell you, but apparently MauLer explains it as though it's the profound statement of fact.
Mayhem.
Hold on, what did you just say?
The Hulk. So when you're fighting the Hulk, your mental capacities to survive override common sense and strategy. Because you're fighting the Hulk. These are things a child could tell you, but apparently MauLer explains it as though it's...
So all this stuff of like your survival instinct takes over and you don't think critically, even though you're a trained soldier and you're one of the smartest superheroes with heightened senses, still survival instinct takes over because you're fighting the Hulk, even though Spider-Man fought freaking Thanos. Yeah, man, a child could figure this out. I love the implication that you're an idiot. A child could figure this out. You're an idiot for not thinking the way I think. I hate this. I freaking hate this.
It's the profound statement of fact.
Mayhem. Everyone is fucking brain dead in this lobotomized toilet soup. Peter is told by the director of the DODC that he remembers...
Didn't he also fight the Hulk before, though? Spider-Man? I'm trying to think. He was first in Civil War. Hulk wasn't in that one. Hulk comes back to Earth in Infinity War. And Hulk doesn't come out. I don't think he has fought Spider-Man, or I don't think he has fought the Hulk, unless they did in one of the other movies or shows that I missed. If that's the case, then I'm mistaken, but if he... Actually, no, I'm just remembering now. They don't speak a word of dialogue to each other at all. I'm pretty sure they have no scenes together. At least Bruce. I know that Peter and Bruce have not shared any dialogue between each other at all, which is embarrassing because in this film, Peter appeals to the Hulk, says, "Hey, it's me, Peter," and that's what stops the Hulk, even though he's being mind controlled. Actually, no, he's not being mind controlled. He is just the Savage Hulk. My mistake. But it's embarrassing because they forget, oh, these characters haven't spoken to one another. It's kind of like in The Force Awakens when Leia goes to hug Rey, even though she should have no idea who this person is, and she just walks past Chewie. Frick that movie. That movie ruined everything.
Remembered being mind controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street that the
MauLer's review of Spider-Man Brand New Day is the worst review I have seen of a movie since Alex Myers' Obsession review. But at least that one was short. It's hard to make a more baffling...
What is going on? Hello? Well, no, where am I? We were at 57 something.
It doesn't go right because the plan doesn't work. That's a key element of plans in movies. People make plans, something falls apart in the plan, make a new plan as a result. That's a common trope in films because in real life, it's shocking, I know. Sometimes plans don't
It's
work.
okay, we're all good.
I know, shocking. Also, when you're fighting the Hulk, your mental capacities to survive override common sense and strategy. Because you're fighting the Hulk. These are things a child could tell you, but apparently MauLer explains it as though
Get
it's
on with it.
In mayhem, everyone is fucking brain dead in this lobotomized toilet soup. Peter is told by the director of the DODC that he remembered being mind controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing?
Y'all want to see something funny? So MauLer just said that in the movie, Metzger, the director of Damage Control, says that, oh, I remember being mind controlled. But then later on, MJ says, that's weird, because I don't remember being mind controlled. And then Spider-Man is like, oh, he must have been lying to me. Even though he should already know that. Wait, who's Hulk? I don't know how to answer that. Anyway. Even though Spider-Man should already know that people don't remember after they've been mind controlled, because he saw the guy on the roof. He said, I don't remember how I got here, or I don't remember the stuff that I don't remember the stuff they say I did. Scorpion doesn't know how he got there, and Punisher doesn't know like what's going on once he breaks out of the mind control. It looks like Hulk from the previous films. Oh, Edward Norton. You're thinking of the actor Edward Norton. Yeah. He's just using it for the visual of like, what the heck?
Mind controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street.
But yeah, that's what MauLer is saying. That these guys before obviously didn't remember getting mind controlled, so Spider-Man should already know that you don't remember getting mind controlled. That's what he's saying. Remember that.
The director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fuck.
Okay, actually, no, he didn't say that. They actually did.
And he's saying, no, they didn't say that they didn't remember. They didn't say that. They didn't say that. This is where he says, no, MauLer, you are wrong. They didn't say that. But what happens next?
Didn't say that specifically. If you look at what they say in those lines, so take a look.
They didn't say that specifically. What did they specifically say, Mr. Anthony?
You provided the clips of your bootleg that you provided based on your translation.
Even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same.
I swear, all the things they said I did, I don't remember doing any of them. Thumbnail is great, by the way. Thank you. Now, he's going to read this. Now, what do you do when you say something, you're like, oh shoot, I was wrong. Let's see.
All those things they said I did, I don't remember doing any of them. Yeah, that's fair, but there's a key element. He's in shock, and time has passed since then. Peter did not commit every single line of dialogue to memory.
Move the goalpost. Just take that goalpost, rip it out of the ground, just put it on your shoulder, and you're like, where can I put this? Where can I put this thing? Oh, you know what? That looks good. Let me put it over here. You know what? Time has passed since then. He's in shock, and Peter didn't commit everything to memory. Come on, dude. And Adepts being a small square was hilarious. Yeah.
Do you remember every conversation you've ever had, especially when you're like distracted with someone?
Again, this is the same thing that we see in that one meme. Like, this guy is just pretending to not understand how any of this works, so that discourse is impossible. Classic move. Fair. However, it's always an and. It's like a yes, but statement. Yes, but. Yes, but. Anthony should run for Congress if he's going on like this. The way he's going on like this, yeah. Halfway there. Almost. We're going at 2 times speed.
No, he didn't. That's at the start of the movie. A lot happens between that point and the end of the movie.
A lot of stuff happens between that point and the end of the movie. However, this is concerning a major factor of the plot of the villain's power set, which is telepathy. What happens to the people who are taken over? They don't remember what happened. That's very important, and it happens multiple times. So, if anything, it's compounded. You should remember this. Let's see. So you did choose to speed it up. We did, because Adept really wanted to. If anyone has issues with the speed up, we can slow it down.
Same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion. So
the Scorpion seems distracted and confused from the outside perspective. Why would Spider-Man know that? Also in that scene,
So he was like, how could you assume that he doesn't remember what's going on, even though he wakes up not knowing what's going on? How could you assume that? And then Bruce, is anyone hurt? It's just me? He's asking questions. How could you assume that? Just stop by saying hi. Well, hello, Rabbit. Hello there. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you.
Man just heard a cop and is distracted. He's not gonna remember all that. In all these instances, he is distracted. Right here, there's no reason for Peter to have even heard Bruce say this, because he's
He's specifically calling to him, dude. It's Bruce Banner calling to him as he's carted off to a psychiatric facility, bro. Yeah, well, Spider-Man probably ignored him. This is infuriating.
somewhere else in the scene.
So did Bruce, so did Frank.
Frank's not saying that. Frank's like, oh, is that my gun? He seems more disoriented.
Frank is saying, is that my gun? Probably because he doesn't know how it got there, because he can't remember. Man.
Somewhere else in the scene.
So did Bruce, so did Frank.
Frank's not saying that. Frank's like, oh, is that my gun? He seems more disoriented. That does not mean he didn't remember anything. The problem is with the scenes is that you're describing scenes where either A, a character is distracted by something else and not paying attention to every word said around him, or it's vague enough that you as the audience member afterwards pick up on what...
Oh, it's pretending not to understand what's going on so that discourse is impossible. It's the meme. It's the meme. I should just find that meme and put it on screen. Well, I would have to edit it first, so I won't do that today, but maybe some other day. Sorry, I can't. It's late. I got work tomorrow morning and I need to step away a little. Good luck, because I can't, brother. Wish me luck. Man.
What's actually being said here and communicated, but in the moment, nothing they're saying actually would say that specific information to someone else. That's it.
Peter, what?
Nothing they say would give that information to anyone else, even though I'm gonna say, I think we all got the idea. I think you got the idea too. You're just pretending you didn't get the idea.
What are you doing? You fucking spider retard. It also makes no sense because MJ clearly realized she was falling as Peter grabbed her, meaning she absolutely did know what was happening before waking up on the street. But on top of that, it...
She does say that. Of course she said she woke up falling. So, like, that's a nonsense point.
Doesn't...
If that's true, I actually don't remember. But if that's true, then yeah, that's a mistake on MauLer's part. She says she woke up falling. I can't remember. Again, everything that this guy has said and the behavior he's demonstrated, I do not trust him as far as I could throw him. At all. But also, listen to this next point that MauLer makes. It's an interesting point.
Doesn't make the DODC director a liar to say that he knows she mind-controlled him because all the victims know they have lost time and he knows what her powers are. Peter Parker casually invented an inhibitor.
Yeah, so even with the knowledge, even with all that knowledge that he should know that people have lost time that they don't remember, that doesn't automatically make the director a liar because he knows what her power set is and he knows what happens. So, like, it's enough to infer that he knows he was mind controlled. So, like, instead of like saying, "Oh, I blacked out. I don't know what happened." Well, he knows what happened. Oh yeah, I remember the moment I blacked out. That's when I got mind controlled. So instead of saying I remember when I blacked out, I'll say I remember when I got mind controlled because that's what I know happened. Again, just on multiple levels, this guy is just failing to just grasp anything.
Say that he knows she mind-controlled him because all the victims know they have lost time and he knows what her powers are. Peter Parker casually invented an inhibitor.
MauLer, you're fucking No. Okay. No. MauLer, that's not what Bill says in that scene. He says that when he was mind-controlled, she remembered he brought a memory of something there. He invaded his mind and remembered something while mind-controlled. That's not what you said, Bill said, is not what he said in that scene.
So, this I'm pretty sure I do remember. So in the conversation with Spider-Man and Metzger, he says, because before Jean Grey passes out when she's been defeated, she says, Sarah, and then Spider-Man says, man, she said Sarah. Do you know who that is? Do you know what that is? And Metzger's like, I thought of her before I was mind-controlled. Maybe that made it into her mind and when she invaded my mind. And that's it. Then he has a conversation with MJ, And he says, yeah, Metzger remembered being mind controlled. And she says, I didn't remember being mind controlled. Oh, he lied to me. So this whole Sarah thing doesn't actually metabolize into what he thinks it is, which is a flaw that in MauLer's argument, because it's not relevant. Like, yes, he lied about Sarah being something from his mind instead of Jean's mind, but that's not the evidence that prompts Spider-Man to believe that he was lied to.
Like, dude, you scripted it. You had time to focus on it. I'm on a live stream.
You scripted the video, bro.
I'm just spouting out what I recall from the film that I saw over a week ago.
So am I, and somehow, I'm not even like, guys, let me just be real here. I'm not a popular YouTuber. I have like a little bit over 100 subs. This guy does this presumably for a living. Look, I don't know if y'all can see it, but he like has a super chat goal of $400, which it looks like he's gonna make well before this stream is over. So he's making over $400 on this stream alone, just getting everything absolutely wrong. How can you witness this and not just be in awe of what you're witnessing? Maybe awe is not the correct word. Maybe regret. Maybe depression.
And like, I can tell you what you're saying is bullshit.
Sure, buddy, sure.
What are you doing, man?
What are you doing, man?
Like, this is really ridiculous. You're making a bunch of key errors with what he's even saying here. Like, what are we doing? Jesus Christ. Okay, so he's wrong about that detail. Not the end of the world. He's wrong about a lot of details, including what characters are saying and doing and how they are acting in the film. But you know what? That's okay. You can get a few things wrong if the core of your argument is sound. What is his core argument so far?
So now he's talking about, core arguments when he's like not been able to grasp plenty that we've pointed out throughout.
Jean is
like, he didn't control. Jean Grey didn't control the whole city. It was only a kilometer. She shouldn't be controlling any of it. See y'all next time. See you next time, Elf Hunter. Thank you for stopping by.
Bad, meanie pants. Peter didn't make the best decisions ever seen, and Punch didn't make the best decisions ever seen. That is so far.
Yeah, the Peter not making good plans is against his character because he has been shown to be very adept at thinking on the fly. Y'all remember when he was in the Mirrorverse? The freaking mirror world, whatever it was called, with Doctor Strange in No Way Home, and he saw, wait a minute, those are like geometric shapes that I can manipulate, and then he used that to trap a former Sorcerer Supreme in the mirror dimension. That's what it's called, the mirror dimension. And he did that on the fly. But no, he can't handle an office building when he's being hunted by the Hulk. Okay, all right, okay.
So far,
even though he fought Thanos, which beat the Hulk, by the way.
The crux of his argument, that Peter Parker didn't read the script and know Jean's power set exactly before he figured out his power set. Which
yeah, man, that's the criticism. Yeah, you got it. Sure, fine.
We see him do actively on screen. You know, when you put it like that, it almost sounds like your critiques are pretty superficial. Mind you, he's not really talking about...
Superficial. This guy doesn't know the English language. This guy doesn't know the English language. Let's say he was right. Let's say everything he said about MauLer's arguments was right. I wouldn't call his critiques superficial. I would call them false. I would call them wrong. I would call them untrue. That's not what superficial means. God. Words mean things.
About anything with Peter's arc. He's not talking about the character journey he undergoes. He's talking...
So the superficial element is like, he doesn't talk about the things I want him to talk about. So really, this is like a tangled web. It's not that the arguments are wrong, but they're superficial. But if they were superficial, they wouldn't be wrong. They would be like, maybe the arguments that he's aiming for, maybe that's what he's thinking in his mind, but he doesn't have the wherewithal to portray that in his speech. He doesn't have like he's not articulate enough to say that.
Purely about the external conflict, and even then is getting some key details wrong, even though he has a bootleg on screen with the footage.
Talking about the external conflict. He talked about like Jean Grey's plan. He talked about how Spider-Man counteracts it. That's like the crux of the movie. That's very important. That is not superficial. I mean, maybe I should have counted this when I heard it, but none of what MauLer has talked about, not a lot of it anyways, has been superficial. I think there was maybe like a nitpick or something. I can't remember. Maybe one that I have forgotten.
You have the bootleg. It's right there. You literally have the footage on hand.
Hold on, I'm scared. Let me check to make sure the stream is still going. Okay, it's still going. Because I looked at my OBS and it didn't have any timer going on. I was like, oh god, has the stream been dead for like a long time?
Like, what are we doing? You have it. It's right there. You can review the footage when you're writing the script to make sure you're not screwing it up. What are we doing here?
This also goes for you, by the way, Anthony. You have MauLer's video. You can rewind it and make sure you're not getting stuff wrong, and yet you are getting many things wrong. Many things, including the movie, by the way, which you keep saying MauLer is getting wrong, which is just embarrassing. If you're going to say someone's wrong, make sure that you're not wrong so that you don't, entrap yourself. But goodness, man. I gotta calm down. I'm getting way too angry about this.
Like, he's just wrong. Like, there's a lot of things he got wrong, and it's not like you're going off of memory like I am. I saw the movie more than 7 or 8 days ago. Actually, opening weekend, so it was like, a while back.
When did I see the movie? When did it come out? It was like July 30th. I saw it almost 2 weeks ago, so it's been almost 2 weeks for me. And somehow, I am remembering more about this movie than you are.
That's not 2 weeks ago. Yeah, about like 2 weeks
I will say MauLer's video helps.
ago. I'm going off memory here, and even I know what you're saying is bullshit. You had the footage on hand to review as you were scripting. You can go back and check it if you wanted. These mistakes
So do you. You have MauLer's video.
are far more egregious when you have the information present. So what are we doing? This is bullshit.
Far more egregious, you say.
Man.
That applies to the most powerful mutant, Spider-Man himself, and the fucking Hulk, meaning he just created a universal muzzle to superpowers and provided the design to the Department of Damage Control,
Yes.
i.e. the government. What an
Yes, that is a terrible move on Peter Parker's part. He makes an inhibitor chip that blocks all powers. To the point where in the movie they refer to it as a universal inhibitor chip. It blocks everything. We haven't tested it on people who wield magic, so who knows if that works there. Because magic is more like a craft more than an innate power. But, jeez, man. Why would he do this? Why would he give that to damage control?
absolute, immoral, idiotic, bootlicking fucking lamp, illustrated by his almost complete lack of...
The problem is Peter is trusting, but this is also presented as a mistake. He's so desperate to suppress his own memes that he doesn't think.
Is it presented as a mistake? It's kind of like just a thing. They don't really address it. That he does, like, the film doesn't end with him having the realization that, like, oh my god, they have the inhibitor chip. Oh my god, like, none of that is there at all. It's not in like a after credit scene or anything. It's just forgotten to be addressed in a different film, because that's all they do in Marvel nowadays. Get excited for what's next. Don't talk about what's currently in front of you right now. Only think about what's next.
He doesn't doubt the integrity of those around him. He works with the government, and that bites him on the ass.
He doesn't doubt the integrity of those he works with. You know, I don't think that is in character. Especially after having run in with Mysterio and the Green Goblin, especially the Green Goblin. Holy, that should leave Peter a changed man, straight up, forever, never to be the same again. Like, holy. But also, like, this is never tested in the film. Like, we never get to see if Peter is presented with an alternative point of view to see if he is too trusting in one side over another. That's never tested. So again, this is just his, you know, just pulling out an argument out of nowhere.
You're describing characters making decisions that are bad decisions because it makes sense for the character to do that at the time, even though we know it's a bad decision.
It does not make sense for Peter to come up with a universal inhibitor in a world where the Sokovia Accords were established years ago to the point where they are taught in schools. This does not make any sense at all. And after John Walker killed a terrorist and everyone thought, oh, that was so scary, even though it was in a combat situation and it was completely justified. John Walker did nothing wrong. Dude. Oh. Peter should absolutely be mindful of this if he is an occupant of this world, but he's not allowed to be. Oh.
One thing I hate about critics like this, they act like characters making bad choices is a flaw, when it's actually deliberately written that way.
These specific choices, I'm not against writing flawed characters. I've said that earlier today, but this is not in character. This should not happen. And if it does happen, there needs to be work put into establishing why it happens, and they have absolutely not done that. They act as if the Sokovia Accords, John Walker, the Hulk, what's it called? Captain America, Black Widow, and the Avengers that went rogue, they're acting like all of this didn't happen. Like, he just like, oh cool, I made an inhibitor chip. Man, I sure hope no one abuses this. I'm glad I don't live in a world where, you know, heroes are scrutinized and there's controversial laws made against them that caused a schism in the power dynamic of the entire world as we know it. God, this... Oh, dude. This sucks. This sucks so bad.
One thing I hate about critics like this, they act like characters making bad choices is a flaw, when it's actually deliberately written that way to show the characters making mistakes. Maybe MauLer just wants characters to say exactly what they need to in any given moment, but that makes for a boring story.
No, it doesn't. Watch Underwater. It's a good movie. Also, there's other good movies. Star Wars. Star Wars is like, what character decisions are made in that movie that don't make sense for the characters? None rush to mind.
Case study for that is All the Time in the World.
I have not seen All the Time in the World. I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, so again, MauLer's critique here is that the bad decision Peter makes is bad. Yes, that is exact. And
it's a bad decision Peter should never have made.
by the way, everyone tells me what a bad choice in the inhibitor is. MJ does, the Hulk does. Punisher doesn't really do all that much himself, but it is not subtle that what Peter's doing.
Wait, what did you say? Everyone makes a bad choice?
The bad decision Peter makes is bad. Yes, that is exact. And by the way, everyone tells me what a bad choice in the inhibitor is.
Oh, they all tell him what a bad thing it is? Yes! Which makes it even worse that he went along with it! When... I'm gonna be honest, I remember the Hulk talking to him about it and, you know, warning him about it. I don't remember MJ or everyone else. But everyone else, if this is true, tells him it's a bad idea and he still goes along with it. What are you doing? You're arguing against yourself now.
MJ does, the Hulk does. Punisher doesn't really do all that much himself, but it is not subtle that what Peter's doing is a bad idea, and it is derived from an idea to forcibly convert himself to one identity, when the resolution is to accept all aspects of himself.
Again, he's saying this is derived from him trying to convert to one identity. This is not touched upon in the film. They try to act like towards the end like, oh, are you Peter Parker or are you Spider-Man? And he says, I'm both. That's not like a conflict he has in the film. It's not... It doesn't manifest in any material way other than at the very end when they just say that's been happening the whole time.
I think I mentioned that about it.
It's failure is the greatest teacher all over again from TLJ. It's that all over again.
But still, right there, getting some details wrong here. A lot wrong.
Of care as that innocent man is splattered, by the way. Pete just moved.
The fact he only has that one clip as proof is reoccurring.
He has shown other stuff. Like the APC, the explosions. The fact that she's controlling these people and making them do her bidding at all is abhorrent. Oh, you only got one clip. Yes, when he's referring to that one clip, he shows that clip. Good job.
To show that he has very little actual critique of the movie. And so far,
he has very little critique of the movie. Made a 40-minute video. Oh. And guys, again, I'm not like trying to gas up MauLer to like curry favor. He doesn't know who I am. But like, he's been doing this for a while. He's getting good at his job. He doesn't repeat himself very much. So when he makes a 40-minute video and you're saying he has like no critiques, even though the whole video is like, I had a word. It's like, the whole point of it is that it's full of critiques. I don't believe you. I don't trust you.
Critique the internal conflict that kicks it in about an hour into the film.
He could critique the internal conflict that kicks in about an hour into the film. Is that when he starts going through spider puberty?
To show that he has very little actual critique of the movie. And so far, he has only critiqued the internal conflict that kicks it in about an hour into the film.
You're like 9.5 minutes into a 40-long-minute video. Calm down. When you say he hasn't done something, he might get to it.
Not a care in the world. The guy sees the most blatant mind control with confirmation afterward, and he doesn't tell the police explicitly what he saw, despite several people now likely heading to jail as criminals. Peter said,
well, he has to be able to prove it. And again, the problem is he's acting as though he's
They live in a world full of wizards and aliens, magic and monsters and gods. But, you know, letting the police know that, hey, there might be a possibility of mind control here, it's not important.
the details that are flaws of the film, and they're just details, you know?
It's just details, guys. It's just details.
Peter said,
well, he has to be able to prove it. And again, the problem is he's acting as though these are details that are flaws of the film, and they're just details, you know?
He's acting like these details are flaws of the film, but they're just details. So, we're going to have to go to the very basics, guys. When you see something, let's say you see detail number 1. Like, oh, there's detail number 1. Oh, look at that. Oh, look, there's detail number 2. Oh, pretty cool. And look, it matches up with detail number 1. Oh, lovely. Oh, wait, look, there's detail number 3. Huh, that's weird. That contradicts detail number 2, which means it's also contradicted to detail number 1 because detail number 2 was derived from detail number 1. So it's like contradictory to the whole thing. This is called pattern recognition. When you see a pattern, but then something disturbs the pattern and you realize it. I don't know if there's like a specific word for that specifically, like seeing something disrupt a pattern. But man, I'm struggling. I am struggling.
But again, the problem is that he is going back these scenes, giving them more weight in Peter's story. Again,
Giving them more weight. He is describing the movie. This is one of those things where it's one of those films where you'll be talking, you'll be like relaying what happens in the film, and it sounds like you're critiquing it, but all you're really doing is just telling people what happened in the film. Yes, Peter did not tell the cops about the mind control. That is something that rather did not happen in the film. It happened that he did not tell that. That's what happened in the film. He didn't tell him that. That's a problem. When just simply merely describing the film sounds like criticism, that's when you're in trouble.
when watching a film, ask yourself a couple questions. One, what does the audience know? And what do the characters know? The
Okay.
characters hear something, but they can't prove anything. Peter can't just go to the police and say, I saw this thing happen. It's very...
He totally could. Because that's a lead. Spider-Man is a hero of New York, and he says, hey guys, I know I don't have any evidence, but I think these guys are being mind controlled. To be like, oh shoot, Spider-Man said that these guys are being mind controlled. He's a trusted source. I don't know how everyone trusts him after No Way Home, but whatever. That's a whole other thing. It's like all that is just forgotten. But no, just don't give them that lead at all. Don't do it.
meaningless. He can't validate their concerns with proof. So
It doesn't... Does he think that, like, detectives don't tell each other anything until they have proof? Like, hey, man, I have an idea that it might be this thing, but I don't have any proof yet. Oh, well, don't investigate that. You don't have any proof. No, you investigate to get the proof.
goes and investigates and does more homework to find out more answers. He goes to the New Avengers for that. Yeah, so again,
Oh, dude, don't even... Oh, MauLer will bring it up later. I'll let him bring it up.
all of that is reflective of someone who does not understand what's going on. It's that simple.
All of that is reflective of someone who doesn't understand what's going on. That is hilarious coming from you.
That's simple. But yeah, anyway.
That's simple.
Yeah, what's the police gonna do? Well, Jean DeWolf he trusts, but he gives Jean DeWolf evidence for her case. He can't really give her evidence if there's no evidence. Besides, catching Jean kind of exonerates all the people being arrested, doesn't it?
Interesting that you say that, Anthony. Do they ever catch Jean? Do they? No, they don't.
AI invades every citizen's privacy in order to scan faces and search through private information, completely violating some rather basic laws and ethics. Peter.
Unless you're the cops. The cops do that all.
Oh, here we go. This is embarrassing. So MauLer just pointed out that MauLer pointed out that Peter makes a program that scans through photos and security footage to like scan people's faces and like basically create like a surveillance state all to himself. And that's pretty morally, your people are going to be looking at you some type of way if you do that. There's no discussion on whether or not this is okay in the film. He just does it. No discussion about it. And he hears this and he's like, well, the cops do that. Anyway, on to the next criticism.
All the time. Really good documentary. Oh, here's the thing.
Violating some rather basic laws and ethics. Peter.
Unless you're the cops. The cops do that all the time. Really good documentary. Oh, here's the thing. If you'd be surprised how little privacy you have in your home if you have a camera at your house. You are part of a surveillance state, even if you know it or not. But again, the cops do it, and it's not a crime when they do it. It's the law when they do it. That should terrify you.
Wait, what is this whole... What is this whole tangent?
Simply sitting on revolutionary world-changing technology that could...
Not really. So, in context, the cameras...
Oh god, this. So we're just gonna skip past... I love how he didn't address the argument at all of Peter doing this thing that he seems to find morally incorrect. You know, it's breaking the law unless the police do it, so he seems to think it's not good. At least that's what one would think. But when Peter does it, it's fine. Or at least one would think, because he doesn't address it at all. So was MauLer right on this one? Oh, weird how he doesn't point that out. Huh. Anyway.
Sitting on revolutionary world-changing technology that could...
Peter is sitting on revolutionary world-changing technology. Let's see what he has to say about this, because I actually might have a problem with MauLer on this point.
Not really. So, in context, the cameras, cops do that in real life today. Not revolutionary. His computers, it's all high-tech stuff. They could have dumpster dive for. A fabricator, sewing machine, we have that in real life. The inhibitor chip is the closest you get to it, and that's a modified version of what the Hulk already made. So he's taking technology that Bruce Banner already invented, and he's modifying it to be universal. It's not that he came up with the idea first, he took what someone else did and is building on it. But also, Peter Parker has always been noteworthy as an intelligent person. He's always been an intelligent, smart character. Ergo, yeah, he can make technology useful. He made his web shooters out of household chemicals. He's smart at taking things that are on hand and working with it. Don't forget, last film, he made cures for the Sandman, the Lizard, Electro, and Green Goblin. So, this version of Peter Parker is very intelligent. It's been established across multiple films that Peter Parker is a smart kind of guy.
So, all MauLer has said is that he's sitting on world-changing technologies in his apartment. And he's like going on this whole tirade to justify that, yeah, Peter's intelligent. Let MauLer speak. Let him put forth his argument. He just goes on this whole like schizo rant against a straw man that MauLer never established at all. It's so annoying.
Spider-Man is a scientist. It's a fact that surprises so many characters, but I digress.
Save countless lives and uses it to spy on people, to take powers from heroes, and to provide this service and capacity to the worst subcategory of the government in the universe. Anyone?
Wait a second. I thought they were...
So, the argument in full is that he has life-changing technology, which I'm not sure it's life-changing. It's the Marvel Universe. You gotta remember, they have high-tech stuff here. Although, if he's able to make it with some pretty low-tech stuff, like dumpster diving and stuff, you know, it makes you wonder, he could maybe, like, help other people get that stuff? I don't know. Anyway, he has all this high-tech stuff, regardless of whether or not it's exists in the world. It's obviously not available to everyone. So he just has this. And he uses it to spy on people and give the government the inhibitor chip. That is the criticism. He could do all sorts of things with this technology, and that's what he chooses to do with it. That is the criticism. Let's see how he responds.
Heroes, and to provide this service and capacity to the worst subcategory of the government in the universe. Anyone?
Wait a second. I thought they were innocent. I thought they were innocent, though, MauLer. You said...
He's not going to address the argument at all, I don't think. He's just like, wait, I thought they were innocent. Janitor on a Death Star. Janitor on a Death Star.
We're the innocent government guys, the innocent security guys. Now they're the worst people in the world.
Again, this is a guy operating on a very simplistic worldview. Where it's like, oh, faction has a bad end goal, that means that everyone in that faction is evil. Everyone. There is no nuance. There is no discussion to be had on culpability for individual people. No, if they're with the one faction, they're all evil no matter what. Hopefully, anyone watching this does not believe that to be true, because that is not true. Not at all.
Someone make this make sense to me. Is damage control...
Someone make this make sense to me. Oh, this guy seems like a guy who would be like, oh, we're the team good guys, and we named your team the bad guys, so we can't be the bad guys because we named your team the bad guys.
Innocent?
He seems like that kind of guy.
Guys, now they're the worst people in the world. Someone make this make sense to me. Is damage control innocent, or are they the worst people in the world?
I'm not gonna go and explain it again. It's such a reductive worldview that is actually scary that he might actually believe this, because this was kind of unprompted by him to think that everyone in damage control is evil, and I think it's informed by his real life beliefs. It's kind of scary that people think this way.
It seems to me that you can't be consistent in your own video.
Oh my god. Again, he operates on a level of thinking where he doesn't anticipate the other thoughts people have in their head. So see what I'm doing. I obviously have a different ideology than this guy has. I think that there's a discussion to be had about evil factions and whether everyone in those evil factions are culpable, depending on the situation, of course. Where he is obviously on the opposite end. He wants the whole faction to be held accountable. But like, I can envision his ideology, even though I don't hold it myself, but he is incapable or either unwilling to envision that an opposite ideology in MauLer and engage with that intellectually. He's just incapable or unwilling, and it drives me insane.
In 10 minutes! It's been 10 minutes and you're already contradicting yourself. How the fuck do you contradict your core arguments 10 minutes in? Anyway.
Remember the Dark Knight?
The Department of Damage Control being evil was one of his core arguments. Sure, buddy, sure.
Is wrong. The Dark Knight did different technology. The
Dark Knight did different technology. That makes it different. No, you moron. It's the principle of being able to spy on every person without their consent, of turning all of their phones into sonar devices, which makes you be able to just roam free with like a free roam, no clipping camera, like you're in freaking, I don't know, Unreal Engine, and you could just go and look at everyone without their consent. It's the same principle. It's surveillance, you moron. You moron. I'm sorry. This is taking it over the top. You were actively against a surveillance state like 2 minutes ago. But now it's like, oh, well, in the Dark Knight, it was different. We're not talking about the technology. We're talking about the principle, about the ethics. Good God, man. This guy got paid more money in 3 hours than I get paid for a whole day's worth of work.
Knight turned the phone.
And yes, that makes me upset. For anyone who's like, oh, you're jealous. No, I'm not jealous. Actually, no, I am jealous. I wish I had this level of success online. Who wouldn't, right? But like, to be this inept in engaging with ideas that you choose to engage with. Like, I'm not a political channel. I don't engage in politics, and I don't pretend to be savvy with politics. But I don't engage with it. But here's this guy. Oh, let me talk about the ethics of a surveillance state. You know, security versus privacy. Oh, well, it didn't matter in the Dark Knight because it was different technology.
Into a sonar system. Peter Parker is accessing the cameras that are already built into the city. The Dark Knight turned cell phones unlawfully and without consent into sonar devices. That is dramatically different than what Peter Parker's doing, which is just accessing cameras that are already planted and already hooked up to a network for the police to access.
How is it any different? Explain to me how it's different. Oh, well, the technology was already there. So were the the phones, the cell phones that Batman turns into sonar devices. Arguably, you could say, oh, well, that wasn't their purpose. Meanwhile, the cameras and stuff in the MCU, that was their original purpose. Spider-Man is just making use of them. They're still doing the same thing. They are enacting a surveillance state beholden to no one but themselves. That is the issue. That is the main crux of this criticism. Spider-Man should not have that power. Or if he is considering taking that power, that consideration needs to weigh heavily on him, and it needs to be present. There needs to be a discussion present in the film. How could you be this inept? How? Explain to me how. Batman at least takes effort to, like, he's like, I've been pushed to my wit's end. I have to use the technology to stop the Joker. I hate it, but we need to use it. Once we're done, we'll destroy it. And they do. I don't remember them doing that in this film, in Spider-Man. Weird.
They are nothing alike.
Nothing alike. Nothing alike, he says. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's do a thought experiment. Man. Okay. Let's say there are two trolley problems going on. Batman has a stick, and somehow he's able to use that stick to merge the train tracks, and so the trolley runs over somebody. Batman has just committed murder. Bear with me for a sec. Now, let's say on Peter Parker's track, there's a train track with a lever, and the lever is made to merge the tracks. That is what it's there for. It has been built for that purpose. So Peter pulls the lever, and the person on the trolley or on the train tracks gets run over. Peter has just committed murder. According to this guy, they're not the same at all. They both committed murder, but you know, Peter was just using the technology that was already there. They're not the same at all. I hate this so much. Oh my god.
And also, you sign off your consent to have your camera be a device for the government already, so you can use it.
Okay, dude. Okay.
Spying on 30 million people isn't part of my job description.
Anyone remember Project Insight?
For once, we're way ahead of the curve.
That also had a much different perspective as well, that was involving genetic code and probability and algorithm. Peter Parker is accessing a system that already exists in our current reality. This isn't science fiction, it's science fact. These devices already exist. He's just plugging an algorithm that also already exists into the camera. None of that is sci-fi. That is current day reality. And nothing at all like Project Insight. It used genetic code and probability based on massive algorithms of data, and is not facial recognition to find a known criminal.
By holding on to everyone on Earth and calling it protection. This isn't freedom. This is fear.
Captain America.
So, I'll be honest, I don't remember Project Insight very well. I know that it was going to be abused by Hydra at the end. I don't remember what... I'm having trouble remembering what its original purpose was for. However, I do know that it touched on themes of security versus privacy. I think it had something to do with predicting crime. I'm not sure. I don't remember. But regardless, I don't think this guy is like able to draw philosophical parallels, like principles between these two things at all. Here's some guy who did something wrong, but he used it by inventing a new technology, which is completely different by someone doing something wrong with currently existing technology. Like, they're both doing something wrong, you moron. You fool.
Would be disgusted with this scumfuck. Help.
They use these systems in the film you're talking about. They use facial recognition technology in the Captain America films to track people. They're deliberately trying to find Bucky, and they use facial tracking to find him.
That is facial tracking, like... I guess now we have to have a conversation about a surveillance state. Like, what is a surveillance state? So, do I actually want to have this conversation? Oh, buddy. Okay. Is it wrong if there is a building that is blown up by some terrorist, and there is a camera across the street that catches the face of the one who did it? Is it wrong to use facial recognition to find out who it was? You know what? I think I'll stop there. I think there's enough to be discussed there that I think it's naive to just come out and say it's wrong. Unilaterally, it's wrong. I'll leave that for y'all to think about.
Ultimately.
Peter Parker would be disgusted with whoever this freak is, considering he gave up that same power in Far From Home the moment it was stumbling on private information.
No, don't. What private information? Here's the problem, MauLer. You don't understand how this technology works.
What private information?
Having access to a camera is not the same as getting their birth certificate information from a technological hacker. The technology Peter Parker accesses already exists and is being used today.
It doesn't matter. It's the principle of the thing.
If
Holy
this scares
crap.
you, it should. But it's all
I love how he's like he's like simultaneously agreeing and disagreeing. He's like, this should scare you, but when the hero in the new MCU film does it, it's not the same as when other versions of this technology are used by heroes in other films and stuff. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? This is not even a different character. This is the same character dealing with the same ethical dilemma. Not even an ethical dilemma. He does this on accident. He accidentally accesses private information that he should not be privy to. He was not given consent to be privy to. And he says, no, don't show me that. I don't have a right to see that. And this same character man, this sucks.
also very real and used actively in crime solving today. It is also wildly inaccurate based on statistics.
That's
So I don't even know what to draw from that. It's used today, but it's often inaccurate. But it's wrong. You should be scared of it. But it's okay when Peter does it because it's currently existing. I don't know what to. Look at his smug face. He's just grasping at anything. It's pathetic.
This penniless, rock-bottom, lonely Spider-Man is all in name only. He is as corporate as they come, living in a huge New York loft, excited to approach each day, collaborating with the police and federal agencies via futuristic tech while FaceTiming the Avengers whenever he wants.
That's what happens in the comics too.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm forgetting that he said this stuff. We're approaching where I stopped in the video, by the way. I stopped at 1:17. We're at 1:14. An hour and 14, I mean. So, this is just... obviously, this guy's into the comics. He's into the culture. I was even talking about it earlier tonight with Steven. Everyone wanted a Peter Parker that was more in line with the comics, or I think what people are afraid to say, more in line with the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. Because they like that version more. I think that there is merit to depicting the Spider-Man we got in the MCU because they're still very well-written films. At least Homecoming is. The other ones have issues, but they still have a lot of gold in them, their hills. The characters, especially. But apparently this guy, he didn't realize that people wanted Raimi Spider-Man to be the kind of character we got in the MCU Spider-Man. Apparently he forgot about all of that. Apparently he wasn't there for those conversations, those years of conversations and critique. He's just gonna, oh, well, that's how it is in the comics, so I don't see a problem. Even though dude, I bet you he was clamoring for Raimi-style Spider-Man. I shouldn't say that. If he wasn't, then I shouldn't say that. But let's not pretend that a Raimi-styled Spider-Man is not what people have been clamoring for years. Let's not pretend.
He also has a big loft in New York City in the comics. He dumpster dives in these films. He also talks to the Avengers and Fantastic Four in the comics too, don't forget. He also has advanced technology he builds on his own. The web shooters, for one. The spider trackers, for another. The spider car, which he's never used on film. The spider belt with its packs of very...
Like, he's mentioning stuff like the spider car. Are you just being facetious at this point? Are you taking me for a ride? No pun intended. Is that what you're doing? Are you messing with me? Are you, like, actually rage baiting me?
technological things, his spider wings, which are also very infrequently used on film, and most importantly, the only technology he's using for the cameras is in fact him just hacking the systems that already exist. It's not complicated.
Raimi Peter Parker was...
hacking the systems that already exist to hacking the evil systems that already exist to use them for their evil intended purpose is not evil, according to this guy, even though he agrees that those systems are evil. Okay. Whatever.
Fired from delivering pizzas while selling his photos at diminishing returns, and he was still struggling to make his rent. He was also authentically lonely. He was struggling to grow his social connections. He had barely any technology. Regardless of all that, Peter is a...
Yeah, that one had very little technology, that's true. That's also that version of Peter Parker.
Again, he's just pretending not to understand anything so that discourse is impossible.
Not every version of Peter Parker is written the exact same way.
Not every Peter Parker is written the exact same way. People, for I think a decade, when did Homecoming come out? Spider-Man Homecoming. 2017. So it's been almost 10 years that people were clamoring for a Raimi-style Spider-Man to be what MCU Spider-Man is. 10 years. But no, apparently he missed all that. This is not how this Peter Parker is.
Yeah, that one had very little technology, that's true.
Even though the last film, No Way Home, ended and people were happy, we were finally gonna get a Raimi-style Spider-Man. He's at square one. He's freaking penniless. No one remembers him. He is at rock bottom. But we're finally gonna get Raimi Spider-Man. And here we are. We didn't get it, but it's not really a problem this time, guys. Because that's how it is in the comics. Even though that, this is what was set up by John Watts and co. And this is not talking about, how does he get his money? How does he afford the loft? How does he afford the technology? How does he, what does he do for a job? He doesn't even have a job. I think they say that in this movie, his job is being Spider-Man. He doesn't have a job. What's his social life like? How does it affect him at all? None of this is addressed, even though it was primed to be like this from the last film.
That's also that version of Peter Parker. Not every version of Peter Parker is written the exact same way. And so by that metric...
Yeah, this one's written poorly.
Why would every Peter Parker function exactly the same? Hell, in the comics, he tries to sell his technology. It doesn't work out very well. Yeah, no, the lack of job, that's a critique. That is a critique worth having. I had the same critique. How does he make his money? How does he pay for all this?
There, he conceded one thing.
It's also a relatively minor critique, because it's
a minor critique. It's minor. It literally makes his entire operation possible. It's minor.
It discusses the functionality of how he gets his tech, but the conflict isn't about the tech, it's about him as a person.
The conflict isn't about the tech, therefore it doesn't need to be explained. Brother... Y'all remember the Lord of the Rings? How much world building is done along with the character building and all the lore that is established in those films? And it's done so efficiently. Same for Star Wars. Star Wars, they do so much lore building and character building so efficiently. Oh, it's exquisite. Oh, why are the droids being sold to the LARS farm? It's because what's it called? They need droids to help them with their moisture evaporators. Oh, well, isn't it lucky that they got sold to the LARS farm? Well, actually, according to the lore, not even according to the lore, in the movie, it is established that R2-D2 wants to go search for Obi-Wan Kenobi, which he knows is in the Jundland Wastes somewhere, those rocky areas that C-3PO wants to avoid. So, of course, and Obi-Wan is there to watch over Luke. And so, of course, if Luke is close to Obi-Wan, then Obi-Wan is in the Jundland Waste, which is where R2-D2 goes, where he gets picked up by the Jawas, which is where... so, of course, because the Jawas are close to the Jundland Waste, which is where Obi-Wan is close to Luke, of course they go to sell to the closest buyers, which is the Lars homestead. It all works out. It's great. It's fine. I don't understand how C-3PO got all the way over there if he was in the complete opposite direction, but you know what? It's a big desert. Maybe they were still super close. It works for R2-D2 perfectly fine. I think that maybe the Empire should have caught up to them by then, but you know what? That's a different criticism. What I mean to say by all this is that they went to efforts to explain the small stuff, to make it fit in, to make the world feel lived in, to make it make sense. Because whether or not you think so, like, this is, whatever your opinion on real life is, there is an explanation for everything. You may not know what it is. It may be something really coincidental, but there is a logical explanation for everything that happens in real life. So it must be if you want your cinematic universe that relies on a similar world such as ours to function. If someone inexplicably has resources and you have no idea how they got them, and the whole film cannot function as it does without those resources, yeah, it matters how he got them. Sorry, tangent over.
Person. And so that's a big factor as well. In fact, with a lot of the stuff he uses to make his equipment, it's fabricators, AI. Unfortunately, AI is now very cheap. And he knows where to find it. You can dumpster dive outside Stark Towers for all I know. Also,
you can dumpster dive outside of Stark Towers where they sell the fabricator, or where they dump the fabricators and dump the AI. Yeah, it's not like those have like special ways of disposing of those things so that their competitors can't ape their technology.
Also, don't forget that the Marvel Cinematic Universe exists in a world where technology is more advanced than it is in our reality, and thus far more advanced than it is in the Sam Raimi continuity. Much more advanced. So, comparing the technology and accesses that Peter Parker has in the Raimiverse,
none of this works if he doesn't have a loft to live in. How does he pay for it? Granted, in the movie, at least the guy that he buys the loft from, he's like, oh, it's really cheap because of asbestos, which I don't know how asbestos affects Spider-Man, if at all. They never explain it. But whatever, it's cheap. Okay. So there is some lip service paid to, oh, we have to find some way for him to live here. But they don't get it over the hill. They don't finish that thought. Where does he get excuse me. Where does he get that money to pay for that apparently cheap apartment? Who knows? Who knows?
Is ridiculous in a world where Tony Stark, Stark Industries, Wakanda, S.H.I.E.L.D., various space, even the space, the Asgardians are here now with advanced technology too.
Wait, what is ridiculous?
In a world where technology is more advanced than it is in our reality, and thus far more advanced than it is in the Sam Raimi continuity. Much more advanced. So comparing the technology and accesses that Peter Parker has in the Raimiverse,
he is not comparing the technology of these two worlds. Once again, you have missed the entire point. The point is that the way Peter Parker was portrayed, the way he was portrayed as penniless, the way he was portrayed as having to make do, because superheroes need to eat. Superheroes need a place to go to sleep at night. Like, I don't think he wants to be like living with the homeless people in Central Park. All he's asking is that if Peter has access to certain resources, there needs to be a justification on how he got them. That's it. That's it.
Is ridiculous in a world where Tony Stark, Stark Industries, Wakanda, S.H.I.E.L.D., various space, even the space, the
and he's just going to go on this whole tirade about how MauLer's, it's so ridiculous for MauLer to compare the technologies of these two worlds when that wasn't what he was doing at all. He's going to be super smug about it. He's like, this is very basic stuff, MauLer. I can't believe you got this wrong.
Guardians are here now with advanced technology too. Comparing the cheapness of technology in the MCU to the cheapness in the Raimi.
Again, the cheapest of technology, fabricators and AI. This isn't stuff that gets thrown in the dumpster. I would be willing to accept that maybe Peter was able to construct this stuff on his own, but again, how does he get the resources for that?
The Raimi universe is ridiculous. There's no comparison at all.
A cranially carbonated immoral scumfuck to spare Jean Grey from any and all justice despite being the most wretched, oxygen-thieving murder wumble this side of the broken-ass Feigeverse. Personally, I
don't even think that Jean Grey is the most vile character Peter Parker's fought in his own movies. Like,
who has fought?
Broken-ass Feigeverse. Personally, I don't
even think that Jean Grey is the most vile character Peter Parker's fought in his own...
Peter Parker has fought. We talked about this earlier, Green Goblin and everything.
That's the thing. He's so hyperbolic with this. It sounds like...
Yeah, it's called entertainment. He comes up with funny insults. Murder Womble. You really think Murder Womble was meant to be taken seriously as a hard-hitting critique?
Someone who doesn't have a good argument, doesn't it? Someone who...
Oh yes, and it's clearly made by someone who doesn't have a good argument, not someone who wants to entertain, anything like that. Oh my Being mad Spider-Man has tech is unironically LARP. Like, I hate the overuse of that word, but like, have you ever read the comics? These are not the comics. And he's not upset that he has technology. He's upset that he has it inexplicably. And that all of the struggles that Peter was poised to face at the end of No Way Home, they're just brushed over, brushed aside. He just has technology. He gets his social circle back. He doesn't even need a job. Like, I don't understand how anyone can defend this. Also, I don't know what this means. The multiverse exists. Okay, what does that mean?
Who has to convince you they're right by sounding like an intimidating
They're in the future too. Again, not without the criticism.
badass who says the worst, most vile things possible. Meanwhile, it's like, have a good audience, doesn't it? Someone who has to convince you they're right by sounding like an intimidating badass who says the worst, most vile things possible. Meanwhile,
So, like, if MauLer was like someone who tries to overcompensate by sounding, you know, sounding like really hard hitting, sounding like he knows what he's talking about, but really his criticisms are empty, I feel like that would be easily provable, but you haven't done that. You've gone for like an hour and 20 minutes. You haven't done that at all. In fact, you've just done nothing but embarrass yourself.
it's like, who gives a fuck? You know, it's like,
Oh, who cares? Oh, okay, guys, go. Everyone, go home. Who cares? Who cares? Go home. He fixed it. Go home.
for everything. It's like, okay, yeah, good question. Not answered in the film. Most people don't give a shit. They get over it. And you can say,
He says it's a valid criticism, but who cares? Who cares?
how important that is, but ultimately speaking, what really matters is, does this at all negatively impact the conflict they're trying to tell, which is about a guy?
It does, because if Peter Parker doesn't have the technology to make the inhibitor chip, that entire plot line is gone. If Peter Parker doesn't have the app to tell him where crime is, he doesn't arrive to like stop the APC or other crimes that happen in the film. If Peter Parker doesn't have the technology to diagnose his spider puberty, like, so much of the film changes. Again, he doesn't I don't believe he actually believes this. He's saying this to try to get back at MauLer. He hates MauLer. I don't know why. I don't know what he did. He probably said something retarded. MauLer and EFAP called him out on it, and he hasn't lived it. He hasn't been able to forget it since.
A guy who is at war with himself, and have characters who reflect
not
that
in the
internal
film.
struggle. The external struggle is only meaningful because it reflects the internal struggle that Peter faces in the film. Whether or
There
not
is
Peter
no
can afford a
internal
laptop
struggle
with
for
enough
Peter in the
dive
film.
is not super relevant to that core conflict. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good fridge
Hold on.
question. Whether or not Peter can afford a laptop versus a dumpster dive for it is not super relevant to that core conflict. Yeah.
I'm not going to keep repeating myself. It is very, very relevant.
It's a good question. It's a good fridge question.
If nothing else, it's just points on the table that you left that could have been fleshed out to make a very interesting film that you just didn't do. If nothing else, it's wasted opportunity, very poignant wasted opportunities. Is that not criticism enough?
Yeah. But like, it's not a make or break question. It's like, oh, that's a dumb thing to include in the movie. And then
Yeah, it is a very dumb thing.
move on with your life. It's not worth getting angry about. It's like, oh, that's kind of stupid.
It's not worth getting angry about. The thing that people have clamored to see for the last 10 years, 9 years, it's not worth getting angry about. Who cares? And the last film very carefully poised this movie to tackle that. Very purposefully. John Watts, God bless him, he had a lot of stuff to work with when Disney was like, oh, you have to put multiverse in the movie. He had a lot of stuff going against him, but he found a way to poise this film and give you a layup, and they messed it up. Not you, not him, not Anthony. The writers of this film, they messed it up bad.
Why do you explain that? It's not worth lingering on like this.
He's not lingering. Like, call MauLer long-winded and stuff. He doesn't linger on things longer than he has to. He's very concise. He'll talk about something for as long as it takes him to talk about it. Like, as long as it, if he has to get through 10 points, however long it takes him to get through those 10 points, that's how long it's going to take it. He's not going to linger. He's pretty punchy with that. He's really good at, like, not repeating himself unless, you know, what he said was like 10 hours ago, something like that.
Yeah. The problem is it's super, super, super ingrained in just what is the relevant thing
Oh my God, you're slow. It's okay. I'm going to do it.
right here. but no one really gives a fuck about that. They care about, will the guy get out okay? Will they save the day in the end? Will
no
he
one
find happiness?
cares.
I did this in my theater. More people were like emotionally responding to the MJ and
You know, no one really cares how the hyperdrive in the Millennium Falcon works. People just want them to get out. It doesn't matter how the Force works. People just want Luke Skywalker to master the Force and move on. No one, it doesn't care. Who cares how, what is her name, Maz Kanata got the lightsaber in The Force Awakens? A good question for another time. No one cares.
Peter scenes. Then anyway, asking me, for that laptop, because no one cares in the moment. They care about the emotional journey the characters go on.
At Logan Borkowski 335 Super
The emotional journey is kneecapped if you don't put in the work to support it.
added $2. MJ calls out how bad the inhibitor is.
Yeah, directly. Yeah, it's a big conversation. It's not the
This is working against your argument. The more people in Peter's life, especially people he cares about, the more people call him out on his horrible decision, the worse it looks for Peter when he's okay with just making that decision. In fact, the more people, because am I gonna have to go into like a whole tangent on sociology and like you are a product of your environment? So if the people, you probably think alike or more alike to the people around you than you don't. So like if they have a problem with it, why doesn't Peter? Peter, the really, really smart guy, why doesn't he have a problem with it? I'm not going to go on a tangent about sociology.
conversation. It's not the only way he
And
has
Nick
about it.
Wolf 3885 super chatted $5. Suddenly I remembered a classic Linkara Spider-Man bit. Only a science major could come up with a universal power dampener like this.
Yeah, only a science major. Exactly.
Okay.
To love listening to Peter insist Jean isn't a killer after she had a ninja Sudoku himself. She blew
The hand can survive that. The hand is notoriously hard to kill. That's a key part of who the hand are. They can take a lot of hits and keep going.
Let's be clear. The hand in this movie is not the same as the hand from Daredevil. They can't be. They can't be. And I don't care who you are. The hand, if you're just like a normal guy in the hand, you can die. Some of the higher ranking members, they'll get brought back. But if you're just some dude, forget it. If they can't... why would he think this? And again, it's Jean Grey. She's it's not the hand controlling that guy. It's Jean Grey. She doesn't care if that guy lives or dies. She's a murderer mind rapist.
Also, that's not a fatal strike. He's stabbed.
That's not a fatal... Hold on. That's not a fatal
That's a key
strike.
part of
ninja Sudoku himself.
That's not a fatal strike, apparently.
only a science major. Exactly.
To love listening to Peter insist Jean isn't
He's
a killer
still
after
going,
she
yep.
had a ninja Sudoku.
That's not a fatal strike, apparently. I can't go frame by frame. Going through your gut with, I don't know if it's a katana or whatever, is not a fatal strike. Okay, all right.
Himself, she blew
The hand can survive that. The hand is notoriously hard to kill. That's a key part of who the hand are. They can take a lot of hits and keep going. Also, that's not a fatal strike. He stabbed himself in the stomach. Yeah, but it's not the low intestine really. But it's not a fatal hit.
The low intestine. Did he say the low intestine? Isn't there like the big intestine and the small intestine? I don't know anatomy, but like the low intestine. I don't know if y'all know this, but it's bad if you get like pierced through the intestine. Okay then, Anthony, aka Smart Guy, you get stabbed in the gut. I disavow. I do not want Anthony to get stabbed in the gut. Please let this be known to anyone who watches this.
several buildings. She froze tens of thousands.
Look at that. Look at that explosion and tell me no one got hurt.
Strike. He stabbed himself in the stomach. Yeah, but it's not the low intestine really. But it's not a fatal hit.
Blew up several buildings. She froze tens of thousands of
Dude.
people, and she walked an innocent old man in front of a car.
Yes, you said that multiple times. It's 12 minutes. You shouldn't have this much padding in your review.
This is not padding. This is talking about Peter still. He's going off of the line where Peter says that Jean is not a killer. But he's bringing up evidence that she is a killer. This is still about Peter. You idiot. You moron. He's incapable of understanding that MauLer is going through different topics. Sometimes the evidence overlaps.
You said this. Get on with it.
Get on with it. Oh, that makes me upset. That makes me upset. Get on with it.
She just said she killed 3 people. You know what I'm saying? Deep down.
This movie even shits all over Yelena.
Hold on.
Get on with it.
You're not a murderer. She just said she killed 3 people. You know what I'm saying? Deep down.
This movie
Deep down.
even shits all over Yelena. That pitiful photocopy of better times. She discovers through Spider-Man that innocent people are being taken by an adjacent yet interwoven justice.
I'm really interested to see, because we're past what I've seen. This is uncharted waters for me. I am very interested to see how he addresses this. I am wondering.
said this. Get on with it.
I'm giving it a big wonder.
You're not a murderer. She just said she killed 3 people. You know what I'm saying? Deep down.
This movie even shits all over Yelena, that pitiful photocopy of better times. She discovers through Spider-Man that innocent people are being taken by an adjacent yet interwoven Justice Department for observation, experimentation, and other human rights violations related to mind control, and doesn't give a single shit, despite that being her core trauma from the Red Room, something that defined the majority of her life, and she passes it off with no less enthusiasm than a constipated gorilla preparing his tax return. 2 sisters are attempting to reach each other despite a greater evil institution keeping them apart involving mind control, and she is simply disinterested. Actually hilarious.
I seem to recall those scenes being a little different there. It's small potatoes for her, because she knows he's got it.
No, please, no.
If she was disinterested, entirely and truly, she wouldn't be giving him any information. He gets ahead in the story only because Yelena provides information to him. And while she delegates the tasks to Spider-Man, that does not mean she's not interested. She's providing information to him. It's not really her story. So, in general, this is difficult for someone, I guess, who's... I don't know if MauLer has much corporate experience.
It's not her story. She knows that he's got it. She's interested because she gives him information. This is all missing the point. The point is she should have an existential vested interest in investigating what's going on here. Her whole life was stolen from her from people doing exactly what damage control might be doing. For all she knows, it's the Red Room Part 2. And she's just, small potatoes, you take care of it. I'm absolutely baffled. Oh, it's not her story. That's meta, you stupid moron, you worm. Oh my god. Again, I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to wonder, does he believe this? Surely not. Surely not. He can't believe this. This is insane. That is a slam dunk criticism of like, yeah, they should probably have said something for that. But no. He has to resist it because it's MauLer saying it, so it has to be wrong. Oh my god. Yelena is a very tragic character. Like, her whole life, her whole childhood, her whole adolescence stolen from her by a ridiculously comically evil misogynist man. It is hilarious how evil the bad guy in that movie is. It's so funny. He's like, oh, I hate women. Oh. It's such an embarrassing film. Oh my god, that hurt. I don't even like Yelena, and that hurt.
Experience or has worked in an organization but is multiple. So, in general, this is difficult for someone, I guess, who's... I don't know if MauLer has much corporate experience or has worked in an organization but is multiple people who have multiple jobs. Delegation is when you pass off work that is not a big enough topic for you to someone at a lower station in the organization.
META, why'd the writers write this way? Oh my god. It's... Yeah, guys, Yelena, you know, her whole... Man, calling it Yelena's backstory is like kind of underselling it. It was her whole life, guys. Like, it was everything. They took everything. And she was trapped in her own mind prison for years. It's hard to like... It's hard to put into words. Like, we think it's abhorrent, or at least I hope you do. It's disgusting that the people of New York get trapped under Jean's control in their own mind prison for like 20 minutes. That's already terrible. She was in her own mind prison for over a decade, I think. I don't remember the exact time period, but it was like from when she was like a small child all the way to when she's an adult woman. It's... To take this tragic character and be like, oh, well, she wouldn't be interested in the same thing happen to potentially other girls because, you know, she has to delegate. She's in a corporate environment now. I feel like this is just... This is antagonistic at this point. Is he actually rage baiting? This is completely antagonistic. What are you doing, dude?
In this case, Yelena is delegating information to Spider-Man, and then we find out at the end of the film, which you would know if you saw the film and listened to all the dialogue. I know it gets difficult with subtitles there. You know, flip bunches is hard to read sometimes. Yelena is actively investigating damage control and going through all the information publicly available from that to find out what else potentially Metzger was doing.
Oh my god, dude. Now, I will admit, I do not remember everything that she says in her scenes. But I do remember her being very, like, dismissive. Like, oh, it's small potatoes. Here, you figure it out. Go, fine. Like, she is not interested at all. At all. She talks about the new Avengers, which I guess there's a new Avengers, I guess from Thunderbolts or something. If you get even the slightest inkling that there's another Red Room, and it's being created by someone in your government, this all has precedent. There's the Red Room, there's Hydra. This all has precedent. You should be mobilizing the Avengers. It's a big deal.
So, to say she's not interested is actually the complete opposite of what happens in the film, because in reality, Yelena is actively investigating damage control using Spider-Man as an asset to get that information for herself. And then in the end of the film is presented as accessing and investigating that information. That is directly stated in the film. It is.
I'm trying to remember what she's doing at the end of the film. I can't remember. But if it's at the end of the film, then the film's already over. Like, you had, what, however much of a percentage that she wasn't doing anything?
Me implying it, they fucking say it. It's not a subtlety. It's a whole thing they say at the end of the film. You would know this because you have the film on your hard drive and are plugging it in to this footage as we're going along. You have the footage. You know that line is in the movie. You have it. It's right there on your hard drive. And yet somehow...
So I guess we've gone from he was watching a Chinese bootleg to, oh, you have it. You have it. Absolutely have it.
And yet somehow you forget these key plot points consistently. Can't imagine why.
Again, the smugness.
Areas that they assassinate such a forced and worthless character with just a minute of screen time. The film is packed with flashback imagery of better film.
A minute of screen time. Like, that doesn't sound like she was very interested in the ongoings of this horrible thing happening, which she would absolutely be interested in.
Areas that they assassinate such a forced and worthless character with just a minute of screen time. The film is packed with flashback imagery of
oh, right. They have that Zoom call in the... Is it... I forget, is it MJ or is it Ned's place? I don't remember. I forget what she says. She says something. I don't remember. But again, like, I think that's the last time we see her. And it's like right before he goes to like, right before Jean tries to kill Metzger and she like takes control of a kilometer radius of people. Like, that is very short. Like, man. Also, I know it's not literally a minute of screen time. But man, she's very disinterested. Compared to how interested she should be, she is absolutely disinterested.
Films on top of scattered stale jokes referencing Lord of the Rings or the fact that scorpions are nocturnal. You get insecure exposition dumps like the detective telling
he's talking about the dialogue
such a forced and worthless character with just a minute of screen time. The film is packed with flashback imagery of better films on top of scattered stale jokes referencing Lord of the Rings or the fact that scorpions are nocturnal. You get insecure exposition dumps like the detective telling Spider-Man to stop the bad guys from reaching the building. Spider-Man put all the criminals in because the bad guys could end up freeing all the criminals. Spider-Man put in the building and Spider-Man then says, yeah.
This dialogue is shorter than your description of it. You spend more time crying about the dialogue than they had on screen. Strange.
Oh, this is... I should have known we would encounter Long Man Bad. For anyone who doesn't know, Long Man Bad is when people say, oh, MauLer's content is bad because it is long. And there was this kind of side argument that says, oh, if your criticism takes longer to... If the amount of time it takes for you to critique a movie is longer than the movie itself, you're doing something wrong. And that's basically what he said here. Oh, it took you longer to critique the dialogue than the dialogue actually lasted. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? Can't believe I'm seeing that here. I should have expected it. I don't know why I didn't expect it. His stream is longer than MauLer's video. That's true. That is very true, yeah. I'm getting tired. That almost slipped my mind.
I know. Who do you think put him in there? Or how about the condescending as fuck line? Sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart. The plot looks like minced confetti after a nice soak in acid.
So yeah, very on-the-nose dialogue, which he is criticizing, which this guy has just no comment on. I don't know why, he just doesn't.
Just so lucky that Peter bumped into Ned to then...
Let me try refreshing the page, because it's kind of off sync with what is on
Ned to then see MJ.
Okay, here we go. I think it's fixed. It was off sync with what was on Watch Together. Hopefully that didn't make it too hard to understand.
Parker's heart. The plot looks like minced confetti after a nice soak in acid. It's just so lucky that Peter bumped into Ned to then see MJ, to then have an existential crisis over the thought of sitting in the cuck chair, causing a biological reaction that facilitates the creation of a universal inhibitor that he happens to end up using to neutralize Jean. The film is over without that random...
Yes, that is a thing that happens. Spider-Man just happens to be stalking Ned and MJ, and he just happens to get to a party with them where he just happens to see MJ with someone else, which is, you know, yeah, she would do that. I don't know why he would be surprised at that, although I imagine it would hit hard regardless. Anyway, which just so happens to cause the spider puberty to start, which just so happens to... Let me just rewind it.
Chair, causing a biological reaction that facilitates the creation of a universal inhibitor that he happens to...
Which, that's what makes him make the universal inhibitor that he ends up using on Jean Grey.
End up using to neutralize Jean. The film is over without that random encounter. The film is...
Yeah, it's over without that, because they live in the same city and eventually would bump into each other. I'm not
No, dude, no. It's New York City. You don't just... I'm not saying it's impossible, especially if you live in the same area. But man, that's not... If that's the only coincidence you think that is here, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry to be the one to tell you this, Anthony. But you are illiterate. You do not understand the words that are being conveyed to you.
sure if you've ever been in a location, sometimes you just bump into people, especially in like a public area. So like, what's the point? Like, I don't get what's wrong with these lines. He says, "Oh, this line is so condescending." Like, how?
Now he's conflating lines of dialogue with all the coincidences that need to happen to push the plot forward. These are not the same things. What are you doing? It's like 11 o'clock at night for me. I'm super tired. I don't know what time it was for you, but oh my god. And this guy, what a crybaby. Sorry, excuse me. Genji. Dude, it's a critique video. What did you think you were gonna find in the critique video? Happy, lucky, go fun times? Like, what?
What's wrong with it? The problem is here is that MauLer clearly is bothered by this line. Apparently so. The problem is...
What line? He wasn't talking about a line.
That when you are writing this kind of line, when you're describing this kind of line, why it's bad, you actually have to explain to your audience what's bad about it. Oh, it's condescending. Well, how's it condescending? What about it so bad? If your audience can be confused and going like, oh, why is the line bad? This seems like a pretty distinct line illustrating the difference between Peter Parker and Spider-Man, how he sees them as two different identities in himself. Like, where's the downside of that? Where's the problem?
So the problem with it is that it's too on the nose. I mean, it's funny because I was thinking, does MauLer need to go into detail as to why that's bad? Well, apparently he does, because people aren't catching on to it. Apparently he does. This is why we have yellow paint in video games, by the way, because of people like this.
So the issue here is that you are consistently saying, oh, this is bad, but you're not explaining why it's bad. It's not self-evident, but then again, you over-explain things like, oh, Spider-Man has to put these guys away, it's bad writing. Well, it's a throwaway line. You spend more time complaining about it than they spent saying it. So it's a very stupid thing to get hung up on.
I hate this line of reasoning. MauLer goes into this, I think it's in his TFA critique, where he says, have you guys ever praised any... Have you given praise to a scene and the praise lasts longer than the scene itself? Or, to put it simply, have you ever praised a line of dialogue longer than the line of dialogue is spoken? Like, how many times have... Like, dude, I can't tell you how much I've talked about the line, "Who are you?" from Andor Season 2, Episode 8, "Who are you?" It's hard-hitting stuff. And it's spoken in "Who are you?" It's spoken in, like, less than a second. The amount of baggage that goes with that one line of dialogue, it brought me to tears. I will not lie, it brought me to tears because of everything that it entails. I've just now I did not do this on purpose. Unwittingly, I have sang the praises of this 1 second long voice line from Andor, longer than 1 second. I guess I'm doing it wrong, guys. I guess I'm doing it wrong. Frick me, I guess.
It's also over if Jean doesn't allow Peter to see her face for no reason at all.
Yeah, why did she do that?
The film is also over if Frank doesn't happen to have every tool Peter needs to construct a universal inhibitor that can deactivate the Hulk.
The tools are used to make bombs.
Oh, no. So for people who don't know, in the film, Peter needs to come up with the universal inhibitor, and he's away from his workstation that he has at home that he inexplicably pays for. The technology that is high-tech that he built himself, I guess, and he needs that technology to build the inhibitor chip, but he can't because it's at his home, and he can't get home because it's dangerous, because Jean is out there. Luckily, he's in the Punisher's hideout, and he just happens to have the exact stuff that he needs. Well, that's awfully convenient. Oh, but you see, it's used to make bombs. Well, that explains it. Oh, yeah. It's used to make bombs. That explains why Punisher would have this highly sought after, highly high-tech technology. Sorry, I'm flooping over my words. I'm speechless. I'm losing my vocabulary because this guy is so stupid. He's sucking the intellect out of me, and it's not going into him. I don't know where it's going, but it's not going into him.
They're basic stuff. He just has them on hand to make bombs with them.
It's basic stuff. Fabricators. AI. My God. To be fair, I don't know if AI is in his warehouse, but he does have a fabricator. A freaking fabricator. That's like Star Trek level technology, guys. I don't think you'll understand. A fabricator would put the universe in a post-scarcity society. Can you imagine? Scarcity just stops existing.
The thing is, his tools he's talking about aren't particularly complicated tools either.
They're not complicated tools. It's a freaking fabricator. It would fix everything. All of our planet's woes that we have because of the lack of resources. And it's not complicated at all. It's very simple.
It's like this crafting stuff.
Spider-Man and Jean I enjoy.
Also, he's saying it's just for crafting stuff. He makes a universal inhibitor. He makes a universal inhibitor. A muzzle for every superpowered anybody in the universe. Presumably.
Enjoy torturing defenseless old women gray in his dingy fucking base.
Here's a question. How does she torture the woman? She just mind controls them. You said yourself.
Oh, no. Can you imagine just doing your job, mopping floors, then suddenly you wake up in a crashed APC next to a bomb, flames everywhere, Spider-Man in front of you, guards with guns pointed at you. You have no idea how you got there. All the time that it took to get there, because we don't know how long it took for her to prepare the APC and drive it out, and then maybe if they got caught immediately and then she started to speed up and commence a high-speed chase. We don't know how long all that took, but imagine someone took time of your life away from you, and they used your body to kill someone. Imagine how that might affect you. That is terrifying. And these people are probably going to have to go to therapy because they might have lingering thoughts on that, lingering trauma due to that. It's like when someone breaks into your house. You don't feel safe anymore in your own home, except this is your mind.
They don't remember anything, so it's not torture. It's just
they don't remember anything, so it's not torture. Okay.
Using them as a vessel to move from one place to the next. Not no torture being done here. So the question
it's like putting your pants on, guys. It's not a big deal.
is, what is the torture being done here? Here's the problem with a lot of this. He's using some strong words, but his own description of the scene contradicts the strong words he's using.
It's taking away your autonomy as a sapient living being. How is that not a reprehensible crime? I think the closest thing we've ever gotten to that is lobotomy and slavery, but this is a step above. You're a bio robot. You're a meat robot for someone else to use as they please, and there's nothing you can do about it. How is this not? Oh my God! I gotta stop. We gotta move on.
Anyway,
The film is also over if MJ didn't happen to know exactly what the inhibitor needed to work where Spider-Man didn't. What the fuck?
Not really. The movie just happens to work on Spider-Man. It doesn't actually impact anything that happened with Jean.
What? So he gets the inhibitor chip working because of MJ's suggestions. The obvious inference being, oh, if MJ weren't there to make those suggestions, he wouldn't have been able to make the inhibitor chip. Oh, that's lucky. She just happens to know how to do it. Okay.
But it needed to work where Spider-Man didn't. What the fuck?
Not really. The movie just happens to work on Spider-Man. It doesn't actually impact anything that happened with Jean.
Doesn't impact anything. The fact that he gets the inhibitor working doesn't impact anything, specifically Jean, the person who they use the inhibitor chip on. Are you, like, actually retarded, dude? Are you actually stupid? Are you actually handicapped? Like, are you actually, like, mentally handicapped? Are you unwell? Should I be revisiting, like, should I stop calling you retarded because you actually might be mentally handicapped? And I would never say that to someone who is actually mentally handicapped. Should I actually revisit that in my mind? Like, oh my god.
There'd still be a inhibitor on Jean, even if MJ wasn't there, because MJ's advice is specifically only referencing how it would work.
Hold on, sorry, I glazed over for a bit because I was still recovering.
What the fuck?
Not really. The movie just happens to work on Spider-Man. It doesn't actually impact anything that happened with Jean. There'd still be abusing inhibitor on Jean, even if MJ wasn't there, because MJ's advice is specifically only referencing how it would work on Peter Parker, specifically, because his eyelids have electrical interference. So that's actually not relevant at all. You're actually completely wrong about that point. The inhibitor would still work on Jean, despite MJ being there. So.
Okay. So, in the movie, the inhibitor chip works, but it stops working because there's interference coming from electricity generated by Spider-Man's lenses that he has on in front of his eyes. So fair enough, the inhibitor works before MJ has a go at it, but if she wasn't there to point that out, would Spider-Man have taken the inhibitor chip with him? Would he use it? Would he even think he could get close to her in that condition without an inhibitor chip? Because he's like suffering from the spider puberty. He's not in any condition to fight Jean or to save the people she's inevitably going to control. So I'll admit, there is a bit of a clarity that MauLer has failed to provide here. But there is still a conversation to be had on, wow, it's really lucky that MJ was there to fix the inhibitor chip for Spider-Man so that he could go fight go fight Jean, and then put the inhibitor chip on Jean. To say this doesn't affect the story or Jean is still ludicrous. Oh my god.
So, I know about that.
Was with the hand in this stupid movie. Daredevil dealt with them, only for them to somehow return, then get defeated by Spider-Man off-screen, to then wander around DODC until the director decided they're a group of kids without a leader that just need guidance. What?
Dude, the hand in this film are so embarrassing. In Daredevil, they are an ancient faction that has spanned civilizations for thousands of years, and they have found the secrets to coming back to life. They resurrect people from the dead. And they are very influential throughout the world. It's like a shadow government type situation, basically. Like, they are trying to subvert the power dynamic of the entire world from the shadows. And in this film, there are just 5 people working in an office. Cool. Also, I don't know why I'm looking up. That was weird. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so bad.
The fuck hallucinogen are you on, you clown bucket, they say.
That's not even a good critique. Bad guys
That's not a good critique, apparently.
come back. It's an organization. You
Bad guys come... It's an organization of 5 people. Okay.
think when you beat an organization, it disappears overnight? Like, Daredevil beat the Hand in season 2 of Daredevil. They came back in 2 more shows, Iron Fist and Defenders, because their one plan didn't work. So, what?
They mechanical and...
Okay, so they came back. I haven't seen Iron Fist and Defenders yet. I've heard that they're not good, but I will watch them someday. So, how does that in any way, Like, how does that anyway contradict what he's just said? They have been Daredevil dealt with them just to keep things simple, I guess, and they're just inextricably back. 5 ninjas working for a secret organization that spans civilizations that have cheated death itself with arcane magic that we don't understand. And they're just working in an office space, just 5 of them. What happened to all the other ones? We don't know how many of the hand there are. There's a lot. Like,
Organic webs cannot be used at the same time when Peter could obviously just place them on the other sides of his arms and reprint his suits to facilitate that. Hell, he could just put them further down on the same side. Apparently, Peter's spider sense.
Yeah, so there's this part where Spider-Man starts producing natural webs instead of the webs coming from his web shooters, and he puts the web shooter on his wrist, and then when he goes to fire it, the natural web, the pressure from the natural web breaks the bracelet off, and if the web shooter falls off. And so, but he's not comfortable using his natural web yet because he has just gained this ability, so he's like really unfamiliar with it. He like has to actually, I forget what he says like web swing, web swing, web. He has to say web every time he wants to shoot another web because he is that unfamiliar with it, and he can only do it with one hand. So obviously MauLer is like, why don't you just like adjust the web shooters so that you can just use them, just move them on, up or down, up the wrist, rotate them, I don't know.
Couldn't detect the beeping countdown of the damn bomb in the tank. Apparently, Peter's AI camera system is more advanced and sentient than anything we...
I think I'm okay with him not sensing the bomb. I don't know. It's been a while since I've seen the Home trilogy. I watched No Way Home before watching this film, and you know what? No, I do have a problem with it, because in a No Way Home, when there's this box Doctor Strange has that if he pushes a button on the box, it'll send all the villains back to their dimensions, which will inevitably result in their deaths, and they have a disagreement over this, him and Spider-Man. Spider-Man takes the box away, but then Doctor Strange pushes Peter's consciousness out of his body so that he can grab the box off of Peter's body with Peter's like soul out of his body, and he can't fight back. But because of Spider-Man's spider sense, it innately detects that something is wrong, and every time Doctor Strange reaches for it, his body like moves it away. So he's like trying to get it, and he's like playing keep away with the box with this unconscious body, and it's kind of funny, I'm not gonna lie. So yeah, if he can do that, he should be able to sense that bomb. Absolutely.
Peter's spider sense couldn't detect the beeping countdown of the damn bomb in the tank. Apparently, Peter's AI camera system is more advanced and sentient than anything we have, and yet it can't detect a standard-ass fucking intruder bumbling into his own home.
Yeah, the AI is able to scan all of New York, potentially all, I don't know if it's limited to New York at all, actually. But it can't detect if someone's broken into his apartment. Like, come on, man.
How, if Jean could only control people one at a time in the first 2 acts, was she able to mind control the driver to get to the bottom of the building and at the same time mind control MJ at the top of the building? Huh? And on the...
Oh yeah, this happens a lot. So there's a part where MJ is controlled by Jean, and she throws MJ off a building, and Peter Parker saves her, but then Jean Grey is in a car that's being driven by some dude that she's mind controlling. But how can she be controlling the guy driving the car if she's also controlling MJ? Because at this point, she can only control one person at a time. Same thing for when she breaks Scorpion out of prison. So in the movie, she takes the APC, rams it into damage control, and takes control of a guard who is transferring Scorpion to a helicopter to take him to, let's just call it Prison 1. Everyone has their job to do. We're taking him to Prison 1. We all know this. But then Jean takes control of one of the guards, and he says, change of plans, actually take him to Prison 2. And so she doesn't go along for the ride in the helicopter. She stays behind to try and control Spider-Man, but that's when she discovers she can't. And so she's missed the chance to hitch a ride on the helicopter with everybody else to go to Prison 2 with Scorpion. She can't go there anymore. But it's implied off screen that she got out of the guard's body, found another way to get to Prison 2 by, jumping bodies through mines, which makes sense. That's her power. We're told that Scorpion walked out of Prison 2. He just walked out. Now, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's a chain of command in a lot of jobs. The military is kind of famous for it. Especially, this isn't the military per se, it's damage control, but it is very adjacent to the militaries of the government. Like, you have a chain of command, you have your orders. If someone says, actually, here's contradicting orders, you're going to check and see if that's true or not. You're not just going to go willy-nilly, oh yeah, well, he told me. Meanwhile, on their way to Prison 2, why isn't there, like, air traffic control? Be like, hey, idiot, where are you going? You're supposed to be going to Prison 1. Oh, okay, sure, yeah, go to Prison 1. Plane is over. Also, why, when you are letting people out of prison, I don't know if y'all know this, but there's a lot of walls and bars in prison. How the heck is Jean Grey controlling Scorpion, also controlling the people who manage the locked doors, bars, and walls and stuff? And, like, she's doing all this while everyone is just letting them do it. No one's checking to see what's going on, nothing, no checks and balances, nothing. Okay, fine. This happens multiple times in the film where, like, they do stuff that doesn't make any sense logistically, and we're just, oh, well, it's not important, just don't think about it. I'm tired of not thinking about it. I think about it because it's shown to me. Why would you show it to me if you don't want me to think about it? If you don't want me to think about it, don't put me in your stupid film.
How do you know she did it at the same time? A lot of these are really stupid comments.
Oh my god, dude. If she doesn't mind control MJ and the car driver at the same time, then the car driver is going to be like, oh my god, where am I? And he's, it's going to mess stuff up, obviously. And for the amount of time that she's controlling MJ, there is no way the driver would stay there. He would be tweaking out, as would I, as would anyone else. He would be gone. There is no way she could have kept him there by force. She is like 90 pounds. This is like a full-grown man. Like, oh my god, dude.
The AI hacked into camera systems outside of in the city, not inside his apartment, which has no.
Oh, you're just making that up. You're just making that up. That's not in the movie. There's no part in the movie where it says, oh, hack the computer systems, hack all the cameras except for the ones in my apartment, of course. It's not in the movie. Also, why wouldn't Peter have security for his top secret lair? He's Spider-Man. Oh god, he's back. Oh god.
You are so slow.
I'm getting through it. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, we're after when you stop, so this is all new for you.
Yeah, it's rough.
Camera systems outside of in the city, not inside his apartment, which has no security that we know of. Further, also, there's no evidence that she mind controlled the driver.
No evidence that she mind controlled the driver.
Then he's dumb.
He's an idiot.
So hold on. With the driver thing, I do concede that technically she could have just gotten an Uber and then mind controlled him at the last second, which is just hilarious to me. Like, it's just kind of funny.
If that's true, where did she? I guess she could, like, tell someone to give her money.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But
like,
also,
she
wait
could
a minute.
Get someone to get the Uber for her.
True, that is true. But also, she has a phone call with Spider-Man where she says some pretty incriminating stuff. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know what's going on with Watch Together. I'm gonna refresh.
And we're
like,
still bouncing. AM.
Huh? Oh yeah, you are.
Oh. The driver and Zendaya at the same time. It doesn't happen. We don't see that happen. We see her and Zendaya. She leaves Zendaya, and then she's in the car. Doesn't mean
she was in the car except for the time when she was in the apartment, she was in the car for a long time.
Look, I
Same
do
time.
concede that it's possible. All right, I think the movie wants you to insinuate that she was mind controlling both of them, but it doesn't realize that that's a mistake. But it is possible
Yeah,
that
I
she
think
just
that's the
mind
correct
controlled
read.
somebody to get an Uber, and then but that makes it even funnier because that means she mind controlled somebody to get the Uber and then went to mind control MJ.
I wonder if she took the person, because Uber gives you notifications.
That's true. I don't know, man.
It's funny. I think your read is the correct one. Is that they didn't think about it?
Yeah, all I'm saying is it's possible. It's a hilarious situation,
Yeah.
but it is possible.
Hell, it doesn't even mean that necessarily there was any divide there. She could have an Uber or something like that, taking it and then taking over mind control.
He said.
The problem is,
Wait, hold on, real quick. I was listening to bits and pieces of your stream, and I want to go back to.
Oh God. Okay, we're at 131.
And then I'm not gonna actually rewind it.
Oh, okay.
To when he was talking about the mind control with Metzger. So he kept saying that. So I can't remember if it was MauLer saying this or if it was Anthony saying MauLer said this. But as far as I remember, the lie that Metzger said was, while I was mind controlled, I thought of Sarah. And so she probably picked that up.
Uh-huh.
Is that the lie that he told? Is that correct?
I believe so. I think I can't remember if he said it was right before or during. I don't remember.
Yeah. So
either way, it doesn't matter.
I think it's dumb that he would tell a bad lie, considering that.
Yeah, he could have just said, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Or like, Sarah, yeah. It's like, he doesn't have to tell a bad lie, and the lie he did tell, I still think that the lie he told can be, you can rationalize it as like, oh yeah, he lied to me. Why is he lying to me? I need to investigate, right?
You could, but it would necessitate that Spider-Man couldn't put that together himself already, which is putting down Spider-Man as a character.
Think. See, that's another thing. Is like I don't think it's not that he couldn't have put that together, but it's not uncommon for someone to know something but not put the pieces together, even though they have all the pieces. Like that's a common trope.
We're what's it called? We also have to remember that what he said doesn't necessitate that what he said is a lie, because
I'm pretty sure what he said was, while she was mind controlling me, I thought of Sarah.
Well,
maybe
yeah,
that's where she got it
that's
from.
A lie. That's obviously a lie. But like what Peter catches on is what MJ helps point out to him is that he remembers getting mind controlled, which is what he implies.
It's not that he remembers getting mind controlled. It's that he remembers what he was thinking while he was mind controlled.
That's what they say. Oh no, well, he doesn't say he remembers thinking that while he was mind controlled. At least I don't think he does.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said. That's what I remember from the movie was that, oh, I was thinking of Sarah while I was mind controlled, so maybe that's where she got it from.
Well, even then, that's like, oh, when I got mind controlled. Saying during could just be a slip of the tongue.
I was mind
during,
I know,
while.
but like saying that it's different to be like, oh, I was mind controlled. Obviously, he knows he was mind controlled.
Right.
But there's a difference between that and while I was mind controlled, because that is a stark difference to every other person, right?
I mean, sure, but the thing is, like, I could easily see that, like, someone saying truthfully, while I was being mind controlled, meaning when I started getting mind controlled.
Well, yeah, but he's not there to like interrogate him at the moment. He doesn't know whether it was a purposeful lie or a slip of the tongue, so he investigates anyways.
Yeah, that's the thing is, like, I don't think he should immediately have jumped to lie.
But it does necessitate investigation. This is
another
thing where, like, similar to where MauLer was wrong about the traps for Punisher, this is another thing where I'm like, okay, MauLer, I don't think you're right on that one.
Well, what do you think he's wrong on?
Because his thing is his like, why would, how do I say this? MauLer is saying he's lying about knowing he was mind controlled, but that's not what he's lying about. He's lying about remembering something while he was mind controlled.
Sorry, say that one more time.
He doesn't remember. He's not lying about knowing he was mind controlled. He's lying about remembering something while he was mind controlled.
Right.
Which is a stark contrast to every other person in the movie that was mind controlled.
Well, no, he makes sure to clarify that saying while I was mind controlled could be construed as when I got mind controlled.
Yeah, but there's no reason to construe it that way. Like, that could be what happened, but that's not what he said.
I'm struggling because I can't remember the exact wording. But
the script online somewhere. But I that's how I remember it at the movie, was that he said while I was under her control, I thought of Sarah. So that's probably where she got it from.
Well, even if that's the case, I don't think that that's how they catch that he was lying.
That's how I remember it.
Oh, I wish I remembered. Let me see.
I'm looking up if there's a script.
Okay. I mean, if it turns out that's how it was, then fair enough.
I hope I'm not about to download a virus. What is this website? Let me just Control F Sarah.
Yeah, because I believe the first time she says it is Okay,
here it is. Before she passed out, she tried to say something. A name, Sarah. Does that mean anything to you? Before you got the inhibitor on her, she managed to get in my mind for a moment. Sarah was the name of someone I worked closely with that's recently passed. I'm sorry to hear that. Somehow the memory of Sarah must have affected her. I'd love to talk to her when she wakes up.
So he doesn't say he remembers thinking of Sarah. He says that it was in his mind.
Well, he says she managed to get in my mind for a moment. I guess that's true, because he didn't say he was thinking of Sarah. He said she managed to get in my mind for a moment, and Sarah was the name of someone I worked closely with who recently passed. So yeah, you're right. He doesn't say he thought of Sarah while he was mind controlled.
Yeah, he doesn't describe any sort of like mental events that happened while he was under her control. He just describes something that would have been in his mind, which we know she's able to access.
Yeah. So yeah, I was misremembering it. He didn't say anything about while being mind controlled. It makes complete sense for him to be like, oh yeah, she got in my mind. He would know, like, he would lose like a little bit of time, so he would know, oh, she got in my mind, right?
Yeah.
So yeah. Never mind, MauLer, you're right. My bad.
It's all right. It happens.
There's a lot of elements here where you're making big assumptions despite no evidence being there. Why is the hand show?
Big assumptions, no evidence.
Go back up because it's a comic movie.
It is rich hearing him say that.
It's fine. It's fine.
The problem is there's a lot of elements here where you're making big assumptions despite no evidence.
You know what? I'm gonna let you pause the next time so that we can get some more progress. All right, let's go.
Being there. Why does the hand show back up? Because it's a comic movie. Bad guys show up again for second fights. Happens, you know? All of this is really, really dumb. This is a bad way of criticizing movies because what you're ultimately doing is nitpicking plot points that don't actually matter and acting like they do, but they don't.
Oh.
So once again, as I said at the very beginning of the movie, he was not nitpicking. He was saying at the very beginning of the movie, at the beginning of this video, he was pointing out like literally movie ending flaws.
Like he started out with that.
Now that he's an hour and 32 minutes into the video, now he's saying, "Oh, you were just nitpicking." So,
like he started out with probably pointing out the worst flaw in the movie.
Yeah.
But no, it's just nitpicking.
Who fucking cares? Let's let some super chats real quick.
At Lupin the Maelstrom super chatted $5. I'm sorry, are we glossing over MauLer trying to gaslight us into thinking Florence Pugh isn't one of the most effortlessly charming actresses today?
If I lingered with all of his stupid comments, we'd be here all day, man.
What? Legion of 300 super chatted $4.99. It's so convenient that the spider bite gave Peter powers instead of just getting him sick and killing him. Isn't that just so convenient?
It's so convenient, guys.
I love when
this is a dumb
people...
way of conducting reviews.
False dichotomies.
Yeah, well, not false dichotomies. They just like, it's just trauma, and they're like, oh, well,
right, yeah.
What's the word? Contrivance, right?
Contrivance.
And to me, I am 100% dying on this hill. A contrivance is what counts as a contrivance can be subjective, depending on the headspace of the viewer. Sometimes some people say, oh, that's just out of left field. It doesn't make any sense. And some people say, well, I don't think it's that out of left field. There are things that can make something less of contrivance that can be explained to somebody and be like, oh yeah, that does make sense. And there's also things that can be explained to somebody to make it like, no, it's more of a contrivance. So like it can be argued, but sometimes you just have to agree and disagree what's a contrivance.
That there is I feel like this is one of those things where if the story is constructed well, there is an objective answer on if it's a contrivance or not, or if it's a contrivance, how bad of a contrivance, like how likely or unlikely something is. Because just like real life, there's a reason for everything. You know, we don't. If something is a coincidence, we can describe how much of a coincidence it is, like with probabilities.
Yeah, but like
and
in real
stuff.
life, some coincidences that are literally like insanely unlikely happen.
Yeah. Well, like, yeah, we don't have contrivances in real life because there is an answer for everything. But in a well-written film, if there's a contrivance that kind of goes across like, oh, it's something that is highly unlikely. Let me just look up what the definition of contrivance. Contrivance definition. Merriam-Webster. A thing contrived.
Genius.
An artificial arrangement or development. Oh, that's much more clear. Mistaken identity is used as a plot contrivance in the story. An artificial arrangement or development. So it's like, oh, you just made that happen to get the desired outcome in the story. It's not like, it's not based.
Yeah, so like something that of someone acting out of character to make the plot happen, I would say that's a contrivance.
Right, yeah.
According to that definition. Because I was thinking as well, like it's something just like random, but that's not apparently how
I was thinking it was something that is technically possible but highly improbable. Which you do get some leeway in that. Like Spider-Man getting stung by a spider that happens to give him superpowers. That technically could be construed as a contrivance if that was like the season finale of a that was like the season 6 finale of a 7-season show that was just a normal drama, and that happened. You're like, holy Jesus, what? But
that's the start of the
that's the start of the story. So like you're given leeway. Like this is the story of a guy that happened to.
Yeah, that's like similar to like in TTRPGs. I always like to say like the game master. They obviously the players should have the most agency. They should be free to do whatever they want. But the game master has the most control over where the session starts. Right? Yeah. And so after that, like the game master has less control, which is like by design, and it should be that way.
But Adept, there aren't stories in TTRPGs.
Anyways,
y'all won't get that. Y'all won't get that reference, but that's a reference.
Hey, there's some. I shared the link in the that.
Oh,
server.
Some people might get it once I cobble together this awful broken up stream. Good God.
Yes.
3893 super chatted $2. Villain, come back, MauLer. Welcome to comic book.
Yeah, welcome to comic book stories. This happens all the fucking time. This is all very sad.
If comic books suck, then they suck.
What is he talking about? The villain coming back? What is he talking about?
The hand.
I forgot about the hand.
If it sucks in comic books, it still sucks. That's still a problem.
Yeah, the way the hand was depicted in Daredevil doesn't really lend itself to the way it's depicted here. I didn't watch Defenders, so I don't know what happened there. But yeah. Anyways.
Most of the saying is just, oh, hey, isn't it convenient that the plot happened in the way it did, so the story can continue? Like, yeah, that's how it was written. Like, what's your fucking point? Again, a plot of convenience is not necessarily a bad plot. A bad plot is one that's poorly told. Having events happen in a
How can a plot?
I'm gonna say this plot is poorly told.
How can a plot be poorly told if you can just say, "Oh, well, it happened the way it happened because that's how it happened"? That is an abominable take. There is no way he believes that. There's no way.
Well, if you press him on it, then yeah, with like examples, he'll probably walk it back.
I feel like a freaking daycare teacher. I've talked to people like this in real life, and you have to freaking like pull teeth or coddle them, like to make them think through their own ideas. It is interrogate their own thoughts. It's mind numbing.
Yeah, it's easy to say things that like in a vacuum make sense to you, but then you interrogate it with examples, and you're like, oh, it's more nuanced than I thought. But you definitely can push it too far in that direction where you're like looking at like every single nuance. It's like, brother, obviously there's going to be like exceptions to every single rule. So
It's funny because I've said stuff, but like a second later, I'm like, you know what? No, I shouldn't have said that. But also another funny thing I want to point out: the top chat, it says, "Wait till he hears about how Hydra came back in Winter Soldier." He has a problem with that, especially with I forget the name of the scientist. I think it was Ziegler or something.
Yeah, Ziegler, I think is his name.
He's like an evil guy
He's
in
like
a computer.
the AI thing, isn't
but like
he? Yeah.
that was not how he was in Captain America 1 at
in
all.
Captain America, he was like sort of the I guess how like almost the straight man, I guess. I don't know how you
Kind
describe
of,
it.
yeah. He was like a straight man, like Igor type character. Not Igor. No, Igor's like the layman. He was a smart scienceman.
Yeah. Right.
Sequence in a certain way is not inherently bad. It's just how it happened. Yeah, if the plot didn't happen in the way it did, the movie would be different. These are the most basic ass fucking comments I've ever heard anyone actually say in a film.
That's
So
not
note,
what
how
he
is
said.
MJ mind controlling the guards at the
dude.
door and
Let me
everyone?
pause this real quick because this goes back to what he was talking about logic. The top chat. There's a scene in the show Community where the on the spectrum character Abed details a perfect horror movie where he survives by being prepared for every eventuality, and it's obviously boring. No one's ever brought up this example before, so it's one of those shows where everyone gives their version of the horror story, and the way the horror story is depicted is like it speaks to their character. And Abed, he talks about in his version, he's like, I've called the cops. We have a food to last us for a couple days. Here's a weapon. I have a weapon of my own. Let's stand back to back so that no one can sneak up on us. And then they stand there, and that's like the end of the film, the horror film, because like, and it's like, oh, that wouldn't be very good. And people are just like, look, see, MauLer, if people act logically, movies would be boring. They don't realize that the whole episode is like their depictions of the horror movie speaks to their character, and that's supposed to be a condemnation on how he would make a horror movie. He would make a bad horror movie. It's not saying that you can't have logical characters in a horror movie.
Yeah, I mean, having a horror movie where someone is like, they act in believable ways and they are capable and successful the whole time could still be very entertaining.
Like Underwater.
Oh, wow.
Or The Descent.
Everyone left again. Everyone left to go watch the movies.
Watch Underwater or The Descent.
When you control one person at a time, and she's supposed to be controlling Bruce all the way up the building. It's very funny that Jean thinks it's evidence of the DOD.
Well, how do you know she's supposed to be holding Bruce all the way up in the building? It's not like necessarily she has to be in complete control of Bruce the whole way. All we see is her entering into the building and then walking in. She could just easily have Bruce just outside and then bring him in then, or have him trapped in some way.
She has Bruce trapped outside when he can be Professor Hulk.
Like, I know that Bruce has a rocky relationship with the Hulk, but if he was in danger, come on, man.
Like, this is Hulk
Also, look,
after...
He's reached his super chat goal. Did you hear me talking about that?
Yeah, I did.
None of that is necessarily inherent of any issue or inconsistency. What you're doing is assuming two things are happening at the same time.
I'm assuming what the movie wants me to logically to assume. She mind controls two people while she's entering the building. Hulk comes to this building mind controlled.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, is he? I mean, did she like break into the building and then reach a dead end? And so she just like mind jumps to all the way to Bruce Banner and then brought him over here? If so, like, how did she do that? Because like she's at a brick wall. Ostensibly, there's nobody there for her to mind control. You know, it's like.
Also, how does she know where Bruce Banner is? I guess he does teach a class, but I guess it's a weekday. Maybe she planned it on a weekday. We don't know.
She has enough forethought to research where Bruce Banner is and figure out his schedule, but not enough forethought to skip all of this and just mind control her way to the director.
Yep. Also, I would like to point out once again that this man has made $400 in somewhere between an hour and a half and 2 hours than what most people make in a day. Like $400 in an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah. Anyways,
the claim those are happening.
I will not fault the man for getting bread.
I'll fault his arguments.
People giving him bread.
Yeah, this is a bottom-up issue. Why do people support this?
Same time, and acting as though that assumption you made is a plot hole. That is the problem with your conclusions so far. You're acting as though they are definitely correlative and cohesive as a pattern. This leads to this. This happens sometimes.
What are you talking about?
He's talking about like him assuming that Hulk was there while she was like mind controlling other people. So like they're breaking the rules of the universe.
Oh well, that's like that like correlates.
It's like
that's like that. You're imagining. Wait, no. You're imagining that that's correlating.
If you bend over backwards and twist yourself into knots, then you can like imagine an example where technically she could go there without the Hulk and then go get the Hulk or trap him just outside, like he's saying. But it's like that's not what the movie, like that's not what Occam's razor would lead you to believe. Like if you didn't know the rules.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, and she has not shown herself to be some sort of mastermind to be able to like plan all this stuff out.
No, she's stupid.
She's dumb. Yeah, she's a telepath who has no ability to strategize.
She's vengeful and evil.
Yeah, she's a teenager. Anyways,
evidence to claim those are happening at the same time, and acting as though that assumption you made is a plot hole. That is the problem with your conclusions so far. You're acting as though they are definitely correlative and cohesive as a pattern. This leads to this. This happens at the same time as this, but you don't know that. You don't
most
know that
likely.
And that's
fine. We'll
DC
take the
evil, but they have weapons
most
that can
likely.
counter Spider-Man.
Definitely.
I also love how he lays out this philosophy to critiquing films. Like, you posit that this leads to that, which leads to this, which leads to that, and we just don't know that. And it's like he's talking about it like it's a crazy mindset that has never once been proposed ever, like cause and effect. Like, dude, if it's such a simple concept, it's like I don't think life, like as a concept, could function without cause and effect.
No, that's literally how we work.
And what's it called? If he was debating MauLer on this, like, you know, without being disingenuous, I feel like he would, like, if he was actually debating him on cause and effect, he would submit different causes and submit different effects instead of, you know, saying, just throwing the whole thing out.
Yeah, and that's fine. Like, if you want to say, oh, you know, this could have happened, this could have happened.
Like, I respectfully disagree.
True.
You forgot to factor in this, that sort of thing.
Yeah, but also, like, okay, all these things could have happened, but what is the most likely? And then it's like, okay, well, this is the most likely thing if they're breaking the rules. Okay, let's say they're not breaking the rules. What are the next most likely things? And it's like, oh, wow, that's, like, not likely at all. Also, it seems like the writers forgot.
I like this top chat. MauLer's short film is entirely a plot of convenience. There is no convenience in that short film. You might think so at first. I did as well, but there's not. Anyway,
I've not seen his short film. Anyways,
we should watch it.
As to why they not only should,
we should watch it together.
Moral. Because what if someone like you took control of a hero and turned them into a villain? Oh wait, she literally did that. Why did Metzger tell his shitty lie? As far as the writers were concerned, anyway. If he was the one with the most experience experimenting and studying the mind control power and knows how it works more so than anyone else, wouldn't he be notably the best poised to not tell a shitty lie? They tell us the DODC had records of Jean and Sarah Gray. They knew they were both telepaths. They had them dead to rights, actively committing mass mind rape in the park. And when they captured Sarah, they could see another girl with her, yelling her name, only to slowly walk away. They do not capture this other.
I am giddy to see how he defends this. If he probably won't even try. Let's see.
They don't know necessarily if that is the sister. They don't have records necessarily.
So, to be fair, I don't know if the records they have in the movie, whether they are before the Sarah Gray capture or after the Sarah Gray capture.
It doesn't matter.
But even if they were after the Sarah Gray capture, why did they leave Jean Grey in the wild?
Like, I think it would be naive to say they wouldn't, because they're together a lot. They would see each other. At the very least, she would be looked at as an associate. At the very least. And maybe she would know where other mutants are. I don't know. But also, like, why would they not have info on both of them?
Well, they did eventually. Whether it's before or after the capture, I'm not sure. But like I said, even if it was after the capture, why would they not go capture her?
Yeah. Anyway.
Necessarily all the same time. We only know they had records at some point. There's no evidence saying they had all the records before capturing Sarah. So right there, that's irrelevant. Also, why would they need both sisters? They just want to have
He came up with the same thing I did, but he didn't think it through.
Oh.
To experiment on. There's no reason to have both right now, especially if they can get what they want with minimal casualties. Having multiple telepaths in the same place is probably a bad idea. Having one is more manageable. Having two increases the risk of them breaking out and attacking you. So yeah, that is a logical choice.
That's
When you
more
say-
reason to capture both of them.
You can literally just capture both of them and put one somewhere else.
Yeah, that's more reason to capture both of them.
Why didn't they get both of them? You're basically saying, why didn't they bring two powerful telepaths they don't totally understand at this point in the same location at the same time?
They don't have to go to the same location.
Wouldn't that potentially increase the risks of being captured in some way? That's the problem right there, isn't it?
Yes, that's why they wouldn't do it.
Problem right there, isn't it?
The girl. Instead, they scrub her
I love how he keeps doing this. He says, "Oh, you can't post hoc this, where like you rely on information they might have had later on to retroactively criticize stuff they did earlier." But then he does is like, "Oh, well, they don't do this because it's the information that they could have had later informs why they didn't do it earlier." It's like, oh my god.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's a out of like reality assumption to be like, maybe we should not have two telepaths in the same location at the same time.
Well, no, in his argument, he's positing that, oh, we got the telepath. That's it. There's only one. But then he goes on a different tangent. It's like, oh, but what if they know that there's two? And it's like, but you just said that choose one. Like, I guess you can have multiple permutations of arguments. That's fine. I'm kind of thinking out loud because I'm tired. But that's more reason to get both of them. Because if you don't, then one of them is in the wind.
This guy, Scott U07HB, says they didn't see them together. They got there as Sarah was going to the ice cream truck. As if they just like pull up and then grab her.
Yeah, like
that's how a government sting operation works.
I'm pretty sure they were
They
waiting
think that they don't
until
have
she
satellites?
left.
Do they think they don't have like reconnaissance? What
This is
that,
the world
dude?
of the MCU. They got like drones part 2. Also, I'm pretty sure they were staying there waiting until they were separate so that they, in an ideal world, they would take them on separately, but they just forgot about Jean.
You're writing that in? No, I don't know.
Potentially increase the risks of being captured. Potentially increase the risks of being captured in some way. That's the problem right there, isn't it?
No.
the girl. Instead, they scrub her records and behave as though she doesn't exist. Their plan to capture them doesn't make a lick of sense either. You approach.
I wanted to say that earlier, but I wasn't sure. They scrubbed Jean's records after this. So they had them, but they got rid of them.
Well, see, I don't. It's not entirely clear when they scrubbed her records. But either way, who scrubs records and doesn't scrub the names in the records?
I don't know, man.
Like, come on, dude. What is this? Singing Jeffrey Epstein stuff? Like, come on, dude. All right.
Approach as a group in daylight in a populated area and hope she doesn't mind control you guys when she absolutely can. She could have had you all start killing each other. Just trank them both at a distance and wait, you mob.
They did trank her at a distance.
So he pauses here and doesn't realize that I mean, he got the whole sentence out, but he doesn't process the whole sentence. The whole sentence is trank them at a distance and wait
for them to
fall asleep.
Yeah.
And then he's just like, he did trank them at a distance. Like, you didn't follow through with the whole plan.
He keeps doing this. You can't keep getting away with it.
MauLer, they tranked her. They show it. They tranked her in the neck. They saw a tranquilizer dart in her neck before approaching.
No.
That is literally what happens.
This is what everyone accuses EFAP of doing, but they're the ones who do it.
Film. They do tranquilize her. And then they approach as she's being drowsy. Did you even watch the movie?
Yeah,
you have the footage of it. Why'd you cut out the part where she's tranked by the gun?
He didn't say she wasn't trained.
You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're not even like kind of right. You're just wrong. You're describing a scene and leaving out multiple key elements to that scene to make it sound more ridiculous than it really is. And in doing so, you come across as more wrong because you
Someone in the chats asked, why does he ask so many questions? Oh, no. Oh, could you imagine being that person?
Guys, it's a two-step plan. Trank and wait. Not trank and rush in. Whatever.
The footage on hand.
Why does he
Everything
ask so many questions?
By a lot. Jesus Christ. All right, let's add some stupid real quick. Jesus Christ.
At Lupin the Maelstrom super chatted $5. It's convenient that Marty McFly just happens to know an eccentric scientist with access to a time machine.
Isn't it convenient?
Where that hack Zemeckis learn writing.
Isn't it a lightning storm at just the right moment?
At Armanita Rules super chatted $1.99. God, this really is no way to talk about movies.
Yeah, it's so stupid. This is one reason I think it's very frustrating.
At
I don't even
Ipsy Boy
believe that he's
562
right.
super
He's
chatted
wrong.
$1.27. Bro, did not just say MINDRAP, holy shit.
No, yeah. No, he did. Absolutely. He doesn't understand telepathy and mind control and all
At
that.
Anurin _Hunt super chatted $2.94. MauLer understands emotions like a badly written Vulcan. He approaches charade motivations as what would I do,
Schrader.
using all knowledge from the movie.
Oh yeah, I love how like every typo gets like read out phonetically by the app. Anyway, but yeah, no, exactly. So it's like this is really stupid. MauLer is deliberately misinterpreting the events of the film to frame it a certain way, despite being the guy who supposedly says you have to objectively watch a film scene by scene by scene. He's ignoring huge chunks of the story, many of which happen seconds before the scene's describing. Seconds before the damage control guys swarm in, Sarah notices a dart that shoots her neck. When they approach, she's been tranquilized already. You would know that if you watched the movie. I just don't think he paid attention to anything. I think he watched it and it just didn't register to him all these details, or he was so quick to look for something to make fun of, he didn't take the time to actually engage with the media being presented.
I know.
Ob of dilapidated minge. Oh wait, then the film would be over, so never mind. Jean, for some reason, didn't sabotage Peter's tech when she discovered it in his house, despite him clearly using it to track and stop her. Jean,
Because she doesn't need to. She's not interested in hurting Peter.
She doesn't need to.
She doesn't need to.
She is clearly interested in hurting Peter. Holy. I think she takes glee in hurting other people.
She took glee in getting that one guy ran over.
Yeah. Oh, but she totally saw something and that he totally deserved it, right, guys? Yeah.
Hold on, Anthony never said that. That's just
No.
stupid people on
Yeah, he
Twitter.
didn't say that, but yeah, stupid people on Twitter are saying that. Anthony never said that. Thank God.
Interested in frightening Peter. She just wants him to stop following her and getting in her way. It's a power play. She doesn't have to actually do anything. It's the threat that she could do something. That's enough.
Wants
That's
him to stop following her. Doesn't stop him from following her.
I mean, let's be
Was
real
she
here, okay?
stupid?
No, let's be real here, okay? She had the choice of destroy his computer equipment or sexually assault him and his ex-girlfriend. Obviously, she made the right choice. Apparently,
I disavow.
according to Anthony. I disavow. Anthony said it. I didn't say it.
Yeah, clearly that was the path of least resistance.
Yes.
Jean isn't there to ruin Peter's life. She's there to keep him from interfering with her plans. And that's it.
Why is ruining his computers ruining his life more than sexually assaulting him and his ex-girlfriend?
Like, if that were me, that would make me
Like,
want to kill you.
Bro.
I would genuinely want to kill you. And I feel like a lot of other people would want to kill you. I would help them. You can't mind control all of us.
Did we already get to the part where he says that, like, the...
oh my God.
Like, the, what's it called? The camera equipment that Peter has is just, like, normal real-life stuff that the police have access to?
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Like, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
'cause
Like,
I
I don't know what to say. It's just he's literally just wrong.
There's some places that
You
have
need a
stuff
warrant.
like that.
Block cameras, the most stupid, like the most privacy invading things in the world.
Aluminum.
Those require reasons to access them. Like there's a process. You know?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, I mean, the problem is that people don't follow it, which that's the issue.
Like what's it called?
Spider-Man is just like, oh yeah, I just hack into these and blah 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 blah. And once again, flock cameras are not connected to every camera in the world. CCTVs are not connected to every camera in the world.
Yep.
Like that's the point. All these things are separate. That's why they're not absolutely insane privacy invasions. But
Yep.
that's not what Spider-Man's technology is. It's combining it all. So that's what makes it so bad.
But Adept, in The Dark Knight, it was sonar, so it's different. Also, before I forget, this is actually, I just realized this was handled so much better. The whole topic of Jean Grey controlling people and like traumatizing them inevitably was handled much better in Jessica Jones season 1. Not a good season of TV show, by the way.
Wait, hold on. So you're talking about Kilgrave, right?
Yep.
So I was watching this movie. I somehow, actually, I did have it spoiled for me that Jean Grey, or that, what's her name? Sadie? Is that her name? I can't remember. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
The actress was, I did have it spoiled for me that she was Jean Grey.
Oh.
But somehow I'm just stupid and I forgot about that when I was watching the movie.
Mm.
All right. And so I had assumed the whole time that it was some other telepath. Another reason is because one of my friends was like, "Oh yeah, if you don't read the comics, you might not know this character." So I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be someone more like pretty niche." I did not think Jean Grey was niche at all. So like whatever. Anyways, so I was trying to figure out who it could be, and I'm like, well, one of the only telepaths I could think of that's like this sadistic is Kilgrave. So I was like, maybe somehow I didn't watch Jessica Jones. I don't know what happened to him. So I was like, maybe they're bringing him back. And here I'm like, that's pretty interesting. I love David Tennant. This will be cool, right?
David Tennant.
And I thought it was really funny when who I now know was Jean Grey controlling MJ kissing Peter, because I thought it was David Tennant as Kilgrave. So I was like, that's kind of comical, you know, and like a weird, like, you know,
that could actually mean something,
right? But then
it would still be horrible, but it could mean something.
Yeah, but then it was just Jean Grey, and I was like, oh, okay, all right.
What I was gonna say about Kilgrave is that, so kind of spoilers for season or episodes 1 and 2 of Jessica Jones. I take spoilers seriously. Anyways, Kilgrave has the ability to control people's minds. He tells them what to do, and then in their mind they want to do it. They have a desire to do it. They think it's like the One Ring. It speaks to them in their own voice, and they want to do it.
See, I didn't know that. I just thought he was just a normal telepath controlling people's minds.
And it's quite. I will say there's a lot wrong with that season of television, but I really liked Kilgrave as a villain. They took his character in ways like, oh yeah, like having this power might make someone like this, because anyway, they took him seriously. And of course, him going around New York just doing that, obviously there's going to be people who are like freaked out and they have trauma from it, because like they had like some people were like, he made me do terrible things and I wanted to do that. Was that always in me? Like that sort of thing. It's treated seriously, and eventually there is a therapy group that forms. They're going to need a big therapy group for Jean Grey.
Yeah, they're going to need a 3.14159 square kilometer therapy group.
Jeez, man.
Entered the DODC building with all the grace of a drunken Godzilla playing mini-golf. Had she done this day one with just a bit more stealth, she would have achieved her goals instantly.
Not really, because the information is on the computer. If she approaches Bill and asks, what's VMAX? And Bill's like, I have no idea what you're talking about. That doesn't really do anything, does it?
She's not looking for VMAX. She's looking for her sister.
I'm dying, Adept. It's
there.
the consumption
also,
is taking
head
me.
Of control unguarded, and they have equipment to fight telepaths, and they are aware you are a telepath.
They do not. You don't know that.
To fight telepaths. They never showed anything.
They specifically say they don't, and even if you think they're lying, it's never shown to us that they do.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's like, I could believe that they're lying to Peter.
Yeah.
But they never ever show that they do have something to combat telepaths.
And realistically,
like, she's attacking the building with the Hulk. If there was ever a reason to use it, it would be then.
Realistically, what the frick could they do? Make a Magneto helmet? How do they even know to do that?
They should just shot her.
Honestly, yeah.
She's dead. They know who Jean Grey is. You just admitted they have all the files on hand about Jean Grey. If Jean Grey walked into damage control,
is he saying to go there in person?
Or train her and capture her. So
yeah, that's another thing. This is where it was. This is where it was. I was literally in my car screaming. I was just like, she doesn't have to be there. She doesn't have to be there. She literally doesn't have to be anywhere near it. She doesn't even have to be in New York.
Oh, the consumption is taking me. It's over. This is. Oh, I'll never go full retard. Oh.
Bro, she doesn't. He's like, if she goes there, it's like she doesn't have to be there.
She doesn't have
That's
to
the whole
go
point of her
there.
powers.
Oh my god.
Your own logic falls apart when you consider your own statements. You know they have everything on Jean they need to. So if Jean walked up and can only control one person at a time, doesn't have to is being quiet and stealthy, and a facility filled with cameras, what do you think's going to happen next?
Oh.
Exactly what happens in the movie. They trank her and knock her down.
I would like to point out, we're at the point where Anthony thinks MauLer is proposing that Jean Grey just walk to damage control.
The whole point MauLer's making is that she doesn't do that.
Like I keep saying, Pick your favorite chair. Take a day and just... Can she mind control a rat? Just mind control a rat, go up the vent, and... Look, there's Metzger.
Well, she's mind controlling the fish, right?
Oh, true. Those poor fish. Won't someone think of the fish?
Because in the movie, it's Bill that shrinks her. So, you do that on site. So, what do you
She
mean?
doesn't have to be there, you idiot.
Also, it's filled with the hand ninjas. They're gonna kill
Like, I'm sorry, like,
It's filled with the hand
I
ninjas.
try to deal with people. I try to deal with people with the best faith possible. But he's going on this tirade, and he's just missed the simplest thing. She doesn't have to be there.
And again,
she's a telepath. She literally doesn't have to be in the city, doesn't have to be in the state, doesn't have to be in the country. She could be anywhere.
and I'm still convinced he's lying just to make MauLer look bad. I don't think he believes this, because MauLer started out with this point and he attempted to counter it by saying, oh, well, don't go for the people, go for the computers. So she knows that, or he knows that she doesn't need to be present. He was specifically referencing people, mind jumping through people. So he knows. He's just, for some reason, switched gears. I don't know why.
Whatever.
Sucks.
I'm not going to pause it until the argument changes from she doesn't have to be there.
Okay.
that way.
Instead, this way allows her targets to secure themselves, and yet they don't seem to call any police or additional superheroes to protect them from a rogue fucking Hulk and a telepath. But the real problem is the character work. This film has not only stolen the consequences of the film before it, it cannot have any of its own.
I would like to say it does.
Hold on,
It is worth repeating.
Hear this part.
I will. But
hear this part.
It is worth repeating that they did. This is damage control. They didn't call any of Earth's heroes to help them.
Just listen to this.
But the real problem is the character work. This film has not only stolen the consequences of the film before it, it cannot have any of its own.
I'm sorry, stolen the consequences of the film before? What the fuck does that mean? You mean the events of the previous film impacted what came after it? Almost like a sequential series of films that build upon the other? It's almost like every single Spider-Man film in this franchise is built off what happened previously to tell a cohesive narrative. Stole the consequences or told a story of events happening in the sequence. Almost like some serialized story of some kind. What do they call those? A series? Nah, it's too silly. It's too ridiculous. A sequel, maybe?
Hold on, keep going. Wait. Okay, if he finishes rant. He thinks that MauLer, by saying stolen the consequences of the movie before, he thinks that means that it's showing the progression of those consequences, when obviously what MauLer means is that the consequences of the last movie are reversed in this movie. They're not respected.
I'm gonna kill myself. I don't want to live on the same planet as this mongoloid.
I don't
oh my god.
understand how no one uses that terminology to explain cause and effect.
I am seething right now.
I as soon as I heard the stolen the consequences, I remembered that point.
Jesus.
All right.
Shot by a grenade launcher and barely feels it.
Hang on a second there, bud. You have the footage there.
Not only stolen the consequences of the film before it, it cannot have any of its own. Spider-Man is shot by a grenade launcher.
Okay. No, he fucking isn't shot. Your own footage shows.
Hold on. Listen.
The grenade just misses him, and he throws himself out of the way. It's in your footage you show. It misses him. It doesn't quite hit him directly because he's being projected away from the blast zone. If it hit him directly, he'd be pushed forward.
It. Hold.
It doesn't though, because he's pushed away because it missed. So right there, that proves it right there. It actually fucking hit him. You could, if you're gonna say, oh, it hit him, then actually watch the thing you're talking about. That would help a great deal. This just feels careless and sloppy on his part. This review has a ton of issues here. Also, there's no damage to the costume, meaning it's not a direct hit. There's no actual, even if he has high endurance, if that hits that fabric, that should leave some scorch marks, but it doesn't because it misses.
And
don't
barely
pause
feels
it. Okay.
Oh, there's scorch marks on him.
Do you? If I'm let's bring this down to the absolute baby pee pee poo poo. If I'm playing Call of Duty and someone throws a grenade at me and it blows up, but it didn't hit me directly, would you say I was hit by the grenade or not?
Like, does he not know how grenades work? That was a 40 mil that just it went underneath his right arm and exploded right in front of him. Like, come on, man.
I don't know how you're rewinding it by just a little bit, but can you rewind it a little bit back to that frame?
Unfortunately I can't. I've been going by I think it's 5 or 10 seconds.
That's fine. Yeah. Look at that. How can you say he missed? Obviously,
he jumped out of the way
itself.
look,
he didn't hit him directly, but I don't know if you know this. I'm sure he does, but he just has
No,
to get one
no.
on MauLer.
No,
But a grenade does not have to hit you directly. That's the whole point. The whole point is you throw the grenade in a room or into an area, and you don't have to hit the person that's in cover. It blows up, and it hits them even if you don't hit them directly. It's an indirect way of fire.
and I don't believe 40 mils have frag in them, fragmentation, because I don't know. I
Let's
straight
just
up
look this
I
up.
straight up don't know. Yeah. I guess it would depend on the type of 40 mil they're using, because there's different kinds. But I think it's safe to say, even without frag, just the pressure. Oh my god!
The concussion, yeah.
Like,
All right, the
good
United
God.
States 40mm grenades, standard high explosive cartridges. High explosive grenades were one of the first rounds created for the 40 by 46mm blah 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 high explosive grenades. More complex multi-purpose ones. Below. Oh, there's like a bunch of different kinds.
Yeah, there's a bunch.
Let's see.
Of course, we're not going to know which one Frank's using. I don't know if there's a standard.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't know if he's using anti-personnel cartridges or if he's using like anti-tank cartridges. It's unclear.
I guess look at both.
I'm not gonna. Let me
Okay.
just look up shrapnel. Let me control F shrapnel. Shrap. Oh, I misspelled it. Shrap. They spell shrapnel.
SHRAPNEL.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Fragmentation. The M433H high explosive dual purpose standardized in 1971 has largely become the standard with its ability to effectively engage light vehicles and personnel. The M433 combines a small shaped charge with a wire fragmentation mesh for the dual effect. So according to Wikipedia, this is the standard. I don't know if these are the specific ones he's using, because he is fighting in APC, but I don't know how specialized he gets with these things.
I'm just looking at this frame and be like, if this was like any other movie, any other character, this would be like their death scene.
Yeah, it's like he says like, oh, well, there's no scorch marks on the suit. I'm like, okay, look, I understand they didn't put any scorch marks on the suit because they don't want Spider-Man to die here.
Yeah, in the intro.
But
of the
also,
movie.
like, if you think of this logically, like, this is not the Iron Spider suit.
Like, I don't think they realized that Peter can get shot. I'm pretty sure. It's been a long time since I read the comics. I don't remember if he doesn't have bulletproof skin. He does
I'm
not.
not sure. I'm not sure if Solid David 1972 is talking about MauLer or Anthony, but he just says, "Is he blind?"
Yeah, I saw that earlier. It's such a funny screen cap.
Anyways, yes, just the comedy of him being like he didn't get hit. It actually missed him, and just like this is the screenshot.
This is the
like,
screenshot, bro.
Like, brother, that guy's getting hit all over by that grenade.
Oh,
I'm sorry. All right.
dude.
Even if he has high endurance, if that hits that fabric, that should leave some scorch marks, but it doesn't because it misses.
Because
It
the
missed.
writers are stupid.
And barely feels it. He is told by a police detective
The
that
writers
he's
don't know
almost
what
killed a
weapons
cop and is
are.
allowed to simply leave. He makes incredible.
Oh
What'd you
yeah. The writers don't know what weapons are, but also yeah, he like almost kills a cop and he just leaves scot-free.
I mean, I can understand that kind of like
No.
just like
With the way the MCU has been, remember the Sokovia Accords are a thing.
I know, but like this is a personal relationship. This is not a government
Well,
relationship.
if you're just talking about DeWolf, the other police should be like, they should be like, we have to arrest Spider-Man. He just look what he did.
I know.
And DeWolf telling him to leave, that is career suicide.
I know.
It's also
Yes,
terrible.
yes. Because she's putting herself on the line to protect him. That's why. That's not really character work problems. That's someone else doing something and having a ripple effect on the plot itself. That's explicitly shown in the scene.
Retarded decisions in protecting and interfering with M.
Are we okay with that? Like, oh,
I
that
don't
was
care.
DeWolf
I
putting
don't-
herself on the line.
I
It's
don't
like,
care.
it's a problem.
Getting her nearly killed over and over again, only for
No, that's Jean attacking her. He reacts to Jean's threats. It's not, Peter has nothing to do with that. It's just that Jean invades his mind, knows what pressure points to push, and does so. Also, the Punisher has...
No, she doesn't. She specifically can't invade his mind.
She finds the note. That's how she knows to go after MJ.
But how would she know, like, where to find her?
I don't know.
Maybe with his computer? I don't know.
I mean, I think... shoot, I don't care.
traps that MJ steps in. So, again, this is a really poor read of the movie.
For her to be just fine while providing closure for him, he devises no real plan for dealing with the Hulk and Jean together.
Why would he develop a plan? His plan? What are you talking about? No plan of taking down the Hulk and Jean? What are you talking about? His plan's the inhibitor chip. He just can't get the inhibitor chip on the Hulk. Then the Hulk becomes savage, and that complicates matter. You can't really plan around that. But then he improvises the plan by subduing the Hulk, by weighing him down with the collective weight of the building.
He did not subdue the Hulk.
The Hulk
This is one of my
let
most
go.
insane like, the Hulk was killing Spider-Man, and then I'm pretty sure, make sure I'm not crazy, he's killing Spider-Man, and he's like, and then doesn't he say, like, it's me, Peter?
Yeah, he says, Bruce, wait, no, it's me, Peter.
Hold on, I'm going back to the script. Hold on.
It's bad. I was explaining it to the chat earlier that, like, yeah, they don't have
Yes,
anything.
let's see. Why is your skin so thick? Blah, blah, blah. Bruce, it's Peter. I'm your friend. Bruce, put down your guns. Okay. I think this is not...
Like, did they not realize that they had not had any scenes together until this movie? And even then, there was the spell. Like, if they had had off-screen interactions, wouldn't work.
Yeah, so that's like... Someone tried to tell me, they're like, it's because he was let me go look at it. It was some person on YouTube. I shouldn't. Here we go.
You shouldn't what?
Also, Hulk didn't remember Peter. He just saw a kid begging for his life. This is the justification some random on the internet gave me. It's like, okay.
The Hulk thought of the children.
The Hulk thought of the children. I mean, that's we did not see an entire movie's worth of him not calm me down unless he saw the love of his life. That didn't happen. We did not see the Hulk. The only time we've seen the Hulk like this is in his own movie in 2006 or whatever it was.
I've been wanting to rewatch that movie.
It's not great, but it has such a sick third act fight scene. Oh my god!
I remember it being really good, but I don't remember.
All
the
I
specifics.
remember is the vehicle automobile boxing gloves.
Oh yeah,
so
that was
sick.
insane.
It was so cool.
I completely forgot about that. That goes hard.
Did you know they bring Abomination back?
Yeah.
I
know.
didn't know
Unfortunately,
Yeah.
EFAP did. They covered all of She-Hulk.
Oh, it's in She-Hulk. That's even funnier. Anyways, continuing on.
I was burdened with the cursed knowledge of the She-Hulk's plot.
Oh no.
Oh.
Anyway. Yeah. Why? I don't know why Hulk would care about some random kid who's fighting him, punching him, beating him up.
Oh, I feel like he would be too crazed to focus through his lenses.
Again, yeah, Peter does have a plan. He's improvising because he's acting based on new information. He didn't go in knowing the Hulk would be there, so he can't have a plan preformed. He's improvising successfully on the spot. Also,
I think he could have come up with a better plan, though.
Yeah,
and
he
Frank
told
put
Punisher
together.
to go. He told Punisher to go fight the mind reader, the telepath.
The mind raper.
had no plan. He went in with like just guns blazing. Like he doesn't know the Hulk's there. How can he plan for that?
Punisher had no plans. Yeah, he didn't.
That's fine.
You
Whatever.
didn't know
The
all the Hulk
there
might be here.
either.
Gotta have my anti-Hulk gun on hand. No, bullshit, man. This is stupid.
Did you already talk about an anti-Hulk gun like way earlier?
Yeah, he was talking about how Punisher didn't know that the Hulk was going to be there, so he didn't bring his anti-Hulk gun. But you and I talked about it. I was like, they could have had dialogue where it was just like when he saves Peter from the Hulk with the flashbang, he'd be like, wow, good plan for fighting the Hulk. And he says, and he could say, I didn't know I was going to be fighting the Hulk, and he's like terrified. That would be cool. That would be
I
funny,
still
but it would
think
also
would've
be
been
cool.
Such a cool scene of Frank fighting for his life to distract the Hulk while Spider-Man subdues Jean Grey.
It would have been cool to see Frank trick the Hulk in some way, in some clever way, to get him away. Maybe even, do some Coyote Looney Tune stuff where he like accidentally runs off the side of the building and falls all the way down to the bottom.
All right. Anyways,
Watches the entire battle, failing constantly, only for it to work out entirely. He idiotically leaves his note
You're missing a lot of details there, by the way. He bound the Hulk up.
No,
in
that's literally
heavy
what
debris.
happened.
The Hulk stops because his humanity is reached out of desperation.
his humanity is reached by him saying, "It's me, Peter," something that literally means nothing to the Hulk. Not only because they've never had a personal interaction, but also because there is a literal magic spell making sure he has no idea who he is.
You know what this is reminding me of?
What?
You remember that movie where, what was it called? Shoot, I forget the name of the movie, but it was a movie where a guy has to pretend to be mentally handicapped to join the Special Olympics to like pay for a surgery for his gardener.
Yeah.
Do you remember the one line? When the frick did we get ice cream? It's reminding me of that line.
And the Hulk lets him fall as the building crumbles beneath him. Then he uses the
doesn't make
inhibitor
any
chip that he was
sense.
planning on using the whole time on the intended target he started off planning on using it on. It's almost as if he had a plan, the plan went wrong, and then improvised to get to the key point of the
It's almost like he had a plan, the plan went wrong, and he got incredibly lucky.
Yep.
plan. It works out because Peter made an equipment designed to stop a threat at that particular moment. So yeah, there is a plan. It didn't work out initially, but it did work out because Peter improvised. It's not complicated. It's actually pretty
He
straightforward.
didn't
MJ
improvise
lying
anything
around
that
only for her to
worked.
find it, and the consequence is getting the closure he sacrificed in the prior movie. He is shot by a sniper through the fucking heart, bleeding out like a stuck pig, only thanks to Jean taking over breathing alongside immensely talented surgeons. He's fine the following day. You have
Well, let's be fair. A, Peter has heightened metabolism, helps him recover from injuries. 2, Jean Grey kept him alive. 3, the surgeons helped. He got medical attention, had a psychic holding him together,
No.
and has
It just...
No, don't.
They just did it. They just did it. That's why it worked, because they did it.
enhanced genetics of a Spider-Man. Yeah, he got better, not overnight, but in a relatively short period of time. So, like, what's the fault here? That the character was saved and you know why he was saved. Where's the critique?
It's the
You're just
speed
complaining
of
about
the
extra film.
recovery.
It's like, he's like... Mauler will be like, it shouldn't have happened this way, but it did happen that way. So what's the critique?
a hospital's worth of
I'm
staff.
trying to think of when else like Spider-Man was like extremely hurt and how long it took him to recover.
He got hit by a train in Far From Home, if you remember, and it was a
Yeah.
European bullet train. It was not going
Yeah,
slow.
but like, oh wait, Far From Home? Shoot,
Have you not seen that
I don't
one?
know. I have. I just can't remember specifically how long it took him to recover.
He also got buried in rubble in Homecoming, which was a really cool reference to the comics.
Yeah, that was sick.
Yeah,
But,
I
like,
think those
how long
are
did it
his-
take him to recover from these things?
Getting hit by the rubble. It was same night. He was able to get out, but he pushed him really far.
Yep. He was still
Hey,
injured.
getting hit.
no?
Yeah, he was hurt. Getting hit by the train, he didn't wake up until the next day, and he had no idea where he was. He was in Nederland.
Okay, so he got hit by a train. Is that? I'm pretty sure that's not. I mean, it's obviously really bad, but I don't know if that's worse or better than getting shot in the heart. I'm pretty sure it wouldn't be as bad. Like getting shot in the heart's really bad, especially by that rifle.
Yeah, it's probably a high caliber.
So like, honestly, I'm assuming they gave him a new heart because I would assume that his heart was absolutely
It's just
like,
ripped in
like
twain.
blasted, like completely destroyed. So I assume they would have to give him a new heart. And I don't think even Spider-Man recovering from heart transplant would be fine the next day.
Freaking give him Senator Armstrong's heart.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he would. It's just...
To be fair, we don't know where he was actually shot. It's not shown.
I'm
But-
pretty sure it was the heart.
It's not shown. It's in his back, and they don't show his back with the wound.
Okay.
But we see him bleeding a lot, to the point where even I was like, "Oh, were they gonna kill Spider-Man?" Like it was to the point where I thought they might kill Spider-Man. That's how.
That would have been
That's
sick,
how
dude.
profuse it was.
It would have been a terrible movie for him to die
Dude.
in. But I would respect the hustle for killing Spider-Man.
Jeez, I would. be upset.
I would be mad too, but I would respect the hustle.
Staff and a surgical team working on Spider-Man. And you want me to believe they left his fucking mask on? No self-respecting doctor or surgeon is risking the patient with contamination from a dirty mask during life-saving surgery. Nor
Wait a second, are you saying you're going to get rid of facial covering around potential contaminants? They cut through the costume, and no one knows who he is because Peter Parker is not a person who anyone remembers.
He has a loft. He has, like... He took a GED class. Like, he's got to have, like, a social security number or something. He has an identity now. He buys
but
stuff
still nobody really
with
knows
money.
what he looks like that much.
Wait, what'd you say?
Still nobody really knows what he looks like that much.
Yeah, but these doctors would. That's the thing. That's the
I still think I don't know why they were like, oh, I made sure they didn't see under your mask, when it's like that would be fine. It'd be like the Spider-Man 2 scene where like we're not telling anybody.
Yeah,
you know?
they could have done something with that, but they didn't. That's like the whole movie. They could have done something, but they didn't.
I also do find it hilarious that the Punisher is the one picking him up and taking him to the hospital and making sure no one takes off his mask, when like he is, even though he's like an anti-hero, he is like super wanted.
Yeah,
Like
that's not an adjective you added to. They actually made a new categorization. He's super wanted.
oh, really? Is that
No,
true?
no, that's not real.
Okay.
A lot of people
But
are
like, how did the Punisher? How was he the first one to get to Spider-Man?
and
He's
what's it called?
on an island.
Also, I don't know if it's, you know what, whatever, I'll point it out. In Guardians of the Galaxy 3, there's a part where when Rocket is hurt, they try to put a medkit on him because it heals you instantly. I guess Peter Quill didn't decide that Earth might want that. Whatever, I guess. Also, people really like that shot of Punisher and Spider-Man because it references the comics, but it's just one of those things where it's superficial. It's not it's not that thing now, but just because it looks like it.
Yeah.
The mask's not on there. They did cut through the costume. They said it in the movie. They took off the costume. What's your point? What are you doing? They said it in the film. What are you complaining about?
No.
But the things that happen in the film happen.
He's forgotten that.
Didn't
That
Punisher
said,
he
yeah,
kept
he
his
says
mask on?
he says he took care of it. Like they didn't get his secret identity.
Yeah, he like took his mask off after they finished and he was alone.
Yeah.
If that's not what happened, Punisher heavily implied that.
But you want to be smug about it before saying it? Like, what are you talking about, man?
are they going to
Oh,
obstruct
he's
his airway,
talking about MauLer being smug. Good lord.
prevent intubation when he is near death? And so the Punisher, MJ, Metzger, several members of Damage Control, and the General Hospital now know his identity, but the film...
No, they don't. Damage Control doesn't know it. The hospital staff saw it, and because of HIPAA, they can't disclose that information. The patient's Spider-Man. He's not Peter Parker. Peter Parker barely exists.
I'm actually trying to wonder, like, how HIPAA would factor into this.
I'm just questioning how this man has these two ideas in his head. One, that Damage Control having his face doesn't mean they have his identity. And two, that it's already a real world thing, that there's video
like a surveillance state
over the entire... Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Like, how do you believe both of these things?
You can't. He's lying. He's a weaselly little liar, dude. He's a liar. He just wants to say whatever he wants to, make MauLer look bad. Dude, what was I gonna say?
Oh wait, did we get to the goalpost yet? Hold on.
Oh yeah, it was
Go ahead and
shortly
play it.
after you left.
Oh really?
Yeah, and I made sure to like show it, like, guys, look at this. I made sure to showcase it.
Where are we at? I want to see it again. Where are we at now? We're at
151 exactly.
Where was it? What? Let me pull it up.
Yeah. So what's it called? I'm thinking of how HIPAA would factor into this, and I don't think it would. Like, if people need, because HIPAA is like identifiable health information, so like specific ailments, I believe, stuff like that. But like, if let's say there's like some witness who has a secret identity that is in the ICU and the police want to know who it is, they can't say no. That's not protected under HIPAA, I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know if that's for the police.
I don't think this guy knows what HIPAA is.
Anyways, let me find. So it's at 5749. I would just want to see it. We'll start here.
Brain dead in this lobotomized toilet soup. Peter is told by the director of the DODC that he remembered being mind controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion, so did Bruce, so did Frank. Peter, what are you doing? You fuck.
Okay, actually, no, actually, he didn't say that. They actually didn't say that specifically.
Didn't say
look at what
that.
they say in those lines. So take a look at them because you provided the clips of your bootleg that you provided based on your translation.
Even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same.
All those things they said, I didn't remember doing any of them. Yeah, that's fair.
There it is.
The element.
So let me go back. 5740 something. So he says
In this lobotomized toilet soup. Peter is told by the director of the DODC that he remembered being mind controlled. Peter then later realizes through MJ saying she doesn't remember anything before waking up on the street that the director must have been lying, even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same shit. In fact, so did Scorpion.
said that they didn't remember being mind controlled. Right.
Yep.
So
And
did
he's
Bruce, so
saying
did
that's
Frank.
not
Peter,
what they
what are you
said.
doing? You fuck.
Okay, actually, no, actually, he didn't say that. They actually didn't say that specifically. If you look at what they say in those lines, so take a look at them because you provided the clips of your
Let's
bootleg
look at
that you
what they
provided
say.
based on your translation.
Even though Peter should already know that because the guy on the roof said the same.
I don't remember doing any of them. To what she says.
All those things they said, I didn't remember doing any of them. Yeah, that's fair. But the element, he's in shock, and time has passed since then. Peter did not
Move that
commit-
goalpost.
That goalpost getting yoink.
That dude
Anyways,
punting that
150,
goalpost
50,
into
151
the
is where we
goal.
were.
Oh,
That was rough.
155.
155.
Or
damage control doesn't know it. The hospital staff saw it, and because of HIPAA,
also,
they can't disclose it.
I looked up HIPAA just to refresh myself on what it means. It stands for the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act of 1996. It is specifically, I'm not referencing anything, I'm going off of memory, but it's like when you get like a life insurance policy, you have to take a questionnaire so that they can get an idea of what your health condition is to see if you qualify, and if you do qualify, what your premiums will be, that sort of thing. And there's a lot of overlap between what the hospitals will know and what the insurance will know so that they can coordinate all that stuff. But all of that stuff is, of course, confidential. You know what's not
Does
confidential?
What?
Your freaking identity if you're a vigilante.
Does the MCU have HIPAA?
I would be shocked if it didn't. That would be such a bizarre, specific thing to cut out of our universe.
Well, I mean, like, there's no guarantee they do. Like, they have superheroes. Maybe they just didn't think about HIPAA. You know?
It's in the Sokovia Accords. HIPAA will
Yeah.
now be this.
HIPAA does not apply to superheroes. No, I
Yeah.
don't know.
Information. The Vision Spider-Man, he's not Peter Parker. Peter Parker barely exists.
If HIPAA didn't apply to the superheroes, though, it would be open season on their health information. Their identifiable health information.
I know you have diabetes, Spider-Man.
I know you have diabetes, Spider-Man. Here, drink this Coca-Cola.
No.
My one weakness.
All right, we're
Coke.
making good headway. We're making
Yes,
good
yes,
headway.
yes.
We're almost to the point where he just keeps repeating, so we can stop.
Parker. No one knows who Peter Parker is. He's just a cipher. So what are they gonna do?
No one
Say,
knows.
oh,
He's
this
a
is some guy.
cipher?
Peter
What-
Parker has been wiped from the records. There's nothing recording him.
There's nothing saying Peter Parker was white.
It was in
from...
the No Way Home. He took a GED test. He has a home. He pays for flowers with money.
No. You don't understand. None of this is explained, so it didn't happen.
Oh.
But also, it did. Best of both worlds. You don't have to have him have an identity, but you get to have him all.
How does he have
all
a
his
phone?
stuff. I mean, you can hack that.
How does he have anything?
It's fine. It's fine.
He has no social security number. He has no driver's license. He has nothing. He's been magically erased from time and space. No one knows who he is except for Jean Grey. He doesn't use his real name when talking to people in the film. Peter Parker doesn't exist. So what are they gonna know? He's some kid? That's it. It's no different than, say, in Spider-Man 2 when all the people on the train take off his mask and see what he looks like. Or give him his mask back after the mask fell off. It's just a guy.
Surveillance
He had no idea
state.
who he is. So, and
Cameras
Surveillance
everywhere.
state, cameras everywhere, yeah.
Don't
So,
need
there
a
you go.
name.
One won't agree because we don't do
Actually, he takes his mask off.
consequences. Peter aids
Oh,
and
no,
lets
actually,
say
okay, so damage control would see the face. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Damage control probably saw the face, but then again, what are they gonna
Wait, what do you say?
I don't know.
Let me slow it down for a sec. Just for a sec.
No, actually, did he take his mask off?
Peter aids.
Oh,
other
no,
bats,
actually,
a
no, actually,
psychopath.
okay, so damage control would see the face. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Damage control.
Damage control would see the face. Okay. Moving on.
Probably saw the face, but then again, what are they going to connect it to? There's no records of them. They're gone. They've been scrubbed.
Oh, that moved that goalpost.
Thick monstrous wretch with a higher
What a freaking weasel, dude.
That's
kill count
fine.
than Jack the
It's
fucking
fine.
Ripper, only for the government to have absolutely no issue.
Well, actually, where the cameras be in that scene, because Jean Grey destroyed all of them in their psychic rage. There's no records of what Peter Parker's face looks like. Bill probably saw his face briefly, but that's about it. And he's probably not exactly the best headspace to remember anything distinctly, because he had glass fucking shoved into his face like that.
It all with this, and for the movie to believe this is a wonderfully happy ending. Not only is this an exhaustive sapping of any meaningful consequence, Peter no longer has his own agency. Even though this was supposed to be the story where he finally loses all support and guiding authority figures, Peter Parker is bailed out of having sacrificed his life with Ned and MJ by not only giving him closure with MJ, but allowing a farewell, only to then reunite him with Ned. And I'm sorry, folks, but
Okay, so your argument is there's no emotional closure because he sacrificed his life with MJ, and then lost 4 years of his life that he could have spent with MJ, refused to get involved based on his own self-sacrifice, even though he could have introduced himself to her, and realized all of that was for nothing. It was a sacrifice not worth making. And he still is completely disconnected. The consequences are he no longer has a romance with MJ. It's not an easy solution because MJ doesn't know who he is. There's no emotional connection there. It's not really farewell. It's more that his life now is continuing without this huge chunk of his life there. We never get an easy out from that. He still lost tons of time that he could have spent with MJ. That's all gone now. It's completely erased from his life. And this idea that it's somehow okay, kind of baffling to me. You miss some key elements of the story because you're so quick to say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's all evaporated, that you ignore the consequences that do happen. He does not have the person who loves him loving him back. She's a stranger to him. None of that is gone. The end scene with Ned could be Peter, him remembering, oh, Peter is Spider-Man's name because that's what MJ says. Muscle memory carries him to the handshake. He knows Spider-Man must have known him, at least MJ knew that. And so that's either Ned making a connection of information he has on hand at that moment or something else. Point is, the consequences of the previous film are still carrying over here. It's not erased, it's just...
I do
He's
agree
stealing
with
the
that.
consequences.
Yeah, he's stealing the consequences,
No.
guys.
Yeah,
I do agree with him
I
that,
think
like,
that
Just because he gets some semblance of closure, that he doesn't get what he wants. I do agree that it's kind of stupid that Ned remembers the handshake. I think that muscle memory counts and it should have been erased. But
I don't think so.
and I don't know if he's gonna. It's not clear if he remembers Peter as his friend or Peter as, oh, that name that she said to Spider-Man. It's not clear. The correct answer is to make it, oh, Peter, the name that MJ said to Spider-Man, but that just makes MJ look bad.
Why?
Because she called him freaking Peter when he was in the Spider-Man suit, like a dummy.
Whatever. I still think it would have been so much better if Spider-Man had gone through life and made personal connections with other people.
Yes.
Realized that was okay, and then went back to connect with Ned and MJ.
That is what I wanted out of this film, and I feel like that's what John Watts poised this film to be, to move Peter to different places, like bring in Gwen Stacy, bring in Harry Osborn, bring in Mary Jane, maybe make it like a actual point in the film, like, I'm not just obsessing over this girl because her name is MJ, right? Like, something like that.
Yeah.
Do something. Don't just fall. I think the real criticism is, oh, they just fell back to the characters they already had. They didn't do anything with the opportunity that they had. Right away, yeah. Right away. They didn't go a movie or two without them.
Because, like,
oh, dude.
The whole point is it has been 5 years, I think, right? 4 or 5 years. So, like, it has been a long time, but it has not been a long time for the audience.
Adept. Imagine if they did something like they did in Mission Impossible Fallout. Do you remember what they did in that?
No.
Oh, we need to watch that movie.
I've seen that movie.
Oh, I'm buying it on physical and we're watching it.
Okay.
It's a good movie. Anyway.
Just continuing. Having a character go back and try to reintegrate himself into a life that has been moving on beyond him is not a lack of consequences. It's actually reinforcing the consequences by showing how even if you try to go back, there is still lasting impact to your choices. That's presented. That's good storytelling. That's consequence. And yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say though.
Oh, he almost had it. I was agreeing with him until he said, I don't know what you mean by that. Even though both you and I, we agreed with him, but we also like saw how it was also a missed opportunity. But no, he can't yield any ground whatsoever.
Kind of a dumb point because it's not connected in the reality of the film. It's just you rambling like a dumbass. You're back to this.
At PowerGirl 2000 super chatted $5. I can't believe I stole the consequences from myself yesterday. No, Avengers Doomsday is gonna steal the consequences of all MCU movies too.
Dude, these people really don't understand what steal the consequences means.
They really don't.
That's insane.
Movies to SMH.
Basically, how dare Avengers Infinity War have steal the consequences from fucking...
His voice is so boring. Made me to sleep compared to critical drinker yawn. I've never understood the idea that MauLer's voice is boring. Like, again, I don't want to boss him up, but like he has a very cool voice. I'm not gonna lie, it's a very cool voice.
I enjoy the vocabulary at least.
I think his voice is nice.
Thor Ragnarok. And Civil War too, for that matter. What a stupid way of seeing things.
Also, while we're on this shot, don't you think it's crazy that Spider-Man like kicked Punisher through this car out the back and he tumbled on the asphalt? Like, if that was just anyone other than the Punisher, like not main character energy, they would just be paced. Oh my god, dude.
But Crescent has set it up now. Jean's mind control appears to break Strange's spell on MJ.
What?
So this
yeah,
part I don't really agree with either.
There might be something here
praying.
with the filmic language that they're using. I think they might be teasing this.
Not right, but let's see.
Returns to the hideout she had with Peter in No Way Home. She holds the Black Dahlia necklace he got her in Far From Home, and she drew Peter in his homecoming outfit. Cretin is collapsing it all. The story takes...
You mean the outfit that Spider-Man publicly wore multiple times for months that everyone knew about? The location that she was hanging out with Ned as well in high school, and the necklace that she had currently? None of that indicates she remembers anything.
This is just willful ignorance. Again,
I mean, I'm in denial too.
Pretending that they don't understand how anything works, so that discourse is impossible.
It just means that A, she has a necklace that was given to her, that she doesn't know who gave it to her. She went to a place, but she went with her friends.
Like, this is very simple filmic language. Like, you don't have to be some like a cinephile to understand what is being communicated here.
It means a lot to her. Peter's not in that memory necessarily, and she's drawing Spider-Man, a person who she now knows and now knows she has a history with, in a costume he wore in public. How from any of that do you conclude that Jean Grey undid the spell Doctor Strange committed? How does anything about that actually connect to this theory? None of it does. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit.
He just laid it out.
You just
I really hope he's right.
Conclusions based not on objective logic,
I really
hope he's right. Considering you're the guy supposedly who follows objective information to objectively criticize a film, you gotta know what it says. Well, nothing in the film express.
What do you think
please,
we're supposed
to be right? No, please.
What do you think?
No, I'm in denial. I'm in denial.
Like, what does he think?
Says that.
What does he think that we're supposed to derive from that imagery?
Shush. Please be right.
Nothing? Just absolutely nothing?
Not a single thing.
Please be right.
Oh, hey, Emmerich. You're still streaming? He looks like Bizarro version of Scott the Woz. Yeah, he does. Dude, Emmerich, this video is giving us cancer. We're gonna die tonight.
Even remotely connects to that. You're so completely off base, it's kind of insulting to anyone's intelligence who takes you seriously as a critic. Jesus Christ.
Do you think he'll walk this back if he's wrong?
Oh, absolutely not. He will pretend like this never happened. He might actually forget about it because I think that he speaks a mile a minute and he doesn't think about what he's actually saying. So he's probably already forgotten it already, like just now.
It would really be funny to just paste it all over his blue sky. Anyways.
Yeah, because you know he has one.
It's a powerful yet lonely, penniless, desperate man with nothing but police radio, a sewing machine, and the responsibility to make the world a better place, to then skip him into taking orders from a fucking police detective whenever he isn't.
Also, I love how in No Way Home, he doesn't have an app that's like, crime here, crime detected. It's a police scanner.
Police scanner, yeah.
It's like, oh, that's cool. Like, because he like knows the neighborhood. That's neat. Oh.
Taking orders and strip a wannabe Avenger blonde hobbit homunculus, and that's whenever he isn't taking orders from the Department of Damage Control. And
do you think MauLer has issues with women, considering how often he keeps saying that she's a blonde homunculus?
Jeez, dude.
Do you think he is purposely ignoring the meaning of homunculus?
Who?
Anthony.
I don't think he knows.
So like he doesn't call her a blonde homunculus because he hates women. Calls her a blonde homunculus because she's literally a copy paste worse version of Black Widow.
Yeah,
that's what a homunculus is.
Yeah,
like whatever.
I don't know this guy, but he looks like he's hyped for the Wolverine game. Yeah.
Hey, I am cautiously optimistic. I am praying it's good. Please,
no,
please.
Don't. I'm
please.
Sorry, Adept. You're coping.
Please.
Jean Grey is the worst thing Spidey's ever faced when the Goblin's right there, you know, causing multiversal collapses around her.
When the alternative to the worst thing is the Goblin.
Yeah, it's like, who is more evil? Like, your competition is Green Goblin. Like, good God.
Come on, dude.
When you're in the running for the most evil Spider-Man villain in the MCU and you're neck and neck with Green Goblin, something's wrong.
You're cooked. Anyways.
All of this is just sad. This is a pathetic review, and he's not really saying anything. He's saying the same shit he said 1 minute in. This review is, what, 20 minutes now? And everything he's saying is a repeat of what he said in the first minute and a half.
Jeez, man.
It doesn't justify its long length, because he's just cycling back over and over again, saying some disconnected thing that proves he didn't really remember the movie he's talking about.
This guy's like...
No, just leave it. Just leave it.
He can't understand. He can't understand like topical discussion within a video.
He doesn't actually say anything new.
That's whenever he isn't relying on his fucking AI to explain his own body, to track his enemies, to warn him about his arachnid hormones, or to explain to him that his senses are overloading when he...
3 of those statements are the exact same thing. Tells him his body, his senses are overloading, his hormone levels. Yeah, that's the AI measuring his biometrics. We have stuff like that in real life. He lives in a sci-fi world. You know, none of this is really actually a good point. Yes, how dare the AI tell him how his hormone levels are going? Stupid.
You can clearly see that shit with what we call...
I think it is dumb that is there, because it's not there for Peter. Peter even says, like, it's there for the audience. It's really annoying.
Because the audience might be at home scrolling on their phone when they're watching this movie on Disney Plus.
If it was like on his HUD, that would be fine. But it's like it's blaring out to you and speaking like, senses like spiking or something, whatever he says. Emmerich says, "Don't worry, man. They'll give Logan a realistic depiction of a panic attack after his Wolverine senses leave him and he has to question his morals after slaughtering everyone during the game. It'll be great."
Doesn't have morals.
Yes, he does.
Filmmaking.
Can we talk about the fact that in all likelihood, Wolverine should be incredibly racist. like, come on. Like,
the same as Captain America.
Yeah, like, come on. I'm sorry, but like, come on.
Oh.
All right.
Really? How do you want to show hormone levels changing in film? Now we see the senses overload there too, but a heads up display.
You don't need to have the hormone levels on a graph.
Years now, especially in the MCU, where that technology's been around for like 20 years now at this point.
Fucking sophisticated, and it breaks down how everything works for Peter while giving him plot updates if he's lost or bored or fucking around because he's...
MauLer, it's the Marvel Universe. There's multiple science fiction bullshits you can lift from. This world's so removed from our real world technology.
When Rick says, racist? That's stupid. Wolverine is a complete weeb who loves Japan. Oh. Never ask a white supremacist the race of his wife.
And most of what you're describing isn't even that far removed from our real world technology. This is stuff that Tony Stark was using.
He's not complaining. He's not complaining about the existence of this tech. He's complaining about why Spider-Man has it, why he's using it, the way it's integrated into the film.
Yeah.
Like,
he keeps misconstruing all this stuff. He keeps misunderstanding because I don't think... First of all, I think he's a liar, but I also think he's just generally illiterate.
In the MCU, back in Avengers Age of Ultron. In correlative time, that's like 15 years ago at this point. So, like, what are we doing here? What's your fucking point? Technology that we know exists in this universe and has existed for several years is being used by characters in this universe?
Dude, he said, like, oh, it's been like 15 years since the advent of this specific technology. Dude, I still think about, like, phones. I remember our dad, like, hey, here's a cell phone that can take cameras, and we were like, oh my god. And we were like, Dad, can we take pictures with your camera? And we would just like take pictures. We would like, or I would set up pictures. I don't know about you. Did you set up pictures and stuff?
I don't know.
And I remember when Mom was like, oh dude, you can play like Snake on the phone. Like, oh my god, it's the future. All I know about this movie is that Gruff, who defends MCU Spider-Man, seems to be viscerally angry by the mere existence of this one, LMAO.
Oh, yeah.
Emmerich, you should watch MauLer's video on it. And don't worry, it's not 10 hours long. It's only 40 minutes. It's very entertaining. You should watch it because he's funny. Anyway.
Yes.
Is that your critique? Like, what?
Has no clue what he's doing. His AI sequences his organic applications. It facilitates the creation of his extremely high-tech suit, and he generates that shit from a hyper 3D fucking printer. Bruce and the AI explain how to construct the inhibitor, while MJ provides the key scientific detail that Peter somehow misses, with Frank then coming in close.
What details that? It's considering the electromagnetic surges of his eyepieces. It's not nothing complex. It's not like MJ had to make a new element or something. Happened like two movies in the MCU, whatever, with Iron Man.
Oh yeah, were you there when he said that this plot point wouldn't affect the story or Jean in any way?
I don't think I was here for that. I do think like it is a little overblown that like, oh, she solved it. It's like, okay, she made an offhand comment of a theory, and he was like, oh yeah, let me check that, which like, it's kind of dumb.
I mean, to be fair, the fact that that is what happened lends itself to the theory that if she hadn't have done that, or if she wasn't there to do that, he would not then have the inhibitor chip, which means he either wouldn't be able to go stop Jean, or if he went to stop Jean, he wouldn't have the inhibitor chip with him.
But the point is that the inhibitor chip works. It just doesn't work on him.
Does he know that? I can't remember if he knows that specifically.
Yes, he does know that. I'm pretty sure. Anyways.
Emmerich says, I remember hearing that the Sims were on the phone. I was like, OMG, the Sims in my pocket? And that's when I discovered terrible Java mobile games. I went back to the Sims 2 on my GBA and I'm pretty sure I know that Sims game you're talking about on Java. I'm pretty sure I played that and it was awful.
I liked the terrible Java mobile games.
Oh, dude.
Do you remember the one about the deserted island?
Yeah, I was just about to say the one where you're stuck on a deserted island and there's like a story.
It was like a Lost ripoff, but good.
Oh, Lost Wishes. It was this Java mobile game that has been lost to time, probably.
I bet you I could find it on an emulator. Anyways, so back to MJ. Like, I know that MauLer was like, "Oh, this is dumb. Why is she able to figure this out? But Spider-Man's not. Spider-Man's incompetent." But like, who among us have not been like trying to figure out a problem and some absolute idiot knows nothing about the field comes along and was like, well, what about this? That doesn't actually make sense, but it gives you an idea.
Like, right? I've been in jobs where I'm pretty confident in my own abilities to the point where I think I'm better than everyone else. There, I said it. But like, sometimes you just need more than one set of eyes looking at something. You just need extra help.
Sometimes you just left the mute button on and you forgot.
Yeah, true. But what was that Greek term you said earlier?
What?
Grufficus Donarchus or something like that. Anyways, anyways, like, I take more issue with the fact that it's just so lucky that she just happened to be there. Guys, I recommend the GBA and DS Sims 2 games. They're genuinely peak entertainment. Oh, I know I'm better than everyone else in my current job. That's why I'm dying from it, Lamau. True.
No, she said, oh, hey, did you consider the feedback from your eyepieces? Like, that's it. Not complicated stuff. When you say, oh, she figured it out, like, it sounds complicated. When you look at what she actually did say, it's kind of basic. None of this matters.
Yeah, she didn't technically figure it out. She guessed at the cause and Spider-Man fixed it. Like, she didn't actually like fix it.
Matter. None of this matters. And yeah, he had the fabricator in the previous movie. Yeah, he had the fabricator before.
None of this matters is a big jump, but whatever.
Yeah, that's another thing is like, I take issue with the coincidence and also his takeaway is that none of it matters. And also
there is the fabricator. I don't remember what happened. Like, didn't the fabricator break in the last movie, like when they all turned against him? Or did it not break?
They couldn't. I don't think it broke. It's just that they couldn't get to it because of the cops and everything, and probably damage control. And does Peter get cucked in this one? Is Paul from the comics in this movie? Peter does get cucked. We don't know if it's Paul yet, but people are theorizing that it's Paul. Anyway, what's it called? Shoot, what was I saying? Oh yeah. No, oh yeah, I forgot it again. Dang it. I'm really tired.
He's had the fabricator since like the second film. He just had it on hand, you know. Yeah,
he's
and all that, but he's still.
He's like talking about this like MauLer spends this like an extravagant amount of time on this point, but he really doesn't.
Yeah,
he's really just like he makes it seem like MauLer's really stressing this as the crux of his argument, but he does that for every point MauLer makes. Like, you're really focusing on this one, bud. Oh, it's so smug, and I hate it.
Emmerich, Peter Parker being unhappy is what makes Spider-Man Spider-Man.
Oh, you should love No Way Home then. He ends that film pretty unhappy. You should love that film, Emmerich. Anyway.
He doesn't mean he lost everything. He just had to steal it. It's not his technically. But then he can just take it back.
Much to provide the materials, Frank even has to save Spider-Man from the Hulk. Hell, the Hulk has to save Spider-Man from the Hulk, and somehow it's MJ that has to prompt Peter's realization on the director's lies. Peter has a shit ton of wealth, AI, tech, and means. There is no
wealth necessarily. He lives in a cruddy apartment and has some technology.
He has a massive apartment by New York standards.
Yeah. Like, you look at what Peter Parker had in Spider-Man 2. I remember when I saw him walk into his apartment as a child, I saw that and I was like, oh my God. And I heard the rumbling from the subway and I was like, Dad, what is that?
I have a
what's
question.
happening?
Hold on. I have a theory of how Peter Parker has money in this film. What if he just trained Evie to day trade stocks?
That would be hilarious.
If they did that, if they just showed a screen of Evie day trading, would that solve that problem for you?
No, because everyone else in the stock market would see it as well, and they would come looking for this guy like, what the frick? How are you doing this?
Well, I mean, the stock market is essentially all bots right now, like already, so like it wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
Yeah, but he's been at this for like half a decade by this point. Someone would have noticed, surely.
I don't know. I don't think anyone would notice a bot because like literally all of them are bots.
Also, if he did that, you're like, oh, you found a infinite money glitch. You gonna share that with anyone, Peter? I don't know. It would beg the question, I feel. I don't know. Emmerich says, you're spending a lot of time on this specific point. That's what criticism means, you dumb Scott the Woz looking, Reddit browsing, Funko Pop owning, PS5 playing Muppet. Well said, Emmerich. Well said.
All right, let's try to get through this last 52 minutes.
Unbroken.
We don't know that.
financial, social, or civilian-related struggle possible for him in this movie where he is supposed to finally be...
He has no civilian struggle because he's not living like a civilian. That's the struggle. It's the point of the movie.
That's the struggle. That's the struggle, is that there's no struggle.
Yeah. I remember, I think I said I was pointing this out to somebody. Where was this?
Oh yeah, this video is 3 hours, Emmerich.
Let me pull it up. Hold on. Yeah, I was trying to explain to somebody the flaws. Like, the writing in this movie is not great. The only struggle Peter had was having his spider DNA and his social media stalking. Other than that, he had all the tech, he had all the time, all the money, all the professional connections that he needed. Like, where is his struggle?
It's funny because I align with MauLer in that I like the home trilogy, and everyone dogs on the films because they hate that it's not like traditional comic book Peter Parker, because this Peter Parker does exist in the comics, but for some reason it's not okay when it adapts those comics, but it has to adapt the comics I like. But whatever, I digress. Anyway, I feel for MauLer because imagine like trying to tell everyone that these movies are good actually for like years, and then the movie where it finally comes along and they have the chance to do what everyone's been clamoring for 9 years and they mess it up. It's like, holy crap. And admittedly, it was something he was excited to see as well. Why wouldn't you want to see the Peter Parker where they devoted 3 movies to his origin story to finally see him become the Spider-Man that everyone wanted him to be? Like, man.
Me too, Emmerich. Me too.
What do you say? The struggle is the friends we made along the way. True. Oh, it's not that I hate the MCU Spider-Man movie. I just want Disney to burn to the ground. Yeah, I know that. You hate good things, even if they're good, because they're attached to bad things that have nothing to do with... Well, not nothing to do with it, but they don't impact the story quality of it, which is the whole point.
I love the hater energy.
Yeah, I respect the hater energy. I just can't agree with you on the story.
Anyways.
His issues in Spider-Man 2 are because he's trying to be more man than Spider. His issues in this film are because he's trying to be more Spider than man. This is so basic, I'm actually stunned that you don't see that.
alone, broke, and without a single safety net. The Home trilogy was all about Peter going from a bright-eyed, high-schooling, superhero-in-training, inspired yet naive boy to a man. Homecoming presents the difference between using his power to help people because it's the right, thoughtful thing to do, instead of doing it for the reward of status and glory he wants by joining the Avengers. Far From Home challenges his flaws in perception, strength, and experience as contrast to the reputation of Earth's mightiest heroes and whether he can fulfill their role, only to realize that each of those heroes were no less flawed than he. Therefore, he only need contrast his success and failure by his own capacity for it. No Way Home pits every last lesson he has learned against the direst of consequences, straining the deontological versus the consequential. Is a decision still moral in principle if the consequence costs you the ones you love? With the help of others that have faced the same question and words that will stick with him forever, he not only comes through on the hardest challenge, he chooses to leave this life behind in order to protect everyone from their association with him. That sacrifice gives us an isolated, desperate, low-tech, and stripped-down Peter Parker with a powerful goal and an equilibrium due to his experiences. This was the perfect setup for him to enter college, naturally meet new people he eventually has to juggle once again, like Gwen, Harry, or actual MJ. They could introduce Oscorp, Dr. Connors, Black Cat. They could push lesser-known street villains while keeping Peter in control of his agency, showing what he has learned while providing immense pressure. Kind of like the movie they bait and switch in the opening minutes of this film, because they weren't interested in telling that story despite John Watts having handed it to them on a platter. You could have explored the notion of isolation despite new connections being made through the insane cast of characters available instead of shoving Ned and Michelle back in and turning Peter.
What does any of this meaningfully say? Nothing. You're wasting time with this
Wow,
bullshit. This is a waste
dude.
I'm trying to get through it. I'm trying to get through it.
I don't understand how you could hear all that.
I thought that was a great summarization of the Home trilogy.
Laid out. Like, he just lays it out so plainly and obvious. I don't see how that means anything. Kill yourself. Like, ugh.
You're describing the previous films' arcs and saying, here's the arcs of the previous films, and here's what I would like them
Love
to be.
Kingdom Hearts cool.
That's pointless. Who gives
Okay.
Wait, what did you just say?
He's saying that it's pointless to say, I don't like what they did, essentially. I wanted them to do something different. Which I can understand disagreeing with the direction of a story, but the whole point of this whole critique is not only did they go in a direction that was like literally like they had a better direction right there. Not only did they go in a worse direction, but they also did it badly.
And the through line of the Home trilogy, I'm imagining that the through line of the Home trilogy forms like an upward slope, like a ramp, and it clearly had a trajectory that what was his name, John Watts wanted like people to take the series, to take it like a baton and go, and they just went straight down and crashed and burned.
It's like he was speeding up in a 100-meter dash, and then they just put him in a 90-meter gym.
What does any of this meaningfully say? You're wasting time. Yeah, he has no point. He has no argument. He didn't know what to say, so he just went, he's stupid. He didn't say anything. Lamau. It's crazy. You just summarized this whole
They
stream.
chose to do a story. We have the story that they're responding to, and you're writing a review of the story they wrote. No one gives a fuck in this video that your story will be different than the one they chose. No one cares.
You're leaving points on the table, and everyone can see it.
We're just pointing out that the story that the previous movie set up would have been way better than the story we got.
This is like in episode 2 of Star Wars when Anakin blames Obi-Wan for the death of his mom, and then they just completely drop that in Revenge of the Sith. That's a flaw. That's not like, oh, well, they didn't tell the story you wanted to hear. No, that's a flaw. He has no point, no table, no riz. True.
The only thing that matters is this film accomplished the goal it tried to set out, and if it didn't, the fact it didn't do what John Watts wanted to do is irrelevant. John Watts didn't write the script. He didn't direct the film. He stepped away and let someone else take over. When another comic writer takes over a comic run after another writer who's successful finishes their run, what that previous writer wanted to do is completely worth jack shit.
The word myopic springs to mind.
What does myopic mean?
Let's look it up to make sure I'm not misinterpreting what that myopic. Merriam-Webster. Lacking in foresight or discernment, narrow in perspective, and without concern for broader implications.
This line of thinking that Anthony is positing right now is how we get the sequel trilogy.
Exactly. When you have directors fighting with each other about what Star Wars should be.
When you already have a skeleton and a script from the original creator, or from the person who came before.
Like, would you say that's a lack of discernment, Adept?
I just want to finish this video.
None of it means anything. If your critique is the movie wasn't what I wanted to be before I saw it, that's kind of a bullshit critique. No one
That's
doesn't
not
matter.
his
Anyone can say it.
critique.
It's not
It's
meaningful. It's not
on
specific.
top
It's not
of
completely
everything.
Now, if you present an alternative as what you would hope it would be, that's a different story. That's your fan fiction. That's fine. But we're not writing fan fiction. This is a review of a movie. Who cares? Who authentically cares? I certainly don't care. Get to the point.
Sorry, I care. Your point is invalid.
Sorry that I care about art. The author's work on the previous entry means nothing. 1, you're a 2, you don't respect art. 3, that's how you get garbage like Star Wars 8. 4, drink your soy and piss off.
A stalker because he doesn't understand how memory works, because apparently crime has tanked to an unprecedented low off-screen. The sacrifice from the home trilogy.
It's not off screen. It's the opening montage. We see him reduce crime in the city.
A montage is not on screen. Why? Hold on. This person has in their brain a montage is sufficient to show on screen that crime has fallen to a record low. At the same time, we don't know they died. We didn't see the bodies.
It's what the montage is for. It's meant to get to the story, though. It's Brand New Day is the worst review I've seen of a movie since Alex.
What did you do?
I didn't touch anything. Let's see.
And turning Peter.
What does any of this is a way that's pointless. And
We're
you're right.
like 206 or something like that.
Get to the point.
Low.
It's what the montage is for. It's meant to get right to a fucking crash.
Yeah.
Super chat's coming in. Let's see some more.
At Thin03893 super chatted $5. God, imagine watching movie with this guy. Like, have some level suspension of disbelief, for God's sake.
Exactly.
I've seen them watch EFAT movies. I feel like they would be a fun bunch to be around.
Yeah.
Watching them watch Batwoman, for God's sake. I don't think this person has a brain. I think it's worse. I don't think so. I don't think he truly believes the stuff that he's saying, Emmerich. I think he's lying because he hates MauLer that much. He just wants him to. Yes, he has donators. Look at how much money he's made. He's made $430 in less than like 2.5 hours. He's made more money than you or I will make in an entire day's worth of work. Spouting nonsense. It's actually like depressing. Anyways, yeah, I think he's lying.
I will not hate the man for getting bread. I hate the people giving him bread.
Yeah, I hate the people who pay for this crap. Bro really wants to be Tywin Lannister. What does that even mean?
I don't know, but my computer just gave me the sick Halo wallpaper.
I'm happy for you.
Pretty hype.
Oh, Emmerich, why don't you tell Adet about your favorite game, Campaign Evolved?
It's at that point now people stop really sending super chats. But if you want to say more than welcome to. All right, let's keep going.
He has been undone by providing him excessive funds, technology, and a whole network of support from every law enforcement institution imaginable. He gets...
Jesus Christ. Okay, so, not sure if you know this, MauLer. Gene the Wolf is a character from the comics. In the comics, when Peter's a question, he will go to the Fantastic Four or the Avengers for help. What you're describing is the status of Spider-Man in the 80s in the comic books, in 70s. Your complaint is that Spider-Man is being written like the character from the comics. You're mad that...
It's funny because, like... there's like the context of like everyone wanted Spider-Man to like fend for himself, but there's also the context of MauLer hearing that perspective from everyone for years, for 9 years, about the home trilogy when Spider-Man did have to work for his victories in those movies, despite having, you know, help from Tony, help from Nick Fury, that sort of thing. Like, he had to work in those films, but here he has like support from like different government agencies, and it's like, oh, he just has them. We don't get to see him foster these relationships. We don't get to see him grow. We don't get to see any of that stuff that people said wasn't in the home trilogy but was. And so, oh, this is great. Nice. Thanks for I hate this so much.
It's a very similar problem to Endgame, where they have that 5-year time skip. It's literally like they both have a 5-year time skip, and if doing a 5-year time skip badly makes your movie not great.
Halo Campaign Evolved radicalized me into being at least 20% spiritually American and not in a good way. I wonder what he means by that. Anyway.
Peter Parker reflects what is written in comics and has been reinforced by comics for...
Also, stop appealing to the comics. We don't care about the comics. It's a different continuity.
this point, over 40 years. The death of Gene the Wolf was an 80s storyline, and in that storyline, he communicated frequently with Gene the Wolf, who is in fact a cop. In that time, he would often work with the Fantastic Four and the Avengers, which is just like he's doing right here, only with new technology instead of old, like just going up to the open window and crawling in. Very, very, very dumb.
Closure and farewells with those.
It's
who
very
loved on
dumb
top of
because he
the
doesn't know the
It's not like
comics.
farewells. Why do you think it's farewells? He doesn't say farewell. It's open to having more communication with them. It's a new beginning as opposed to a completely closing of the door.
friend. Whereas we had him closing off a life he always wanted in order to protect the woman he loved, he now has been pining for Zendaya for near half a decade until breaking that sacrifice, getting involved in their lives, putting her in immense danger, finding out she isn't even the woman he knew anymore, and she simply doesn't love him, obviously, which prevents...
Okay, so that's a weird way of framing it. He bumps into MJ at a party after going to an open door party with Ned. Sure, okay, that's one thing. After 4 years of isolation...
He's been stalking them for 4 years.
I will say, I have used the term stalking in this stream myself. I'm not sure I would actually classify it as stalking. He just checks Ned's Instagram stories every now and again. I will say it's not healthy. When he let go of them, he should have let go of them fully. If that was really what he wanted. What he really wanted to commit to.
Look. If I broke up with my girlfriend and religiously watched every single one of her lives, every single one of her stories, every single post she made, is it stalking now?
I think stalking is a step above. I don't want to like give stalking to like, oh, you watch their Instagram stories, you're stalking them now. Stalking is a step above.
He makes a decision that's desperate for interaction with them, is steadfast with his decision to hold himself back from both of them, but still wants it. It's the basic character conflict that you should know since you're such a big critic and movie writer, of course. Characters, and this is established actually in this book right here, Robert McKay's story. Robert McKay.
Oh, that's embarrassing.
Such a famous.
Like, let me wheel out this book that I read to show you how smarter I am. I'm not stalking you. I'm reading your wiki. Skip the controversies bit.
Critic, they actually parody him in the movie adaptation. You probably have seen adaptation. Nicolas Cage, that one, you've definitely seen adaptation. You're just a big film fan. And the idea of it is that characters often have two types of things. They have wants and needs. A character wants something, but they need something else. If a character needs something that their wants contradict, that makes meaningful conflict. Peter Parker needs to have his human life, but he wants to stay separate from them.
So he's describing like a very basic writing tool, but like just having that you don't therefore have a good story.
I just don't understand why he wants to be separated from MJ and Ned, to keep them safe, but he needs human connection. And so he just breaks down and goes back to them instead of, making friends other than them.
Yeah, because the whole thing about, like, why he didn't get with them in No Way Home is that, how would he be able to do that in a way that would be natural? Because it would not be natural at all. It would be weird. I'm not sure he would be able to do it. I don't think he thinks he would be able to do it in a way that wouldn't tip them off that something's off. But
yeah,
the other way to do it would be like, hey, you don't know it, but I'm Spider-Man, and we used to know each other, and like explain the whole situation. Then he's just like, oh, I'm putting them in danger, which I don't want them to be. And the whole thing is, the reason they would be in danger is because they would know I'm Spider-Man, and therefore, if he feels like both paths will lead to that, or at least I think it's reasonable to insinuate that. So, but like, if you make other friends that don't know you're Spider-Man, then you're fine.
Ostensibly.
Like, it's easy. Of course it's easier said than done, but one would think that that's the direction they would take the story. Me read books. Me better. Reading books while also having the reading capacity of a frustrated monkey fed for decades with corpo slop and soy doesn't make you smart. You're just being a caricature. For real, dude.
That to protect those.
I can't wait.
Shows violence.
I can't wait to watch the EFAB react to this guy in like 20 years.
You watch it in order.
As we see in this film, his wants and his needs are causing friction in his life, and that drives the narrative of a story that is compelling and human.
Look, the thing that I described in the book is in the movie. That means it's good.
You can't just say it's a compelling story, then it is. It's not a magic.
Where are your arguments?
human. MauLer, what you are arguing for is a story that removes the friction of humanity from the characters' interactions. You take what they want, you take what they need, and you act as though they are
so
different things that never
reductive.
interact and never touch. That is why your film is as poorly written as it is, because you fundamentally fail to understand characters want things, characters need things, and those two things cause conflict that drives human.
You talking about a short film again?
All you have done
Yeah, so in his short film, not to spoil it because I do think we should watch it.
I'm gonna watch it. You're gonna spoil it
I
for
know
me.
what that is. Yeah. What's it called? In the film, it is not a film where a character has conflict between wants and needs. That's just not in the film that MauLer made. It's not there. But that is not a criticism. It's just not there. The film is meant to like explore how like it's the main focus of the film is the dialogue. The dialogue is like the star of the show, and it is really good. We were talking about this earlier. There's a what's it called? Starts with a C, where something weird happens. Contrivance. Yes, there's a contrivance that happens in the beginning, but that contrivance.
I made it up.
You didn't make that word up. Someone else made it up and then put it in the dictionary.
Like that was. I didn't know that was the actual word you were looking for.
But anyway, there's a contrivance that happens in the beginning of that film, but like that contrivance gets a conversation going, and then that later on, like literally 10 minutes later, the contrivance is fixed and the movie ends. Like nothing, there's no convenience to the contrivance. It doesn't force something else to happen. What would have happened in the end would have happened the same way if that contrivance wasn't there. It's all to facilitate the dialogue, which is what the movie is about. It's there to like, hey, what if we had like really good dialogue and like we were able to get like ideas of these characters from how they talk to each other, what they say, maybe what they don't say, that sort of thing. And it's, I think it's very well done. It took me, I had to watch it twice because the first time I watched it, I wasn't sure about it. The second time though, I was like, oh, and it clicked. And I was like, I really like this. But yeah, dude, this party blows. Let's get out of here and watch Spider-Man Lotus. I heard that was awful.
I have to watch Daredevil after this.
The new one, right?
No, you idiot. Why would I ever the first season of Daredevil is my palate cleanser.
That's the one I meant.
Terrible.
That's the one I meant. I thought you were. It was either that or the Ben Affleck one.
No,
I forget that there's a Daredevil
there's
Born
more
Again.
Daredevil
Good
after,
God.
yeah. The first season of Daredevil is the palate cleanser for any terrible media you watch. Just go back and watch the first season of Daredevil. It's peak.
That first episode is so good, and the hallway scene in the second episode.
Dude, the second episode, oh my god,
so good. It proves that what's her name who played Ahsoka? She's in it. Rosario Dawson. It proves that she can act. She's in that show.
Is she Claire?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Anyway.
So far is point to the wanting something, the characters needing something, and crying about it. It is useless fluff of a critique.
Them from being together. This is decidedly less potent, less selfless, and less meaningful than the payoff they've destroyed to facilitate this. Peter incorporates his shadow self in the story. He finds his balance in being Peter Parker and Spider-Man when faced with the idea he has to choose. Something that was previously shown great consequence now exists as a cop-out, allowing him everything he wanted. The fame, celebration, social network, finance, technology, and psychological peace. This functions as shitty DLC for No Way Home that undermines all of the character and thematic work. In addition, this story is more so about redeeming a psychotic monster for no reason than it is a stress test of...
Did you see that? Do not redeem. I will always defend the original Daredevil movie, not for the writing, dear God, no, but it's just the most emo-coded 2000s movie of all time in its directing, acting, music, and art style, LMFAO. I do want to watch it again, and I also want to watch the Elektra movie because I never saw it. I've heard they're both awful. I haven't seen the original Daredevil since it came out, but whatever.
Peter Parker's principles, of which he fails. Also, each story is more so about redeeming a psychotic monster for no reason than it is a stress test of Peter Parker's principles, of which he fails. Also, to be clear, Jean could have been given a story that even related to the notion of redemption. Please see Faith's story in Buffy. But this film doesn't bother trying. It doesn't even believe she requires redemption. The film doesn't even know she's evil, for fuck's sake. They often use footage from the Home trilogy in this film, as if they are now the ones to make the point of his loss, when that's already been given a strong and clean conclusion.
No, it's meant to remind the audience of the specific instance being referenced, which is basic filmmaking. Again, what's the fucking point here? Now you're just fucking rambling at this point, dude.
Story was ready for the adult trilogy.
He's making point after point after point.
Point after point after point. He even references Faith from Buffy, which, to be fair, I don't expect everyone to know Buffy, but like that should point you in the direction of like, oh, he has like a basis that he's working off of. He has a standard, something, dude.
I think this is about the point where I was like, oh yeah, he's just like, he just says he's repeating. So I think we could stop here, but I'm not sure, so we can keep going.
If anything else, we have a cool MauLer video to
I'll
watch.
be sure to tell you repeatedly that this is the mature Spider-Man movie, despite having all the hallmarks of an epileptic toddler transcribing a report of his latest nap with crayons and milk.
Do you think someone just saying like edgy shit on the internet makes you sound smart? I think he thinks that. I don't know about you, but I think he thinks that saying a lot.
I'm gonna slow this down to 175 because I'm struggling to understand.
Okay, you can do 105 or 1.5
edgy stuff
if you want.
makes him sound sophisticated just because he's not an asshole.
Spider-Man Brand New Day is a bloated, disjointed, nonsensical, disrespectful, chaotic disaster with a heavy dollop of retard on top. It is stuffed with as you know dialogue, plot holes aplenty, as well as constant stretches to facilitate the extremely weak story. All for a rehash of a better executed theme from a better story.
This is like
He's literally
clearly the
concluding
conclusion.
his video, and he's saying say something new. I'm like, no, this is a conclusion where I say everything again.
It's
That's like basic
clearly the
English
conclusion.
class.
Like, oh my goodness, this is like when like someone reads your thesis and you're like, dude, you blurted everything out in the beginning. Why would you do that? It's the freaking thesis.
While assassinating everyone in the process. Peter Parker is the grand potentate of excessive mongoloides throughout the film, and his agents...
Why do you get to the fucking point? Get to the fuck. Say something new. All right, We
Dude,
heard you
this
repeat
is the point. It's the conclusion. It is the culmination of everything. Also, this guy keeps going. It's not like the comics, therefore bad. The Spider-Verse movies are just massive fan service compilations for the comics, and yet it did its own original separate thing. Yeah, it's possible to do fan service well. This guy.
I hope the next Spider-Verse movie is good.
I hope it's better than the last one. I think the last one was not as good as the first one.
The first one's so good.
It's really good. I don't think he's saying that it's not like the comics, therefore it's bad. If anything, he's saying it's like the comics, therefore it's good.
Which is
But
also a weak argument.
The comics had like connective tissue. It didn't just take one Peter from one continuity and plop him into an amalgamation of different aspects from the comics. It worked to get there. But sometimes the comics can be retarded. So it doesn't matter if it's from the comics, if it's bad. Paul is from the comics. Everyone hates him.
The punch dimension is from the comics.
Also, lol at the guy saying R slur. Frick you. The second Spider-Verse movie had pacing problems, tried a bit too much, but dear God, when it was good, it was just stellar. It was really good. I really wish I hadn't have watched the trailer. I'm not going to watch any trailers from now on.
Haha, you idiot.
yourself from the very beginning. You're not saying anything new. You're just repeating yourself.
It's the conclusion.
It's the conclusion.
If you chopped out half of your nonsense language, you probably get to a video that's like maybe a 5-minute long video. The reason why people make fun of MauLer for making long videos isn't because he makes long videos. It's because they're padded. This
is how you know no one has, like, if they say this, they have not watched MauLer's videos.
Yeah.
It is categorically false. Like, especially when he like goes to the trouble of putting in like chapters, which I wish he had done in this video so that like you could see the different topics.
It's a 40-minute video. You don't need chapters compared to his other stuff.
No, you would. Well, yeah, there's that, but you got to remember these people are like, they're like Plato brained, and not like the philosopher. I mean like Play-Doh. The freaking, they're Plato brained, and like they need to see like visual representations. This is why we need the yellow paint in games for stupid people like this. I want it to be like the comics. Insert.
This is why the scent particles are ahead of the ninja.
Yes.
In the Wolverine trailer.
Insert Miller's weird Batman comics after he lost his mind.
This is padding. It's padding to fill out the runtime.
It's the conclusion.
Conclusion, you mong.
Nothing being said here that's valuable. He's supposed to be the pioneer of these long-ass videos. And
who is saying this?
It's fine. It's fine.
he's
It's
not
fine.
even fucking
Just
good
watch
at
it.
That's
Just watch it. Just watch
Man.
it.
He is more robbed from him than ever. He takes forever to catch on to the plot. He just watches as an innocent man gets pelted by a car.
if you're playing at home the drinking game of taking a shot every time he mentions this one scene, you have at this point consumed 12 shots of liquor, which means you should go to the hospital. That's not good.
In front of him, he keeps making the wrong decisions because of information he either understands incorrectly or doesn't even have. He makes enormous tactical errors throughout that can easily get people killed and experiences little to no struggle on the financial, technical, and social level set in place by the...
Okay, I have to put that pause in there.
At AdhamWasher5320 super chatted $2. It's basically CinemaSins, but longer.
Yeah, no, it's basically self-important.
Oh,
Stop.
that's terrible.
Exactly. He's not really
Self-important
saying anything new. He's not saying
CinemaSins.
anything valuable. He's just repeating himself over and over and over and over and over again. Get to the goddamn point, man. Like,
This
if I'm
is
using
the
a half
point.
hour to
This
tell a
is
new
the
video,
conclusion.
I'm saying new things every few seconds. Like, I think my next video is a little shorter.
Because
saying
that
more than
scene
in
is
this fucking thing.
stupid. OMG, is this real? He let this guy die. It's really bad.
The prior story. Jean Grey is a cruel monster.
I was
who
getting
escapes all
actively
accountability and
upset in the theater, dude. It was bad.
We can call it the Wanda Syndrome. Jean kills countless innocent people.
You have said this 15 times. Say something new.
It's because it's
If you have to
true and it's
copy and
relevant to
paste
what
the
he's
same
saying
note in
when
your
he's
script
talking about
multiple times,
disparate things.
Your script isn't good. It's kind of shit, actually. Jesus Christ. Okay, we're almost done.
When having absolutely no reason to, while enjoying the cruelty of torture and sexual assault with no sense of accountability in sight, even ending up sparing the one actual piece of shit that killed her sister. The justification is meant to be her lack of trust in anyone after her sister is abducted by a group of people who are essentially and simply evil by notable contrast to most everyone else. As though we're supposed to believe this event temporarily took her out of character and put her on a path of a fucking serial killer, whereas you would think she would only target those at the higher end of the DODC while giving—
Why? Who was who kidnapped your sister? It was the DOC. Wasn't the elites? No, fuck them. That's the thing. If you see people who are part of an
We
organization
went
that attack
over
your
this. I'm
sister,
not going to bother
that is
going over
the
this.
people who attack your sister. That's it. You're
They
targeting
were
them. Like, this isn't irrational.
mind
An
raping
organization
people in the
kidnapped your
park.
sister.
They
You attack the
deserve
organization.
death.
She's not specifically targeting the higher ups. She's targeting the organization. They're all the same to her. They're all part.
He has spider senses. He can hear a guy fart in New York while he's in Bangladesh. Why did he not save him? Oh wait, I know why. It's to have a quirky, funny, wacky scene to make the Mongoloids laugh. See, they tried to justify it because in this video, in this movie, he goes through spider puberty, so his senses are all out of whack. It's like, oh, he didn't know
his
that
senses are heightened because of it.
he didn't know that the guy backing up into the street was going to get hit by traffic in New York. That's why he didn't save him, guys.
The just the point he's going on about, like, oh, you know, the entire organization is bad. How low in the, or like, she went after the janitor.
She went out, Emmerich. She mind controlled an old grandma janitor, made her get into an APC with a 50 cal turret on top, and drove it into a government building with a C4 bomb in it to make her into a suicide bomber. And we're supposed to believe that she's a sympathetic villain. Like,
I hesitate to pass judgment on people on like their morality, but like I just don't understand how you can say, oh, there are people in this organization who did something bad, therefore everyone in this organization is bad from the very top to the very bottom. Like, come on.
Yeah, there's no conversation to be had.
Like the same organization. What are we talking about? Yeah, Jean's a complex character. She's the antagonist.
They're all black people. Why do I care? That's what this sounds like to me. It's like they're all part of the same group. Why do I care?
Yeah, I talked about this earlier. He is clearly like he's part of like a ideology where it's like there's no discussion to be had. There's no nuance. There's no janitor on the Death Star. There's nothing. Like
what is the difference between this and like just straight up racism? Like, I guess the only difference I can think of is like, oh, well, they chose to do that. It's like, do you think the janitor at DODC chose to do that? No, they're trying to feed their family.
And I think that what's it called? The makers of the film, they probably didn't even think about what it implied by putting a grandma into the APC. They probably just thought, oh, wouldn't it be so subversive if we put a grandma in there? And it's like, whoa,
it'd be so funny.
It'd be
to
so
make
awesome.
Our sympathetic villain specifically target somebody who has no control over the organization she's attacking.
Oh yeah, Emmerich, I don't remember if I told you about this already, but there's a part where Jean mind controls MJ, tricks Peter into thinking that MJ is gonna remember him, kisses Peter, and then says, go ahead, Peter, hold her, and stuff like that, and like reveals that it's actually her. And it's like, oh, so you wore the skin of my love and like used her to assault me. Like, yeah. Oh my god, you need to like be thrown in the wood chipper immediately.
Once again, talking about like this organization thing, that'd be like looking at the United States in the 1860s and Abraham Lincoln becoming president, and now that he's part of the United States, the country that had a bunch of slavery, you're like, oh no, we got to kill him.
Yeah, Abraham Lincoln, he's got to go. He's part of the United States.
He's got to go. He's part of the United States.
In
United States had a bunch of, yeah.
It's so stupid. The villain is actually good, guys. Disney slop number. I don't even know anymore. I just end me now. Spider puberty, spider goddamn puberty. What if we made a grandma do something violent? Ha! Isn't it funny? Want to buy a Funko Pop?
I want the Funko Pop of the grandma.
And very importantly, the film frames Jean as wrong. It's not right for to target to do.
I do believe the film frames her as wrong, but holy crap, it is lenient.
It forgets about that.
It is lenient, and it forgets. She goes off to just whatever next adventure she's going to go on. She gets off scot-free, basically. No one is ever going to reference what she did here, other than only in passing.
He says, you're telling me that sexual assault on men is a laughing matter in Hollywood and that we should treat it as a joke? No, that's crazy. Anyway, any of you seen The Boys? I've not seen The Boys, but also, it's not just sexual assault on Peter, it's sexual assault on MJ.
Yeah, because
it's both.
She violates the sanctity of her free will by controlling her, putting her in a mind prison, and then forcibly using her body to assault Peter.
I mean, like, I don't want to be graphic about it, but it's literally like, imagine just physically grabbing somebody and forcing them to sexually assault somebody else.
It is pretty bad.
It's the exact same thing.
It is very, very bad. Like, one good thing about this movie, I will say though, so when people get mind controlled, they don't remember what they did, but Peter, he feels the need to say, hey, while Jean was controlling you, she made you kiss me.
Yeah, he apologized.
He apologizes. Like, freaking love Peter Parker, man. Even in this terrible movie, there's like glimpses.
Yeah,
such a good character.
All this destructive stuff. It's not right for her to put people in harm's way. She's the bad guy, but her arc is growing. It's the idea that's recurring in all of Spider-Man media up to this point that Spider-Man tries to rehabilitate his enemies more than kill them. In all but one key,
the enemies that he rehabilitates still go to prison.
Example, which is Mysterio. Spider-Man has tried to help his enemies improve in all of these films. That is true.
That's what happened to Vulture. He rehabilitated him, and then he went to prison. Or he didn't rehabilitate him, but he gained his respect, and so Vulture did not rat out Spider-Man. He didn't rat out Peter Parker.
It's almost like the point of prison is supposed to be rehabilitation.
That's an interesting concept. Maybe we should like implement that. I don't know.
Through here. Now, we can make the argument that Jean is a complicated character, that Jean is a character that struggles, does the wrong thing.
You can try.
Is a character. That is the narrative.
Is a character.
That's how it works. Now, there's ambiguity on whether or not Jean is potentially...
Also, for context, in The Boys, essay on women is always written as a terrible thing, essay on men, quoting the actual writers. It was so funny to write, Lamau. Anyway, the comics are better.
Dang, that sucks.
Yeah.
Be redeemed. That's a debate. It's more ethical, more complex. But what's important is that the main character believes she can be redeemed. Whether or not she can is subjective. The only thing that matters in the conflict of the narrative is that...
I believe everyone can be redeemed. That doesn't absolve you from consequences, though.
Yeah, I believe in second chances, but you can have your second chance from prison.
Peter thinks she can do better, and that drives Peter's actions. That is the only thing that matters in this context. And again, in the X-Men comics, as Dark Phoenix, but
I don't care about the
herself,
comics.
because Dark Phoenix is Jean Grey, she destroys an entire solar system. She
Even Hitler,
and the X-Men still...
Like, listen.
Even Hitler would deserve a second chance. I believe in second chances.
Hitler killed Hitler.
Stand by Jean. There's some moral quandary there, but there's a long history with Jean Grey doing morally horrible stuff, and the main character is standing by her anyway. That is a core element of the character being adapted. So you gotta look at that as well, in context of everything else, and go, okay, here's a character who throughout her entire comic history has done dubious stuff. In every movie she's been in, she's done dubious stuff. You can say she went too far, you can say she didn't. But what matters is the main...
this movie.
It's funny how like people will say, you know what? No, I'm about to make a non sequitur. Never mind.
We're making good progress. We're making progress.
In terms of the plot and how compelling that plot is, that's all that matters.
Her unique
And the plot is not compelling.
Her unique insight on the kind of damage she is seen dealing to random innocent people. But no, and it is the notion of her beauty and brilliance that stops her rampage right...
No, it's the concept of being loved by a parental figure. That's what matters. It's the concept... That's the thing I don't understand with this whole thing. I don't think MauLer understands that what stops Jean isn't being told she's beautiful by Aunt May's vision. The memory is Peter's. It's the parental love that anchors her to humanity a little bit. Because her whole thing is her divorce from humanity.
I can see it.
Sure, fine.
And this scene kind of
You know what? Before I felt the love of a parent, I thought rape was okay. I
mean,
I
she's
never
a telepath. What do you expect from her?
Never thought about it that way.
reminds her that there is still people who love each other, and that anchors her to some shred of humanity. That is what stops it. And Peter Parker almost sacrifices
Bro just doesn't like that women exist. Oh my goodness. Okay, sure.
for her.
Good job.
Yeah, telepathy is oh, how's it going? Hey, how's it going, Chuck? No, telepathy is rough. Telepathy is a scary concept. That fucking dehumanizes you because you stop seeing people as people. You start seeing them as objects to act upon. That's some scary shit. That's a scary existential concept. Who in chat's movie Possessor?
No, YouTube filtered my message. Tragic.
Great movie. It's all about how freaking possession of bodies that are different than your own causes you to stop seeing yourself and other life forms really.
Hold on, what are you talking about?
That's a scary existential concept. That's
talking about how scary telepathy
because you stop seeing
is.
people as people. You start seeing them as objects to act upon. That's some scary shit. That's a scary existential concept. Who in chat's movie Possessor? Not David
Possessor.
His son. Great movie. It's all about how friggin' possession of bodies that are different than your own causes you to stop seeing yourself and other life forms really as independent forms of life. It is dehumanizing on a level. It's very fundamental and kind of disturbing, quite honestly. Some good stuff. But movies have explored this concept.
It's too bad this movie didn't.
The Phoenix Force is Jean. Jean Grey creates the Phoenix Force. The Phoenix Force creates Jean Grey. It's been kind of like the modern continuity of the comics for a while now.
This is like what Sonic fans do. They have an idea that is really, cool in concept, and then like they bring it into Sonic, and they're like
butcher it.
And it's like, oh, Sonic like had this kind of like thing in the story. That means it carries over all that stuff that I thought about that concept over. That's so cool. Wow. Great. Wow.
Do you remember when we were stupid kids and we were like, wouldn't it be so cool if Sonic was a firebender?
Did we think that? I don't remember that.
Yes, I remember us thinking that. And then when Sonic and the Secret Rings was coming out, we saw the flame. We're like, dude, Sonic's a firebender. That's so cool.
What if Jean Grey went back in time to the first Thanksgiving to get turkey off the menu, but also to convince Hitler to go back in time to game in baby Hitler? Is that good, YouTube? That's right. We're taking turkey off the menu.
Oh yeah.
What is that?
Yeah, Emma Frost is also.
Oh, you don't know about that?
No.
I don't know what it's from, but it's like we're going back in. He's looking at it's like a tall turkey looking at a baby chick, and he's like, "We're going back in time to take turkey off the menu." Looks at the camera. Oh. That's right. We're going back in time to take turkey off the menu. It's amazing.
And her arc is about changing too and growing. And I think Emma Frost did just as many bad things in her comic as Jean Grey did. We accept that Emma Frost is now a hero. Comics are all about redemption.
We don't care, bro.
I don't know much about the comics. I know Emma Frost is a bad person.
Oh, she flip-flops in the comics.
But Jean Grey.
It's melodrama. It's large characters who can do larger-than-life things, and we kind of overlook the worst of it.
Overlook.
Yeah, no,
maybe that's why everything's terrible now.
Right up to the doorstep of DODC Hitler. Somehow, I am to believe this bails her out, removing any consequences from her heinous actions, despite her having entered the minds of so many innocent people with extreme trauma that she tortured anyway. None of their minds made the difference. No, it was Aunt fucking May.
That's another thing I meant to talk about earlier, and I forgot. She gets, like, she has access to all the memories of any person that she mind controls.
Yeah.
But none of their thoughts, beliefs, or anything change her mind on what she's doing at all until she sees Peter's memory of Aunt May. But also, like, would that not mess you up, like, existentially? Like, would you not start to forget, like, who you are when you have so many identities of people inside you? They don't even touch on this, but they could have, but they didn't.
Two of the people that she inhabited were Hulk and the Punisher.
Oh yeah, they make Emmerich, you'll like this. They make a joke of Punisher's trauma. Like I said, whenever she enters someone's mind, she has access to their memories, and she enters into Punisher's mind, and he's like, "Wow, this guy has issues." Freaking abominable.
You would think inhabiting Punisher's mind would give her some perspective.
Oh, you would think, wouldn't you?
Whatever.
Because I guess she's this universe's therapist anchor being or something.
Well, mainly because she didn't see it as people. She saw them as tools to use in a moment. She's not really living in a moment. She's seeing them as pawns, and that's kind of, a point. Whereas Peter Parker is willingly allowing Jean in to a vulnerable moment of his.
It's almost like MauLer's point is that that's wrong, but the movie doesn't seem to reconcile that. Like, the movie pays lip service to that being wrong, but it doesn't actually evoke, like, it doesn't invoke justice that, like, balances out the scales.
Then Hebo 3893 is saying she's not being bailed out. She fled. That's the point. She was allowed to flee.
Yeah.
She should have been shot in the head.
And, like, there is a time to talk about meta stuff when it's like, oh, why did this character do that? Oh, because the author made them do that. I was like, well, no, I want to talk.
Couldn't write a better script.
Like, you could talk about it from in-universe, why did the character do that? And then you could talk about why did the author make them do that? Both conversations are valid, and we should have both of them, but, like, people get them mixed up, and it's really annoying.
Yeah.
Jean is forcing herself in otherwise, which is treating them as objects to act upon. This is, again, basic storytelling. Basic storytelling.
Regardless, Jean tells Peter that we don't get to have friends and family and those that love us.
Jack Horner. Oh, I love Jack Horner. Your plan is terrible, or your plan is horrible. You're horrible. Your wish is horrible. It's almost like this guy makes me want to be very friendly with him and to tell him love himself very hard and to give him AIDS.
Some kind of harsh lesson
Spread
for
the
those
love.
with power when, well, yeah, we don't get to have loved ones because you have family and those that love us. As some kind of harsh lesson for those with power when, well, yeah, we don't get to have loved ones because you are killing them all. She is a mind-raping rectal tumor.
No, she doesn't have a family because it was taken from her. That's, kind of presented. The whole,
Jeez,
her family,
dude.
Okay, her mom she kicked her kids to the curb, and then her sister was taken for taking away people's autonomy for, like, I feel like that's something he's just not getting. Like, the movie, it portrays it as like, oh, she was kidnapped by the government. But this would be the exact same thing as if they were just in the park and her sister was just, like, stabbing people. And then the government came and took her away. Like, no one would say, look at that and be like, oh, she was kidnapped. Like, no, she deserved it.
And, like, I believe they deserved to get arrested and kidnapped, basically, but I don't think she should have been tortured to death, sure.
Well, yeah, obviously,
but
like,
she doesn't know that.
Happened.
Yeah, she doesn't know that at this point. She doesn't know that that's what's happened. She's like, okay, it's like, I can't believe they arrested my sister after she freaking controlled people's minds. That's weird. Her family was taken from her, so she's justified in her actions. Let's talk about Magneto. I want to talk about Magneto. Why are you leaving? Get back here. Let's talk about Magneto. I want to talk about Magneto. Interesting point there, Emmerich.
It's actually more evidence what I'm saying. Jean exists in a position where she feels completely isolated. She is the end result of what Peter Parker is going through. If Peter Parker is no anchor to humanity,
jeez,
you know, she could have just made friends, right? Like,
well,
nothing was stopping her from doing that. Just like Peter felt super isolated because he could have just made friends, but he just decided not to. Like,
I'm ready to finish this video.
Yeah.
Become someone like either Jean Grey, someone who lives for their vengeance. That is the point. She represents what Peter could become
Comparing
if he chose
Jean
to
Grey
completely
to the
successfully
Punisher,
divorce himself from humanity
Good
and
God.
wallow in pain. That's the thing.
My sister
Jean's
was
entire-
arrested.
Did he just say that the Punisher is wallowing in pain?
He's
if he
not
chose to
wallowing in pain. He's making other people deal with it.
I don't think he's wallowing in pain. He's just in pain.
Someone who lives for their vengeance. That is the point. She represents what Peter could become if he chose to completely successfully divorce himself from humanity and wallow in pain.
Okay.
That's the thing.
Okay.
Jean's entire thing is that she's in pain.
He's still wrong, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it was.
She's not a happy person. She's miserable. That misery drives her to violent action. So, again,
The Punisher isn't wallowing in pain. He's just literally me. True.
it's character writing. You just gotta know how the character's written and say, okay, here's what drives them to this point. Here's what makes them act the way they do. And you go from there. It's basic shit. It's not complicated stuff. It's very simple reviewing. And listen,
I get the inkling that this guy is one of those people who's like, dude, why do you hate so much stuff? Why can't you see the positive in stuff, even if you don't personally like it? Like, because he's taking this position of, dude, just understand it. Just understand it, dude. It's fine. Like, even if you don't like it, just understand it. It's like, that's the problem. We understand it, and it got worse once we understood it.
Yeah, there's this thought that's pretty common that if I disagree with you, I don't understand you. When that I can completely understand and just still disagree with you.
Yeah.
Like that is a thing. But some people think that's not a thing. If they understood me, they would agree with me.
Yeah.
That's one thing. If you think Jean Grey's a horrible villain and you can't stand her, that's your interpretation of the art. That's your perspective, that's fine. But it is not a quality that dictates if the art was successful at its objective.
I don't care if the art was
the objective was to make me sympathize with her, and I don't sympathize with her, then the art was unsuccessful.
And like, again, this is funny. This goes all the way back to like MauLer's objectives with like his analysis, like especially with The Last Jedi. It's The Last Jedi all over again. The Last Jedi was like, oh, failure is the best teacher. But if you look at the actual events of the film, there are lots of events that don't support that. In fact, it goes against that. Yeah. And it's the same thing here. If like you had the theme and you like you make tally marks on which scenes like support this, which scenes go against it, and there's more stuff that goes against it than for it, that's a failure. And people think objective is like it means correct. No, objective is just, it means you remove your bias from the analysis. So, and you choose a standard and you stick to it. That's what being objective is. So
yeah, you
can be objective and say, yes, a movie failed to accomplish its objective, even if you feel differently.
I like an objectively bad movie, like this one. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, despite everything, I enjoyed The Odyssey for very superficial elements, I'll admit.
Emmerich says, just be whimsy and fun.
Listen, I say this with as much vitriol, hatred, disdain, and anger as I can. This Muppet is a caricature. He really is. He's like, you've seen this guy a million times, and I don't want to see him ever again.
And yet I've never seen his channel before.
She's a
in my
wretchful
life.
fucking harridan. She belongs in the depths of the raft until darkness is all she remembers. What wonders she's performed in making the mutant cause sympathetic. Maybe Stryker was right. I didn't even really mention MJ.
It's funny how many of these critics become nothing more than people defending like fucking Trask or Stryker from the X-Men films. It's very interesting. That's the big thing. A lot of these
If the films were good, maybe Trask and Stryker wouldn't have much, principles to stand on, but the films are bad, so they inadvertently like start making the case for Trask and Stryker.
Yeah.
Discussions in the culture war, whatever that means, keeps bringing up. Maybe the Sentinels
were culture war.
It's very interesting. That's the big thing. A lot of these discussions in the culture war, whatever that means, keeps bringing up. Maybe the Sentinels were right, which is, kind of a shitty thing to do. So because one person was not great, you now believe that an entire demographic of people should be genocided.
Yeah, an entire demographic. Like, I don't know, everyone who works at the Department of Damage Control.
Yeah, who would do that? Who would say that an entire demographic is evil? Who would do that?
It sounds to me like you were looking for an excuse.
Yeah, okay, bro. These people aren't people. They're literal Muppets with corpo hands up their butts going, don't be negative. Buy things. Let's sing. 1, 2, 3. I drink pee-pee. 4, 5, 6. Let's never ask.
She is a character, by the way, despite her heavy screen time. Zendaya plays a moderately frustrated woman who discovers after being mind-controlled into sexually assaulting a stranger that her entire life is a lie. Her previous self was essentially, philosophically speaking, killed, and all she seems to have the drive to explain...
No, not really. Just remembers Peter. I mean, all the events happened in her life. Just Peter wasn't a part of it. That's it.
Oh, dude.
It's not her whole lie. She lived all the events. She remembers.
Dude.
Look, I understand that's like her whole life isn't a lie.
But
it's like when your best friend and boyfriend are ripped out of your life and your mind is wiped and you just keep going, like, yeah, that's a lie.
Like, I wish we could have explored some of that. It was kind of a flaw that they didn't explore it in No Way Home. That they don't really explore how does the spell affect people that Peter personally knew, especially MJ. He was a huge part of her life. It's like a dialogue tree she was going down, and then suddenly, she's left adrift. Like, there's nothing.
Yeah.
So how does that affect a person like her? And now we don't get to see it. Great, thanks.
I mean, it could have even just been like a flashback showing Peter disappear from memories and like how the memories changed. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, like Joker did with his girlfriend in Joker.
Sure.
It's a good example.
I know what you're talking about.
All the events, she remembers the events, just there's no Peter in them. So like, if you're gonna say these grandiose statements about what happened in the film, you gotta actually get what happened in the film correct.
Is that this guy, her past self was in love with, can't be with her because she currently doesn't love him. As though she's not a character in and of herself, and instead is locked into the thematic Peter Parker arc dialogue when she should probably be having an existential crisis on top of some serious outrage. This whole thing is embarrassing.
No, just remember.
Get out of my head!
Get out of my head! Get out of my head! We gotta watch that. I have the Blu-ray. We can watch it with commentary.
Oh, man.
As though like she lost 4 years of her life. All the memories are there. It's just Peter's erased from them. She's someone she doesn't know. So that's it.
So like, what about like memories where they were just together having a romantic moment? Like, what does that look like from her perspective?
She's just now having a fuzzy time by herself.
And again, he's not addressing what MauLer actually said. He's not talking about what would her memories look like. He's talking about what would MJ's perspective be when this revelation is dropped on her like a bomb, that like this entire sect of her life was taken away from her and she can realistically never get it back, like, or any semblance of it back. Like, that is existential.
Because they were friends. This was like all through high school. Can you imagine one of your best friends being ripped out of your memory from high school?
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. If I drew this guy's face, I'd somehow be in a lot of trouble. Listen, he angers me, Lamau, and you've been watching this for hours.
Unfortunately.
Dude, not to spoil anything, but Kingdom Hearts 2 deals with this in a much better way. Wait, no, not Kingdom Hearts 2. Multiple Kingdom Hearts games. I won't spoil which one. Which ones. Plural. They do a very good job with this. Anyway. With the idea of
It's
a friend,
10 hours.
a friend being taken away from you. It has not been 10 hours. I don't believe you.
Look at the Discord.
No. Holy crap, it has been 10 hours. Let's finish this.
Please.
There's nothing else to it. Yeah, she has regrets and concerns and crises, but it's subdued. What she's doing is, in the only time she talks about it, are the moment when she has that conversation with Peter over the letter. They go home, and then MJ invites him in, and they talk a little bit more. And that kind of shows a new introduction, how she's feeling conflicted about it. But she has no memories of Peter. But she still feels guilt. She still feels regret. She feels bad that she hurt this guy that she knows saved her life, but she does not know. All of that is presented on screen, and it's not particularly difficult to follow. It's pretty straightforward. But the way he's presenting it,
The
it's
whole
as though
point is that it's
she doesn't have 4
simplified
years, she
when
lost
it
4 years of
should
her life
be
or
more
something like that.
complex.
Keep in mind also, this is the Marvel Cinematic Universe where all of them were blipped out of existence for 5 years and had to contend with that trauma as well. I think at this point they're kind of used to extreme situations involving magic outside their control.
Now, let me tell you something.
I'm
the
just
Punisher
used
is
to
the
life
mean
sucking.
retard we now all know and are forced to endure, spending the movie being more accidentally ruthless than he's ever consciously allowed to be. He spends so much time blowing up the world that it would be impossible for him to move through and rest in a fucking hospital without being arrested.
You
They could have
said
had him
this
take Peter to
already,
Claire,
MauLer.
but
Get to a
that
new
might
point.
make
It's the
sense. Frank is a
conclusion.
muzzled comic relief puppet in this film. What's frustrating is he has more trauma in one day of his life than Jean could ever understand, only for the movie to have her experience that and make a fucking joke. You can't try to wedge the...
Well, she doesn't experience that. She just sees he has trauma and doesn't actually go into it in detail. MauLer seems to believe that Jean experiences every single thing that person experiences when
You
goes
get
to her
the
head.
memory, you have the
it's more
memory
like
of
reading
the
a file. It's not like
experience.
actually experiencing it. It's like computing, oh yeah,
Isn't
no, here's
that
issues.
what
And then
he was
intellectualizing,
saying?
moving on. It's like reading a Wikipedia summary.
What?
He was saying
A
that, like,
Wikipedia
this doesn't
summary?
matter. It doesn't matter. I want to finish this video.
It's not like experiencing it firsthand. And it's like, again, the problem here is that both Jean and Punisher exist as parallels to Peter. They're both endpoints that Peter completely removes himself from humanity.
Sure, buddy.
They're both violent people. They're both really killers. Punisher's killed a lot more than Jean, by the way. So why
Yeah.
MauLer is so angry at Jean?
The people that Punisher kills are terrible people. Like, whether you accept
At
his
least
way
he
of
has
doing
a
things or not.
standard. She'll just be killing anyone. It doesn't matter
She's
who.
just killing the janitor that works at the whatever.
But not Punisher. Despite Punisher, on a single episode of Daredevil, killing way more people on screen than Jean ever did, is baffling to me.
That's because that was a TVMA
exactly.
show.
It's trauma scaling. It's the idea that, oh, well, you have more trauma than I do, therefore your trauma stops counting. Like, okay.
It's not Trauma Olympics. It's you not just reading the wiki page of someone's trauma, but like you download their memory of the trauma. Like that should give you perspective.
I know that like Trauma Olympics, you shouldn't be comparing that, but like there is something called perspective.
Yes.
Oh, I'm an orphan. My mother didn't love me, and my sister was rightfully arrested. Versus, I lost my entire family.
In front of his eyes, by the way.
In front of my eyes.
Like, jeez.
Like,
dude, that scene of Punisher, Frank talking to Daredevil in the graveyard. Jeez.
It's like no one would be arguing.
You watch that and then smash cut to her joking about his trauma.
No one would be arguing against this, like, comparing trauma if one of them was a rich kid who didn't get his way versus a poor kid who had to go without. Like, I'm sorry, but sometimes gaining perspective does make you realize, oh, I don't have it that bad. I can figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, anyways.
What it's about, but sure, why not? Some super chats real quick.
At Wing of Shoe super chatted $2. Insert Monty Python get on with IT scene.
Seriously,
get on with
it! At Frillhouse 3224 super chatted $5. If this is his shorter video, I dread to think what his longer videos are like.
Fucking seriously.
And what the hell is with the unrelated...
They're peak.
I just, you and I, we occupy a different world. We're like 40 minutes. Oh God, so long. Oh,
well,
no.
The thing is, like, it sucks because you people are like, "Oh, this video is so long," but then I know for a fact these people sit down and scroll on TikTok, scroll on Instagram, scroll on YouTube Shorts for like 2 hours at a time.
But they can't watch a video that requires concentration on one thing. I want the many things.
MCU
Sorry, I'm missing Emmerich's chats. What has he been saying?
It's like, man, Kingdom Hearts is good, but it is a pain in our budget. Luckily, there's an alternative. It's called Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. Gruff, listen, you've been streaming for so long, I've had the time to call a friend, take a dump, sleep, wake up, browse Twitter, be like, I want to see a video real quick, and realize you're still here. Let it go, Gruff. Walk away. Just walk away, walk away, walk away, walk away. 40 minutes, my first reaction is, ugh, I'll have to find another one soon enough. I'll need a 5-hour vid. Cat Lover.
Oh my goodness, Cat Lover's back.
I finished my night a long time ago. I slept at least. Yes, I'm still streaming.
We're almost done.
We're almost done.
Push through.
Let's go.
At Hendakudi super chatted $6.93. My guy having a seizure, someone help him. He rambles more than my demential 85 yo great aunt. Old man yelling at the cloud, as they like to use it.
Seriously, it really is. It's so, like, rambly.
At Babaracus 9,583 super chatted $2.94. I really want to tell MauLer what the word concise means, but I think it might break his brain.
You guys don't know what concise means. You don't know.
At JanXYZ 2206 super chatted $10. Hard disagree with most of the argumentation against MauLer's video here, but still cool to get a different perspective at least. Got a dash with GL with the rest of the stream, man.
I'm glad you take accountability. I'm not saying you have to agree with me, but hey, it's cool if you do.
At Eustace Vivo super chatted $5. All this redundancy. Did MauLer have I read this?
The live on Twitch is over? Yeah, so we were having major technical issues. For some reason, OBS kept on dying. But mysteriously, that problem stopped happening when I only streamed to YouTube. So if you go on my YouTube right now, there's like 4 versions of this stream up that I'll have to unlist and then cobble together and repost as one long video. But yeah, we've been having technical issues. That's because you suck. I'll show you how to do it. Sure,
because
buddy.
he's on Windows.
God, I hate so much. I hate.
Script, thinking face.
I don't think so. I think he's just aggressive and mad and just like spilling everything in. Now, again, here's the thing too with the Punisher. MCU Punisher is not a character I don't critique. There are issues I have with his depiction in media. But there are 2 ways of looking at it. How well is Punisher adapted from the comics? And how does Punisher play a role in the narrative? That's a complicated way of looking at it. There's 2 ways. There's 2 versions. Is he a good adaptation, or is he a good character for the intents of the story? I think this version of the Punisher is not the best adaptation. I think the best one is still, in terms of closeness, would be Warzone's Punisher. I think that's very close to what comics actually have. But the point is that it completely works with what they're trying to say and do in this film.
A character who acts out of character for the intents of the story is not that character.
True.
It's a counterpoint. Their philosophies play out in the course of the film. That's simple. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science. It's basic shit.
The Punisher is some kind of thematic, reflective, cautionary tale in self-imposed isolation for Peter, while also making his PTSD and the entire character Marvel humor. Fuck off. Frank was...
Where's the Marvel humor? Yeah, he's comedic.
He literally just showed it.
The point of his trauma is shown very seriously when MJ kind of critiques him. And there is that sense... No, it's MJ critiques him. But there's a scene of kid...
Dude, I don't think he's remembering the scene right, because, what's it called? MJ, I forget what she says, she critiques him, but he has some kind of clapback that just kind of silences the room. I can't remember what they say, I'm too tired. I just want it to be over.
In his lair. And he talks about this life being a sentence. That's not his trauma being boiled up into humor. The joke is one gag in one scene, and his deadpan delivery to the absurd stuff around him is where the humor comes in. It's not really Marvel humor, it's just humor, you know? There's some there's some jokes and gags here and there, combining jokes and gags. Well, you can tell I'm tired. But it's nothing too severe, I don't think.
What is this? Punisher is a neutered sissy who doesn't kill enough, but Jean is a despicable monster with no confirmed kills, and her crimes justify genocide. Yikes. Hello, monster. What are you doing in this chat? Come into my chat. For real, for real. In France, it's already 9 a.m. I took a relative to the airport, just got back, open YouTube, and you see the Bonjour live.
Right. In the one moment he was given a brain cell, Jean should at least be in prison or simply executed before she can destroy the world on an emotional whim. Instead, everyone enables the fuck out of it.
She can't destroy the world on an emotional whim. That is absurd. She can, at this point, freeze a kilometer when she's emotionally distressed.
This person keeps talking about in the comics. But when he's pointing to, oh, she can't do that right now, so don't worry about it. It's like, brother, pick a lane.
I hate this guy.
A kilometer, I don't know if you know this, MauLer, though you are from Britain, so Wales, so you should know this. A kilometer and the world are not the same size. It's a bit of a difference.
With Frank crying. The lack of Jean Grey's accountability does indeed echo onto Frank and Peter, by the way. Also, the whole VMAX plot was so retarded I'm not even getting into it. Bloody Ventmax, for fuck.
What's wrong with that? It's the last thing her sister saw before dying. And so that
I actually don't have a problem with that. I don't know why MauLer hates it so much.
I agree with Anthony here. It's like,
yeah.
I think it's tragic.
I imagine he's going to say something completely agreeable, and then he's just going to keep on mouthing off and say like stupid stuff. But I don't hate it. I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Telepathic method of the last thing she saw drives Jean's actions. The fact you ignored that despite interpreting Jean's motives and goals is pretty dumb, because you're ignoring what Jean was actually looking for, thinking it was some file name or some location.
Okay, this idiot. He literally the entire time was like, Jean was looking for VMAX. Jean was looking for VMAX. No, she was looking for her sister. While saying that MauLer is the one ignoring what she's actually looking for.
Let's see. Yeah, the woman who can control any mind in a kilometer around her. Nah, she's harmless. Slay Queen. Okay, this idiot. Oh Lord. I'm so done. I'm so done with this guy. I understand why they hate this guy. I assume that you have weapons like Tony Stark's and that Scorpion like the majority of Americans. Oh yeah, absolutely. I have it right here actually.
Computers can go and invade. Someone communicating the last thing they saw before dying to a large population, to her sister, that's major. That's good. It's tragic. It's heartbreaking. It's sad. It's only stupid because you expected it to be some big...
Just drag him in the back of an alleyway and Fight Club him.
The thing I'm getting from MauLer right now is that he expects all possible these big, grandiose, operatic things, but then...
Let's just ignore him and hope he falls into obscurity.
Yeah, the VMAX twist was great. That was a fantastic decision, because it illustrated that Jean expected to be this big, meaningful conspiracy. It was actually a small moment of fear and terror in her sister's last final moments. That is the haunting coldness that makes that scene so effective. It matters if you expect it to be big, and it's something small, cruel, but also deeply revealing. It's like Rosebud is the sled, you know? It's not a big secret, it's a small moment of humanity.
So anyway, the Hand are embarrassingly fucking hilarious. Your ancient order of ninjas seeking immortality, sire. Spawned out of nowhere, working for fucking damage control, wandering around the office like fucking...
The Hand in the comics are also mercenaries that work with organizations all the time. This is basic shit.
Don't care.
The Hand will sometimes be pursuing immortality, and other times a paycheck. That's the comics for you.
Michael Scott, and only to
Talking
be
about
wiped out in one
MCU.
scene. Malicious disrespect does
Yeah, they're ninja. They're fighting a superhuman. If Daredevil with no like super strength can take out the hand, Peter Parker's got them handled.
even begin to cover it. Even Yelena got assassinated with a minute of screen time. Tombstone is in the story for about 3 seconds as part of a montage, just like Scorpion, until he gets hit by a Looney Tunes piano. Only in Scorpion's case, you do see him in one more action scene.
I don't even know who he is. See, thanks, reference, MCU. You know Thanos, right? You know superhero, Marvel, Funko, by Wolverine. Ooh, Wolverine.
A scene where he's
I
mind
can't
controlled by
believe they
Jean, and therefore
made
not
Tombstone
Scorpion.
like a cameo. Tombstone was so cool.
Every single character in the intro was just a cameo. It was just key jangling.
I miss Spectacular Spider-Man.
Okay, that's too far.
I miss my wife Tails.
The melted writers do this despite Scorpion having actual history and a grudge with Spider-Man.
None of this is a complaint. It just means you didn't do a thing you wanted to do. It's not a critique of the plot, though. It's just you wanted to go another way. It didn't go that way.
It's setups that they squandered. That's the whole point.
That's not a meaningful critique, especially not over a half
Meaningful critique.
hour into your 40-minute long video, where you're repeating the same bullshit again.
And a grudge that's festered for 10 fucking years, and it ends with him getting wildly coyoted in a passing
No, it doesn't end there.
I think he just wants a bullet-pointed list of every critique. And then that's the video.
Yeah, say everything once, then move on. That like end the video. You're not allowed to have a conclusion where you bring it all in.
There. It's just a sequence in their ongoing.
Let's see. I'm trying to bring the French woman who followed you on Twitch a few minutes ago, who comes from Bushmil, of course. Yo, it's Michael Mando, famous actor from Quebec, famous for playing Vas Montenegro in famous video game Far Cry 3, but also Nacho in the Kid Named Finger Show. The Kid Named Finger Show.
Oh, God.
Fight. There's no reason the Scorpion can't show up again in the future. That's a pointless thing to say.
We're not talking about the future. We're talking about this movie, you mong.
We're almost done. We're almost done.
Villain, along with the Hand, the DODC, Scorpion, and the battle with the Hulk are all entirely disconnected from Peter on a personal level. Either.
Jesus Christ, you're such a fucking... Okay. No, they're not disconnected from Peter on a personal level. All the sequences engage with the core concepts that Peter struggles with. The Scorpion fight is him struggling with his spider and human side, and his mutation that causes him to accidentally hurt Peter.
That could have been anyone. It could have been. It didn't have to be
It is
Scorpion.
not a specific emotional tether to Scorpion does not mean the confrontation is disconnected from Peter's struggle.
That's not what MauLer said.
He's not
an
talking about
externalization of the
Peter's
internal
struggle. He's
struggle
talking
he's
about
going
his personal...
Like character. He's talking about character relationships. Good God.
At that time, the fight with the Hulk also represents that same struggle, with Peter fighting someone else who has struggled to repress their own mutant side and fighting the unrestrained inner id that person has, the most intense version of it. The Hand is...
Okay.
Use the word id.
He used the word id. Yeah. Why did that have to be Hulk though? Wait, no, I just realized something. He doesn't look like Scott the Woz. He looks like Linkara.
that fight externalizing the confrontation of balance between both sides. All of these fights, and of course the damage control drives the narrative and is of course also involved with taking what Peter creates to hurt others, using him as a pawn and him realizing he can't exactly trust government organizations. All of these conflicts are
That didn't happen.
Yeah.
Are external connections to the internal...
I feel like... I'm not sure. I think he's referencing the chip there, because like he's saying they're using things that Peter creates against other people. So I'm assuming he's talking about the chip. That didn't happen in this movie. For all he knows, like let's use some of his logic. Imagine in the movies after this, they never bring up the chip again.
That would be hilarious. That would be
Like,
so funny.
He would be justified in complaining that they took the story in a different direction, that they told a story that he didn't like, because yeah, obviously that chip should come back.
Oh. Imagine the relationship between the one who goes into people's minds and Spider-Man. It would be banger. Yeah. Yeah.
problems Peter fights. Because Peter doesn't have a personal fucking grudge against Scorpion does not mean it's not personal.
It's not what it has to be.
The point is the point is it's not Scorpion. When he's fighting Scorpion, it's Jean.
Yeah. Scorpion is barely in this movie because the only other time he shows up, it's not him. He's being controlled by Jean. So
just means that you have to actually see what the fight's doing to understand how it connects to Peter's journey. You are a critic who spent a half hour.
You know, it'd be funny if like Peter Parker was like eating lunch with Ned one day and he's like telling him the story of all that happened. And Ned would be like, huh. You know, Peter, if you look at this in like from a narrative perspective, the Scorpion kind of your fight with Scorpion kind of represented your battle against this spider puberty thing, and fighting the Hulk kind of represented, you know, battling your id, and Punisher kind of represented this stuff. And I feel like he would say all that stuff, and Peter would be like, okay, thanks. Like, I don't think Peter is going through this movie and thinking to himself, like in Frodo and Lord of the Rings, he sees Gollum and he thinks that could be me. That is a clear, obvious comparison to draw here. That is not present in this movie. It's just not.
Bro, this video is turning me into Gollum.
And then the door opens behind him. You see Linkara. He goes, son, are you fighting chuds online again? And he goes, yes, Papa, I'm owning them. Linkara tips his fedora and brings him Cheetos. Kino, Michael Bay,
Talking about this goddamn movie,
Linkin Park,
and you don't even know
what I've
how the
done.
fights integrate with the internal journey the character undergoes. You are extremely
That's
bad
not
at
the
this.
point he was even
It's Gene who
making.
wants-
He's
Yeah, he's talking about like the fights and what they could mean. Where he's trying to talk about
like the
characters.
narrative, the meta-analysis, and he's like, no, I'm talking about the character work right now.
I wanted to know you preferred my part on the changes due to shock or on the girl with mind control. Huh? I wanted to know you preferred my part on the change. Yeah, I would prefer if they wrote a better film and like Peter had relationships with the villains and stuff. That would be cool. That would be neat.
The DODC or its P's mind controlling to facilitate that purpose. Not Spider-Man nor Peter Parker are relevant to these people. They don't want to hurt him. They don't have some fundamental difference in philosophy. They don't want to take his status, his fame, his resources. They don't have a chaotic desire to crush his idealism, forcing him to abandon his heroic nature. They are just, unfortunately, the current obstacles for him to take down. Similarly, the film...
Okay. So I think my son's awake too. I think my spouse is with him, which is good.
Oh
Okay,
God,
it's
he
going
has
on
a son. Oh, someone help him.
for a while. It's going on for so
Prayers
long.
up.
I am currently at wit's end with this bullshit. Just because a character doesn't actively have a meaningful direct confrontation with the main character does not mean they're not tethered to the emotional journey. John McClane and freaking Alan Rickman's character in Die Hard don't have emotional beef. They're just, one is a goal, the other's in the other's way, and they fight.
Yeah, it sounds like a different kind of movie. Weird.
They're
It's
also like
a
actually
conflict.
diametrically opposed instead of just being the obstacle.
Because there's some issue there. They both pose a threat to the other, and thus one must be overcome. There's no philosophical differences there, and it's one of the best fights and confrontations in film history. Saying a character needs to have some deep philosophical difference and divide in personality
That is not what he said. That is not what he said at all. He just wanted there to be something.
to make a compelling fight in a opposition is irrelevant. That is one way of doing it. It is not the
But that's the thing. Even in his example, these two guys have diametrically opposed goals.
It's almost like that's what he was advocating for.
Spider-Man did not have an opposed goal with Scorpion. Scorpion didn't have a goal. Scorpion wasn't even there.
Oh, dude, remember the car scene with Vulture and Peter? God.
No, I'm too tired to remember anything right now.
The MCU
it is
used
not
to
the
be
only
quite
way
something.
of doing it. He just keeps rambling on and on and on and on and on. Jesus Christ.
never actually has Frank and Peter explore their core philosophical differences, defining rehabilitation versus retribution and prevention, other than making a few memes out of it, though that shouldn't be surprising with how HR-friendly and assassinated they both are. I think the film forgot Peter actually cared about Happy. He doesn't even get a
That's
mention.
true.
They don't know each
Not
other
in
now,
this
because Happy has no
movie.
memory of him.
And Frank...
Oh,
That doesn't
neither
make
did
any
Ned and
sense.
MJ.
What, dude? Does he think about his like logic more than like half a second?
I don't think he does. I'm starting to, you know what? We're coming to the end. I'm starting to think he like, I think he's telling the truth. Oh God,
he
this is
just
worse.
Clip farming?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
simply don't give a fuck about Bruce being carted off to a psychiatric hospital as a result
What can they do about it? They have no control over that.
They can tell them that he was mind controlled.
of the authorities having no clue why he snapped, when Peter knows exactly why and how this hero has been mind-controlled and does nothing to help him. Instead, he...
Well, no, he snapped after being mind controlled. So the
Yeah, the mind control was the cause of the snap.
I have got to kill
transformed into
myself.
Savage
Oh my
Hulk
God.
after breaking free of Jean's control. The Hulk transforming
This man doesn't understand cause and effect.
was a side effect of Jean's influence.
Do you think
But-
he like?
So a side effect? Effect. What was the cause?
Do you think he like wonders where his son came from?
How did this child get here?
He just sees
The
him
Hulk
one
still
day. He's just like,
transformed.
huh, okay.
Pregnancy is just a side effect of mamby-pamby.
MauLer's
does
video, 40 minutes. This Muppets video, 2 hours. Gruff stream, canonically accurate Bible. If you need to take a nap, take care of yourself, please, Gruff. Oh, I will.
We're almost
soon.
done, cat lover.
Soon.
That was the Hulk. Gene made it so the Hulk would transform. It's a result of Gene's interference, but the transformation itself is still the Hulk.
Oh my god.
Duh.
He just he destroyed his own argument, and he's like, yes, I'm right. We're so close.
Plays with his buddies. His fate is beyond cruel and gross. Bruce Banner, despite being fumbled so hard by this stupid universe, has spent years getting his rage under control, only to be torn out against his will and dropped into a catastrophe. This is like
That's the Hulk. That's the Hulk's character. What's the problem? The Hulk is a character who's a tragedy. Why are you upset at the tragic character?
I'm not upset at the Hulk. I'm not upset at the tragic character. I am upset with the film's handling of what his friends would do for him.
Spider-Man just lets him get carted away to a psychiatric facility. He doesn't tell anyone what really happened. And by the way, no one at Damage Control does either.
Yeah.
God! MCU
You're right,
Hulk
Emery.
effing sucks. It really does. He was good in Avengers in 2012.
Is tragic. That's like the entire point of the character. Oh, Jesus Christ.
taking a decade-long teetotaler, knocking them out, feeding them alcohol, and then leaving them in the street. Nobody helps him, despite everyone, especially Gene, knowing with Savage Hulk released that his control is near forfeit. He has previously hurt countless innocent people. He's become a pariah. He tried to kill himself. He finally got everything under control. He nearly died, saving countless trillions, and began to teach. Only for this ginger hag to land him in custody, with a future being abandoned in psychiatric containment. And it's all treated as a fun scene. You get no...
It's not fun. It's a sad bit.
I don't think it's treated like a fun scene.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
The Hulk's entire character is driven by pain and suffering.
Also, frick this notion is like, that's the point of the character. Like, you can make that with something like The Odyssey, something that is like a very beloved story that has not changed since we've, you know, committed it to the written word. Although, who knows how much it changed when it was orated. But for characters like comic book characters that have so many permutations, so many multiverses, there is no point to a character anymore. They could basically be whatever you want. I freaking hate
there
this.
is mostly a main point. Like,
there is obviously going to be like the version
what
people
is
like the
main point of
most.
Spider-Man, like, you know, great power, great responsibility.
Yeah, they used 3 movies to build up to that, and it was great.
The Hulk is always a victim of horrible things happening to him. That's the reality of it. Sounds like my son's being taken care of, which is good. I heard my...
If you see, the thing is, we're not complaining that something bad happened to the Hulk, complaining that his friends did nothing about it.
Yeah, that's the real complaint. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand what MauLer is saying. And for some reason, he can't hear us through the screen.
Why can't you hear me, Anthony? Listen to me. Listen to me. I'm
Personally,
in your
I
walls.
would compare the fact. Personally, I would compare the fact of controlling people as controlling feelings in real life, and locking them up is not human. I agree. It is very inhuman. It is cruel.
Kid,
Kill all
my poor kiddo, he was like
telepaths.
waking up in his sleep. He does that sometimes. And it sounds like my spouse with him right now, which is good. Anyway,
O.J. Jonah, despite a
I'd hate to lose time I could spend with my son listening to this man ramble another second. But hopefully,
Then stop
we have 4
making
minutes
YouTube
left. Once it's 2 minutes,
videos.
I'm just ending it so I can be with my kid and live a life where I know I touch grass and he doesn't.
being an obvious avenue for conflict, a way to explore a job for Peter, a source of income, a place to meet new people he would have to stay away from until building more of a connection. It would even provide somewhat an explanation for his increasing means. Oh, and I guess Peter didn't do anything about Wilson Fisk ruining the whole city, just slept in for those years, I suppose.
You know, he was clearly fighting crime, so he could have done something off screen. We don't know. The point is that it's not relevant to the story being told.
On a character, plot, world, and thematical level, this is an infected dumpster fire stuffed to the brim with staple.
I love how every time he says, "Well, it could have happened on screen," like he's missing the point every single time. The point is that they could have done something and they didn't. That's the
You don't
point.
understand. I actually off screen I won the lottery, and I solved every
congratulations.
problem in the world. But now the story is happening. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. But you gotta relate with Jean Grey. She's sad.
Old hollow corpses forced to bounce in the hopes that the audience might think a story is taking place, showing us, truly, that there are no more stories to be told in the MCU. Ultimately, we have abandoned long-developed character journeys, a binding thematic underpinning through an agency-plotted path in a harsh world with little to spare, and a sacrifice made from Peter Parker, providing the entire trilogy thorough and united meaning in exchange for a bargain bin wonky
I love
rehash.
how this is all new. He was complaining that he wasn't saying anything new, despite the fact that he was in the conclusion, and now he's like ending with all new, like this is the pinnacle of the conclusion, and it's new, and he's like, oh, you're rambling, dude, stop. Off screen, I took care of my health problems, and I will announce my new game at the Game Awards 2026. Ooh, I can't wait.
Did that super chat goal start at the beginning of this stream?
Pretty sure it did.
Imagine
No way
making
home.
$500 on this crap.
God, dude.
I hate.
3 hours
I
of work.
legitimately hate the people who gave him this money.
Way home.
You've just repeated the same fucking point 15 fucking times. Speed it up, dude. Say
And
something
you
new. Say
still
something
don't
interesting.
get it.
Yeah.
You're so in love.
Somehow he repeated it in different ways every time. It didn't even repeat. Like, he had evidence that overlapped with other people, but he's like, oh, why is he like going over the scene again? That's weird. But despite that, when he's repeating stuff in the conclusion, which is what you do, he still didn't get it. He's a retard.
Okay, hold on. Look, I'm looking at these stupid chats. First one, lol, get wrecked, MauLer, massive ticket sales.
I hate these people.
Ticket sales have literally nothing to do with the quality of a movie. That, like, the whole point is you can't see the movie until you pay to watch it.
Let's see here.
And so it's based off past experiences. I didn't like the movie, so clearly the West has fallen. I liked the movie. I enjoyed this movie when I watched it. So, like, whether I like the movie or not has no basis on whether this movie is good and whether the MCU is good. Like,
I love how MauLer can give out all this reasoning, all these different connective tissue on what he didn't like about the film, what he thinks is lacking, like technically lacking. And he's like, oh, he just didn't like it. Oh, dude.
Sound of your own voice that you're just rambling on and on and on, and you're not even saying anything.
It's funny because this is like this is the short version of his content. And he's like, dude, you just like to be long, dude. We're almost there. 5 minutes.
Meaningful.
Own DLC and wrinkles on the Spidey suit. To conclude, the Punisher is an assassinated brain-dead pussy. Spider-Man is a stalking loser with broken principles who can't stand on his own 2 feet. Jean Grey is a barbarian scumfuck sadist that deserves to take up residence in the Earth's core, whether or not the Punisher and Spider-Man sell their souls to defend her. Hey, Disney, little tip. If you want me to sympathize with a torturing, sexual assaulting, sadistic murder hobo, maybe don't make her targets completely innocent people that add nothing to her.
Oh, so hang on a second, MauLer. You went from saying that these guys were the scum of the earth, evil, to completely innocent again. I keep getting...
Are we just gonna ignore the guy that got ran over, the grandma, all the people in the park, all the pedestrians, like everyone? I hate this guy. I actually hate this guy. Get his child away from him.
Emmerich, literally cattle. They only think in big numbers and how they're feeling. Facts, criticism, they don't understand it. They're Muppets. Children, cattle.
Yep.
I believe everyone can learn, but that belief is tested every day of my life.
Whiplash, how quickly you say, oh, the poor damage control agent.
I will say, though, I probably shouldn't say that, take away this guy's child. That's a little bit much, so.
Did nothing wrong, to, oh, they're the worst thing in the world. Get to the point faster, dude, seriously.
Goals whatsoever. The Hulk is humiliated again. The Hand are goons for hire, waddling about in an office. Yelena is a rancid potato, seething in a sauna, desperate as fuck to claw her way to a single fan actually wanting her in any MCU.
Okay, MauLer, you've clearly never spoken to a lesbian in your life if you think that Yelena has no fans.
That's... Wow. I would... If I was a lesbian, I think I would feel insulted
I feel like, yeah, he's just calling them like, oh yeah,
wow.
I like this character because of her sexuality.
Is she even lesbian? I don't know.
I think so.
Or maybe...
I
don't know anything about Yelena's sexuality, because why would I? But like, do lesbians like this actress, maybe? I don't know. Break my life.
I'm pretty sure, like... I don't care.
Scorpion,
Interesting
Ramrod,
video.
Boomerang, Tombstone, and Tarantula are nothing more than a key jangle. Gene DeWolf is a superfluous stapled-on babysitter when Yelena isn't doing the exact same thing, when the DODC isn't doing the exact same thing, when Peter's A fucking I isn't doing the same damn thing. MJ and Ned function as annoying timecode.
So, MauLer, you're just repeating the same bullshit.
It's
Hello,
the conclusion.
I'm gay, and I speak to a lot of gay, lesbian, trans people. I have no idea what he's trying to say here. LMAO.
Neither do we, Emmerich. Neither do we.
You have said multiple times so far. You're not saying anything new. This is, by far.
Sometimes I wonder how much these grifters' issues with movies is the fact they don't often interact with people.
I don't understand this. He literally does hours-long streams with a group of his friends.
Like, every week. Multiple times a week sometimes.
To the point, like, even I think it's ridiculous.
Honest to God, I guarantee you that MauLer wouldn't be bringing up sexual assault if it didn't allow him some semblance of a weaponized argument to his fans for why the film is bad.
So is
you're
the sexual assault bad or not?
Yeah. I feel like we've skipped a very important step here.
Waste of time. A complete waste of time.
I interact with a lot of people online and in real life, and by God, there's a reason I call you people cattle, Lamau. True.
He's just saying shit.
I wish I was cattle. And I would be too brain dead to, like,
At least
experience this.
I would die for something.
3 minutes of the same things he said already, multiple times already. His conclusion, when in school when they say that you should repeat some core points, is that's your conclusion? It's like, it doesn't mean you literally repeat all the same points verbatim again. It's pointless, waste of time. Jesus, what a stupid video.
So he's aware of, like, the academic conclusion that we've been referencing, but he's just... I think he knows that it exists. I don't think he knows how it's meant to be executed. I wish I was retarded. I could be enjoying thing trademark.
All right, we got it. Now he's attacking the people. Okay, let's skip ahead here.
The comics guys, they paid lip service to the games guys. Oh, but they have a suit with wrinkles, guys. Oh, they aren't spamming blue screen now, guys, even though they absolutely are. And all of this somehow means the film is good now. Can we, for once, just skip the...
Yeah, the movie looks good, like, undeniably. But I hate when a movie looks good and people, like, pretend that that means I'm supposed to accept that the movie is good.
Oh yeah, it's really,
like, obviously
unfortunate.
A good-looking movie is a big part of a good movie. But come on, dude. That'd be like,
You know,
that'd be like me forcing, like, literally on, like, the crappiest film, like, camcorder I could find, telling the best story ever told with, like, terrible, like, not even real props, and just, like, random actors who can't act. It's like, it doesn't matter that the story is amazing. Everything else is letting it down.
yeah. Like, I think that writing is the most important, but there's only so much it can do.
Like, you need everything to step up.
I'm not a fan of Spider-Man. I liked it. That's fine. Or mainly from the perspective of, you can like it, but, like...
I liked Brand New Day, but I see the flaws.
Yeah, that's our perspective.
You don't like it, shut up.
I think it's okay if people like it. That's fine.
blue screen now, guys, even though they absolutely are. And all of this somehow means the film is good now. Can we, for once, just skip the hype period? Can we get to where everyone realizes how shit this movie is? And for the people saying we finally don't have Spider-Boy, you are correct, because now we have Corpo Spider-Baby. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some apologies to John Watts. If there's one thing you can say about him for sure, he's not a cretin. Anyway, fuck this movie, dine a hole. Seeing Jean Grey fans turn into the new Wanda fans and try to hand wave.
Oh god, just reading tweets. Is your last minute just you reading fucking tweets? What the fuck, loser?
He's allowed to do that. It's a joke, dude. Holy crap. Chill out, dude. Take a chill pill.
No, this guy's right. Chris bunch of numbers. I don't know who that is, but
Imagine being so petty you take out your last minute of footage on like a bunch of random Twitter users with tiny followers.
It's a
What do
40-minute
he agrees
video,
with the guy.
dude.
he didn't even. He thinks he's taking it out on these people, but he agrees with this guy.
Yeah.
Compared to you.
So he spent 40 minutes, like 39 minutes, and then skipped out on the last minute. You just had 1 minute left. I stayed here for 10 hours. Frick you, dude.
Stupid as shit. Anyway,
Emmerich
I am
says
done with.
the latest Silent Hill movie looks absolutely gorgeous. Fantastic art direction, 10 out of 10. The movie is still one of the worst things I've ever seen.
Do men
Sorry,
on the
Emmerich, I'm
internet
not
even like?
clicking on
Yeah,
that.
we're
Do
not
men
clicking
even
on
like
that. It's
women?
freaking 40 minutes. We're
I
not
think
doing
it's been
that.
11 hours now. How long has it been?
It has Adam
Almost.
Eve and the
we
lady
have 7
from the
minutes.
new. Huh?
We have 7 minutes till 11 hours.
Oh, cool. It'll be like my longest stream, I think, if we
Oh,
make it
yeah.
that far, which we're not going to.
Him. Let's let some super chats play. I'm gonna stop recording.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Liar. Fraud. This was awful. I freaking hated this. Wait, that profile pic. I'm gonna make myself some cappuccino. I'll be back. It's this guy. Yeah, it's this guy. I know what you're
What?
this guy, he's like gotten around what's it called? He's made the rounds before.
Dude,
Let me
cappuccino
check
sounds
something.
sick.
Oh,
my
dude.
gosh,
I would
dude.
kill someone for a cappuccino.
Do you remember getting cappuccinos in middle school and high school?
Oh, dude, yes. Don't.
They weren't even good cappuccino, but it was so good.
Oh, I could go for one right now. Oh, but I gotta go to bed.
Dude, for real.
I'm never doing this again. I'm never reacting something this long ever again.
No, see, you just have to shut up.
I know this guy. Every single tweet from this moron is insanely retarded. That was him. You spent 10 hours watching this guy? Well, yeah, because it was on something that I'm interested in, both Spider-Man and MauLer together. So, yeah. It was terrible. I never want to do it ever again. All right, guys. So, here's the deal. I have a...
If this video gets 3 million likes, we'll react to the video again.
No.
The same video.
No. Garuf, you don't need to touch grass. Go eat it. Eat the grass. I don't.
hear the grass
Touching
better.
grass isn't enough. I need them to pay for what they've done. Anyways, here's the deal. There is a window above my OBS that says failed to connect. Could not access the specified channel or stream key. Please double check your stream key. If it is correct, there may be a problem connecting to the server. Press OK. I don't know what's going to happen if I press this OK button. I think the stream will die. So I think this is the end of the stream, you guys. If this video gets 100 likes, we'll effing do it again. No, we won't. Heck no.
100 million likes.
No, I want money. You have to pay me money. I don't want fake internet bucks. I want money. You hear that? You understand? Money. Are you like this hero, the one of the wage fraud? I know fraud Switzerland.
What is... What?
I don't know. Finally, his true face comes out. Listen. Everyone has a price. I want you to find out mine. Okay. I literally turned
press
my
the OK button. See what happens.
I turned my right, and my bed is right there. I'm gonna go to it, guys. No rating to another Twitch channel today. I hope you all have a good night. Yeah, no Twitch. Anyway, I'm leaving. Groloof. Tell me when you want to watch Harry Potter. I will. Anyways, thank you everyone who is watching. Make sure to like, subscribe, and share the stream with your friends and family. Make sure to talk about it at the dinner table. And watch the Spider-Man Home Trilogy. Watch Underwater. Watch The Descent. They're good movies.
Yeah, actually watch Underwater. That one's really good.
Yeah, rough. Grr. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful night. Good morning, France. And goodbye.
Good morning, us.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Sorry for sleeping. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much. Oh, it's okay, cat lover. You can sleep. I'll allow it. Goodbye.
You're gonna press OK. It's
I
not
pressed
gonna kill the
OK,
stream. Watch.
and